Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Yilin becomes a god and the whole team ascends to heaven. After a while, the little white dragon got back to full health under the treatment of the elf queen. It looked at the beautiful green-haired woman with gratitude and said, "Thank you, senior." Although it didn't know who this person was, it was estimated that she must be a very powerful existence to be able to stand with the Lord Dragon God. "It's just a piece of cake," Silvera smiled. After the little white dragon got better, it was silent for a while, and then reacted. Just now, everyone seemed to say that some quasi-divine skill could really be used in battle. Have you already experienced the power of this move? What's the connection? It looked at Shiyu eagerly and said, "What do you mean, still fight?" Shiyu took a look and said, "I think it's not necessary. You have already lost just now, little white dragon." "Huh? It has the skill to increase our luck. According to the theory of relativity, it makes you even more unlucky. Your hidden injury recurred just now. Maybe this skill worked. I think we should not fight. This move is a bit dangerous and uncontrollable. What if you develop some hidden incurable disease later, or if there is a sudden space turbulence in the Dragon Palace secret realm and you are killed? It will be a bad ending." Xia Abelong's expression was dull. A skill to increase your luck and make the enemy unlucky? There is such a skill? Did it have a hidden injury recurrence just now because it was hit? How can there be such a terrible skill? Xia Abelong was shocked. He looked around and then looked at the sky, fearing that a meteorite would fall from the sky and smash it to death. "Oh, this is the secret realm of the ocean. There are no meteorites, so it's okay." Chong Chong also said, "That's right. How can there be such a terrible skill?" Chong Chong has already started to imagine it. In the team competition, when he was fighting with Lin, he just teleported, and suddenly there was a space turbulence, which swept him to death. How to fight this? Losing unclearly. Let's do this for now. This move is indeed a bit dangerous, the elf queen smiled. But don't worry too much. The reason why this little white dragon is so miserable is that it is too weak and is seriously affected by the power of rules. If the opponent is very strong, this skill will not work. I can feel that the weak fluctuation of rules cannot affect me, the elf queen smiled. If you want to forcibly affect a life form with strong luck, then the backlash it suffers will also be very serious, so it's better for you to master this move as soon as possible. After the elf queen finished speaking, Shiyu and Lin nodded quickly, and they also understood the truth of what the other party said. However, this move still looks very strong. Shiyu has also been thinking about it. After that, when Lin studies various machines, is it possible that he is lucky enough to succeed inexplicably? As we all know, research requires a lot of experiments. If you are unlucky, it will be difficult to achieve results in your lifetime, but if you are lucky, it is entirely possible to succeed in one shot. Or in the world competition, when you encounter those beast masters who have contracted pets above their level, is it possible that the opponent will suddenly die before the battle begins? Also, now Rin should be considered as a mythical potential. Normally, the upper limit of the improvement of the time fruit depends on the potential of the race, and most of the time is at the overlord level. But for Rin with mythical potential, even if it may not reach the mythical level due to the side effects, is it possible to temporarily exert a totem attack? The more Shiyu thought about it, the more excited he became. It was awesome. "Are you coming to Ryugu City this time to prepare for the World Championship?" The dragon god saw that Chong Chong had just returned from the dragon god statue, so he asked Shiyu. "Yes, I came to practice hard," Shiyu nodded. He did have the idea of coming to Ryugu City to challenge the overlord and gain some experience. "Well, then come on," the dragon god nodded. In this case, after figuring out the reason for the changes here, it was time to leave. She looked at Silvera, but at this time, Silvera looked at Shiyu with a smile. "Oh? Then do you want to go to Artingxiang for some training? You are Donghuang's genius archaeologist, right? Your archaeological ability and its luck bonus can also be used to crack the ruins. There are several important ruins in Artingxiang that are difficult to crack. Do you want to go and have a look? If there is any gain, you will not be treated unfairly." Shiyu was stunned. "It doesn't matter. After a while, your dragon god and some overlords of Longgong City will go to Tingxiang. You can just go with him. Shiyu looked at the dragon god. Is it true? Why did Longgong City go to Tinxiang? That's true, but if you don't want to go, you should practice hard in Longgong City and don't worry about her. The dragon god felt that it would be better for Shiyu to practice hard with the help of the dragon god statue instead of going to Tinxiang for training. Shiyu said, I want to go. I just want to go to Tinxiang for something. Isn't this a coincidence? If I can go with Longgong City, I don't have to worry about Donghuang. The bodyguards that Donghuang can provide may not be as many as Longgong City. The dragon god was silent. He didn't expect that Shiyu would be so captivated by the other party's words. Let's go together. Don't worry. I will ensure his safety. Elf Queen Silpher smiled and said, Ah Tian, don't you still believe me? Besides, you will go there by yourself. Are you afraid that I will eat him? Well, in that case, the dragon god looked at Shiyu and said, you select 10 overlord-level dragons from the Environmental Protection Department of Longgong City and go to Tinxiang together to be responsible for the exchange task between Longgong City and Tinxiang. Is there any problem? Exchange task? Shiyu suddenly realized that Longgong City and Tinxiang were going to have an exchange activity. But I'm leading the team myself. Although he, the Minister of Environmental Protection, can indeed command the overlords, but is it appropriate? Okay. I promise to complete the task, Shiyu said. Well, let's go. Seeing this, the dragon god said to the elf queen, no longer planning to stay here for a long time, but before leaving, she looked at the little white dragon next to her and said, take it with you when you go to Tinxiang. As the third prince of Longgong City, it is a bit weak, little white dragon, cack? Not only did he not mention the gift, but he was also scolded. Little White Dragon suddenly felt that he was in a difficult situation. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Prime Minister Turtle to find Shiyu. Okay, let's go, the Elf Queen smiled. If she had told Donghuang, Donghuang might not be able to let Shiyu go to Tinxiang for training. It was still her best friend who was easy to talk to. However, what surprised the Elf Queen was that Shiyu's status in Longgong City was so high. Not only could he obtain mythical fossils from Longgong City, but he could also command the Overlord. As the leader of the Overlord-level Dragon Clan, this treatment was no different from the Totem Dragon King of Longgong City, right? Even the eldest prince of Longgong City seems unable to achieve the level of Shiyu. But as a pet that can contract a mythical race, Shiyu seems to be really qualified. Although creatures with quasi-divine skills are restricted by the rules of the world, it is still difficult to break through to the mythical level, but it is not difficult to grow to the demigod level. Tinxiang has a good relationship with Longgong City and Donghuang. Naturally, Silpha is willing to make friends with such Donghuang and Longgong geniuses. This is a legendary potential. After the two legendary powerhouses left, Xia Abeilong exhaled heavily, looking at Senior Shiyu with a sad face, and the outrageous life of the monster, not daring to look directly at them. Fearing that it would be as Shiyu said, he would suddenly die. Senior Shiyu, let's go to your father, Shiyu said with a smile. Well, okay, but Senior Shiyu, can you please not tell my father that Lord Dragon God despises me for being weak? Xia Abeilong was aggrieved. Shiyu was silent, but you are really weak. As the son of a totem, even if he is not as good as the Void Mantis at the king level, he can't be too far behind. No, but Senior Dragon God has named you. So come with me to Tinxiang for some experience. Shiyu was helpless. Experience? The little white dragon was angry. It's not easy to be a dragon. It just wants to be a rice worm that eats the old. If it still has to work hard, then what's the point of its father and mother's efforts? Shiyu didn't expect that he would be personally invited by the Queen of Tinxiang to travel to Tinxiang. This is also good. He sees that the Dragon God and the Queen of the Elf have a good relationship. Maybe this time he can openly go and crack a few ruins along the way? With the Dragon God and the Queen of the Elf covering him, he doesn't have to worry about safety. After all, the two of them work together. Not to say that they are invincible on Blue Star, but almost. Shiyu also learned about the culture of Tinxiang. Different from humans, but not much different from humans in appearance, the humanoid supernatural giants are extremely powerful. Their physical strength can fight against dragons, and they can also be contracted by beastmasters. The dwarves are proficient in casting and can create all kinds of top-quality equipment. They are also extraordinary humanoid life forms and can be contracted. In most cases, the mechanics of Tinxiang will contract a dwarf as an assistant. In addition, there are elves, gods, various myths and legends. Even the undead, elemental life, plants, and dragons are naturally different from the East. As the hometown of the Dragon Mother, Shiyu has long wanted to visit, but before that, he left Enchang to the Sea Dragon King. He takes care of his son for the Sea Dragon King. And the Sea Dragon King takes care of his younger brother for him. It is also reasonable, right? What? You just saw the Dragon God, and the Queen of Tinxiang, Sea Dragon Palace. The Sea Dragon King looked at Shiyu, who was called by the little white dragon, and looked at them in disbelief. Has the Queen of Tinxiang come to Dragon Palace City? Speaking of which, his beastmaster Lin Feng was once beaten up by the Elf Queen of Tinxiang. If it weren't for the good relationship between the Elf Queen and the Dragon God, Lin Feng might not have been able to come back. As for why, the Sea Dragon King didn't dare to ask. He only knew that there was also an elf in Lin Feng's team. The water here must be very deep. Well, Lord Dragon God and the Elf Queen wanted me to take some overlords of the Ministry of Environmental Protection to Tinxiang for training. Oh, by the way, Lord Dragon God saw that the growth rate of the third prince was good at that time. Compared with the last Dragon Palace banquet, it has made great progress. He also asked me to take it with him. He thought it had great potential and was worth training. The future is promising. Beside him, the little white dragon was very moved. Wow, wow. It also remembered that Lord Dragon God said so. Lord Dragon God said so. The Sea Dragon King was suspicious and looked at the little white dragon. What virtue and ability did this kid have? Or did the Dragon God discover potential in the little white dragon that he didn't see? The Sea Dragon King was immediately happy. It didn't take a vein to train this kid. He was actually favored by the Dragon God. Not bad, not bad. Then I'll leave it to you, Shiyu. When the time comes, supervise this kid well. As long as he doesn't die from training, train him to death, no problem. Shiyu nodded. Your coming here this time shouldn't be as simple as just visiting me, right? The huge dragon eyes of the Sea Dragon King stared at Shiyu. According to his understanding of Shiyu, this guy would not come to Dragon Palace City without something to do. He probably has something to ask him. Shiyu smiled and said, I have a very good relationship with a junior. His initial pet was a dragon carp. With my help, it evolved into a king race sea dragon with the power of your sea dragon scales. So I want to come and see. Can you help me with a follow-up? He has good talent. The second pet also received the blessing of Senior Butterfly God and evolved into a dominant race. It is also a legendary qualification, huh? The Sea Dragon King frowned. Did the Butterfly God help train him? However, the initial pet that evolved with its power is the king race. How come the second insect blessed by the Butterfly God is the dominant race? Although it doesn't mean anything, I always feel like I'm being compared. It said, I know, but my guidance is very strict. It's okay, as long as you don't die. Practice to death, Shiyu also said. It's a rare opportunity for the Totem Dragon King to be a teacher, and I believe Enchang will not refuse it. Don't bother the senior too much, just give him a little guidance and throw him to Prime Minister Turtle. Aren't there a few ruined secret realms in Longgong City for newcomers to train? You can let him try it when the time comes. Let him stay in Longgong City before we come back from Tinxiang, okay? The Sea Dragon King said. It's a small matter. Enchang, come and meet Senior Sea Dragon King. At this time, Shiyu also pulled Enchang out of the ruined space. At the moment, Enchang has not yet reacted from the fluctuations of the awakening power of the just awakening spirit, and is a little dazed. Seeing this strong and stupid kid, the Sea Dragon King was silent. His physical strength is very strong, and his talent for a fusion is not bad, but he doesn't look very smart. After Shiyu dealt with Enchang, he returned to his Kanghae Island with ease. He did not rush to the Ministry of Environmental Protection to select people to form a training team, but hurried back to study Lin's abilities, wanting to study the mythical dream in depth. In the ruins, 11, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su and others were in extremely complicated moods. I'll participate in the next team competition. Lin took out the demeanor of a big sister again. Normal 20 million energy value. This is the power of the mythical race. Coupled with a mastery level of mythical revival, the power is tripled, which is not necessarily worse than other teammates who have eaten the time fruit and used equipment. Thinking of this, Lin felt that she had finally made it. Knowledge is power. Hey, during this period, although 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao and Shi Tong have all received epic enhancements. The extent of Rin's strength and that outrageous quasi-god skill made 11 and others a little confused about Rin's combat effectiveness. This skill is too weird. For example, Akaheim was very worried that when she and Rin were fighting, they might suddenly mix up their powers and fire in a disorderly manner, causing her to be severely injured by herself. Of course, the only thing she didn't have to worry about was that it seemed that there was still Susu who could make up for it. Akaheim glanced at Susu, who was shaking her head. Ning. At this time, Susu, who was made of water, looked at Rin with tears in her eyes and asked if she could share some of this luck with him. Susu felt that as a member of the team who had been at the bottom of the list for consecutive times, she had the worst luck. Rin was silent. How could she share it? Although the blessing of the wind seemed to be a skill that could bless others, it might be because of the low proficiency that it could not be used as an active skill at all. Ning, add points. Susu was excited. It's okay to have low proficiency, just add points and it's done. Shiyu had a headache and said, no, I'm afraid that quasi-god skills are somewhat different from super-level skills. Let's forget it. After we become legends, we'll try to add some quasi-god skills. If you say that super-level skills are maxed out, they become quasi-god skills. Then if the quasi-divine skills are maxed out, I'm afraid they will be directly upgraded to divine skills. Could the consumption be the same? Even though he hasn't tried it yet, he feels that it can't be the same. He's afraid that after adding points, he will directly become a totem undead. I got it, suddenly, Lin said, having a bold idea. So, the top intelligence is worthy of being the top intelligence. It directly uses the loading skill to hug Susu and let the two become one. In this case, can luck be shared? Ning. Susu was stunned, but Shiyu smiled and shook his head, saying, even if the quasi-divine skills are very powerful, they are definitely not as outrageous as you think. Let's do business first, even if you are lucky. There must be events to have good results. You guys just merged for no reason. It would be strange if you can get any results. Ning. However, just as Shiyu finished speaking, Susu, who became stronger through Lin's loading and comparable to the Overlord, suddenly looked stunned. It sensed something was wrong, and then took the initiative to activate the power of time, allowing its life level to reach the Overlord level. At this moment, Susu, wearing a blue mechanical hat, widened her watery eyes and quickly looked at Shiyu. It seemed to feel the call of the inheritance of the Kanghe ruins. Shiyu? Chitong? The inheritance condition of the Kanghe ruins is the Overlord level, and Susu naturally did not meet the standard. However, a long time ago, Shiyu and his friends wanted to try whether they could use the bug to let Susu temporarily reach the Overlord level by relying on the time fruit to cause a reaction in the Kanghe ruins. But obviously, it failed. The system of the Kanghe ruins was surprisingly perfect and had no loopholes. However, this time, Susu clearly felt that after she had reached the Overlord level through various means, there was an obvious summoning and guiding fluctuation on the Kanghe ruins. Hearing Susu's words, Shiyu, Chitong and the others were stunned on the spot. Don't tell them that they were so lucky that they happened to catch up with a bug in the Kanghe ruins. They mistakenly took Susu, who had obtained the Overlord level strength through the stacking buff method, as meeting the inheritance conditions. At this moment, Shiai went crazy, Chong went crazy, Shen Bao went crazy, and Chitong went crazy. They all looked at the mechanical hat worn by Susu. No. How can there be such a cheating skill? Can you do whatever you want if you are lucky? When can I try to merge with him? Shiyu also fell into deep silence. He didn't know whether they were lucky or unlucky. The Kanghe ruins reacted, which was a good thing, but it was said that after the Kanghe inheritance, the strength of the Kanghe elves would increase rapidly and soon reach the totem level. Obviously, he couldn't control it. It was a good thing for Susu, but it was not necessarily for him as a beastmaster. Never mind. Let's go and have a look first. At worst, I won't accept the inheritance of power. In addition to the inheritance of power, there may be other inheritances. Let's see if your previous life left any legacy, such as myths, legendary resources, etc. Shiyu was eager to try, but still couldn't resist the temptation of the ruins. Susu was also very excited. Wow, take off. Rin, the Eternal God. Chapter 402, The Inheritance of the Sea. Jingshu Island. The island where the Kanghe ruins are located in the secret realm of the Dragon Palace. Susu temporarily reached the Overlord through the Fruit of Time, and used the Blessing of the Wind to cause a bug in the Kanghae ruins. After mistakenly believing that it had reached the inheritance standard, Shiyu and his friends immediately summoned the bugs and came here. Looking at the Kanghae ruins that looked like a water cube, Shiyu, Susu and their friends were slightly nervous. Can it really succeed? Regardless of whether it can succeed or not, they have come here. If they don't go in and take a look, Shiyu and his friends will definitely be unwilling. In the past, when Shiyu and his friends came into contact with the Kanghae ruins, they would be blocked and unable to enter, but this time, they entered the Kanghae ruins easily, like passing through the water. The Kanghae ruins are spiritual. This spirit is more like a rule mechanism. In order to ensure that the Kanghae elf race can be passed on indefinitely, a protection mechanism is created. It is responsible for giving each generation of Kanghae elf reincarnations for inheritance. It is responsible for summoning every Kanghae elf reincarnation that has grown up to receive inheritance. It is also responsible for ensuring that the reincarnation of the sea elves can grow up and have enough strength to accept the task of inheritance, even if unexpected situations occur. This relic spirit was created by the first generation of sea elves, and the rules and mechanisms were established. Each generation of sea elves who accepted the inheritance strengthened it to ensure that it could exist forever. The form of the relic spirit in the sea relics is similar to that of the first generation of sea elves. As an elemental life, its entire body is composed of water elements, maintaining a noble humanoid posture, just like a mermaid, with a humanoid upper body, but a blue water flow like waves in the lower body. It is surrounded by water mist, and the thin water mist covers its beautiful body. With the water flow, it reflects a faint halo, giving it a hazy beauty. The sea relic spirit that woke up from its slumber was vague and felt very strange. It fell into a state of recollection. The last time it woke up seemed to be a year ago. At that time, it was awakened by a special telepathy. This telepathy is very special, as if it is looking for the traces of the sea elves. The spirit of the ruins should have ignored this kind of voice. However, due to the special circumstances at the time, the spirit of the ruins made a difficult choice. The first generation of the sea elves, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are a mythical race. They mastered two extremely powerful quasi-god skills and were the strongest demigods. However, even for demigods, even for elemental life, it is extremely difficult to survive the wear and tear of time and become eternal. But in order to protect the sea, the first generation of the sea elves came up with a method of reincarnation by will, relying on the power of faith and the inheritance of will to continue to reincarnate and reproduce. In this way, as long as the faith continues and the inheritance continues, the sea elves can exist forever in the world. But there are also certain risks, that is, with a decline of the power of faith, with a decline of strength before each reincarnation, and with a continuous wear and tear of time. The race potential after each reincarnation may fall. From a quasi-mythical race, to a high-level overlord, to a medium-level overlord, and then to a low-level overlord. At the beginning, this kind of fall was still within the tolerance of the sea elves. However, after countless years, the race level of the reincarnation of the Kanghae elves fell to the level of the extraordinary race, and the inheritance mechanism of the Kanghae elves could no longer be maintained. The inheritance of the Kanghae ruins had a gap of 3,000 years. During this period, the reincarnation of the Kanghae elves died the most times, and it became increasingly difficult for the reincarnations to reach the strength standard for accepting the inheritance. After waking up, the spirit of the ruins realized that this might not work, and it must seek changes, otherwise in another 100 years, there might be a reincarnation failure, and the inheritance of the Kanghae elves would be completely cut off. At that time, the Kanghae ruins and it would disappear together. At this moment, a human beast master with special telepathy who could wake it up from its slumber appeared. So, the spirit of the Kanghae ruins decided to make a bold attempt. No longer let the reincarnation of the Kanghae elves grow on their own. Instead, the reincarnation of the Kanghae elves would be cultivated by other lives. Although this might more or less affect the unformed thoughts of the reincarnation of the Kanghae elves, there was no other way. Originally, the Kanghae ruins had many good choices. In the ocean, there are many totem forces that have received the favor of the Kanghae elves, such as the Dragon Palace City. They would definitely be very happy to help the Kanghae elves grow up. But unfortunately, every awakening is very difficult for the Kanghae ruin spirit, and it cannot strongly affect the outside world and cannot actively contact those lives. In the end, It chose the human beast master, who woke it up and talked to it. It actually disliked this human beast master, but there was no better choice at the time, so it helped this human beast master find this generation of Kanghae elves reincarnation, hoping that he could quickly cultivate this generation of Kanghae elves. However, what surprised the ruined spirit was that it did not expect that in such a short time, only 1 year, this human cultivated the Kanghae elves reincarnation to the overlord level. This made the spirit of the ruins feel relieved, confirming that his choice was not wrong. At least, the inheritance of the Kanghae elves was not cut off. As for whether the next inheritance can be so smooth, it depends on the current generation of Kanghae elves to grow into demigods and find a way. In a ruin that looks like a deep-sea world, the spirit of the Kanghae ruins looked at the reincarnation of the Kanghae elves who were summoned to enter the ruins to receive the inheritance, and the human beast master it chose. The spirit of the Kanghae ruins understood that it was time for the reincarnation of the Kanghae elves and the beast master to separate. After accepting the inheritance, the reincarnation of the Kanghae elves will grow into a demigod-level existence in a very short time and take control of the ocean again. After that, the two sides may not be people from the same world. Although they are very grateful to the Beastmaster for helping this generation of the Kanghae elves to grow up. The mission of the Kanghae elves is still in the sea, and they cannot always stay with this Beastmaster. The spirit of the ruins looked at the Kanghae elves and the human Beastmaster who entered, and suddenly, his mood changed subtly. Sensing the life fluctuations of the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf gradually downgrading to the king level, a big question mark appeared in the mind of the relic spirit. Wait, didn't I sense that the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf reached the overlord level? I was awakened again because of this. How come it has become the king level again? Was I confused in sleep, or was I still dreaming? At this moment, the relic spirit of the Kanghae fell into deep contemplation. At this time, finally coming to the Kanghae ruins, looking at the sacred and noble Kanghae saint and relic spirit in front of them, Shiyu and Susu were also very excited. I knew that there was indeed a guardian spirit in the Kanghae ruins. Shiyu had an expression that was as expected. He said that if there was no guardian spirit, how could the Kanghae ruins hand Susu over to him so accurately? At the moment, seeing this elemental life with a humanoid image, Shiyu and Susu were both very excited. However, the relic spirit was very silent at this moment. I always felt that something was wrong. Why is what I saw with my own eyes different from what I just sensed? What exactly blinded its perception? Forget it doesn't matter. Hello, this generation of the Kanghae elves, and its protectors, the spirit of the ruin spread a gentle voice. Shiyu, Susu. What protector? Why do I feel that the style of this spirit of the ruins is different from theirs? Is this how the Beastmaster was called in the Totem era? Guardian Senior, you summoned us here, right? Is it possible for it to accept the inheritance now? Shiyu said. Ning. The spirit of the ruins looked at Shiyu and the others and nodded calmly. It carefully observed the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf and found that although it had not yet reached the overlord level, it was almost there. With the help of willpower, it can break through to the overlord level at any time, and the foundation is enough. The spirit of the ruins naturally couldn't admit that it had just sensed wrong, so it felt that it seemed feasible to let the Kanghae elf break through to the overlord level on the spot and then accept the inheritance. Yes, it is only a hair's breadth away from the standard for accepting the inheritance. At this time, it can accept the inheritance by breaking through with its will. The spirit of the ruins nodded. Does it have to break through? Shiyu was very happy when he heard it, but now he immediately wilted. But my beast control level is not enough to support the overlord level, and I feel that its foundation is not very solid, the spirit of the ruins said. Just cancel the spiritual contract. After accepting the Kanghae inheritance, the Kanghae elf will recover its peak strength in a very short time. At that time, no matter what the situation is, the contract will not be able to continue to be maintained. As for the others, don't worry. During the inheritance process, its race will continue to be optimized. Canceling the contract, after the spirit of the ruins finished speaking, Shiyu and Susu were stunned. Shiyu was speechless. Sure enough, just as he knew, after accepting the inheritance, Susu would probably recover the semigod level power very quickly, and at that time, the contract would definitely not be able to be maintained. Ning, Susu also looked embarrassed, and did not want to cancel the contract, fearing that Shiyu would not want it after the cancellation. You know, there is a demigod of the Abyss Sea in Team 2 who is eyeing the position of Team 1. And it happens to be the bottom of Team 1. Canceling the contract does not mean anything. After accepting the inheritance, it will still be it. The experience you have gone through together will not disappear, so don't worry. This is just for the Kanghae spirit to grow faster, the spirit of the ruins said calmly. 10 years will pass in a flash. By then, it will become the new lord of the Kanghae. This is the best choice for Lord Kanghae's spirit and the entire sea. Shiyu, Susu? 10 years? What do you mean? The spirit of the Kanghae ruins said. It only takes 10 years to accept the inheritance process, and it can restore the peak power of the Kanghae spirit. Susu. Ning. Susu turned her head and looked at Shiyu. Why don't we go? It doesn't want this Kanghae inheritance. 10 years of inheritance, the flowers are all withered. Susu made a simple calculation. It takes 1 day to add a super level skill, and 256 times to get to the skills advanced to the Dao. In less than a year, it can obtain a quasi-divine skill. 10 years, that's more than a dozen quasi-divine skills. Although it takes time for Shiyu to add points to other pets, the problem is that Shiyu's level will continue to rise, and the time required to add points will be reduced. 10 years, Susu feels that by then the second team will be mythical. And it is still accepting the inheritance. This is unacceptable. If it does not accept the inheritance of the sea, it can still protect the sea. At that time, it will cooperate with Aya to take over the Abyss Sea first. Shiyu. Too slow, Shiyu also frowned. 10 years, isn't this a scam? How many decades are there in a person's life? The spirit of the ruins? The spirit of the ruins thought that Shiyu would consider the overall situation and give up the contract for the sake of the future of the Sea Elves, so that the Sea Elves would accept the inheritance and return to the peak. And the Sea Elves will also obtain and inherit stronger power in order to protect the will of the sea. However, the conversation between the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf and this human beast master directly confused the spirit of the ruins. The reincarnation of the Kanghae elf doesn't want to accept the inheritance? Its beast master said that 10 years is too slow to become a demigod? What's the matter? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Don't you understand how strong the peak power of the Kanghae elf is? Said the spirit of the ruins. At the peak of the Kanghae elf, it was one of the few lives that mastered the embryonic form of 2 divine skills, and it can be called the strongest under the myth. This realm is difficult for countless lives to cultivate for millions of years, and now, you only need to sleep for 10 years during the inheritance period to restore the power of the peak period. Ning, it's still too slow. Susu felt very aggrieved. She thought that the Kanghae ruins would be the beginning of her counterattack, but she didn't expect that this inheritance would be so pitfalls. It actually took 10 years to pass on. How can it be lucky? It's obviously extremely unlucky. Why did it have to know such a bloody fact so early? In Shiyu's relic space, Qitong and the others were also paying attention to the situation in the outside world. Hearing that it would take 10 years to accept the inheritance of a demigod and obtain 2 quasi-god skills, 11, Chong, Qitong, and Shen Bao rolled on the ground with laughter. They just felt that Susu was extremely pitiful. Why don't you not accept the inheritance of power first, Guardian Senior? In addition to this, are there any other resource inheritances? Shiyu asked timidly. The spirit of the ruins? What, are you kidding? The spirit of the ruins was angry all of a sudden. What is this? Why is this generation of Kanghae elves so difficult to lead? Why is it different from the previous generations of Kanghae elves? Is this the disadvantage of letting other life forms cultivate the reincarnation of Kanghae elves? Suddenly, the spirit of the ruins panicked. It felt that things were beyond its expectations and it didn't know what to do. Ahem, Guardian, does it have to be at the overlord level? Does it have to be passed down for 10 years at once? Shiyu said, I think I understand what you mean. You mean, the Kanghae spirit probably has to be at the overlord level to have enough ability to receive the 2 skills of pure sea spirit and Kanghae contract, and in the process of receiving the inheritance, the proficiency of these 2 skills will increase with the passage of time, until they touch the rules and become the prototype of divine skills. So, is there a possibility to let it only accept part of the inheritance? As long as it learns these 2 skills, it does not need to reach a very high proficiency. In this way, can the time be shorter? Can it receive the inheritance at the king level? Ning, anyway. I will not cancel the contract. Anyway, I will not accept the 10-year inheritance. Susu was aggrieved, and her attitude was very strong. The spirit of the ruins? If it doesn't reach the overlord level, even the will of the Kanghae elf will find it difficult to bear the power of inheritance, and it may be lost. Once the inheritance is opened, If it is interrupted in the middle, it may cause the loss of the power of inheritance. At that time, even if a trace of power is lost, the Kanghae elf will not be able to master the prototype of divine skills, and it may cause its strength to be unable to reach the peak state in this life. If it cannot reach the peak state, then it will not be able to leave a legacy that allows the next generation of Kanghae elf to reach the peak state. Thus, the inheritance mechanism of the Kanghae elf will be cut off. So, do you know how simple your idea is? In other words, it can be done, Shiyu said, as long as it is at the king level and bears the inheritance of 2 skills. As long as it doesn't care about the loss of the power of inheritance, it can complete the inheritance in a short time. Right, you don't understand it all. The spirit of the ruins was angry. Shiyu and Susu were quite talented to be able to make a relic spirit that just looked noble and sacred into a big sister burning with anger. Ning, Guardian, I think this is okay. Just accept part of the inheritance first, Susu said. The spirit of the ruins, at Master Kanghae elf, why are you so depressed? The spirit of the ruins regretted a little that it had given the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf to the human in front of it for cultivation. Anyway, it couldn't understand the thoughts of the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf and the human in front of it. Why? Shiyu was silent for a moment, looked at it and said, 10 years is too long. Let it accept part of the inheritance. Even if it has just mastered the spirit of the pure sea and the contract of the Kanghae, I am sure that within 3 years, it can recover to its peak strength, or even stronger. Is this reason okay? The spirit of the ruins wanted to refute, but felt that Shiyu was a little arrogant. Shiyu had said before that he could cultivate the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf's extraordinary race to the overlord, and it was willing to believe this because it was not that difficult. But Shiyu actually said that he could cultivate a Kanghae elf with peak strength? And 3 years? Ning, before the spirit of the ruins could refute, Susu responded with trust, and it believed it. The spirit of the ruins was completely unable to understand, and only felt that Shiyu and the reincarnation of the sea elves were crazy. Why don't you go? The spirit of the ruins gnashed its teeth, not wanting to waste any more energy with him. It would be better for me to wait for this generation of the reincarnation of the sea elves to die, hoping that the next generation of the reincarnation of the sea elves can be more normal. Anyway, the inheritance mechanism must not be broken. Then let's go. Shiyu and Susu looked at each other, and Susu nodded. The inheritance of the sea was not worth a dog, so I should go back and add some points to become a sea elf. Wait, the spirit of the ruins panicked all of a sudden. Why did he really have to leave? It was so difficult for it to wake up once, and it was unknown when it would wake up next time. By then, it would not be so lucky to find a cultivator for the reincarnation of the sea elves, and the inheritance might be broken. Seeing the other party's tangled face, Shiyu said helplessly, then trust us this time. Maybe this generation of Kanghae elves can become eternal and become a myth. Forget it, since you are also a part of Kanghae elves. Shiyu looked at Susu, meaning to show it. At this moment, Susu condensed a memory droplet and handed it to the spirit of the ruins. The spirit of the ruins received the memory droplet. Then, he saw incredible scenes. Ning, Shiyu, add points. A water slime was touched on the head and mastered the infinite devouring that can devour all things to evolve. Ning, Shiyu, add points. A water slime. Being touched on the head, it mastered the frost cold air that can freeze time, and as points are added, the proficiency of this skill increases rapidly. Ning, Shiyu, add points. A water slime, who had just learned purification, added points to full proficiency in just 1 day. Master, add points. In the memory, under the gaze of the reincarnated body, a magic cube, under the power of adding points, suddenly touched the rules of luck and stepped into the realm of mythology. Ying, Beastmaster, add points. Yi, add points. With the sound of adding points, the spirit of the ruins saw many outrageous phenomena, including the current generation of the reincarnated bodies of the Kanghae elves being beaten by monster pets one by one, and the desire to become stronger. At this moment, the spirit of the ruins was somewhat silent. Infinite devouring, isn't that the strongest first-level water skill that can be traced back to the mythological era, comparable to spirit of the purified sea and Kanghae contract? How could a reincarnated body of the Kanghae elves learn it? Frost and cold, such a skill of ice and time, how could a reincarnated body of the Kanghae elves master it before accepting the inheritance of the Kanghae? Also, why can these skills be quickly improved with a human beastmaster's head padding of the sea elf reincarnation? From memory, The so-called super-level skills were improved almost effortlessly with the help of Shiyu. Even the quasi-divine skills, the human beast master also helped the pet to master. At this moment, the spirit of the ruins felt a little unscientific. At the same time, it seemed to know why this generation of sea-elf reincarnations could grow so fast. At the same time, it also understood why it was so repulsive to the word 10 years. It is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. So, they really have the confidence to help an extraordinary life cultivate quasi-divine skills in a shorter time? What is this? The spirit of the ruins did not understand Shiyu's skill illustration talent. Real divine skills? Who is this human? Guardian, you should believe it now. As long as it masters these two skills, I can make it grow to its peak state in a shorter time, even surpass the peak and become a true mythical life. At this time, Shiyu really hoped that Susu could accept the inheritance in advance. The power of purification of purifying sea spirit combined with Kanghei contract is definitely much stronger than that of the intermediate skill purification. At that time, with these two skills, add points to the whole team, maybe the culling time can be shortened a lot. Obviously, this is a skill that can enhance the efficiency of adding points. The sooner you get it, the better. Not only that, it is best to get the Kanghei ruins. He found that this relic is comparable to a mythical relic, and it is better than the various meditation effects of the legendary ruins. For this reason, he even showed the growth experience of Susu and others to the spirit of the relic. After seeing this, the spirit of the relic was indeed silent, looking at Shiyu and the human beast master in front of him incomprehensible. It fell into deep contemplation. You, experiment with me in person, that is, the add points just now, a few days later. Under the magical power of adding points, after witnessing the more outrageous addition of points than the Kanghei inheritance, the spirit of the Kanghei ruins was convinced. Willing to let Susu accept part of the Kanghei elf inheritance in this state. During this period, Shiyu felt it was a pity that, apart from the power of inheritance, the previous generation of the Kanghei elves had left nothing behind. In addition, it was a pity that the basic spirit of the pure sea and Kanghei contract were not born quasi-divine skills, unlike the blessing of the wind. They needed to be raised to the extreme and touch the rules before they could be upgraded to quasi-divine skills. According to Chongsun, every superclass skill was the embryo of a quasi-divine skill, so obviously, there were good embryos and ordinary embryos. For example, if the water element control was cultivated into a quasi-divine skill, it must be the water rule. And if the time mark was cultivated into a quasi-divine skill, it must be the time life and death rule. The uses involved after cultivation are naturally different. The reason why the Kanghei elf is so strong is that it has cultivated these two skills into quasi-divine skills. And the combination of these two skills can undoubtedly produce an effect comparable to a divine skill. Just like the ordinary time mark, it has no destructive power itself, but when combined with the self-explosion, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a divine skill. The combined quasi-divine skills of the Kanghei elf also have similar effects, name, the sea contract, introduction, a superclass skill of the water and space systems. Sign a contract with the sea. No matter where you are, you can directly mobilize the power of the ocean and obtain endless energy. This skill can directly allow Susu to have infinite energy value. From this description, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a quasi-divine skill, but there are also shortcomings. Although it can mobilize infinite energy, the amount that can be mobilized in an instant is also different due to the different skill proficiency. Even if a water pipe can flow water forever, it is difficult to flood a city. But the eternal and continuous torrential rain that sweeps the world can destroy the land. This is the effect of the sea contract with different proficiency. It can be said to be a superclass skill with very strong potential. With a skill, Shiyu's team should have no shortage of energy. In addition, name, Spirit of the Purifying Sea, Introduction, a superclass skill of the water and spirit systems. It can create a spirit that purifies everything. The more energy provided when creating the purifying spirit, the greater the purification intensity. At first glance, it is an ordinary purification skill. However, the spirit of the sea of purification is combined with a Kanghei contract with infinite energy. Even if both skills are entry level, as long as they are combined and given enough time, the Kanghei elf can use the endless energy of the sea to create the strongest purification spirit that can purify the abyss demigod. It is said that the first generation of the Kanghae elf used the power of the entire sea to create a purification spirit and integrated it into the ocean, so that the ocean had the ability to purify itself. The combination of these two skills is the foundation of the Kanghae elf as the strongest echelon demigod. The two skills are indispensable. Without one, it is not the Kanghae elf. Just like the moon explosion and time mark of the ginseng baby, without one, it is not the self-destructing ginseng that crosses the level to destroy the totem. At this time, Shiyu is waiting for Susu to complete the initial inheritance. As long as it learns the spirit of the Sea of Purification and the Kanghae contract, then, as long as the purification spirit possesses the object to be added, the ability of the whole team to bear the pain of adding points can be epically improved. As long as the pet does not waste too much time, Shiyu will need to spend less points. In addition, the spirit of the pure sea can also purify his fatigue. Maybe, before the World Championship, the skill level of the whole team will be higher than expected at the beginning. Recommend this book, Beast Tamer. The author, original Beast Tamer seedling, no system and no heroine. This book is the first Beast Tamer novel that connects the theme of beast taming and the shuttle between the two worlds. The conflict between cyberpunk and fantasy styles is very bold, and the protagonist's crossing mechanism is also very interesting. Because it involves two different worlds, the settings of the first two chapters of this book will be slightly more. It is not until the third chapter that it is completely on track, which is a bit slow. In this book, the Beast Tamer does not have different beast taming talents, but has abilities similar to the combined talents. Because the world background is not peaceful, this book will not be written in a conventional way for big competitions. The author's writing style is light and humorous, and he can't live without emoticons. Finally, a small spoiler, the first pet of the protagonist of this book is based on a cat. P.S. I heard that this author hired artists to draw the characters and pets himself because there were no enthusiastic readers to draw fan fiction. He also made a bold statement that he would dress as a woman when he went to Samjiang. Let's wait and see. Chapter 403 The Reason for the End of the Mythology Era. In the deep blue Kanghae ruins, a towering water column connects the sky and the earth. Inside the water column, Susu in the form of a water slime has been sleeping for a long time. It is receiving the power inheritance of the Kanghae ruins. During this period, Shiyu was accompanying it. The meditation effect in the Kanghae ruins is really good. It is much better than the ruins that the Sky Emperor left for the Void Mantis. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a mythical practice ruins. Originally, Shiyu was still obsessed with the ruins of the Void Mantis. But now, it's just so-so. After Susu accepted the inheritance of the Kanghae elf, the control of the Kanghae ruins fell into Susu's hands. Rounding it off, it fell into Shiyu's hands. Shiyu is already looking forward to the scene of wandering around with the Kanghae ruins. Although he and Susu both said that the Kanghae inheritance was not worth a damn, the Kanghae ruins are still a good thing. The powerful place of this ruins is not only the meditation effect. Instead, there are more than 100 projections of this ruins all over the world. Like the Kanghae ruins in Longgong City and the Kanghae ruins in the Colorful Islands, they are all projections of the original ruins. And through the Kanghae ruins, they can teleport between these projected ruins. In other words, if Shiyu obtains the Kanghae ruins, then he's equivalent to having a space teleportation array that spreads all over the world. Shiyu naturally knows what this means. He will be invincible. For example, at the time in the Seven Islands, if he had the Kanghae ruins, even if he did not have any bodyguards, he would have obtained mythical resources in full view of the public, and the totems and legends present could not do anything to him. Because Shiyu can use the Kanghae ruins to instantly teleport himself to the Clean Water Island in Longgong City and instantly teleport himself to the Venomous Fang Island in the Colorful Islands, and get away with it. Just like the Kanghae ruins teleported him in order to find the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf. It is probably difficult to interrupt this transmission if you are not a demigod. After all, this is a relic created by the Kanghae elf at its peak. And the strength of the Kanghae elf at its peak is probably second only to the World Tree clone. After all, it gathered the faith of the entire ocean at that time. This generation of the sea elf has a stronger will than I thought. The spirit of the sea ruins thought that it would be difficult for Susu to receive the inheritance of superclass skills with her king-level strength, but it found that it was wrong. Susu slept very comfortably throughout the whole process. It was indeed trained. After all, when it was at the extraordinary level, it began to experience the baptism of superclass skills from Shiyu. Thanks to my good training, the spirit of the ruins. How is the progress? Shiyu asked. The spirit of the sea ruins said, the reception is very smooth, and the initial evolution will be completed soon. Really? Shiyu looked expectantly into the Tongshan water column. Sure enough, with a reminder of the spirit of the sea ruins, Susu in the form of a water slime soon surrounded by blue evolutionary light, and her life form began to change. After receiving the inheritance of each generation of the sea elf reincarnation, the race will evolve towards the original race of the sea elf. That is, the form of the first generation of the sea elf. At this time, under the entanglement of the blue evolutionary light, Susu's figure began to change, outlining a mermaid-like form, with water forming a long flowing blue hair, bright blue eyes, beautiful features, and a voluptuous upper body, and a blue fish tail that flows like waves in the lower body. Its entire body is made up of water, which is similar to the humanoid ice elemental life that Shiyu transformed into when he challenged Kideo with a Lubai vest, but its temperament is more noble, with a breath of otherworldliness, and in the form of a dreamy ocean elf, it exudes a sacred purification wave. Name, Susu. Race, sea elf. Attributes, water, ice. Race level, high overlord, quasi-mythology. Growth level, king level. Race skills, super level, holy water ring. Mastery, water ice element control. Mastery +2, wave cannon. Mastery, sea contract. Beginner, pure sea spirit. Beginner, professor skills, super level, infinite devouring. Mastery, sky frost cold. Mastery, energy value 8.01 million. Under Shiyu's gaze, Susu opened her eyes and looked outside the water column. At this time, sensing that Susu had inherited new skills, Shiyu could be said to be extremely excited, but he also had a headache. He couldn't wait to break through to legend and get a new skill slot. Or, it feels like maxing out skills such as super alloy, and then deleting them to make room for new skills. However, it is not a big problem not to copy the sea contract and pure sea spirit. Because the Kanghae ruins contain all the Kanghae contracts and the experience of the pure sea spirit from entry to the Dao. Susu only needs to continuously receive the inheritance from here. When it is not needed, it will be interrupted. Although it is a little less efficient than adding points, it is worth it. Now, as it evolves, the figure of the ruined spirit next to it continues to dim, while Susu is completely awake. What a waste, the figure is getting dimmer and dimmer, and the ruined spirit can't help but say, this kind of inheritance is obviously safer to receive it all in one go, but now, Susu has only received a part of it and interrupted the inheritance, which is bound to lead to the loss of the inheritance power. If it continues like this, it will be difficult to rely on the inheritance power to cultivate quasi-god skills normally. However, it looked at Shiyu. With the help of this Beastmaster, it would be fine if some of the inheritance power was lost. After all, if it doesn't do this, the reincarnation of this generation of Kanghae elves will never accept the inheritance. They should be able to successfully cultivate the lost parts themselves. When it was about to fall into deep sleep, the spirit of the ruins felt aggrieved, feeling that it was purely self-inflicted, and gave the Kanghae elf and himself a father. If I could do it again. I hope everything goes well. The spirit of the ruins was silent. Shiyu smiled and said, it will go well. When it reaches the semi-god, we will wake you up. At that time, we will let you witness it become a myth together. If we can't break through, we will also ensure that the mechanism of Kanghae inheritance will continue to be passed on. The Kanghae ruins, the Kanghae elves, and the spirit of the ruins are in a symbiotic relationship. Opening the inheritance consumes the power of the spirit of the ruins, and it will fall into deep sleep until the new generation of Kanghae elves grow to the peak, and then it can be re-given consciousness through its ability and let it be responsible for the next reincarnation. During this period, the Kanghae elves will take over the control of the Kanghae ruins. After completing the task, the spirit of the ruins does not know whether there will be another reincarnation, but it hopes that Shiyu and his team can really succeed and make the Kanghae elves reach the myth level. After all, if there is another reincarnation, the racial level of the Kanghae elves may have to be lowered. By then, it is uncertain whether the reincarnated body will be so lucky to grow up. The Kanghae inheritance must change, otherwise the Kanghae elves will really become extinct. If Susu is the reincarnation of the will of the Kanghae elves to protect the sea, then the spirit of the ruins is the will of the Kanghae elves to ensure that their race can continue. I hope so. After getting Shiyu's promise, the spirit of the ruins nodded and slowly turned into a drop of sea blue water. Shiyu took the drop of the ruins and realized that this was the controller of the Kanghei ruins. Usually, after the Kanghei elves accept the inheritance, they will swallow the drop of the ruins and become the new master of the ruins, but you are still young, I will hold it for you first, and I will give it to you when you become a demigod, Shiyu said to Susu in the sky. Susu, Ning, Susu was interrupted from the inheritance, and it returned to the form of a water slime. It still felt that this form was convenient and comfortable. Although the other form is stronger, it always feels uncomfortable to use. In battle, it is the sea elf form, and in daily life, it is still the water slime form. At the moment, Susu looked at Shiyu eagerly as he took away the ruins' water droplets, and she couldn't say anything. The ruins of the sea, it's ruins of the sea, forget it, it doesn't matter. Susu then showed an excited expression. It has already felt the power of the two new skills. Originally, Susu was worried about whether its strength could be improved after accepting the inheritance. But now, after feeling the power of the new skills, it is no longer worried. Infinite energy. At this time, I already have infinite energy. This may be a bit exaggerated, but the energy of the entire sea is something that no number of demigods can compare to. When the energy behind Susu is the entire sea, it is no problem to say that it is infinite energy. Susu can feel that he can already use the full-level multiplication as normal without any consumption. 11 cannot do it. Susu could also feel that as long as it was given enough time, it could condense 600 billion water clones in the infinite space in its body. Shen Baobao wanted to condense 600 billion clones to self-destruct, but was limited by maintenance and energy and could not do it. However, Susu, who had infinite energy at this time, could do it. At that time, 600 billion clones exploded together. Susu already felt that a bright future was waiting for her. In addition, the skill of the pure sea spirit had no level cap at all, and was not restricted at all when it was created. As long as it outputs enough water power when creating the pure sea spirit, even if it is now at the king level, it can create a pure sea spirit that can purify the poisonous dragon totem, black goat, black yak and even meteorite. As long as it is used with the infinite energy of the Kanghei contract, it can be done. Of course, limited by the output power of the entry-level Kanghei contract, it may take a year or two to create a totem-level pure sea spirit, and it may take decades to create a semigod-level pure sea spirit. This is something Susu can't wait. It feels harder to condense than the mark of time. But if it is just enough to purify the spirit of the sea of purification of the overlord-level poison creatures, it can easily condense it. And the spirit of the sea of purification can also be condensed and stored in advance. Like Dao Dao Bear, the spirit of the sea of purification not only has the power to restrain poison, curse, and plague, but also can cleanse will and emotions. If the enemy is chasing Shiyu, it will send a spirit of the sea of purification to the enemy, and the enemy will think, why do we have to fight and kill? Isn't it better for everyone to be harmonious? If Susu is fighting with 11, it will send a spirit of the sea of purification to the enemy, and 11's fighting spirit will be purified instantly, and he will think that the team should not be so aggressive, and he should give in to the fifth sister and surrender voluntarily. After realizing the power of the spirit of the sea of purification, Susu can't wait to start the next team meeting. Oh, no, it needs to use a month to prepare for the battle. Just like 11 must condense Dao Dao Bear before the battle, and Shitong must condense scapegoats before the battle, it must also condense enough spirits of the sea of purification before the battle. Ning, Susu excitedly shared the power of these two skills with Shiyu. It's necessary to concentrate more, Shiyu nodded. Ning, right, yes, how many times the team skills can be added before the world game depends on whether your spirit of the sea of purification is powerful enough. Let's arrange the super alloy of 11 first, and fill it up, Susu. Susu, who was originally happy, suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Suddenly she realized that the strongest effect of her spirit of the sea of purification was to purify negative emotions and pain. When Shiyu added points to the pet would be in great pain and risk getting lost when receiving super-level skill experience. The longer the receiving time, the longer the time to add points, and the greater the consumption of Shiyu. Therefore, its purification ability depends on how much Shiyu consumes. If Shiyu's consumption is reduced, the speed of adding points for the whole team can naturally be improved. Susu's face was bitter. Wait, is there something wrong? This is not an epic enhancement for herself. It is clearly an epic enhancement for the whole team. Why do all the ginseng babies gain powerful combat skills after evolving, and it, after finally accepting the inheritance, has gained the purification skill to assist the whole team? Ning, Susu's eyes were filled with tears again, feeling that it was still very hard to become a Kanghae elf. Don't worry, we will first fill up the super alloy of 11, and then we will add some for you, Shiyu smiled. Ning, Susu felt that this was about right, after Shiyu and the others came out of the Kanghae ruins, holding the ruins' water drops, and looking at the Kanghae ruins in front of them. They could feel that they could teleport themselves to other Kanghae ruins projections with just a thought. However, each projection can only be teleported once within a period of time, and it takes a long time to restore energy, but these problems are not big. More than 100 projection ruins can be used as teleportation locations, which is equivalent to adding more than 100 escape opportunities for them, which is enough. In addition, after coming back this time, Shiyu could feel that he was not far from the legendary Beastmaster. The feedback from Lin's evolution and Susu's evolution is huge. After all, one is a mythical race and the other is the strongest demigod race. If he practices hard in the Kanghae ruins, Shiyu feels that it will take less than a year for him to break through the strength of the beast control space to level 7. This breakthrough speed will definitely surprise people. But it's still a little short. After Shiyu came back, he sighed. He still couldn't catch up with the world competition. After all, that thing only lasted for more than 3 months, and during this period, he couldn't practice meditation all the time. If there is no new opportunity, it is estimated that he can only rely on the identity of a level 6 beast control master to fight in the world competition. However, even so, Shiyu was not discouraged. Who said that a level 6 beast control master could not become the most valuable title legend? After returning, Shiyu called Xiaobe Long and sent it to invite the overlords of the Environmental Protection Department of Longgong City who were willing to go to Tinxiang to participate in the event one by one, and he himself was called by Lin to study the fossil dream together. After the experiment, even with a bonus of good luck buff, the fossil of the mythical creature still could not enter the dream. However, with the improvement of the good luck buff and the myth revival skills, and the perfect fusion of Lin and the Killen fossil, Shiyu and his team have captured a lot of dream information remaining in this fossil. At present, Lin is carefully analyzing it. Lin, in the form of a magic cube, showed Shiyu his research results by playing the dream picture on the screen. In the picture, there is still a wind killen cub running away, but compared with the last time, the difference is that Shiyu and his team saw the creature chasing it behind the wind killen. It was a creature that Shiyu and his team had never seen before. It looked like those mythological totems, and it looked like it was composed of multiple different species. It had a purple-red body similar to an ant, and its body was huge. Each of its limbs was like a dragon's limb, with sharp dragon claws at the end. Its face was as ferocious as a demon, and under its blood-red eyes were rows of sharp white teeth, revealing green saliva. Even on its back, there are 4 pairs of long and huge sharp purple-red spikes extending, which looks extremely evil. At the same time, the place where it steps, the originally desolate world, is even more weird. The sky and the earth are covered with purple-red, as if forming a domain. What is this? Seeing this monster, even through the screen, Shiyu can feel a huge sense of oppression. Lin said, judging from the information in the dream, this should not be a native creature of the blue planet, alien invasion. Shiyu asked. Do you have any speculations? Tell me quickly, okay, master. Lin nodded and said, according to the dream information, the mythological era was originally an era with abundant natural energy. All races had the opportunity to become gods. The extraordinary creatures of that era were easier to grow and touch the rules than those in our era. In Fenkillen's dream memory, there is an incomparable nostalgia for the good life in the past, and all of this ended with a sudden war. All creatures on Blue Star were swept into a war, including mythological creatures. Because of this war, the space of Blue Star was shattered, and countless races were exterminated. Because the battles frequently mobilized natural energy, the natural energy level of the entire planet also fell to the bottom, thus causing the entire world to enter a desolate era. And the fuse of this war should not be the battle between the native creatures of Blue Star, but from Thefren enemy, because in Fenkillen's dream memory, in my memory, the monster chasing it was an invader, so I judged that the mythological era of Blue Star was originally an extraordinary prosperous era, but because the life civilization in the universe coveted the resources of Blue Star and invaded, Blue Star was forced to be involved in the war. Master, do you still remember Susu's mortal enemy, The Abyss Sea. The Abyss Sea is also a force inherited from the mythological era. The power system comes from the sky, with the ultimate goal of polluting the ocean of Blue Star. I judge that the Abyss Sea should be one of the great enemies faced by the mythological era at that time, and there should be quite a few enemies like this, and the enemy that caused the extinction of the Killen clan should also be one of them. This is an invasion of the universe civilization against a Blue Star civilization, she nodded and said. This speculation has indeed been made by many archaeologists, who believe that the mythological era ended in a war, or civil strife, or invasion. However, no matter which archaeologist, no one can produce evidence. Lin said, this war should have ended with Blue Star's victory, but the price of victory was too great. The planet's energy has been almost exhausted because of the war between gods. Therefore, under the will of Blue Star, the mythical beasts that survived the war fell into deep sleep one by one, or left Blue Star to find a new home, waiting for the energy of Blue Star to recover to the level of the mythical era. At the same time, the will of Blue Star left behind an incarnation, which turned into a world tree and supervised the ecology of the entire Blue Star. The invasion of cosmic civilization should be for something. We can regard it as a kind of planetary resources, but because of this war, Blue Star has changed from a resource-rich planet to a barren world. Coupled with the strength of the native beasts of Blue Star, to a certain extent, it has cut off the idea of cosmic civilization to invade Blue Star again. Because there is no benefit to be found, there has been no war of this scale in the Totem era. However, the planet can recover by itself. After enough time has passed, Blue Star will sooner or later return to its previous state. By then, cosmic civilization should invade Blue Star again, and even the Abyss Sea, maybe. It is a legacy left by a cosmic civilization to supervise the ecology of Blue Star. Even the meteorites may be a surveyor sent by a cosmic civilization. For hundreds of millions of years, there are many civilizations inherited from outer space on Blue Star. The Western Abyss Sea and the meteorites in the East are only a part of them. No one can tell how many cosmic lives have been integrated into Blue Star. If the mythological era revives again, it means that the energy level of Blue Star is about to return to the standard of the mythological era. At that time, not only will those sleeping beasts wake up again, but Blue Star will also enter the eyes of invaders who are in Blue Star. It is very likely that a new round of war between gods will occur around Blue Star. After Lin's analysis, Shiyu fell into deep thought, feeling that it was extremely troublesome. It would be better to have another totem war. In fact, there are various similar versions of what Lin analyzed in the current archaeological community, but these statements cannot be confirmed. However, the conclusions that Lin found through the dreams of creatures in the mythological era can be proven in terms of authenticity and accuracy. If this discovery is taken to participate in an archaeological conference, it is estimated that the mythical resources will be 100% in hand. At that time, not only the 7 countries, but also other local totem countries will be extremely wary of extraterrestrial forces, such as the Abyssal Sea and the Meteorite Clan. For the human race, the totem aliens are enemies, but for the entire Blue Star life, the cosmic life is a bigger enemy. However, this information alone is definitely not enough. It is probably difficult to get recognition. It is necessary to show that Lin has mastered quasi-god skills. Shiyu feels that if he wants to get this mythical resource, it will probably be very hot. In addition, what makes Shiyu feel troublesome is that Susu has now evolved into a sea elf. If it also participates in the world competition, there is a certain probability that the sea elf will be exposed to the contract of the human beastmaster. At that time, the Abyssal Sea will probably target him. Shiyu's eyes were filled with tears. He felt that he had done nothing, so why did he have so many potential enemies in a confused manner? Master, don't be sad. Think positively. Maybe I guessed wrong, but I'm still angry. Let's go and have a fight. Chapter 404 The 7th Pet. When Shiyu was in Longgong City, the legendary beastmasters of the 7 islands, Finghuangidun Jixiang and Finghuangidun Jie, arrived in Donghuang. Because their purpose was clear and their destination was the ancient capital, the former legend of the ancient capital, the president of the ancient capital university, and the new legend of the ancient capital, Lu Qingyi, was responsible for the reception. Teacher, do you think Shiyu and Lu Bai are the same person? After Finghuangidun Jie and Finghuangidun Jixiang came to Donghuang, they still had great doubts about this question. Although no one in Donghuang thought that Shiyu and Lu Bai were the same person, They had different opinions after seeing Lu Bai crack the Phoenix ruins in person. Lu Bai was definitely not as simple as he seemed. He was definitely not a beastmaster who came here purely for communication. He should have been planning to crack the Phoenix ruins from the beginning. In Donghuang, the most likely person to crack the Seven Islands Phoenix ruins was Shi Yu, an archaeologist who had a contract with a Phoenix clan mixed-blood hero. In addition, Lu Bai also had a similar pet. It doesn't matter anymore, and we will know it soon. After arriving in Donghuang, the two legends directly met the ancient capital legend waiting for them here. Welcome. Principal Feng smiled and introduced himself when he saw the two Seven Island legends. This one is Legend Lu Qingyi, the honorary president of the Donghuang Archaeological Association. She also knows something about the legend of Mu Huayin and the history of the Empress. Next to Principal Feng, Lu Qingyi nodded and gestured slightly. Feng Chuanqi, Lu Chuanqi, hello, Phoenix God Lord and Phoenix Court Ji Xiong said. Our Dr. Shi Yu and the others not here. However, what concerned the two was that Shi Yu and Lu Bai, who they had expressed to Donghuang that they wanted to see the most, were not here. Shi Yu and the others have a mission and are not here at the moment. They may not be back for some time, Principal Feng said. Phoenix Court Ji Xiong and Phoenix Court Ji Yi were silent. Then can we know why Lu Bai can decipher the Phoenix ruins? We have indeed studied this and can tell you too. Principal Feng nodded and said, let's find a quiet place first. In order to win over Phoenix Court Ji Xiong and Phoenix Court Ji Yi, it is impossible not to say anything. In a private room, Principal Feng and the two sat facing each other and said, according to our research, the reason why Lu Bai was able to crack the Phoenix ruins and enter the ruins without being harmed by the Phoenix ruins to take away the inheritance was because his pet beast, whose bloodline itself was the direct descendant of the owner of the Phoenix secret realm. We have guessed it, Feng Huangyi and Jixiang said. So the gambling agreement of the Donghuang exchange group was for some purpose from the beginning. Before coming to Kidao, Lu Bai knew that he could definitely crack the Phoenix ruins. Principal Feng smiled and said nothing. But it was equivalent to saying everything. If you don't have the confidence to win, playing a gambling game, you are not stupid. In other words, Donghuang already knows the identity of the owner of the Phoenix secret realm. Feng Huangyi and Jie asked. Lu Qingyi nodded and said, the owner of the Phoenix secret realm was a strong man in the Phoenix clan named Sun God Phoenix during his lifetime. Sun God Phoenix. The secret realm is indeed full of Yangan. The two Phoenix Academy legends agreed. And the Sun Phoenix Senior is currently in Donghuang. He is the guardian god of Donghuang during the Empress dynasty and has a close relationship with Her Majesty the Empress. What? It's still alive? The two Phoenix court legends were shocked. You didn't just say when it was alive. No. If it was still alive, how could it allow its own ruins to be lost outside? Although it's alive, it's no different from being dead. I believe you two have learned about some of Donghuang's history before. The Empress dynasty has been destroyed for a long time. The reason for the destruction is naturally due to the Totem War. As an important patron saint of the Empress dynasty, it was the first to be hit during the demise of the Empress dynasty. It was cursed by the enemy and was forced to reincarnate. However, since this curse involves the power of rules and may come from a demigod, even after reincarnation, it still carries a strong plague and a secondary curse. It is a living disaster. For this reason, the Empress at the time could only seal it. Unfortunately, the Empress dynasty was destroyed too suddenly, and it didn't wait until it was unsealed. At that time, Donghuang was already crumbling. The expressions of Hao Hao in Yui and Hao Hao in Kika changed slightly. Lu Qingyi continued, although it was sealed, it still retains consciousness. As time goes by, the power of the curse on it becomes weaker and weaker, and its own consciousness becomes clearer and clearer. It also told Donghuang how to recover. Currently, Donghuang is working hard to rescue and restore this senior. The location and decryption method of the Phoenix secret realm were also told by the senior. This is the treasure house left behind before it was sealed. Some of the resources inside can be used to purify the curse on it. If the two of you want to truly confirm the origin of the Phoenix secret realm, you can wait until we rescue this senior before coming back. That makes sense. Feng Huang and Kika had a complicated expression. She had done in-depth research on the Phoenix secret realm, and had already believed half of what Lu Qingyi said. Principal Feng said, Phoenix Court God Lord, as far as I know, Phoenix Shrine mainly believes in this senior, and you, Phoenix Court God Lord, have risen because of the secret realm left by this senior. How about you take Phoenix Shrine and join Donghuang? I heard from Baha'i legend that the guardian god of Chishen Island at that time even attacked you because of the Phoenix secret realm. This kind of thing must not happen in our Donghuang. Impossible. Phoenix Court Norha shook her head and said, no need to say more. She was alone, but many priestesses of Phoenix Shrine all had families in Kidao, and some even came from big families. It was impossible for them to lead Phoenix Shrine to join Donghuang. I don't want to talk about other things. I just want to know if there is anything I can do to rescue and restore this senior. I want to communicate with it as soon as possible with a clear consciousness. Principal Feng, why don't you two stay in Donghuang first? Lu Bai has a close relationship with the senior. When he comes back, we will have a deeper communication. Principal Feng didn't think he could succeed in poaching people directly. Everything had to be done slowly. Principal Feng and his team did not hide the matter of the undead phoenix, because it was no longer important whether what the undead phoenix said was true or false. Even if the undead phoenix was an enemy, so what? In Shiyu's words, Phoenix's mother was so generous that all the mythical resources were sent to her. Even if she was an enemy, he couldn't bear to hurt her mother, so he would wait until Susu became a demigod before rescuing the undead phoenix. Even if the undead phoenix had any conspiracy, under the purification of the quasi-god skill, the spirit of the pure sea, it could become a kind-hearted guardian of Donghuang and a good phoenix. It can be said that from the moment Shiyu contracted the Kanghe spirit with the strongest purification power, he was a general. Who among the serious beast masters uses Yangayan to purify the curse? While Zai Long was helping to run errands to set up the exchange team of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, Shiyu experimented with the spirit of the pure sea. The spirit of the pure sea looks like a blue water spirit, and its shape is exactly the same as that of the Kanghe spirit. It can, like the dead spirit, possess other living or dead things to complete the purification. After Susu used the time fruit to temporarily reach the overlord level, she tried her best to use the Kanghe contract to condense a maximum of the pure sea spirit before overloading. At this time, this is not just the pure sea spirit, it can be said to be a combination of purification plus time fruit plus Kanghe contract plus pure sea spirit. After condensing, it merged and attached to Eleven's body. Add points. At the same time, Shiyu's hand fell on Eleven's fluffy head and began to add points to the super alloy. Yi, next to him, Shen Bao worked hard to nurse. Each pet beast performed its duties. The possession of Qitong and the loading of Lin improved Shiyu's status as much as possible. After a series of operations, Shiyu looked at the cooling time and fell into deep thought. Cooling time. 12 hours. With the assistance of the whole team, it only takes 12 hours to add super level skills to a pet beast with the will of the overlord, which shortens the time by half. Stable. After being confused, Shiyu was ecstatic. This means that before the world game, he should be able to let the team have 3 super level skills of the superb level. The super level skill of the superb skill is an ability that only a powerful totem level player can master. With 3 of them, even if the opponent is an invincible overlord or a totem level player, he may not be unable to fight. Susu's mastery of the spirit of the pure sea is indeed an epic improvement for the team. Originally, Shiyu was in a hurry to develop his telepathic talent because he was worried that there would not be enough time left to add points, so he could not kill in the world competition and was forced to find new abilities. But now, even if the talent is not successfully developed, the chance of winning the championship has at least increased by 30%, which is stable. Ning. At this time, the team discussed who should add points next. 3 superb super level skills. 11 super alloy must take 1, after all, it is the skill with the closest proficiency to superb skills in the team, and it would be a waste if it is not added. Although 11 would like to improve his immortal body to superb skills and create a real immortal body, it is a bit embarrassed to continue to compete for a favor because one skill has already been selected. Susu thinks that she should choose her own frost cold air, which has both auxiliary and attacking time skills, which will definitely shine and play a key role. Shenbao thinks that she should choose her own plant control, and the time fruit transformed by the superb level of plant control will definitely be the best auxiliary prop in the team, which can greatly improve the whole team. Maybe, after eating it, Lin of the mythical race will have a stable totem level combat power. Lin thinks that although she does not have the will of the overlord, the cost effectiveness of choosing myth revival is still very high. After all, it is a skill that can tap the power of God. Chong and Chiden also have some small ideas. For example, Chiden wants to revive the dead to the superb level, so that she can control the totem level and the combat power will also increase greatly. Chong Chong also has a small idea. The superb level forbidden magic field can directly destroy 99% of the overlords and make them unable to control the power of nature. It is also very cost-effective. Shiyu himself was also having a headache. At this time, the best thing to do was to temporarily give up adding points to the super alloy. After all, the potential and strength after the 11th evolution were unknown, which was equivalent to gambling. But the proficiency of super alloy was so high, and if he didn't continue to add, it would be a waste. Anyway, now there's a bonus of good luck. Shiyu decided to continue gambling, maybe relying on the super level evolutionary skills of the superb level, gambling out a mythical race. There are 2 main positions left. Shiyu pondered and finally decided to give them to Shen Bao and Su Su. They both have the will of the overlord, so it is easier to add points. As for the follow-up, it depends on the situation. Wu Shiyu's side has a huge harvest. After confirming the plan to add points, the little white dragon ran back excitedly. Shiyu, 10 dragons have been gathered this time. Longgong City sent overlords to Tinxiang for exchanges, and there is no need for too many overlords. 10 is already a lot. And picking 10 from the Ministry of Environmental Protection, which has nearly 100 overlords, is naturally easy. The little white dragon flew over quickly, and Shiyu walked out of the room. Are they all here? Who are they? Shiyu asked. Uncle Heech. Second brother. Dr. Shenbei. Sister Binglong. Shiyu nodded, and there were some familiar faces. Uncle Heech, Tong Shenwei, the top overlord of the dragon system, with an energy value of nearly 90 million, should be able to beat that King Lin Jiao. Some legendary players in Tinxiang cried. Second brother. It is probably the second Prince Tegu Lilong, who was beaten by 11. Isn't this guy at the king level? It looks like he has broken through. Dr. Shenbei. The overlord nurse who was responsible for treating the radiation of the poisonous dragon at that time. Although she is not a dragon system, it is normal for the exchange team to bring a nurse. Which one is Sister Binglong, among them? Only this title made Shiyu a little confused. Binglong is the adopted daughter of Senior Ice Dragon King. Senior Shiyu, don't you know? Oh this, Shiyu was stunned. He really didn't know. More sisters for no reason? It seems that the Ice Dragon has also established itself in Longgong City. He has started to take in adopted daughters. He should have gathered several overlords under his command. By the way, isn't your eldest prince also an overlord? Didn't you call him? Seeing that the eldest prince was not on Xia Abelong's list, Shiyu asked curiously. Xia Abelong said with a dark face, how dare I? Besides, that guy is a practice maniac. He trains in the ruins of Longgong all year round. He wants to break through to the totem as soon as possible. He should not be interested in exchange activities, is that so? Shiyu nodded. The eldest prince of Longgong City is a 9-clawed golden dragon. He should be the strongest dragon under the Dragon King of Longgong City's totem. He is worthy of being the eldest prince. He is just better than the third prince. After the exchange team was gathered, Shiyu saw that the time was almost up, and he said, I'll call another person, and then we'll get ready to set off. Okay, Xia Abelong agreed again and again. And Shiyu directly called out Su Su and asked it to take him back to the sea. Above the East China Sea, after leaving the deep sea secret realm, Shiyu took out his cell phone and called Senior Sister Lu. After a moment, Senior Sister Lu's voice came from the other side. Shiyu, Senior Sister, I'm almost ready here. Are you free? We can set off for the trip to Tinxiang we talked about last time. Here I am. Lu Chengyi on the other side of the phone was very upset and said, the legend of the Phoenix Shrine has arrived. The legend of the 7 islands named Finghuangyunjie is still pestering me to ask if Shiyu and Lu Bai are the same person. When communicating about the phoenix pet, she said that she could sense that my kingling phoenix bird also ate the phoenix fruit, and asked you if Lu Bai gave the phoenix fruit he got to me. Well, you still want to fight me. Shiyu, did you say something nonsense to me? And your vest, why does it feel like anyone can guess it? Shiyu, he almost forgot about the 2 legends of the 7 islands. Well, the main thing is that in the end, I didn't want to hide it. Anyway, the resources are in hand, and the army of Longgong City has arrived. Don't worry about them for now, let Principal Feng receive them. Let's go to Tinxiang first. Well, Lu Chengyi asked, aren't we waiting for Dong Huang to form an exchange group? No, Longgong City is also going to form a group to go to Tinxiang. Let's go with Longgong City. If you're done, come with Teacher Ying as soon as possible. Okay, Lu Qingyi nodded. After getting the news from Shiyu, Lu Qingyi, Gemcat, and Void Mantis set off for Longgong City in the ancient capital. Shiyu remembered that the Elf Queen seemed to say that the Dragon God would also go to Tinxiang, but in the past few days, there was no movement from the Dragon God and the Elf Queen. After throwing the exchange task to him, there was no news. So are they going together or separately? Or have the two legendary bosses left? Shiyu couldn't help but be curious, so he encouraged Chong Chong to ask. Above the Dragon God Palace, when Chong Chong went to the Dragon God statue for training, he asked cautiously as he passed by, What he meant was, Senior Dragon God, the Beast Masters are going to Tinxiang in the near future. Should we go together or separately? In the Dragon God Palace, the Dragon God and the Elf Queen have been exchanging their training experiences these days. The Dragon God is a demigod level life, and the Elf Queen, as a mixed blood Beast Master, has a Beast Master talent similar to that of the Martial Emperor. She can use the power of 9 contracted elves to temporarily become a demigod level life and master quasi-god skills. Both legends are strong people who have come into contact with the power of rules, and both involve wind-related rules, so naturally they have a lot of experience to exchange. Both sides are engaged in the exchange, and a few days pass in a flash. It seems that they are ready, the Elf Queen said. Then let's go, the Dragon God said. What do you think about letting Shiyu go to the mythical ruins with us? The Elf Queen said. The Dragon God glanced at her and said, He's not even a legend. Do you want him to die? The Elf Queen smiled and said, How could that be? Never mind. I just thought he might be able to help. Then, it should be okay to let him mess around with those low-level ruins in Tinxiang, the Dragon God said. Just make sure he's safe, don't worry. I don't want him to get into trouble. He's a little genius who has contracted a mythical race. The Elf Queen smiled and said, If he's as unreliable as Lin Feng, I'll have a headache. After all, I'm going to entrust him with a royal elf. At the beginning, Lin Feng kidnapped a genius royal elf that was highly valued by the Elf Queen from Tinxiang. As a result, not long after, Lin Feng disappeared. The Elf Queen was furious. The Elf Queen felt that she didn't learn from her mistakes. Seeing Shiyu's talent this time, she even thought of letting Shiyu contract a Tinxiang elf, which could be regarded as deepening the connection between Shiyu and Tinxiang. The Elf Queen is half human and half elf. Her family, which is now the Tinxiang royal family, involves 3 races, humans, elves, and half-elves. Among them, the elf royal family can be contracted. However, it is still different. Lin Feng took the initiative to go to Tinxiang to abduct the elves, while Shiyu was the Elf Queen who took the initiative to make friends with Shiyu. In the eyes of the Elf Queen, Shiyu's talent is even better than Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng, who has an evolutionary talent, has not cultivated a mythical race pet, while Shiyu did it. Although Shiyu is an archaeologist, this profession is very dangerous, and it is very likely that he will disappear while exploring the ruins like Lin Feng in the future, but Shiyu has the blessing of the wind to protect his luck, so he should not be so unlucky. Therefore, after careful analysis, the Elf Queen felt that it was very necessary to let Shiyu contract a Tinxiang elf to deepen the relationship between the two sides. Especially in this era of great change, one more trump card means one more way out. Although Shiyu is very weak now, no matter how you look at it, he will become a legend in the future after contracting the mythical race. He may not be willing to contract the elves on your side, Dragon God said. Shiyu came to Longgong City and directly contracted the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf. Now there are more mythical race pets. Even that bug is not simple. The power of fantasy it masters, if it is cultivated into a quasi-divine skill, is undoubtedly the strongest rule power, which is the creation and creation rules, with extraordinary potential. She felt that the Elf Queen was wishful thinking. You don't understand this. Why do you think Lin Feng is thinking about the elves? Is it because the elves have extraordinary potential and outstanding talents, said the Elf Queen. The beautiful elves, as humanoid life, are just like the mermaids and dragon girls in Longgong City. They just grow up in the human aesthetics. Sometimes, what attracts the Beast Master is not necessarily strength and potential, but also appearance. Besides, the Queen of Elf is still very confident about the talent and potential of her own elves. They are a group of guys who are so arrogant that even the legendary Beastmaster of Ting Township looks down on them. Did we forget to reply to that bug? It seems so. The result of the inquiry of the bug was not ideal. After staying near the Dragon God Palace for a while without any response, the bug immediately ran back. The bug stammered and said to Shiyu in the air. Isn't he here? Shiyu shook his head. Forget it, never mind, just go. When Senior Sister Lu and the others arrive, we will gather the environmentalists to set off. Are you looking for us? On Kanghae Island, not long after the bug came back, the figure of the Queen of Elf appeared in the sky, which scared Shiyu and the bug. Didn't you say you were not here? The bug, ORZ, damn, you didn't reply to my message again. Your Majesty, Shiyu immediately looked over and said, it's okay, I just want to ask when we can leave. Silvera said, you can leave when you are ready. Also, you are now a level 6 Beastmaster, right? Yes, Shiyu was startled. What happened? It shouldn't be long before you become a legendary Beastmaster. Well, in another year or two, I feel it will be almost there. Shiyu made a conservative estimate. Silvera said, not bad. Do you have any ideas for the 7th contract position? The 7th contract position? Shiyu was startled. Why did the Elf Queen ask this? Well, when you go to Tinxiang, are you interested in contracting an elf? Silvera asked with a smile. Elf. Shiyu was very surprised and said, if there is a suitable object, of course I am willing to do so. However, in the short term, I may not be able to make a contract. Even if I find a suitable partner, I am afraid I will have to wait for a long time. Shiyu's initial idea was to get one of each type of pet. Animals, plants, elements, undead, machinery, humanoids. At present, it seems that there is indeed a lack of a humanoid pet. Elves, mermaids, dragon girls, angels, demons, etc. are actually good choices. Now that the Elf Queen took the initiative to talk to him, Shiyu directly abandoned other options. The Elf Queen clearly saw his potential and wanted to make friends with him. After contracting an elf, everyone is a family. Of course, the premise is to find a suitable object. After all, he currently has very strict requirements for the pets of the first team, and the positioning must be beneficial to the whole team. Shiyu calculated that if he could become a legend in the future, there would be 3 more contract positions. As for the 7th pet, Shiyu really had no idea. His original idea was to see what could be hatched from the Star Beast egg. If it was suitable, he would contract it. If not, he would be the second team. Now, it seems that there is one more choice. These are trivial matters, the Elf Queen said, before the contract. Just treat it as a run-in. If you don't get along well, there is no need to continue the contract. In that case, I will introduce you to a few elves after you arrive in Tinxiang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Tinxiang Ancient Country. The Elf Queen left. Before she left, she aroused Shiyu's interest. She wanted to introduce an elf to him. Why did she feel like a parent or colleague was going to introduce a blind date to him? Shiyu sighed. He recalled the situation of the ancient country of Tinxiang. The predecessor of the ancient country of Tinxiang was originally a huge elf country. They believed in the Mother Tree of Life. The Mother Tree of Life is said to be the incarnation of the plant-based gods who fell in the mythological era. Now it has lost its former power and is only equivalent to a mythical resource. The elves were born under the care of the Mother Tree of Life, and the elves naturally assumed the responsibility of protecting the Mother Tree of Life. But such resources will naturally attract many covetous people. However, because of the strength of the elves, although the elf kingdom often went to war with foreign enemies, it was basically fine and ended in victory every time. But there is no reason for eternal prosperity for all things. The decline of the elf kingdom was due to the fact that the Mother Tree of Life mutated into the Mother Tree of Darkness for unknown reasons, infecting a large number of elves into dark elves. Because of this change, the elves split internally. The infected tribes that became dark elves were still willing to believe in the Dark Mother Tree, but the uninfected elves believed that the Mother Goddess had been invaded by darkness. The civil strife among the elves thus arose. The Tinxiang human race rose during this period, and the civil strife ended with the dark elves taking the upper hand. The Holy Land of the Elves, the Forest of Life, was also renamed the Dark Night Forest. Some of the Orthodox elves fled to the farther natural forests or the depths of the ocean, while others relied on the help of humans and have been fighting against the Dark Night Forest to this day, which is now the Tinxiang Ancient Kingdom. The first ruler of the Tinxiang Ancient Kingdom was a legendary beastmaster who had contracted elves. However, as the relationship between the human race and this part of the elves became closer and closer, the half-elves of mixed blood eventually became the core royal family of the Tinxiang Ancient Kingdom. Of course, even if the ruler of the Tinxiang Ancient Kingdom is a half-elf, the bloodline is still dominated by humans, otherwise it would not be possible to join the Seven Nations Alliance. After all, the Seven Nations Alliance is an alliance of forces dominated by humans. The reason why they can accept mixed blood is that the legends of the rulers in other countries are not very normal. The mechanical legends of Shenfang and Donghuang have transformed themselves into mechanical life. The legend of Kidao is a human-based cyborg, which is also not a normal human. The legend of the ruler of the ancient country of Minghua, because the contracted ones are all dead spirits, also made himself neither human nor ghost. Shiyu estimated that it was relying on the possession of the full-level dead spirits, changing the blood and soul, and through this method, delaying life and enhancing strength. So no one should say anything about anyone. Humans have limits, I must hold on, Shiyu thought. However, after eating the immortal fruit, he seemed destined to not be a normal person, and his eyes were full of tears. Whose normal person can become a totem-level dead spirit after dying? Here it comes. Not long after, the gem cat brought the void mantis and Lu Chengyu to Longgong City. In addition, Lu Chengyu was accompanied by a hegemon-level elf. She was over 1.6 meters tall, with long silver-white hair and purple gem-like eyes, and was extremely delicate. She was wearing a loquat white robe made of wind element, with gorgeous purple light dotted on it. Her figure was illusory, indicating that she was a dead spirit, not a normal elf. Obviously, when senior sister Lu entered the state of possession, all the changes were inherited from this elf girl. Hey, little girl, you're going home soon, are you looking forward to it? Shiyu looked at the elves around senior sister Lu with a smile. After Shiyu finished speaking, the elf hid behind Lu Chengyu nervously, and then showed an annoyed expression and said, in terms of age, I am older than your great-great-great-grandmother, but at your age, you are just a child in the elf tribe. Shiyu was happy. Okay, Leon, whatever he says is what it is, Lu Chengyu said helplessly. You were just like a child, Tinxiang elf, you are aggrieved, you guys are bullying me together. Come to my side, I'll let your teacher take you to play around in Longgong City, Shiyu said with a smile. He had seen this wind-type garden elf before. In addition, because he had learned possession with Akame's memory drops, in theory, Akame could be considered our teacher. As for this elf, we don't know what it was like in life, but after reincarnating into a dead spirit, it lost a lot of memory and was basically no different from a child. Although 11, Chong and the others were not very old, if this elf was considered a child, then 11 and the others should be considered babies and cubs. Why don't you take me to play with you too, said the Void Mantis. Although the Sky Emperor had been to Dragon Palace City, this was its first time. Dragon Palace City seemed to have a teleportation array built by the Sky Emperor, but unfortunately, it should no longer be usable without the Sky Emperor's maintenance. Come on, let's go, I'll take you to see Bingbing, the gem cat said happily. Void Mantis, what is Bingbing? Nothing, just an old senior from the shitty dynasty, Void Mantis. How can there be such an old person? Void Mantis was shocked. How could this person still be alive? Time system, you know, this, Void Mantis was envious. The sense of superiority of the space system disappeared in front of the time system. After senior sister Lu and the others arrived, Shiyu simply entertained them, and then began to notify the errand runner Little White Dragon to confirm the departure time. One day later, the Dragon Palace City army assembled. The leader is Shiyu, a level 6 beastmaster. Bodyguards, totem level, Frost Dragon, Gemcat. The exchange members are the 10 Dragon Palace City overlords, headed by the Dragon Palace City General Tong Shinwei and the 2nd Prince Tegu Thunder Dragon. The accompanying pendants are Lu Qingyi, Tinxiang Elf Lotus, Void Mantis, and the 3rd Prince Little White Dragon. It can be said that the lineup is quite luxurious. With this lineup, there is no problem even if they go to fight the Sky Fox Kingdom, even if the Fox God is a top totem. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of Dragon Palace City's power. which is enough to show how a giant dragon palace city is among the totem forces. Shiyu felt that in fact, in the near future, Longgong City should be able to add another totem dragon king. Because now Susu has accepted the inheritance of the Seals, it will not take long for it to purify the poisonous dragon totem. At that time, Shiyu can barely give it the position of a general of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, become his younger brother, and enjoy extremely high treatment. I hope it will not be ungrateful. After all, it is a life-saving grace. The dragons are all here, on an island very close to the entrance and exit of the secret realm of Longgong City. Shiyu looked at the 11 members of Longgong City in front of him and said, "Minister Shiyu, they are all here." Tongshan Whale agreed. In addition to those who are more familiar with Shiyu, other overlord dragons are paying more attention to Shiyu. For example, the Ice Feather Dragon, the adopted daughter of the Frost Dragon, is an overlord-level ice dragon with good strength. It looks at Shiyu and admires him very much. It has endless curiosity about Shiyu, who can make its stepmother mutter and think about him all day long, and who can be favored by the Dragon God and command hundreds of overlords in Longgong City. I don't know how far the self has grown, Dr. Shenbai murmured in his heart. Now my strength should be able to crush it. This time, the exchange in Tinxiang is a small opportunity. I have to find a chance to get back at it, the ancient Thunder Dragon was also muttering. At the banquet in Longgong City, the ancient Thunder Dragon was abused by 11 and was very irritable. Although it joined the Ministry of Environmental Protection afterwards, it actually went there to challenge Shiyu conveniently. Although the ancient Thunder Dragon is more reliable than the little white dragon, the second prince, who was born with a superior background and live a life of luxury, has not practiced as crazy as the eldest prince. The main reason is that with its identity, even if it challenges the overlord in Longgong City, the other party will be embarrassed and give way. It has never been treated as being crushed and restrained. Therefore, it added a few notes about 11 and Shiyu in a little notebook. Now, after some efforts, it went to the top totem father to ask for a legendary resource. The second prince has now been reborn. With his super-level skill proficiency and a thunder legendary resource, he has broken through to the overlord level in 2 items. 2 words, invincible. 8,700, 7,100, 6,600, 5,800. At this time, Shiyu's eyes also swept a few times over the exchange members. Among the combatants, the Tongshan Whale must have the highest energy value, followed by the second prince's 66 million. Shiyu felt that it probably used some enhanced legendary resources that can enhance the energy value when it broke through. Otherwise, how could it have such a high energy value when it just broke through? The others are relatively average. Except for the nurse, Dr. Saint Bei, who is 71 million, the others are all around 60 million. The top overlord combat power is only Tongshan Whale, who didn't come. Even if it is Tongshan Whale, it is estimated that it came to take care of the little white dragon. Yes, 4 top overlords like General Yaksha, Queen Mermaid, and even the strongest overlord like the Grand Prince, an exchange activity is not worth their efforts. However, although there is no top combat power, there is no weak chicken. Although the energy value does not mean anything, the fact that there is no energy value lower than 55 million has already explained the problem. It is just right to communicate with those World Championship players in Tinxiang. Now that we are all here, let's go, Shiyu said with a smile. For the sake of efficiency, next, I will put you in a relic space, and call you out when we reach the destination. It's boring on the way. I have prepared special drinks and fruits in the space, and everyone can chat and communicate there first. Thank you, Minister Shiyu. The Black Dragon Overlord said politely. This is the father of the Black Dragon baby in the contract of Zhu Yunshian Wang, and he feels not as strong as the Green Scale Dragon. Then everyone, come in first, Shiyu nodded. He now has a total of 4 relic spaces. One is the Kanghe Relics, Relic Water Drop, which is only used for Susu to accept inheritance and practice with him. It can be regarded as an exclusive mythical level training resource, and can also be regarded as a super teleportation array. One is a legendary relic card, which is used for daily training for the 11, and can also be used as equipment to enhance space-based sealing moves. The second is the relic ring, which is used by Shen Bao to study various spiritual fruits. It is the granary of Shiyu's family. If the food and training relics are put together, it is a bit dangerous. Next is the relic ring, which was eliminated by Shiyu and was prepared by the 11th game for Fang Lan as a gift for entering the game. These guys are all overlords, so Shiyu naturally entertained them into the relic ring, a high-level relic equipment, in which Shen Bao has prepared various spiritual fruits that water-based and dragon-based creatures like, enough for them to squander along the way. As for the Ice Dragon and the Gym Cat, they are in the Ice Dragon's own relic space, playing cards with a Void Mantis, Lu Chengyi and others. Everything is ready. Shiyu summoned Susu and set off directly. Even without these bodyguards, Shiyu can now be said to have the capital to go global. Multinational strength. This was originally the positioning of the legendary level, but for Shiyu who mastered all kinds of outrageous full-level skills, it was also very easy. Susu was originally very troubled by being a driver, but after learning the Kanghei contract, it didn't matter. Unlimited energy value, just be willful. Driving a boat, all depends on the waves. Tinxiang ancient country, capital, Rogland. The pinnacle of power in Tinxiang is naturally the Elf Queen, but usually, the president of the Tinxiang Beastmaster Association handles national affairs on behalf of her. Orlin, an old lady over 60 years old, was given the title of Sky Supporting by the Seven Nations Alliance. Her strongest record was a tie with a giant totem that was powerful enough to support the world, and it happened that her main contract object was also a humanoid giant, and her trump card was an invincible overlord Earth Giant. Therefore, her title is so domineering, Sky Supporting Legend. At this time, President Orlin has summoned the players of this year's Tinxiang World Championship, 2 young legends under the age of 30, and 3 top masters who can fight against the Overlord. These 5 people are all the players that Tinxiang decided to send to participate in the World Championship. They can only send these players, because the others will be cannon fodder. These players can at least gain some benefits in the Overlord War. Not every force is aiming for the first place. When the World Championship begins, there will be endless opportunities with the ruins of myths and legends everywhere. In previous World Championships, there are also people who have gained huge benefits in Inadara and broken through to legends on the battlefield, and even obtained legendary and mythical resources. In terms of results, Tinxiang is a little bit behind. After all, they have been at the bottom for 3 consecutive times. One day later, the Overlord team of the Dragon Palace City in the East Sea will arrive in Tinxiang. The dragons of Dragon Palace City are powerful and even stronger than the Dragon Empire. They are very good objects for you to test your strength before going to Inadara. In recent years, our contradictions with the Dragon Empire have been expanding. In the world competition, you will definitely be targeted by them. There are not many local dragon overlords in Tinxiang. This time, we specially invited the Overlord of Dragon Palace City to communicate. You must cherish this opportunity. Yes, President Oran. 5 young people, 3 men and 2 women, and 1 man is a mixed blood with pointed ears. He looks like a male half-elf. The elves are one of the few extraordinary races that have no reproductive isolation from humans. Those dragon hybrids, phoenix hybrids, and human ghost hybrids are actually formed by extraordinary life injecting their blood power into humans, forcibly changing the blood, and then multiplying and growing among the hybrids. However, elves and humans can directly reproduce, but the probability of reproduction is really small, and in most cases, it is not a genius that is bred, but a hybrid with many defects. Although hybrid transformation can easily create a defective race if the technology is not mature, the cost of trial and error is much lower than direct reproduction. It is easier to form and find a stable method. President Oran, you are looking for us. After President Oran of Tinxiang gave instructions, the 5 Beastmasters left this place and waited for the arrival of the Dragon Palace. Soon after, 4 beautiful elves came here. 3 of them were pure-blooded elves and 1 was a half-elf. Among them, the half-elf dominated the elf bloodline and mastered extraordinary power. They could not open up the beast control space, but they could be contracted. 4 elves, 2 overlords, tall and outstanding temperament, and the other 2, including the half-elf, were like girls, slightly shorter, 1 king level and 1 commander level. They are all members of the Tinxiang royal family. They are very talented, especially the 2 overlord elves. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of race, they are destined to not be able to participate in the world competition alone. Whether it is the 7 human nations or the Totem Nation, one thing that is very confusing is why the World Tree of Planetary Will loves the human race. Things like the blessing of the World Tree have always been given to humans. Events such as the World Championship were originally held only for the 7 human nations. Even if it is open to the totem nation, only human beastmasters under the age of 30 in the totem nation are allowed to participate. If other extraordinary beings want to participate, they can only sign a contract with humans. Whether it is a contract dominated by extraordinary beings, an equal contract, or a contract dominated by humans. Because of this, many people even speculate whether the human race is a race created by the world tree, so it is so favored. However, it is undeniable that since the rise of the beastmaster profession, both the forces dominated by the human race and the totem forces that exploit the human race as a nutrient have developed rapidly, and the human beastmaster seems to be a catalyst for the rapid development of the Blue Star civilization. Just like the elves and dragons, they grow slowly. If they want to grow naturally without eating a lot of resources, it will take a long time. But as long as they cooperate with human beastmasters and enter the beast control space, their growth rate will change dramatically, and then they will have more time to break through the limits of their race. The emergence of the beast control space and the beast control talent has greatly increased the growth limit of extraordinary life. Well, I asked you to come here because of the Dragon Palace City Exchange Group. President Orlin nodded. Do we have to participate in the exchange as well? Among the 4 elves, the leader was a queen elf wearing leather armor, with a hot body and long red curly hair. She asked with doubt on her face. No, but it is also related to this matter. President Orlin looked at the 4 elves and said, there will be a beastmaster from the ancient country of Donghuang in the exchange team of Dragon Palace City this time. Your task is to have someone who can get his recognition and sign a contract with him. What? After President Orlin finished speaking, another overlord-level elf with long golden hair, a white princess dress, and sky-blue eyes said, President Orlin, you are not kidding, sign a contract with a beastmaster of Donghuang. The girl-like half-elf also stared with blood-red eyes, unable to understand. Why do you want to do this? The last elf girl with 4 pairs of transparent light wings and emerald green hair also asked at a loss. You know, they have an extraordinary status in Tinxiang. Even if there are several legendary geniuses in Tinxiang who are enough to compete in the world competition, as long as they don't want to, the other party is not qualified to sign an equal contract with them. Judging by the racial level, the 4 of them are all high-level overlord races. They may not necessarily become totems, but they have a great chance to reach the totem level. The overlord level, the endpoint of other creatures, will only be the starting point for them. This is not what I meant, but what Her Majesty the Queen meant. President Orlin shook her head and said. Her words shocked the 4 elves on the opposite side. Just like the totem sons and even totems of Dragon Palace City have few chances to see the dragon god, in the ancient country of Tinxiang, the elf queen is also a mysterious and high-ranking existence. Even the royal family of Tinxiang, not many people can see her. And such a high-ranking elf queen would actually take the initiative to ask them to sign a contract with a human, and a human who is not from their country? Who is the other party that can make Her Majesty the Queen so concerned? Her Majesty said that this is also for your good. She will not force you. She just provides you with an opportunity. Whether you can grasp it depends on you. President Oran was actually incredible at this time, but after all, it was said by Her Majesty the Queen herself, and she had no say at all. Grandma Oran, who is the other party, the only half-blood, the blood elf girl said blankly. Using? Shen Ling. The hot-bodied elf queen was very knowledgeable. She came up and directly locked onto the 2 most talented beastmasters of Donghuang and asked. It should be Xianling. It is said that she is the descendant of the legend of Donghuang Shenun. If it is her, it seems to be excusable. The information of Xianling is extremely mysterious. She is also the descendant of a legend. She is also a genius legend. If we consider the common interests of Tinxiang and Donghuang, a deep alliance between the 2 will be beneficial to both parties. In addition, they have 2 overlords, who must also be legendary to be qualified to conclude a contract with them. If it is Shen Ling, then the identities of both parties are really on the same level. No, they are equivalent to marrying up. After all, they have no direct blood relationship with Her Majesty the Queen of Elf, and the legend of Shen Ling is the descendant of the legend of Shenun. Shen Ling, President Orlin shook his head and said, it's not her. Just a descendant of a legend, it's not worth Her Majesty's attention. Her Majesty said that the Donghuang Beastmaster she said will become a legend in the future, will become a legend. The 4 elves were shocked. Is this evaluation serious? Even since the founding of the ancient country of Xinjiang, there have been no more than 3 legendary beastmasters. Who on earth has received such a high evaluation from Her Majesty the Queen? I don't know if you have heard of his name, President Orlan said. Shi Yu, a genius archaeologist from Donghuang, his representative achievement is the research of the mechanical fantasy beast system. He is currently the first person under the Donghuang legend, a 6th-level beastmaster. To be honest, although Shi Yu's name has a great influence in the fields of machinery and archaeology in the 7 kingdoms, it is not very familiar to this group of genius elves. After all, the hottest topic in the 7 kingdoms recently is still the World Championship. And the most discussed in the World Championship are undoubtedly the geniuses who have reached the legendary level in various countries, as well as the legends of the Totem Kingdom. People like Yu Xing and Shen Ling are a group of people who have received much attention. The title of the first person under the legend is in a very embarrassing position. Even if you are the first person under the legend, you are not a legend after all, and in the World Championship, legend should be the threshold for competing for the championship. Because they don't know much about the fields of machinery and archaeology, the 4 elves can't know the meaning of this name very deeply. However, the name Shi Yu still surprised them very much, just because President Orlan said, the other party is just a 6th-level beastmaster? A level 6 beastmaster. The 2 overlord-level elves looked at each other in bewilderment. How did Her Majesty see that the other had the potential to become a legend? The Queen did not tell me the specific reason, but Her Majesty must have her reasons for saying so. It is worth mentioning that Shi Yu is the leader of the Dragon Palace City Exchange Group this time. And he also has a high status in Dragon Palace City. He is the honorary general of Dragon Palace City, in charge of a special department, and in charge of nearly 100 overlords. The training team that came this time are all Shi Yu's subordinates in Dragon Palace City. If the concept just now was a bit abstract, then when President Orlan said this news, the 4 elves present were stunned for the first time. What a joke. A level 6 beastmaster, with nearly 100 overlords under his command? Even if it was a single totem dragon king, there would not be so many overlords under his command. This is to catch all the overlords of Dragon Palace City in one fell swoop. How is it possible? Although the relationship between Longgong City and Donghuang is very good, it is absolutely impossible for a 6th-level beastmaster to have nearly 100 overlords under his command. How can Shi Yu have such a high status in Longgong City? What is Her Majesty doing at this time? Let alone the 4 elves, even President Orlan was quite confused and shocked. He didn't understand why Her Majesty would evaluate a new generation genius of Donghuang in this way. It will become a legend. An outrageous evaluation. However, compared with these 4 elves, President Orlan did know more about Shi Yu's achievements. The mechanical fantasy beast system was indeed an epic-making invention. It even made the Kamikaze Kingdom crazy about acquiring fossils. Could it be because Donghuang and Her Majesty reached some conditions? Such as mechanical fantasy beast technology? It doesn't seem to be the case. If it was just like this, Her Majesty would not have such a high evaluation of Shi Yu. The key must still be Shi Yu himself. We don't know now, but we should know it soon. As long as the 4 of them get to know Shi Yu, they will know why the 6th-level Beastmaster is rated higher than the descendants of legends such as the legend of the Divine Bell in the mouth of Her Majesty the Queen. And if this person is really as extraordinary as Her Majesty the Queen said, then he will definitely become the brightest new star on a bigger stage. After sailing down, Shi Yu and his team finally arrived at the ancient country of Xinjiang, the port of Logrins. When they got close to here, Shi Yu called out all the members. The Frost Dragon, the Gemcat, the 2nd and 3rd princes, and the rest of the Dragon Palace, all descended on the sea. At this time, the arrival of a dragon or even many dragons can be said to have shocked the marine elf army stationed in Logrins in an instant. They almost thought it was the Dragon Empire that attacked. After all, it seemed that the leader was a dragon. But soon, the person in charge here remembered that the Dragon Palace City Exchange Group would arrive soon. President Orlan of Xinjiang has been waiting for a long time. She stood at the port, feeling the sea breeze. When she saw the Dragon Palace people coming, she smiled. "Welcome, distinguished guests. Please follow me," President Orlan said. "Hello, President Orlan." As the leader, Shi Yu took on the responsibility of communication. The Frost Dragon didn't bother to care about these things. It has shrunk to its normal size, about 2 or 3 meters tall, and blended in. As a totem-level creature, It already has the ability to transform the race and develop skills. Most totem creatures first develop multiplication skills to make their physique reach the appropriate size in different occasions. At the same time, keeping a smaller state is also conducive to long-term activities. Otherwise, it is okay to move with a body of 100 meters to show dominance or to fight, but if it is boring in daily life, it is purely asking for trouble. You will get hungry quickly, so it is better to sleep. Your Excellency Shiyu, and this one, is that Your Excellency the Ice Dragon King? President Orlin looked at the most prominent Ice Dragon King. It was very novel for a giant dragon to join the Dragon Palace City, because most giant dragons would join the Dragon Empire, but she also knew that this was related to the fact that this ice dragon was the war pet of the Donghuang sage. At the same time, it was also related to the ice dragon's own mumbling. Who let the inheritance of the Dragon Empire almost let a human beastmaster destroy it 2,000 years ago. The status of the Dragon Empire was suddenly reduced in the heart of the young ice dragon. At that time, it did not follow the giant dragons to resist. In order to prevent being implicated, it decisively ran away and ran to Donghuang, and then was caught by Mu Huayan as a refrigerator. Although the life of fighting side by side with Mu Huayan was very painful, it did change the ice dragon a little. You must be President Orlin of Tinxiang. Binglong saw that the other party was talking to him, so he replied, I hope this exchange activity can go smoothly. Titled legends are also divided into different levels. Like President Orlin, he is a normal titled legend who can fight against totems and even defeat weaker totems. And like Mu Huayan, she is a stronger titled legend. During the Totem War, the totems they faced were basically top-level totems. At that time, it was difficult for ordinary totems to survive. They were directly killed by the Emperor of Time as the first batch of targets. Although Mu Huayan could not defeat the top-level totems, she could still compete for a long time without losing the upper hand, and she deserved the title of the first general under the Emperor of Time. In Binglong's opinion, that legendary tyrant of the sea was not bad either, and his full strength was not much weaker than Mu Huayan's, while the current President Lin Xiaolin of Donghuang might be even more terrifying. Binglong had never seen this guy send his pet, but this guy shook a bunch of totem-level infant team too, which was already a legendary beastmaster. And the Xiaolin was obviously a step behind, so Binglong was also very tough. Therefore, it made sense that Tinxiang was the weakest of the 7 countries. Not only was its own strength not very strong, it was all supported by an elf queen, and it was also in a hostile relationship with 2 major demigod forces at the same time, and the situation could be said to be very tense. That's natural, President Xiaolin smiled and said, but there's no rush for the exchange. We have prepared a lunch to welcome you all. You've been tired all the way, so why not take a day off first? Roar, the dragons nodded one by one. That's great, then see if the food in Tinxiang is worse than that provided by the white radish. Apart from anything else, the fruit made by that ginseng baby is really top-notch. I just don't know how the ginseng baby tastes. In addition to the Dragon Palace, the lunch prepared by Tinxiang also included a group of beastmasters and elves called by President Orlin. Of course, this number of people alone was not enough to make it lively. In order to show enough courtesy, most of the legendary beastmasters, overlord-level life forms, and even members of the Tinxiang royal family in the capital of Tinxiang came. The huge communication square can be said to be very lively. However, although there are many people, the most important ones are the Dragon Palace and Tinxiang geniuses. They are the main communication objects in the next few days. It turned out to be Shiyu, the leader of Dragon Palace City is actually him. Who is Shiyu? You don't even know Shiyu, mechanical fantasy beast. Moreover, he is the first person under the Donghuang legend. But it's still strange, how can he have such a deep relationship with Dragon Palace City, and as the leader of Dragon Palace? The Tinxiang mechanics and archaeologists who are familiar with Shiyu are shocked. In the communication square, Shiyu was chatting and laughing with President Orlin with a smile on his face. He felt that he was very proud to come out of Dragon Palace City. When he went out with the Donghuang exchange group, he was just a junior and had to bow down to the legends. But when he went out with Longang City, the president of the Tinxiang Association, one of the 7 major countries, and the titled legend directly contacted him. What is the Minister of Environmental Protection? Tactical retreat. It's better to do it as soon as possible, and it's best to start the exchange tomorrow. At this time, Shiyu had already started to confirm the date of the exchange activity with President Oran. Although Shiyu was not in a hurry to go back, it was naturally better to finish this kind of official business as soon as possible, so that he would have the energy to deal with personal matters. No problem. At this time, President Oran saw Shiyu in person, but still didn't see what was extraordinary about Shiyu. It seems that he can only leave it to the four elves to discover. What President Oran didn't know was that Shiyu was more anxious than her. At this time, seeing so many beautiful elves in the exchange square of Tinxiang, he couldn't wait to use his own methods to screen them. Although the elf queen said that she would introduce him, it would be more convenient to find it himself. Anyway, all the people who can be introduced are probably here. He has sensed that many eyes are observing him. Shiyu's method of finding a contract object is also very simple. Just scan the skill atlas. At present, he has full-level telekinesis and strong perception. He has eyes all over his body and can scan very quickly. First of all, those who do not have the will of the Overlord are all pass. He is so willful. No matter whether you have good or bad talents, noble or not, beautiful or not, those who delay my point-adding process are not accepted. He wants to be an emotionless point-adding machine. However, Shiyu's results were not rich. He even sensed two beautiful young elves of the Overlord level. They were powerful, but their will levels were one intermediate and one low, which was boring. As for the other low-level elves, although they also looked extraordinary, with extraordinary spirits and natural agility, their will levels were not high. By the way, President Oran, I have a friend. Can she also join this exchange activity? Speaking of which, she and Tinxiang have a great connection. She also contracted an elf, but it was an elf that was reincarnated as a dead spirit, and she was found in the natural relics of Donghuang. At this time, Shiyu had already started to promote Lu Chengyu to President Oran. You know, this time Tinxiang prepared a very high sparring fee for each Dragon Palace Overlord. Although Senior Sister Lu may not be interested in it. But Senior Sister Lu must need the cultivation information of the elves, and that little elf has always wanted to figure out his identity. Unfortunately, after Senior Sister Lu came, Shiyu had not seen the elf queen, otherwise he would have told her directly. There was no way, he was thick-skinned. Elf dead spirit, President Oran was quite surprised. She looked at Shiyu, but saw that Shiyu's eyes were no longer on her, but looking at the distance. President Oran's eyes also looked over. There was a young elf from the royal family of Tinxiang, about 10 years old, sitting quietly by the side, all alone. Although she was from the royal family of Tinxiang, President Orlan had an impression of this elf. She was not an elf with particularly good talent and potential, but an elf with great talent defects, so much so that she did not invite her to contact Shiyu. Because Shiyu could not contract her. This elf girl, her mother was a mixed blood, her father was a mixed blood, but she was a pure-blooded elf, without any human bloodline inherited, but similarly, as a pure elf, she did not have any extraordinary power, and could not awaken any skills, except that her physique was a normal elf physique, which was stronger than that of humans, and the rest was simply too ordinary. What was even more pitiful was that she had just been born not long ago, and her parents died in an accident. She became an orphan before she learned to speak. Although she was well taken care of, she could still be said to be a little transparent in the royal family of Tinxiang. In cruel terms, she was a failed product of mixed blood reproduction. Of course, being born in the royal family, even if she had no talent, the growth conditions were still good. What did Shiyu pay attention to her for? At this time, Shiyu was also very surprised, because he saw the only one whose skill illustrations showed that all skills could not be taught since he crossed over. Recently, in order to let 11 create full-level deterrence memory drops for a team of other pets to learn, his illustrations temporarily included the deterrence skill and had not been deleted. At this time, the situation was that even the popular skill of deterrence could not be learned by this little elf girl, and it showed that it could not be taught. This situation has never happened before. So far, any extraordinary life that Shiyu has seen can learn deterrence. The same is true for the other elves present, who can all learn it, but she is the only one who can't. In addition, the super-level skills included by Shiyu can be said to cover all attributes. The elves present can learn it more or less, and the degree of fit is enough, but it is the same. Only this one, all skills are shown as unteachable. This is not absolute. This guy has a skill that can be learned. Myth revival. This skill that can only be learned by those with divine power in the body is the only one she can learn. Outrageous. Is this the reincarnation of a mythical creature? Shiyu should have been very happy to encounter this situation. This is much rarer than encountering the will of the Overlord. But what makes Shiyu very uncomfortable is that the success rate of the myth revival teaching shown in the skill illustration is extremely low. This guy's will level is the lowest, 2 levels lower than the gem cat, and it is as outrageous as the green cotton worm on the roadside. Chapter 406 Prayer. Sorry, because the newly discovered elf girl was too special, Shiyu inevitably paid more attention to her and forgot that he was talking to President Orlin, which was a bit impolite. Yes, I don't know how the elf spirit contracted by my friend was reincarnated. Due to the incomplete reincarnation, some memories were lost. Also, it's strange to appear in Donghuang, so we are wondering if the elf came from Tinxiang. This time, I also want to return to my hometown to see if I can find some memories. Is that so? Of course there is no problem. President Orlin nodded and said, maybe it was an elf who fled to the east during the civil strife of the elves. But if it can be reincarnated, its identity must have been very noble before it was alive, and it is worth exploring. Tinxiang will do its best to help your friend. Thank you very much. Shiyu nodded with a smile. By the way, Shiyu looked back at the elf girl and asked, is that little girl also a member of the Tinxiang royal family? Yes, her name is Qi, and she is also a member of the elf royal family. Dr. Shiyu, what's wrong? President Orion asked. She also noticed that Shiyu looked at Qi several times. Nothing, just curious, because in my perception, she seems to be the only one among the elves present who has never mastered extraordinary power. Shiyu turned back. Well, her parents are both half-blood elves, so her body is not suitable for growth. Maybe she will never reach the extraordinary level in this life, President Orion said regretfully. I see, that's a pity. Shiyu nodded and stopped talking about Qi in depth. The top leaders of Tinxiang seemed to think that this elf girl had physical defects because of her mixed blood birth. Although it does make sense, Shiyu can judge from the skill illustration that she should have some powerful rules of God in her body. It should be this rule power that suppressed other extraordinary powers, so she couldn't master other extraordinary powers. Did the people in Tinxiang find out? That's right, it would be strange if they could find out. Even Lin was discovered only after she truly awakened the quasi-divine skills and caused a huge commotion. And it seems that no one can help this elf girl to tap into her hidden power. No way, Shiyu was helpless at this time. The other party's will was too low, and direct teaching would definitely not work. Relying on the skill teaching secrets that come with the skill illustrations is also not possible, because there are too many materials in the teaching method of myth revival that Shiyu doesn't know, such as what the hell is the miracle stone. There is a slight chance through memory drops, but it's not big. Her ability level is too low. The absorption efficiency of memory drops depends on talent and foundation. If these are too poor, she can't learn it. It's like giving a 7-year-old child some experience as a soldier king. He can't really control a sniper rifle or fly a plane. For a super level it took nearly half a year to learn how to absorb the power of purification drops before she can fully master it. This is only an intermediate skill, plus it has the will of the Overlord, and it has also broken through to the commander level during this period, and it took so long. As for myself, I have a king level physique, a king level spirit, and an Overlord level soul. I have also learned low level telekinesis with memory drops for nearly a month. And for an awakening elf girl, wanting her to learn the most difficult super level skill, myth revival, through memory drops may be as painful as adding super level skills. Although Shiyu was curious, he was not in a hurry to talk. He would be in Tinxiang these days, so there was no rush. At the banquet, the Dragon Palace and Tinxiang people had a pleasant exchange. In fact, the so-called exchange is just bragging and exchanging information. The beast masters and overlords of the ancient country of Tinxiang don't know much about the information of the ocean. And the overlord of Longgong City is not very proficient in the information on the ground. Everyone told each other some interesting things they knew, and soon they started chatting. For example, a dwarf with a big belly was holding a big bottle of beer, and he said to Little White Dragon with a big smile, "Your Highness the Third Prince, you may not believe it, but I have seen the heir of the Dragon Empire, and he's a world away from you." Hiccup. Little White Dragon was also drinking, looking intoxicated, and said, "Why not believe it, Tongshin Whale, Second Prince Tegu Thunder Dragon. Black Flood Overlord, oh? You are the 5th in Tinxiang? Not bad. Speaking of which, my offspring is currently practicing with the 9th in the Donghuang sequence, and we can communicate tomorrow, the Black Flood Overlord said to a young man in Tinxiang. This kind of thing is happening in various places. The Overlord of Dragon Palace City is indeed very attractive, especially the totem of the Ice Dragon King, which has attracted many Beastmasters in Tinxiang. They all look at the Ice Dragon King with respect. The Frost Dragon said, HMPH, the Dragon Empire, even dogs won't go there. You don't know the notoriety of the Dragon Empire for more than 2,000 years. It's nothing but arson, murder, and looting. It's expected that they were almost destroyed. After all, that dragon hunter is quite powerful. I fought with a legendary dragon hunter before he became a legend. He's very powerful. Although he's not my opponent in a one-on-one fight, I do feel a little pressure when he sends out all his pets. It's a pity that after he grew up, I've come to Donghuang to travel as a hegemon, and was invited by the Emperor of Time to create a great cause together. I was named the Dragon of Donghuang's protector of the nation, so I didn't feel like coming back. Awesome. The Beastmasters in the courtyards stared at the Ice Dragon King with wide eyes, and suddenly realized that the Ice Dragon King was the most powerful person in this team. He actually lived for so long and fought with a young dragon hunter. He was also invited by the first legendary Emperor of Donghuang, the Emperor of Time, to become the Dragon of Donghuang's protector of the nation. Awesome, the Void Mantis was shocked. The old senior is the old senior. The Gemcat. The Gemcat would like to call this an exchange conference, a bragging conference, but it is a low-key cat, so it won't talk much about those powerful achievements. In fact, no one noticed that the cat that came to Tinxiang with Longgong City was also a totem. It ate its food silently. Of course, the most concerned person at this time was Shi Yu. The 4 elf geniuses that President Orlan later found had been paying attention to Shi Yu. There were also archaeologists, mechanics, and mechanical dwarves in Tinxiang, who couldn't wait to communicate with Shi Yu. It was just a pity that Shi Yu was always talking to President Orlan, and they had no chance. Even until the end of the lunch, they didn't find a chance, because President Orlan wanted to talk too much with Shi Yu. The first thing was the matter of contracting elves. Her Majesty did tell me, Shi Yu said. Then how about I introduce a few elves to Dr. Shi Yu now? President Orlan smiled, intending to lead a line. No hurry, let's wait until the end of lunch. I am more concerned about the ruins now, Shi Yu said. The Elf Queen said that he could decipher the ruins of Tinxiang at will, and they would split the profits 50-50 after the success, and they would not treat him unfairly. Shi Yu thought that a 50-50 split was not too bad, so he decided to decipher a legendary resource before leaving, so that the trip would be worthwhile. Ruins, President Oran nodded. Her Majesty seemed to have mentioned the ruins, saying that Shi Yu could decipher the undeciphered ruins of Tinxiang at will. However, although Shi Yu was a genius archaeologist of Donghuang, could he really decipher the ruins of Tinxiang? After all, wouldn't it be easier for archaeologists who listened to history to decipher the ruins the more familiar they were with the historical relics? Wouldn't it be a bit difficult to decipher the ruins across cultures? There are indeed many undeciphered ruins in Tinxiang, from mythical ruins to ordinary ruins, President Oran said. Mythical ruins, Shi Yu would definitely not touch them in the short term. Shi Yu still had some knowledge. He knew that the most dangerous ones were the mythical ruins, and even if there were treasures in them, he couldn't take them for the time being. As for the guardian beast, the legendary ruins may only seal totems, while the mythical ruins may contain real mythical creatures. Even legends like Shidi and Lin Feng are said to be powerless in the face of mythical ruins. Therefore, the legendary and lower ruins secret realms are Shi Yu's first choice. Of course, Shi Yu did not forget the main task of this trip, which is to continue to find the Kongdi ruins and hatch pet eggs. Next, after learning about several legendary ruins from President Orlan, Shi Yu was satisfied. These undeciphered legendary ruins involved the human race, the elves, the dwarves, the giants, the dragons. It can be said that they are varied. Shi Yu decided to take time to take a look at them one by one. After the banquet, Shi Yu and his friends were arranged to rest in the nearby giant palace. Although the exchange and battle activities between the Dragon Palace and the young geniuses of Tinxiang will be held tomorrow, other exchange activities have already started after the luncheon. First of all, it was Shi Yu and Lu Qingyi. President Orlan said that he would first ask 2 elf geniuses to come over in the afternoon to visit Shi Yu. One of these two people has good combat power, and the other is knowledgeable. The latter should be able to help the companion mentioned by Shi Yu. Tingxiang Royal Palace. The four elf geniuses that President Orlin had been looking for were ready. Although they failed to communicate with Shi Yu at the exchange banquet, they already knew that Shi Yu had achieved great success through exchanges with the legendary mechanics and archaeologists in Tingxiang. Mechanical Fantasy Beast System. This is an epoch-making invention. If Tingxiang can obtain it, after 100 years, Tingxiang's comprehensive strength may catch up with the four countries. This is a major research result that can enhance the national strength of an entire country, be enough to carry out eternal inheritance, and ensure the foundation of a country. The mechanics in Tingxiang were shocked that such a genius mechanic could come to Tingxiang, but President Orlin did not give them the opportunity to contact him at all, which was the most uncomfortable. Of course, they also understood that even if they contacted him, they would definitely not get the mechanical fantasy beast technology. Talent can indeed add points to a beastmaster. After listening to their own people bragging about Shi Yu, these elves all thought highly of Shi Yu, especially the two overlord-level elves. They felt that the weaknesses of a beastmaster did not matter, but the main thing was talent. Besides, Shi Yu was not weak either. He was the first person under the Donghuang legend. According to Donghuang propaganda, he had assassinated overlords. This afternoon, President Orlin planned to let two overlord-level elves, the fire elf Anis and the light elf Lil, contact Shi Yu first. However, the blood elf Luoyi and the forest elf Xylidai also wanted to join in the fun and hoped that the two sisters would take them with them. Anis and Lil did not refuse. The four of them were ready and went to the temporary address of Longgong City to visit Shi Yu. However, when they passed by the royal training ground, they stopped slightly and looked over there. It was an elf about 10 years old, not tall, with long light pink hair. She was wearing a white dress, holding a bow with a green bowstring and silver bow arms, and practicing archery. Their eyes stayed on this sister for a moment, and they were naturally familiar with the situation of this key. The other party did not have any extraordinary power, but this key did not give up. At least, she still had the physique of the elves that was close to natural energy. This allowed her to control some energy equipment like a duck in water. With the help of this second-level equipment weapon Windbow, although Key herself did not have extraordinary power, she could rely on it to have a certain combat power, probably equivalent to extraordinary creatures. Every time the Windbow was pulled, it could mobilize the weak wind power to form a wind arrow. According to Key's idea, since she did not have extraordinary power, as long as she could skillfully use various extraordinary equipment and weapons, she could still have combat power and not be underestimated. Did the human side win the last totem war by relying on various powerful mechanical equipment and weapons? In the Tingxiang, dwarves are natural masters of equipment and weapons manufacturing. Key's greatest interest is to collect various equipment and weapons to enrich his strength. However, equipment and weapons are external forces after all. Key is still recognized by various royal teachers as having limited achievements. In addition, because he cannot grow smoothly through extraordinary power, his lifespan may be much shorter than that of normal elves. Hey, Key, who was practicing shooting, turned his head quickly and saw a girl with blood-red hair calling him. Sister Lei, Sister Anis, Sister Lil, Sister Zilia. Seeing the four people gathered together, Key was nervous for a while. After all, these four are the most talented among this generation of royal elves. Although there is a hint of stubbornness in his heart, Key is still a little weak in his character. Facing other more talented royal elves, he does not have much confidence. Key, do you want to go out and play together? Loi called the other party. No, I still have to practice shooting, Key said. You can practice another day. We'll go to Longgong City. I'm not going, Loi. Anis glanced at Loi and told her not to force it. Since Key was willing to practice archery, let her continue to practice. Okay, Loi pouted. Shi Yu's residence. Shi Yu was here, holding the ancient books of the ancient country of Tingxiang, and had been reading for a long time. He asked the maid who is responsible for taking care of them to get them from the royal library. Such books that record the ancient history of Tingxiang cannot be seen in Donghuang. It will be very helpful for him to explore the ruins of Tingxiang next. At the same time, Shi Yu was also waiting for someone, waiting for the genius of the elves mentioned by President Orlin to come. Sir Shi Yu, Anis, Meyer, Loi, and Lady Zilia are visiting. The voice of the maid sent by Tingxiang to take charge of their itinerary came from outside the door, making Shi Yu look up. Let them in. No, I'll go out to greet them, Shiyu said. After a while, he went out directly, said thank you for your hard work to the maid next to him, walked to the door, and saw 4 geniuses of the elves outside. At the same time, he knew in his heart that it was these 4. At the banquet, he had already judged that Tingxiang would most likely recommend these 4 to him. Overall, they are younger and have stronger potential and talent. They are the kind of people that legends and even titled legends will be very moved when they see them. Sir Shiyu, sorry to bother you. At this time, finally seeing Shiyu in person, the 2 younger elves were a little excited, wanting to see what was special about Shiyu, while the 2 older overlord-level elves were relatively calm. No, welcome. Shiyu's expression was calm, and he was also very nervous. Can this really be contracted? The elves are different from the elemental elves composed of elements. They are completely flesh and blood. Except for some elf characteristics, they look no different from humans. They are more human-like than dragon girls, mermaids, etc. Everyone, please come in first, Shiyu invited. After a while, everyone sat together. The golden-haired light elf Lil asked first, Sir Shiyu, I heard from President Orlin that you have an elf friend from Tingxiang who wants to explore the mystery of his life experience, right? Maybe I can help. As the administrator of the Royal Library, Lil is still very confident in her knowledge reserves. Yes, thank you, but my friend may not arrive until later, Shiyu said. Why don't we talk about something else first? Shiyu smiled. There are a few things about the ruins that he wants to learn more about. However, as soon as Shiyu finished speaking, the fire elf Ani said, Sir Shiyu, I heard that you are the first person under the Donghuang legend, and you have defeated the Overlord. I am very interested in Donghuang's pets. How about we have a little competition? After Ani's finished speaking, the other 3 elf geniuses were shocked. I knew that Sister Ani's straightforward personality would cause problems. How could she want to fight right away? Heartbroken. Ani's was too curious, because the elf queen's evaluation of Shiyu was a legend. Even if Shiyu was only level 6, he must have something very special. She couldn't wait to see it. Let's see what's so powerful about the Donghuang Beastmaster, who is highly praised by the Elf Queen, and how he is stronger than the 2 legendary geniuses in Tingxiang that she knew. With legendary talent, it shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat her, a hegemon-level genius, at level 6. Shiyu was slightly startled, but he didn't care and said, it's possible, but my strength is very strong. He smiled at the other party. Growth level, hegemon level, energy value. 50.11 million. This data is very good for the elves. The elves are not a race with high energy values. They are more experienced in mobilizing natural forces. Although the energy data is not high, the skills used after mobilizing natural forces are ridiculously powerful. After Shiyu nodded, Ani smiled heartily. Shiyu didn't act shy, it was okay. I have an advanced relic space that can withstand a battle of the Overlord scale. We can fight here. Ani seemed to have been prepared and spoke. Okay, Shiyu nodded. At this moment, the other 3 elves looked at each other, a little headache, not knowing what the result would be. After Anis took out the advanced relic equipment, Shiyu and the others entered on the spot and came to another different space. This place is like a training ground, but the surrounding fire elements are rich, and the earth and sky are red. Ani said, this is the training relic of the Royal Archer Regiment that I am in charge of, Sir Shiyu. The rules are very simple, that is, there are no rules, meaning, Shiyu wanted to send out a few pets at will. She was at the Overlord level, and Shiyu had not yet reached a legend level. Overall, she had the advantage. However, Shiyu was also a top-level Beastmaster and had the strength to fight against the Overlord level. If it was a battle without rules, he would not have taken too much advantage. Sister Ani's home court, the Blood Elf Girl and the Forest Elf Girl discussed in a low voice. It felt that this Lord Shiyu might be a little dangerous. After all, Anis could mobilize a strong fire elemental power here. At this time, Anis was already standing on one side of the Red Land, and Shiyu was on the other side. Then, let's start as soon as possible, Anis said. And Shiyu also nodded, let's fight quickly, after all, the senior sister should be here later. So, Shiyu thought about it and summoned 11 directly. Under the shining purple 6th level summoning diagram, in front of Shiyu, a panda cub over 1 meter tall appeared here, shaking its hair and opening its blue eyes. Ouch! 11 looked at the surrounding environment, then looked at the tall and fiery flame elves opposite, and realized who the opponent was. Fire system? 11 showed a fearless expression. What it feared least were the thunder and fire systems. The former could be absorbed. The latter, thought his 100 refinements into steel was fake, thought that the physique it trained with the red eyes Yangai every day was fake. If there were thunder and fire resistant skills, 11 should have reached the level of skill. After all, in order to train 100 refinements into steel, it often trained its body in the Yangai fire domain created by the red eye when it ate the time fruit and reached the overlord level. Such a strong energy fluctuation, 11 burst into fighting spirit as soon as he appeared, and Anis was slightly surprised when she saw 11, who looked like a cub. As the Lord of the Ruins, she was still clear about 11's energy state at this time. This guy should still be a king, but the energy value is definitely more than 10 million. Moreover, it is not just a little bit higher. Terrible. It was the first time she had seen a king with such an outrageous energy value. Her perception was not wrong. 11's energy value at this time has exceeded 15 million. A bunch of racial superclass skills are only one step away from perfection. In addition, he has 3 perfect non-racial superclass skills. You know, ordinary overlords only have 1 perfect superclass skill. Coupled with the overlord's will, I can only say that if he fights with a mountain-carrying turtle again, even without the assistance of the ginseng baby, 11 will not be as embarrassed as a few months ago, and he can't break the defense after fighting for a long time. At present, 11's strongest combination skill, the yin-yang jade that uses super alloys to fuse white thunder metal and dark thunder metal, is even unwilling to deal with the overlord's undead, flesh puppets, and insects. After all, this is already the ultimate mystery composed of superclass skills, which will blow up the overlord. Chapter 407. They are too normal. After 11 appeared, the eyes of the 4 elves present were focused on it. What race is that? Asked the blood elf Luo Yi. The other 3 elves, who were also extraordinary beings, could sense the terrifying energy hidden in 11 more clearly than humans because of their affinity with nature. Although it was not big, seeing 11's eyes was like seeing endless thunder exploding in front of his eyes, which was extremely shocking. Iron-eating beast, gold system. I investigated yesterday. This should be the initial pet of Mr. Shiyu, the trump card battle pet. It has evolved. Look at its eyes. Normal iron-eating beasts are black, but its eyes are like blue lightning, Liar said. Although it is still king level, the energy quality is ridiculously high. Gold system. Facing the pet of flame, the fire elf actually sent out a gold-type pet. However, after all, this is Shiyu's trump card, and several elves can understand it. It is estimated that Shiyu will continue to summon other pets. However, aren't you going to summon other pets? At this time, seeing that Shiyu summoned the iron-eating beast and hesitated to summon other pets, Anis frowned and asked. Shiyu shook his head. No, let's do this for now, Shiyu said. Shiyu had a clear idea of the strength of each pet. At present, it was a bit stressful to fight the top overlord, but it should be easy for 11 to fight the ordinary overlord. Shiyu's words also silenced Anis instantly, knowing that she was underestimated by Shiyu. Although your strength is good, you don't underestimate me. She was instantly excited and raised her slender white arm. Then, a flame bow composed entirely of elements appeared in front of her. She held it and aimed at 11. If you underestimate your opponent, you will pay the price. As soon as she finished speaking, a buzz sounded, and a sky-high flame gathered. Accompanied by a cry, an arrow wave like a flaming phoenix was shot by Anis and attacked 11. Chi, the phoenix arrow swept the endless flames and attracted a small part of the natural energy in this relic. As a probing skill, Anis did not use her full strength, but it should be more than enough to kill those below the overlord level in seconds. This move was indeed powerful. It seemed to burn the space into blur while flying. If it landed in the outside world, it might cause a fire that would not go out for months. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the whistling of flames and the explosion of heat waves, this powerful attack came with a bang. In an instant, the phoenix arrow swallowed 11, as if wrapping it in an infinite purgatory. Take it, Shiyu's expression was calm. Across the venue, Anis's expression suddenly changed. I saw that the phoenix arrow that swallowed 11 flashed a more dazzling light. Then, this light became stronger and stronger. The sea of fire continued to deform and burst in the explosions, and then, in an instant, it turned into countless tiny fire snakes flying everywhere. In the center of the light, a war beast about 3 meters tall, dressed in black and silver armor, was looking at its opponent with a domineering look despite its injuries. Boom! The deterrents broke out, and the scattered fire snakes were annihilated in an instant. The terrifying deterrents, like the aura of Shiro, enveloped the entire venue in an instant, making Onis, the overlord, horrified and felt that the natural energy around was suppressed by the deterrents. What is this? The other three elves also couldn't understand it. How could it be possible that a king-level creature could withstand the attack of an overlord and look, just a minor injury? No, for the pet, it might just be dust on the clothes. 11, Shiyu said, and 11 in the deterrent aura moved without any effect. Of course, the opponents couldn't understand it. Although the energy value of 11 that they could sense looked like the king level, in fact, its physique, after continuous strengthening, had already reached the overlord level. This is very difficult for the elves to sense. The physical strength of being burned becomes stronger by tempering steel, and the physical strength of being beaten becomes stronger by steel and iron. Although these skills are superb when adding points, after reaching the limit, 11 has never given up training, and the level is no longer as simple as superb. Coupled with the extremely high physical foundation, and 2 legendary physical forging resources, aurora magnetic gold, which are used to forge the body in turn, its physical defense has reached an incredible level. Of course, the most important point is that after the undead golden body reaches the perfect level of proficiency, the undead golden body has been transformed into passive one, and the physical strength has also been epically strengthened. As long as the opponent cannot kill 11 in 1 second, 50% of the damage caused will be converted into vitality to repair the damage suffered by 11. A series of physical forging skills and resources combined with extremely high physical basic talents have created a monster that can withstand the ultimate move of the overlord level at the king level without any hindrance. Unless it is the top overlord combat power, otherwise, 11 can fight at will now. Roar, Shiyu gave an order, and 11 also launched a counterattack. After several months of practice, it has strengthened more than just the defensive means. Name, Super Alloy. Introduction. It can synthesize the power of different metals to complete super evolution. The success rate of evolution depends on skill proficiency, metal compatibility, and its own tolerance for new alloys. Although super alloy is an evolutionary skill, no matter what skill it is, as long as the proficiency is high enough, it can be used in many ways. Just like mutants, they can not only mutate and evolve, but also absorb the power of mutation for storage, just like infinite devouring, which can not only evolve, but also be used as space equipment. Superalloy is actually the same. This is a skill that can synthesize the power of different metals, which can better form a combination of skills, and it does not necessarily have to be used for evolution. At this time, 11 raised his arms high, and a large amount of hardened material flowed in his palms. At the same time, the energy on his body burst out, first through the introverted edge, bursting his own energy value to more than 50 million, the level of the overlord. The normal energy value of 15 million, with the help of the introverted edge with close to perfect proficiency, bursting to more than 50 million, is not difficult, even if the side effects are huge, but due to the strong physique and the transformation of the immortal golden body. This move has long been better for 11 than the fruit of time. In this state, on the hardened materials it mobilized, some metal hardened materials were fused and wrapped with white thunder, and some metal hardened materials were fused and wrapped with white space fluctuations. 11 is using the lightning rod technique to fuse the perfect super level skill white thunder and the air shaking skill to fuse the space force into the metal material. Then, through the super alloy, they are super fused into one. Sizzle, sizzle. Crack, crack. 11 grabbed a white metal arrow surrounded by lightning and threw it at the opponent. The skill power was even more terrifying than the phoenix arrow just now, which shocked Annecy. She couldn't believe that this was a king level skill. Although Annecy was a hegemon, she only had one super level skill with a perfect level of proficiency. The rest were just normal proficiency, including the phoenix arrow just now. 11's combination skill was a super combination skill that was fused by 2 perfect super level skills, 3 super level skills that were close to the perfect level, and a total of 5 super level skills. This proficiency, which was the skill fit, was not possessed by other hegemons. This was all specially combined by Shiyu through the skill illustrations. Even with a level gap, the power was enough to make ordinary hegemons feel a huge threat. This move, the arrows surrounded by white lightning came at her. Ani's tensed up and went all out to use her strongest combination skills to resist. In the elves of Tinxiang, skills actually have another name, Magic. And Anis, as a royal archer of Tinxiang who has been fighting against the Dragon Empire for many years, has practiced a magic combination secrets, which has been given a very high honor, dragon hunting magic. The so-called dragons have extremely strong elemental resistance. If you want to fight them, you must have powerful skills. It is absolutely impossible. This is a killer move against dragons, but at this moment, Anis feels that if she doesn't use it, the opponent's attack will make her lose her resistance instantly. Dragon hunting magic, blue flame, arrow of God, boom. Unlike the red flame just now, this time, a huge humanoid armor several meters high formed by the materialization of blue flames wrapped Anis. She was inside the huge flame giant, shooting an arrow. The giant made of cyan flames also kept 100% synchronization and shot an arrow. During this time, the sky and the earth in the space changed, and countless fire elements gathered rapidly, turning from red to blue and converging on the arrow. Seeing this, the blood elf Loy and the forest elf Zilia swallowed their saliva. They didn't expect that Sister Anis would even use this trick. This is a combination magic used to hunt dragons. How much pressure did the iron-eating beast on the opposite side put on the elder sister? Boom. Soon, they knew. The next moment, a huge cyan flame arrow shot out and collided with a thunder arrow thrown by 11 near Anis. Boom. The collision of the two terrifying moves instantly caused cracks in the surrounding space. Under the interweaving of cyan and white light, endless aftermath burst out, and instantly caused cracks in the cyan flame armor wrapped around Anis and began to disintegrate. At the same time, violent fluctuations also swept towards 11. After one attack, the two moves were evenly matched, which made the other three elf geniuses incomprehensible. You know, even a hegemon-level dragon would pay attention to this move, but it could only barely block the move of this king-level iron-eating beast. Pursue victory, Shiyu said. Although 11's energy value at this time was not inferior to the opponent after the explosion, and the combination of skills was more luxurious, it could not withstand the opponent being the elves. The elves, physical strength and energy value are not their strong points, and the use of natural forces is their racial talent. In addition, this places the opponent's home court. After absorbing and gathering countless natural energies, this blue flame god arrow instantly offset the luxurious combination of 11. However, although the skills were offset, the impact of the powerful aftermath on both sides was different. The aftermath of the explosion instantly disintegrated the blue flame giant, making Anis inside a little uncomfortable, but facing the aftermath it was also enough to hurt the overlord. 11 was bursting with thunder all over his body and directly carried it. In one word, recklessness. He was just injured. The difference in physique caused the two sides to have different action modes when facing the backlash of the skill aftermath. Anis quickly used the regeneration flame to repair her armor and her own injuries, while 11 ignored it and directly withstood the aftermath, entering the brutal white thunder armor state, approaching Anis at the speed of light. The nature of white thunder is light, which is more powerful and faster than ordinary lightning, and has a more efficient ability to purify darkness. So fast, the light and shadow flashed by. When a warrior approaches an archer, the ending can be imagined. Seeing the brutal beast covered with injuries coming in front of her at an incredible speed, Anis' pupils shrank inside the giant spirit, and then she felt an unparalleled impact. Zizzy. But the lightning used was the perfect super level skill white thunder. Under the illumination of the lightning, 11's entire body was still in the holy light. It gently pressed its palm on the giant's belly, and the next moment, the entire giant continued to disintegrate. The light elves Lil and other elves all widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to understand why the iron-eating beast was so brutal. This is simply a fighting body that is more brutal than a dragon. Isn't it afraid of injuries and has no sense of pain? Sister Anis, Luo Yi and others were worried. At this time, Anis inside instantly felt a huge shock wave. She could already feel that in the next second, she would be smashed out and her life or death was unknown. However, at this time, the violent energy fluctuations dissipated. Anis stood there with sweat all over her head, looking at the huge thunder palm in front of her, unable to move. In her sight, it seemed that except for this white lightning, it was all dark. I think it can be over, Shiyu said. Yes. I lost, Anis said with a pale expression. At the same time, a huge wave of waves was set off in her heart. Is this Shiyu, who Dong Huang promoted as having assassinated a overlord-level beast? She couldn't understand the word assassination. In this kind of propaganda, Should it be when the strength is weak, taking advantage of the enemy's inattention, to defeat the enemy with a weak? With Shiyu's strength? Is it sure that he passed by the Overlord's territory, slapped it to death, and then left calmly? At this moment, when she thought that Shiyu only sent out one pet, and the others had not even appeared. When she thought that Shiyu was still gifted with telepathy and was only a 6th level beastmaster, Anis was shocked and couldn't understand the battle process just now. What did she go through? And now, seeing Anis in the opponent's attack range and forced to admit defeat, Lil and other elves were exactly the same as Anis. It was too short, just 2 rounds, and the super genius of the Tinxiang royal family was suppressed by leaps and bounds. This sense of oppression made Lil and other elves breathless in an instant, and looked at Shiyu, who was calm throughout the whole process, incredulously. Lost, Anis was silent. Is this the legendary talent that Her Majesty the Queen talked about? She believed it. Miss Anis, don't worry about it, Shiyu smiled slightly, and 11 returned to his introverted form and recovered. There's really no need to worry about it. 11 is Krypton, liver, and cheating, and is not as good as normal. The opponent's level is already good at this age. Shiyu initially judged that Anis's strength is about the same as that of the icy white tiger and the mountain turtle. Although it sounds weak, it is actually not weak. Because the icy white tiger and the mountain turtle are definitely good players among the overlords, and they are not young. They have practiced for at least 100 years, otherwise they would not be invited by the Dragon Empire. And these 4 elves are just the young generation of the Tinxiang royal family, and the potential is still huge. Give Anis some time, although there is little hope for the totem, it should be no problem to practice to the level of the green scale dragon, no, or it should be very simple. Can I know, just now, was it full power? Anis looked at the shrunken 11 and asked with a surging mood. Huh? 11 lowered his head. Full power, it must not be. Shiyu simply said, no, he hadn't forced 11 to use his strongest tactics yet. The combination of restrained edge plus unstoppable plus immortal golden body plus overlord will was even more brutal. In addition, the super alloy combination technique just now was not the strongest combination technique they had studied during this period. The strongest combination technique was to fuse the meteorite demon metal and the perfect white thunder metal. In order to simulate evolution, Shiyu and his team had wasted a little bit of demon power to experiment once, and used super alloy to make a marble-sized yin-yang jade. It was just a marble-sized metal, and after being smashed by 11, it exerted at least twice the power of the thunder arrow just now. The power was terrifying, but it was a little difficult to control. Lin silently speculated that this move, after being perfected, might really become a quasi-god skill. At present, 11, with full power, Shiyu felt that it should not be much inferior to the peak period of King Linjiao. In terms of combat effectiveness, it should have reached the threshold of the top overlord, and it could be regarded as the gatekeeper of the top overlord combat power. After it broke through to become a perfect overlord and completed its evolution, Shiyu and Lin speculated that its strength should be no problem to defeat the old top overlord like Tongshan Whale. And its combat power should not be inferior to the invincible overlord like the individual mutant Kun. It is enough to carry the banner of suppressing the world competition. Are you really only level 6 and king level? After hearing Shiyu say that 11 had not used his full strength, Anis broke the defense. Compared with Shiyu, the 2 legends in their Tinxiang are trash. Shiyu laughed and looked at Lil and others and said, do you want to try it too? No, no, Lil. Luo Yi and other elves shook their heads and refused. Forget it. It's impossible to beat it. Anis is already the strongest among them. Okay then, Shiyu said, as expected, these 4 elves are not suitable for him. They are too normal. Anis, overlord strength, medium will, not weak, but not enough. Lil, overlord strength, low will, Loi and Zilia, 1 king and 1 commander, both have extremely low will. Not good. Shiyu was silent. After thinking about it, it turned out that the awakening level problem elf attracted him the most. Although the other party also has the lowest will, at least he has the power of God. Moreover, it is too harsh to require the will level of an awakening level girl elf. Shen Bao, Chong Chong, and Shaden were all extremely low will when they were at the commander level. Would they be even more useless? Now they have all trained. No overlord will? He didn't remember him saying this. Then let's go out. My friend should be here soon, Shiyu said. After he finished speaking, the 4 elves nodded. After seeing Shiyu's strength, They respected this Donghuang Beastmaster more, and from the initial resistance, they became more interested in Shiyu, thinking about what methods they could use to attract Shiyu. Lu Chengyi came late, mainly because after the banquet, the Tinxiang elf Lian wanted to go around, so senior sister Lu accompanied her. "Sorry, I'm late." After arriving, senior sister Lu apologized. At this time, the four elf geniuses looked at Lian, who was following Lu Chengyi in surprise, and looked at this elf undead curiously. Although they had just heard what Shiyu said, it was the first time they saw an elf that had become a complete undead life. This is Lu Chengyi, the legendary Beastmaster of Donghuang, the fifth in the Donghuang sequence. The friend I'm talking about is her, and this is her contracted partner, the Wind Elf Lian. Shiyu introduced Lu Chuanqi. Lian, hello, Anis and other elves said. Hello, Lu Chengyu greeted, and then Lian next to her also looked at the group of elves and nodded slightly. Lyre, the administrator of the Tinxiang Royal Library, observed Lian carefully and said, Miss Lian, don't you remember any information about your life experience? Lian shook her head. At this time, Lyre thought more about it and smiled. Why don't we go to the Royal Library? In the library, there is an omniscient and omnipotent book made of the skin shed by the Mother Tree of Life. It records most of the information of the elves and includes the bloodline information of most of the elves in the elves. It is a legendary book. If you use it, you will definitely be able to figure out everything. Omniscient and omnipotent book? Lu Chengyi was slightly surprised. Is there such a thing? Yet, Lil nodded. This book should not be used easily, but for Shiyu's sake, she was willing to activate it, and she was also curious about this Lian. Great, Sister Lil. Are you going to open the Book of Omniscience and Omnipotence? Hearing this, Luo Yi and Xylidai were also very surprised. Can we go and see it? Can I ask it a few questions? This is the legendary instrument of the elves. Only the elves recognized by the Book of Legends are qualified to open it. And Lil is one of the few elves recognized by the Book of Legends. Lil said with a headache, this time is a special case. You are allowed to go together, but you are not allowed to mess around. Thank you very much. At this time, seeing that the Tinxiang royal family even took out a Book of Legends to help her, Lu Chengyu immediately thanked them very much. Next to her, Lian also thanked her. Thank you, you're welcome. The elves are all one family. Lil smiled and said, it's a good opportunity to invite you two to visit the palace. Okay, then go and take a look. Shiyu also said, there is actually such a prop. After making the decision, Shiyu and his group, led by the light elf Lil, began to head to the palace of the Tinxiang elves. Although the 7 countries have established an alliance and set up a unified beastmen association according to the requirements of the alliance, there are still great differences in the ruling mode. Like Tinxiang, Rongguang still retains the tradition of royal aristocracy, and the status of the royal beastmen is supreme. Of course, although the systems of other countries are different, there is no difference in essence. The strongest beastmen and their family forces still have the greatest say. In this extraordinary world where one person can destroy a country, strength is the root of everything. My ability is to use the blood of other life forms as a medium to materialize their original bodies. Walking along the way, the half-elf Luo Yi is proudly introducing his ability. The blood elves of Tinxiang are divided into 2 major schools. One is like vampires, absorbing the essence and blood of other extraordinary lives, training their bodies, and practicing various combat skills. The other is to use extraordinary blood as a medium to create summons to fight. Luo Yi is obviously the latter. Not a bad ability. Shiyu thinks that this ability is very similar to virtual and real phantoms. And me. The forest elf Zilia was also eager to introduce her abilities. Master, they seem to be very enthusiastic about Shiyu. Lian was communicating with Lu Chengyi in a mumbling voice. The 2 little elves were more active, and the 2 big elves were more reserved. But they were also trying to attract Shiyu's attention. Of course I found it. Lu Chengyi sighed. So were they here to help him, or to invite Shiyu to play? Shiyu shouldn't come to Tinxiang and then contract an elf back. Everyone walked and talked, and soon passed by the Tinxiang royal training ground. Luo Yi looked out and said, Ki, that guy, is still training, Ki? Hearing Luo Yi say this, Shiyu really found that the elf girl he noticed before was practicing shooting in the huge training ground next to him. However, the blood elf Luo Yi only mentioned it, and then continued to walk away. Except for Shiyu, no one else paid much attention. Did that little girl just now have extraordinary power? Shiyu asked after walking by. Yes, she has no extraordinary power, but she is quite proficient in various weapons. She can use bows and arrows, two-handed swords, one-handed swords, long-handled weapons, muskets, shields and other weapons, and she likes them very much, Luoyu said. Hey, brother Shiyu, how do you know that she has no extraordinary power? Shiyu smiled and said, President Oran introduced a lot of people to me at the banquet, and she mentioned it. Oh, Luoyu nodded, so that's it. No extraordinary power? What's the matter, isn't she an elf? Lu Chengyi also wondered beside him. I don't know, doctors, the Book of Omniscience and Omnipotence, and even Her Majesty the Queen can't judge this strange disease, Liar said. What a pity, Ani said regretfully, so she doesn't like mixed blood very much? Although there is a probability of giving birth to geniuses, it is also irresponsible to the offspring and is more likely to have defects. Everyone continued to move forward. At this time, Shiyu was already thinking. Like all kinds of weapons and equipment? So that's the case. Since she doesn't have extraordinary power, she uses all kinds of extraordinary weapons and equipment to become stronger. Even if they don't have extraordinary powers, their physique is that of an elf. They are undoubtedly more skilled in controlling these energy weapons than ordinary humans. This is also a training idea. Use various powerful weapons and equipment to armor life. If we can kidnap this key, before she awakens her divine power, you can use this idea to train her. Weapons and equipment, aren't they wholesale here? It is definitely more magical than the equipment made by the dwarves in Tinxiang. It was holding a wind bow just now. I can make it too. Let the ginseng baby use plant control to make a bow arm. Let the insects use silk to make a bowstring, and then use the space pocket to open up a different space in the silk, and then use the virtual and real phantoms to materialize a wind unicorn spirit. When the user pulls the bowstring, the bow arm will automatically spread a sweet scent to help the user concentrate. At the same time, it will mobilize the power of the killing phantom to condense the arrow of the wind spirit pearl. If there are more phantoms inside, various attributes can be integrated into the wind spirit pearl, and a full system archer will be born. Weapons such as great swords can be made by 11 with hardened metal. The sky thunder sword that attracts natural lightning and the space blade that shatters space can all be forged. In terms of defense, there is also Susu's guardian water and Shitong's guardian flame, which can be made into armor. Shiyu thought about it and realized that he was really an equipment and weapon wholesaler. A bunch of equipment made with skills that are almost Taoist level. Even dwarves would probably cry when they see it. After Shiyu's thoughts became clear, he immediately notified 11 and the others in the ruins. Have you ever heard of dress-up magic? Rin, quickly research a growth-type dress-up item, which is an item that can summon various weapons and equipment to equip yourself according to different battle situations. As for the materials, just use your skills. Make the toy within 1 hour. There must be at least 12 kinds of weapons and equipment, the kind that can be used in the ocean battlefield, land battlefield, and sky battlefield. In this way, it is saved to add points. If there is no way to add points, he is too lazy to add points. Exercise your will and activate the power of God directly. Whether you can attract the opponent depends on whether the dress-up magic item that Rin and the others worked overtime to make is attractive. Just treat it as a gift for meeting. It is to please the opponent. Rin, it really makes Rin headache. Chapter 408 Key's True Identity. Tinxiang Royal Library. A secret place that looks like a giant tree. Under the leadership of the librarian, the Light Elf Liar, Shiyu, Lu Chengyi and others successfully entered here. As soon as they came in, it looked like a pure white library, full of chairs. Liar, who are these people? After they came in, a tree fairy with a human body but only the size of a butterfly and a pair of light wings flew out. Name, Ancient Tree Fairy. Attribute, wood. Growth level, totem level, energy value. When Shiyu and Lu Chengyi saw it, they were startled. Well, it's normal that the guardian elf of the Royal Library is stronger than the guardian cats of the Ancient Capital University and the Imperial Capital University. Lan, help me find the Book of Omniscience. Ah. The Book of Omniscience. The tree fairy Lan looked at Liar and the group of people she brought. Of course, it knew the 3 elves, but Shiyu, Lu Chengyi and even the elf dead spirits. I need to use the Book of Omniscience to investigate some information. Don't worry, it's a serious matter, Liar said seriously. Okay, the tree fairy said. Although the Book of Omniscience only records the information of the elves, it is also a very precious legendary treasure. For example, It records more than 100 teaching methods suitable for super-level skills of the elves. The teaching methods of low-level, medium-level, and high-level skills are countless. Such a treasure can be said to be the artifact of the elves. Thank you, Senior. After the tree fairy nodded, Lu Qingyi and Leon thanked them. As for Shiyu, he looked around boredly. He had no interest in Leon's life experience. He was worried that Qi would leave soon. If he left, he would have to find him. After the investigation, he would slip away as soon as possible to talk to the elf with the blood of the gods. It's hard to say for the first team. It depends on the function of the magic skills. But if the other party is willing, the position of the second team can still be given. The tree fairy moved quickly. After a while, a huge magic book with a brown cover was summoned. Lil took the Book of Omniscience, put it on the table, smiled slightly, and said, "Leon, right? I need you to touch this book." The Book of Omniscience is equivalent to the household registration management system of the elves. After you touch it, you can trace your ancestors through your life traces. If your ancestors are recorded on it, then their information can be displayed. Well, generally speaking, the success rate is 100%, as long as you are elves after the Tinxiang era. It takes a lot of energy to activate the Book of Omniscience. Let's trace the bloodline closest to your era first. Okay, Leon, who had silver hair and purple eyes, nodded, gently reached out and put her hand on the Book of Omniscience. Soon, the Book of Omniscience flashed with light, and it automatically turned a page, and dense symbols appeared on the two open pages. Lu Qingyi could only understand part of these symbols, but Shiyu could understand them all. The elven language and Tinxiang language. Simple. He had learned it through memory drops. At present, Shiyu has mastered more than a dozen important foreign languages, and is no longer the guy who has a headache when facing university assessments. Let alone the official languages of the 7 nations, Shiyu can also speak Elven, Dragon, and Glory Divine script. Wendy Crewman. Shiyu translated it briefly, and then said, "Hey, I found it, and there's quite a bit of information." Below the name was some information about the bloodline contact of the elf contracted by senior sister Lu. At this time, Shiyu and Lu Qingyi continued to translate, but they didn't realize that the expressions of the elves such as the tree elves, Lil, and Anis had changed to an extremely exaggerated level. It turned out to be Lady Wendy. Lil shouted in disbelief. Although it was expected that the dead spirit of the Donghuang legend contract would not be simple, after all, it was far away from Tinxiang and appeared in the distant Donghuang. Without some ability, it would be difficult to get through. Moreover, how to reincarnate as a dead spirit in the form of an elf was not recorded in the elves. Therefore, Leon's life experience was definitely not simple. However, what Lil and others didn't expect was that Leon was actually a member of the Tinxiang royal family more than 2,000 years ago. Wendy Crewman, Shiyu was translating, and his expression was slightly stunned. He looked at the silver-haired, purple-eyed elf girl next to senior sister Lu, and said, "She is the daughter of Wendy Crewman." Wendy Crewman, who is that? Senior sister Lu translated slowly, and there were many words she didn't know. She and Leon looked at the elves with shocked expressions and swallowed their saliva. After hearing this name, Leon's expression also changed slightly, and her expression was a little touched. Wendy Crewman, a totem-level wind elf, is one of the contracted elves of the legendary Beastmaster Albella, who established the ancient country of Tinxiang and ended the totem chaos in the Tinxiang area, the blood elf Luoyi said in great surprise. In Tinxiang, the status of the legendary strongman Albella is equivalent to that of the Emperor of Time and Donghuang. They are both legendary strongmen who ended the totem chaos and established a country dominated by the human race. Leon is the descendant of his contracted elf. No wonder the tree elves and the 4 elves were surprised. Is this my mother's name? Leon looked blank. What on earth is going on? At this time, the totem tree elf was also shocked. Everyone calmed down. Shiyu saw that everyone was a little uneasy, and said, "If I remember correctly, the first generation of Tinxiang dynasty was destroyed by the war with the Dark Night Forest. Like Donghuang, Tinxiang is also divided into multiple dynasties. The first dynasty to which Albella belongs has been destroyed for 2,000 years. Yes, Lyre said, according to historical records, Lord Albella's contracted life and himself all died in the battle, and there is no record of his offspring." She looked at Leon, who was confused. Unexpectedly, this was a Tinxiang royal family that was older than the Elf Queen. "You know, Albella gave each of her contracted lives the status of a royal family. Otherwise, there would not be so many mixed-blood royal families in Tinxiang later. During the period when Albella was said to be in power, Donghuang should be the Wu Emperor dynasty. Shi Yu and senior sister Lu looked at each other. Although there is no record of Tinxiang and Donghuang communicating in ancient times, they realized the problem out of intuition. The life tree of the elves fell into darkness and mutated for unknown reasons, creating the Dark Elves, and wreaked havoc with the Eastern meteorites, claiming to be the king of totems, and creating the meteorites, which seemed to be in the same period of time. Could it be that the life tree of the elves was also infected by extraterrestrial forces? Shi Yu fell into deep thought. Of course, the elves themselves also had this speculation, but it was not very meaningful. After all, the Dark Mother Tree had been destroyed in a certain totem war, and it had been so long. Their beliefs had long been separated from the Life Mother Tree and were more dependent on the ancient country of Tinxiang. If Leon is the descendant of Lady Wendy, then it makes sense that she can be reincarnated as a dead spirit. After all, Lady Wendy is the patron saint of the elves who follows the legend of Albella, Lil said. For such a legend, it should not be difficult to do such a thing. This matter must be reported to President Orlin, no, even to Her Majesty the Queen. After all, this is the bloodline of Lady Wendy. Although it has become a dead spirit, it is still the orthodox Tinxiang royal family 2,000 years ago. Wait a minute, if Leon is the bloodline of Lady Wendy, then can they enter the natural ruins? Zilia said. The Tinxiang natural relics, created by the legend of Albella, is similar to a combination of the heroic relics and the dragon god relics. It is a heritage relic to preserve the fire for Tinxiang. It is based on a natural spiritual vein. As long as the natural spiritual vein is not exhausted, the internal resources are endless. Those who enter can obtain certain resource inheritance according to the bloodline level. However, this relic can only be entered by the Tinxiang noble bloodline canonized by Albella himself, that is, the descendants of the contracted life or beast master who fought with him in the past. The more noble the bloodline, the stronger the talent potential, and the more benefits can be obtained. In fact, most of the royal family of Tinxiang now can no longer meet the requirements for entry. Even if they can enter, there are only a few who can obtain huge benefits. After all, after experiencing several totem chaos, the current Tinxiang royal family and the Tinxiang royal family of the past are not necessarily the same group of people. As the direct descendant of Wendy's patron saint, Leon can definitely enter and gain huge benefits. I just don't know if Leon, who is now in the form of a dead spirit, can be recognized. But since the Book of Omniscience has recognized it, the natural ruins should also be no problem. Luo Yi and others immediately looked at Lu Qingyi and Leon. Senior sister, it seems that your opportunity has come. Shi Yu looked at her and telepathically said, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Lu Qingyi pondered and felt that she had a new main task. Investigate the reason why Leon appeared in Donghuang and investigate the relationship between Tinxiang and Donghuang in the past. Lu Chuanqi, Miss Leon, are you free now? Can you go with us to meet President Orlin and even Her Majesty the Queen? Lyre asked. Maybe you will have the opportunity to enter the natural ruins and obtain the inheritance resources of Tinxiang. Okay, I have no problem, Lu Qingyi nodded. At this time, she was satisfied with finding out Leon's identity. And next to her, Leon needed more time to receive this information. Sir Shi Yu, you can come too, Lyre said. Shi Yu said, can I go into that natural relic, too? Lyre was stunned and said, no, only the first generation of nobles in Tinxiang and their contractors can enter the natural relic. Shi Yu said, then I won't go. I have some other things to deal with. Why don't you take Lu Chuanqi to visit Her Majesty the Queen? Since it was the opportunity of the senior sister, he would not grab it. He planned to prepare and look for his own opportunity. There are so many relics in Tinxiang, and he didn't need to compete with the senior sister for one. Senior sister, you go. The elf queen and the dragon god are good friends. If you can get benefits from that natural relic, you will definitely not suffer. Of course, Tinxiang will definitely share a piece of meat. Who let this be their territory? I know. Lu Qingyi and the two of them communicated with each other. Lu Qingyi was obviously in a good mood and said, don't worry, I will share a little bit of the harvest with you. Well, can we go see Her Majesty the Queen? At this point, the incident progressed to this point. Luo Yi and others suddenly forgot about Shi Yu. When they mentioned that they were going to visit Her Majesty the Queen, Their eyes immediately sparkled. Shiyu smiled and was also happy to be free. You go, he just happened to go find key. Everyone stayed in the library for a while, and then split into two groups. Shiyu left directly, while the other elves took Lu Qingyi and Leon to visit the Elf Queen. From a historical perspective, after such a long time, if Lu Qingyi and Leon could enter the natural relics, it would be possible to take out the legendary natural resources. After the two sides separated, Shiyu said that he was going to leave the palace, but he didn't go out. Instead, he came to the royal training ground and stood on the high wall. Fortunately, it's still here, Shiyu said. He looked at a training area in the royal training ground. The little girl with light pink hair was still holding the delicate and small wind bow and practicing shooting. The accuracy was okay. At this time, Shiyu was still waiting for Lin and the others to finish their work, so he watched silently from the side. This wind bow should be custom-made, after all. If it is a normal bow, Qi, who is about 1.2 meters tall, would definitely not be able to control it. 1.2 meters, Shiyu was startled. Suddenly he realized a problem. So short. It's similar to Eleven's introverted form, like a fool. Shiyu quickly called Lin and the others in the ruins, forgetting to tell them something important. Rin, when making weapons and equipment, don't make them according to the size of a normal person, but make them according to the form of a human cub of about 1.2 meters, in the ruins. Lin looked at the 1.4 meter long black giant sword with white thunder patterns on the stone table in front of him and fell into deep thought. This is a thunder sword based on hardened material, endowed with the characteristics of attracting thunder, and with the spirit of the weapon. With just one swing, it can attract thunder from the sky and smash the earth with thunder. Is it a big problem for a height of 1.2 meters to use a 1.4 meter giant sword, Master? Lin asked. The weapons are basically ready. It will take time to redo them. The armor is not yet made, but it can be adjusted. Based on my top intelligence, it's not a big problem. Shiyu imagined a 1.2 meter tall humanoid cub swinging a sword that is bigger than himself, and shook his head. It's really not a big problem. If the size is right, it would be too deliberate, but the scale of armor should be right. Got it. After a while, Lin finally finished the work. And the 12 weapons and equipment were integrated into prop, an umbrella. The size of this umbrella is right. The handle, ribs, and umbrella are all made of insect silk and ginseng baby wood plants. The overall color is white. It looks like an umbrella, but an independent space has been opened up inside, which is filled with various weapons and equipment. By controlling this umbrella, you can communicate with the spirit of each equipped weapon, and cooperate with the ever-changing silk to materialize new weapons and equipment. For example, when facing an enemy attack, you can open the umbrella to block it, and then you can activate the Guardian Flame or Guardian Water, forming an elemental shield to block the attack. Of course, if you do nothing, the Guardian Flame and Guardian Water can also automatically defend, but the problem is, isn't it more handsome to open it? You can also deceive the opponent and make the opponent mistakenly think that you need to open the umbrella to defend. I'll call you. Shiyu held the mini umbrella in his hand and fell into deep thought. I'll call you Shiyu. Shiyu chose to name it after the homophony of his name. The legendary equipment, Shiyu. Translated as timely rain, it can manifest various equipment to solve various difficulties at critical moments. The image of the umbrella corresponds to the concept of rain. This weapon should be considered level 7. Skillfully used, below the Overlord level, as long as you don't encounter a freak like the Void Mantis, and a freak that can crush it, it should not be a problem to beat the king without a rival. Although the item level is level 7, the quality can be said to be legendary quality. After all, it was made by Lin and others using a bunch of god-level combination skills. For resources and equipment, their energy level and quality level are actually equivalent to the growth level and race level of pets. This time Umbrella, without a doubt, has reached an extremely exaggerated level. If it is auctioned, even if it is not as good as a legendary resource, it should be comparable to the 8th level resource with rare quality attributes. And the price. In the ruin space, 11 and the others were as tired as dead dogs. Each pet was weakly recovering, through various means, sleeping, taking free natural energy, and eating. After all, they all ate the time fruit and worked in the best state. The effort can be imagined. Master, at this time, Shiyu was ready to meet the other party after getting the time umbrella, but at this moment, Lin suddenly spoke. It already knew about Key's situation. Lin said, although it may not be able to awaken the power of God now, you can try to take a drop of her blood or a hair for me. I can make a myth revival device to try to detect the rule type. Got it? Shiyu nodded, worthy of you. It is more reliable than the skill illustration, training ground. Key has been practicing for an entire afternoon. Although she has no extraordinary abilities, the physique of the elves is still much stronger than that of humans. Key's aching arms naturally fell, and the wind bow was thrown to the ground. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeves. Her light pink hair was already a little messy. Her pink eyes were also full of confusion. Although she could defeat some ordinary extraordinary beasts by controlling various weapons and equipment, Key still couldn't see the end of this road. If she could obtain those legendary weapons, legendary equipment, and even artifacts, she would naturally become a strong person. However, how could such equipment be used by an elf without extraordinary powers? The same weapons and equipment must be given to users with higher growth levels of extraordinary powers to play a better effect. So Key felt that no matter what path she chose, she might not be able to become a powerful person. After all, even the Book of Omniscience and Her Majesty the Queen could not help her. Let's just give up. You don't have to become a strong person. But Key shook her head vigorously. She didn't have any lofty ideals. Her most real purpose of becoming stronger at this time was to become like other elves of the same race, nothing more. Other elves of the same age were geniuses among geniuses, mastering all kinds of extraordinary abilities, but she didn't know anything. This gap was the reason why Key was working hard at the moment. It was daydreaming to talk about lofty ideals with people who couldn't even have enough food and clothing. Forget it won't work at all, let's just give up, Key said to herself. This kind of thing happened to her many times every day. While training as much as possible, she couldn't convince herself that such efforts would bear fruit. Why don't you practice any more? Shiyu walked over slowly. His good hearing allowed him to hear the other person's mumbling from a distance. He was speechless about this contradictory elf girl. She was really too inconsistent physically and mentally. Of course, for this age, it was not bad. If it were him, if he had started out as a loser and was born into a royal family, he would have given up long ago, or done something else, such as doing business to make money to buy legendary resources to change his fate. It is impossible for him to sigh while doing training without seeing any results. He didn't notice someone coming over at all. She turned her head immediately and saw Shiyu. Shiyu was wearing a red archaeological windbreaker. Under his neat black short hair, his dark eyes stared at the other person. In fact, the clothes he was wearing were all knitted by Chong Chong and Lin. They had good resistance in all aspects and were considered level 7 defensive equipment. No, nothing, Key said nervously, with a hint of milk in her voice. For the elves with a longer lifespan. Her age was indeed not big. At this time, Key always felt that the human youth in front of her looked a little familiar. She was slightly startled and quickly recalled. The other party didn't seem to be a member of the Tinxiang royal family, but the young man who talked with President Oran at the banquet today. Key didn't know Shiyu's specific identity. She was just an awakening level elf. She was just invited to eat and drink for a meal. She didn't pay much attention to the purpose of Longgong Chang coming to Tinxiang. After all, it had nothing to do with her, but she knew that Shiyu was definitely a big shot to be able to chat and laugh with President Oran. Why was he here? Want to become stronger? Shiyu came over and asked straight to the point. Key was caught off guard. She opened her big round eyes and didn't understand what Shiyu meant. If you practice like this, you will damage your body. Shiyu looked at the wind bow on the ground and said, the damage caused by wind pressure to your arm is too much for your current physique. This kind of practice is too inefficient. Key looked at the wind bow with pink eyes and raised her head and said, it shouldn't matter. The wind bow is the work of Master Green, and the side effects are very small. Besides, I will also apply herbs when I go back. Shiyu shook his head and said, inefficient efforts and efficient efforts will bring completely different results. After speaking, he raised his arm and took out a silver longbow that was around larger than the wind bow out of thin air, threw it to Key, and said, try this. What is this? Key hurriedly took over the silver longbow that was larger than herself. She was stunned as soon as she got the bow arm. The moment her hands touched the wooden bow arm, the breath of life flowing from it instantly moistened her entire arm along her palm, and then her whole body. The fatigue brought by an afternoon of training was swept away in an instant. In addition, The faint fragrance emitted by the bow-arm made Key feel that her mental state was surprisingly good at the moment. Her eyes became clearer and clearer, as if she could see the elemental particles floating in the air, which was incredible. Holding the huge bow, Key looked at Shiyu blankly. As Shiyu nodded, the next moment, Key tried to pull the bowstring. The wings of wind condensed the wind element to form an arrow. The bow that Shiyu gave her did not have an arrow, which meant it was a similar weapon. At this time, as Key pulled, the white cyclone compressed and condensed between the bow arm and the bowstring, forming an arrow. The tail of the arrow body was like a pair of wind wings, and the head of the arrow was like a wind spirit bead. During the pulling process, Key's expression became more and more surprised, because she could clearly feel that there was a terrifying force of wind element gathered on this weapon. The intensity of the natural energy gathered was at least 100 times that of the wind arrow shot by the wind bow. Theoretically, even if the physique of the elves was more friendly to natural energy, she was only at the awakening level. At this time, such a high-intensity energy fluctuation gathered nearby. Normally, it would definitely backfire on the user instantly, but it didn't. In Key's perception, the pressure exerted by this bow on itself was even less than that of the second-level wind bow. Boom! Key's action ended, and the wind spirit arrow shot out at an extremely fast speed, like a white meteor. With a bang, it touched the target in the distance. Then, accompanied by a violent airflow, Key seemed to see the birth of a storm eye. Where the arrow reached, a terrifying typhoon appeared instantly, destroying everything around. The chaotic white airflow swept the deadly wind blade, cutting the earth and the target into thousands of holes in an instant. How do you feel? Facing Shiyu's question, Key stared blankly at the huge pit opposite. She was holding the longbow at this time and finally reacted. She found that after she shot an arrow, not only did she not have any load, but the gentle nourishment just now made her current state better than before she shot the arrow. At the same time, due to the faint fragrance of the strengthened spirit and the close perception of the powerful wind-type natural energy just now, her perception of the wind-type natural energy at this time was unexpectedly much more acute than before. I feel that I didn't do anything, but I became stronger inexplicably, Key stuttered. Shiyu smiled faintly, of course. What do you think? This bow has a weapon spirit. And the weapon spirit is a wind unicorn phantom created by Chong Chong based on Lin's wind unicorn form. This weapon spirit has mastered the mastery of wind element control and can assist the user with this ability. Lin took Shiyu flying at high altitude and high speed, and Shiyu couldn't feel any wind pressure, not to mention that Key just shot an arrow. In addition, the bow arm is made by combining the 4 skills of the ginseng baby, the source of life, control of nutrients in plants, and sweet air. When held in hand, it can restore the user's spirit, enhance the user's mental state, and enter a state of closeness to nature similar to harmony between man and nature, which can effectively speed up the mastery of natural energy. After this series of operations, every arrow shot is to hone one's control over the natural energy of the wind system. At the same time, due to the special nature of the bow arm, it will not cause too much consumption for the user. Of course, it is a bit energy consuming. Although the bow arm and the spirit of the weapon can be placed naturally and slowly restore energy over time, the speed is a bit slow. As long as it is used more times, it is estimated that it will have to be manually repaired and krypton energy, such as inserting wood and wind energy crystals to accelerate recovery. Excuse me, what is this bow called? Key said. She felt that this should be the proud work of a legendary caster, and it should be at least a level 7 equipment. Shiyu said, Wind Key Rin Wings, Wind Key Rin Wings. Key's eyes were full of light, full of love for this weapon. But soon, a trace of loneliness appeared in her pupils. Such a weapon, even if the legendary dwarf blacksmith wanted to forge it, would probably take a lot of effort, and she couldn't find such a weapon to practice. Such a weapon must be given priority to the soldiers on the front line, rather than a toy for a little girl without extraordinary powers. Key handed the bow back to Shiyu. Thank you for your guidance, I will continue to work hard. Shiyu looked at her, did not take the bow and arrow, and said, I asked you before, do you want to become stronger? Key was stunned, looked at Shiyu with pink eyes, and nodded. Yes, if you are willing, from today on. You can practice with me, you can use this bow. Key was stunned for a moment. But, facing Shiyu's question, Key felt incredible, because she didn't even have extraordinary abilities. How could the other party let her practice with him? You don't have any extraordinary abilities, right? Shiyu said, In that case, then don't practice extraordinary abilities, but just master various weapons and equipment. Do you think that if you can master this bow and arrow, you will be weaker than a commander? Key said, no, just follow your inner thoughts, and don't worry about your royal identity. I will talk to your elf queen. Shiyu looked ahead and said, by the way, the wind key rin wings in your hand are just one of the forms of this prop. Take it and feel it with your heart. Just like when you perceived nature, Key became more and more nervous. She didn't expect Shiyu to know the elf queen. But the next moment, Key was extremely happy and felt that she was valued for the first time. She said with excitement on her face, and followed Shiyu's teachings to carefully sense the weapons in her hands. This perception was incredible. Key, who closed his eyes, immediately saw 12 kinds of weapons and equipment in the dark. Giant sword, katana, staff, bow and arrow, machine gun, armor, shield, accessories, all kinds of strange equipment. Images appeared in Key's mind in a blurry and bright form. She chose the giant sword incomprehensibly. The next moment, the bow and arrow in her hand disappeared out of thin air. Then, thunder burst out in front of her, and a black giant sword with white lightning patterns descended into the outside world and fell into Key's hands. She struggled to take over this giant sword that was taller than her, and barely picked it up with both hands. As for this sword, if the wind unicorn wings just now were relatively gentle, then this giant sword is more violent, Shiyu said simply, and Key, who was holding the giant sword with difficulty, suddenly felt that the numb current flowed from the giant sword into her body in an instant. She only felt that her body was about to be numbed by electricity, but after this feeling, it was not stiff. Instead, Key felt that her cells were stimulated by lightning and became active, and her strength increased greatly in an instant. Sword skills, super speed, Key whispered, and her whole body was immediately filled with electricity. Her light pink hair exploded because of the diffused blue-white electricity. Then, with arcs flashing around her, she disappeared with a big sword in her hand, leaving only a trace of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion was like thunder tearing through the air. Then, 10 meters away, several frantic lightning sword lights appeared, roaring forward like a beast. In the distance, Key stopped and stared at the dancing lightning sword lights in a daze, then looked at the giant sword in her hand, and then turned back to look at Shiyu. What the hell is this? At that moment, Key actually felt that her awakening level physical strength was enough to rival the extraordinary beast under the enhancement of the giant sword. Not only that, as an elf with a natural physique, she could feel that the state just now was obviously not the limit of this sword. It just simply absorbed the lightning element particles floating in the air. If she wanted to mobilize it to the limit, she could even feel that this giant sword could even summon the thunder that destroyed the world. Although it is a little violent, this state can train your physique. When you can't bear it, you can summon the Staff of Life to recover from the damage, Shiyu said. Shiyu felt that it was still too hasty to make it. He could make a set of lightning armor and then hold a sky-breaking blade to form a set. However, with Key's level, it might be a bit difficult to control multiple equipment at the same time. I'll upgrade it later. Staff of Life. Soon, Key changed the form of the weapon and replaced it with the Staff of Life made by Shenbao. The recovery effect of this weapon is specially enhanced, better than the Borm just now. Under the green healing wave recovery, the load brought by the lightning stimulation disappeared in an instant, which made Key feel like a miracle. She found that she had completely underestimated the rarity of this equipment. This is not a simple level 7 equipment. It can switch into 12 different forms, and each form has incredible effects. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a legendary weapon. Have you thought about it? Do you want to practice with me? You will suffer a lot and will be far away from the hometown. I don't know when you will come back next time, but in the end, it should be stronger than it is now, much stronger than other elves. I want to follow you. Key's pink fur shook. She had completely fallen for this weapon and was unwilling to give up this opportunity to become stronger. Okay, Shiyu nodded and said, then next, I will guide you to use this weapon. It is a comprehensive equipment with 12 forms inside. Each weapon has its own name. Under normal circumstances, it is called Shiyu, which is the legendary treasure, Shiyu Umbrella. Now, you can try to restore it to the form of the Umbrella of Time. In this form, most of the weapons and equipment will be in a dormant state, and the loss will be smaller. Key nodded, and soon, under Shiyu's guidance, she transformed the weapon into a beautiful white umbrella. She was delighted to hold this very handy prop. She opened the umbrella, retaining the innocence of a child, holding it with joy, and liked it very much. This form, she felt much more comfortable holding it. Next, what you have to do is to adjust your mentality and be more confident. Only with enough confidence can you perfectly control the power of these equipment. Shiyu spent half an hour teaching Qi to use the umbrella of time. Qi also followed Shiyu's requirements and became more and more confident. When she tried the next few forms, her eyes were full of hope. With a smile and sweat, she tried one weapon form after another, and nodded continuously under Shiyu's instructions. Although she didn't know Shiyu yet, at this moment, Shiyu had become the person Qi was most grateful to and trusted the most. Shiyu gave Qi a few days to say goodbye to her acquaintances, while Shiyu stretched out his hand, looked at the drop of blood floating on his palm, and fell into deep thought. He told the other party that the umbrella of time needed to drip blood to recognize the owner in order to be perfectly controlled. At the same time, no one else could use the umbrella of time anymore, and she would become the only owner of the umbrella of time. This statement is also true. The only requirement for using the umbrella of time is to obtain the recognition of the spirits of each equipment in the umbrella. It is not wrong to let the umbrella of time be familiar with Qi's identity through blood. However, the most important thing is that after the matter was completed, Shiyu used the full-level telekinesis to get this drop of blood. With this, can you detect the opponent's hidden power? Shiyu asked Rin in the ruins. Yes, Master, Rin nodded. After receiving the knowledge of the fourth game and the biotechnology experience of the legend of Nanashima Shirakawa, its biotechnology foundation is not low at all. Coupled with top intelligence and mythical revival skills, it is not impossible to explore the divine power in the opponent's blood. Then you can study it, Shiyu said. At the same time, Qi ran in one direction with an umbrella on her body and looked excited. She hasn't been so happy for a long time. That was the address of Master Green. Master Green was the specially appointed blacksmith of the Tinxiang royal family, and she was only one step away from becoming a legendary blacksmith. Most of the weapons and equipment of the royal family members in the palace were forged by her and several other dwarves. Among them, Qi was very familiar with Master Green, because her several weapons and equipment were all made by Master Green, and the other party even made a few more equipment for her because of her special situation. If she wanted to leave here, the first person she wanted to say goodbye to was Master Green. Grandma Green, in the silent blacksmith shop, the bearded female dwarf Green was sleeping soundly. She naturally attended the banquet at noon and drank a lot of wine with her fellow tribesmen. I'm afraid she would sleep until the evening. However, in a daze, Green always felt that a familiar voice was calling her. She opened her eyes, got out of bed, opened the door, and saw the little girl outside the house. Isn't this Qi? Qi, what are you doing? My head hurts, Green said uncomfortably, and knocked her head with a hammer beside her. This child is really worrying. I wonder if she drank a lot of wine at noon and needs to rest. Grandma Green, I may have to leave here, Qi said. Huh? Green suddenly became energetic, looked at Qi, and said, what do you mean, where are you going? Qi is an elf cub without extraordinary power. Normally, she will stay here for the rest of her life. After she grows up, she can do a clerical job, which is not bad. With her background, the starting point is the end point of most lives. In Green's opinion, whether she has extraordinary power or not, it doesn't really matter. Qi was stubborn and insisted on practicing, and Green had no choice but to play with her. There is an adult. Let me practice with him, and then maybe I will leave the palace and leave Tinxiang, Qi said. What? Green was shocked and said, you didn't meet a bad guy, did you? No, Master Shiyu is a good man. He said he would personally talk to Her Majesty the Queen and take me away from Tinxiang to practice. Qi trusted. Not to mention that Shiyu could communicate with the Elf Queen. How could he be a bad guy when Shiyu gave her the Umbrella of Time, which was as valuable as the legendary holy artifact? Wait, Master Green was stunned. This name. Her expression changed slightly, and she said, you just said, Master Shiyu. Is the Shiyu you mentioned the young man in dark red clothes who talked with President Orlin at the banquet today? Qi's eyes were shining, and he nodded and said, yes, that master. How could it be? Green was completely shocked. Forgers and mechanics are actually similar professions, but one creates extraordinary equipment and the other creates technological equipment. The technical content of the latter is even higher. As a dwarf forger, Green naturally knew how talented Shiyu was for developing the mechanical beast. What she couldn't believe was that he would actually find Qi and ask her to take him away from Tinxiang to practice. Do you know who he is? Why would he? Master Green didn't understand why Qi was chosen by Shi Yu. Master Shi Yu said that since you don't have extraordinary abilities, you don't need to practice them. You can become a strong person by mastering various weapons and equipment. Green was getting more and more confused. She said, have you told other people about this? I think you should tell other adults first. If Qi wants to leave the palace and go to Donghuang, he must at least get the consent of the elf royal family above the overlord level. Although Shi Yu said that he would talk to the elf queen, that was Shi Yu's business. Qi must also take the initiative to ask. I haven't yet, Qi said. I will go to Sister Lyre later. Master Green said, I will go with you to find Lady Lyre. This matter is of great importance, although it is hard to believe that someone would deceive the Tinxiang royal family. She watched Qi grow up with her own eyes, and it is hard to believe that someone would be willing to take Qi who cannot control extraordinary power to practice. Okay, Qi nodded and said, but Grandma Green, before that, I want to challenge the royal trial for the last time. Can you take me there? The royal trial is a trial-type secret realm. Each level is occupied by extraordinary lives of different strengths in turn. This secret realm is used to test the strength level of the Tinxiang royal family members. Extraordinary level, commander level, monarch level. Each level corresponds to 4 levels, a total of 12 levels. Of course, the overlord level elves can pass the level easily, but for the king level elves and the master level beast tamers, it is quite difficult to pass the level. In this secret realm, the royal beast tamers can use their beast taming talents to strengthen their pets to challenge, and the elves can challenge with the help of various equipment. There are no rules and restrictions. After all, it is just a small secret realm for testing the new generation. No matter what the means are, as long as you can pass the level, it represents a certain combat power. Before this, he barely passed the first level with the help of various equipment, but he couldn't beat it later. You know, other people of the same race can jump through 2 or 3 levels when they are awakening. And this time, Qi hopes to challenge again with the help of the Umbrella of Time. After Shi Yu returned to the address of Longgong City, he received a text message from Senior Sister Lu. She has met the Queen of Elves and is about to go to the natural ruins. If you are lucky, maybe you can pack up the gifts in the natural ruins and bring them out today. See what Senior Sister can bring out. If it is suitable, you can exchange a wave of resources with her for Qi to use. Shi Yu thought to himself. At this time, Shi Yu had just returned and had not yet rested. In the ruined space, Lin's voice was startled again. Master, there is a result. Less than an hour had passed, and Lin, who was studying Qi's blood, shouted in shock. So fast, Shi Yu was stunned. Well, there may be a bonus of the blessing of wind. Can you determine the attributes and abilities of the divine power hidden in Qi? Lin said, I used the myth revival skill to try to activate the divine power in the blood. I can already make a preliminary judgment. Perhaps, I know what its identity was in its previous life. It's actually a bit strange to say it's a previous life. Why would an elf that is obviously a rule-based elf reincarnate into a human-like elf? Rule elves, elemental elves, and elves are not the same thing, Shi Yu said. Don't be confused, tell me quickly. Okay, the divine rules in the other party's body are most likely a dual-system god-level skill of time and space travel, which is the only divine skill of the rule-based lifetime elf that is said to be born in time and space. It can travel to the past and the future. Although it has no destructive power, it is an incredible skill, divine skill, time and space travel. What? Shi Yu was stunned, his expression changed drastically. Hey, you are kidding, right? He remembered that the dragon god had asked him to help decipher the remains of the space-time dragon vein when he grew up. This place is said to have the ability to travel through time and space, and this place is exactly where the time elves live. Now, the remains haven't been deciphered yet, but they have found the creator of the remains first? However, Shi Yu and Lin had the same doubts. According to the dragon god, the time elves are rule-based elves, which are not related to humanoid elves. Rin, are you reliable? Chapter 409, The Umbrella of Time. Tinxiang Royal Trial Secret Realm. At this time, there were 6 or 7 people gathered here, all communicating and waiting in the place outside the secret realm. This level-type secret realm has always been a very interesting game for the younger generation in the palace. First, Everyone can get rich rewards every time they pass the first time, and second, the trial secret realm has a ranking list that records the clearance of each royal family member. Wherever there are people, there will inevitably be comparisons, and this trial secret realm is obviously a good place for comparison. Whenever a royal member can pass a level, or whenever a genius can pass 12 levels, it will cause great discussion among the younger generation of the Xinjiang royal family. For example, in the 12th level, in the past 10 years, only 4 challengers in the Xinjiang royal family have passed it. And of these 4, 2 are already legendary beast masters, and the other 2 have become overlord level elves. Key, are you sure you want to challenge? Depend on the umbrella in your hand. Master Green accompanied Key here. When Key said that Shiyu gave her a very powerful weapon, Master Green was very shocked. However, Key refused to show it, saying that she wanted to use the royal trial to prove the power of this weapon. Key is an underage elf, and even among the elves, her age is very young. At her age and level, she cannot come to the trial alone, and must be accompanied by an elder. At this time, Green can only take on this important task. Yes, Master Green, believe me, Key's eyes are full of confidence, and she has obviously been brainwashed by Shiyu. Hey, Master Green has brought Key here again, outside the secret realm of the royal trial, the thin old administrator Luke yawned. Haha, yes, Master Green nodded. Okay, then I'll arrange for her to go in now, Administrator Luke said. Although there are people challenging inside, Key, this girl, will only be there for a while at most, and then she will be beaten out, so it's not a problem. Ah, little Key is here to challenge again. Is this a new piece of equipment? Key is about to enter the secret realm to challenge, and other members of the royal family nearby greeted her when they saw her. This is one of the places for the royal family to communicate, and several people gather here every day. There are not too many young people in the palace, but there are dozens of them. Among them, Key's name ranks last in the royal trial, and because of her special situation, every member naturally knows her. People tend to sympathize with the weak, and everyone obviously thinks that Key, the elf, is quite pitiful. At the same time, they also think that Key, who has no extraordinary power but practices the skills of weapons and equipment, is very hard-working. If conditions permit, many people will give her equipment as a gift on her birthday. Yet, holding the umbrella of time in her hand, Key nodded. Then, she took a deep breath, went directly to the entrance of the secret realm, and entered it. Since she had passed the first level before, this time, Key started the challenge from the second level. In this space, there is a mountain rock area, and a small rock skin lizard looks at Key with deep eyes. Name, Earth Rock Dragon Lizard. Attribute, Earth. Racial level, low-level commander. Growth level. The first few levels of the extraordinary trial secret realm are still relatively simple. For example, the 4 levels of the extraordinary level correspond to the extraordinary race, the extraordinary level, the leader race, the extraordinary level, the king race, the extraordinary level, and the quasi-overlord race. For the outstanding Xinjiang geniuses, it is not a big problem to pass the 4 levels at the extraordinary level. The more talented ones can reach the 3rd and 4th levels even at the awakening level, either with the help of the beast taming talent or the help of equipment. Key has no contractor and cannot use the beast taming talent to strengthen herself, so she can only use equipment. He, the Earth Rock Dragon Lizard, showed a playful expression when it saw Key. The gatekeepers here are all cultivated by the Xinjiang royal family. There are a group of gatekeepers for each of the first few levels, and only the gatekeepers for the last few levels are fixed. Coincidentally, Key was defeated by this Earth Rock Dragon Lizard last time, so this time the Earth Rock Dragon Lizard saw her and felt a little relieved. It's you? Key's eyes were red and a little aggrieved. Last time, she was beaten out by it. The opponent's stone hid her head and left many lumps, her face was also swollen, and her skin was blue and purple. If the opponent is Earth type, use Wood type to restrain it. She waved the umbrella of time, and with a flash of light, the umbrella of time immediately turned into a wooden staff. Although it felt a little careless and rough when it was made, it was just a wooden staff with brown and white colors, but it was not a big problem. He at the same time, seeing that Key had changed his equipment this time and did not use the bow and arrow, the Earth Rock Dragon Lizard shook his head and immediately summoned the flying rock to send the opponent out. However, it was not that simple to upgrade the equipment. Key, who was 1.2 meters tall, held a staff taller than himself in both hands and ran towards the Earth Rock Dragon Lizard. The earth rock dragon lizard did not care much at first, but as the nourishing aroma came, it suddenly felt dizzy and its nose began to bleed. With a dizzy brain, it was smashed away by Key's staff. It really can be controlled. Looking at the earth rock dragon lizard that was swung away by himself, Key held the staff and his heartbeat accelerated. This is one of the ways Shiyu taught Key. For creatures below the commander level, the staff's nourishing magic can instantly stun the opponent, and then you can fight as you like. Wait a minute, at this time, Key always felt that something was wrong. The staff and nourishing magic should not be used like this. This attribute restraint seems to have no meaning. You can easily win with a bow and arrow directly. However, it doesn't matter. She looked at the rock dragon lizard that was not sure whether it was knocked out by the staff or knocked out by the hammer, and she was excited. The next level. The outside world. As Key went in, most people didn't pay much attention, because they believed that she would come out with a bruised face in a short while. However, when someone noticed that the record of passing the level was refreshed behind Key's name on the stone tablet in the outside world, and 2 stars appeared, he was immediately slightly startled. Hey, look, Key seems to have passed the 2nd level. The words of this young beastmaster immediately attracted the attention of other members of the royal family. It's not easy. But how did Key pass it? Another beastmaster said. Awakening level fighting the commander race, extraordinary level. Is this using level 3 weapons and equipment? At Key's level, it shouldn't be easy to control level 3 equipment. Passed the level? So fast. At this time, the Secret Realm Administrator Luke was still chatting with Master Green. As the Secret Realm list was refreshed, they all took a look. Master Green, did you prepare high-level equipment for Key? No, at her level, controlling level 2 equipment is the limit, Green said. Master Green pondered, but she got new equipment from others. Master Luke, can't you see the situation in the Secret Realm? Please take a look at her performance next, and then tell me how it goes. Master Green was not too surprised that Key could pass the 2nd level. After all, looking at Key's confident look, it means that the equipment that Shiyu gave her should be good. Okay, Master Luke quickly took out the Secret Realm control equipment and looked at the situation inside. Then, he saw an extremely incredible scene. Key, who was not tall, faced a king race, extraordinary level, and frozen ancient tree in front of him, and directly transformed the umbrella in his hand into a longbow. The bow was very big, and Key had a hard time holding and pulling it, so that the young frozen ancient tree opposite was very confused and speechless. Then there was this neglect, letting it go, and Key used his hands and feet to pull a killing bow. The next moment, the wind spirit beat arrow, like a white meteor, instantly smashed the frozen ancient tree. The 3rd level, passed. Master Ryak, what? Master Ryak's eyes widened, unable to believe it. What's wrong? Master Green saw him startled and said immediately, and then suddenly found that 3 stars appeared behind Key's name, indicating that she had passed the 3rd level. What kind of weapon is she holding? It looks powerful enough to hurt a commander-level beast, Master Ryak said in surprise. In the 3rd level, the extraordinary level frozen ancient tree was killed by her arrow in 1 second. To achieve this power and kill the extraordinary level monarch cub in 1 shot, at least a level 5 weapon is needed. Just like a baby cannot bear the recoil of a gun, low-level life forms also find it difficult to bear the impact of the force brought by such offensive weapons. Even defensive equipment will bring a certain load to the user. The fluctuation caused by the energy shield that bursts out in an instant when activated will make low-level life forms very uncomfortable. If the attack intensity is high, even if the defensive equipment defends against the attack, the aftermath vibration caused can also kill low-level life forms. But Key did it, and after the battle, he continued to walk towards the entrance of the 4th level as if nothing had happened. That must be at least a level 5 weapon, Master Green said. Yes, Administrator Luke nodded. Moreover, ordinary level 5 weapons alone will definitely not be enough. Key can control ordinary level 5 equipment. Who did she get this equipment from? Master Green, you can't make it, right? Master Green was silent. Indeed, her highest work under normal circumstances is level 6 equipment. If various rare materials are used and someone helps, it is not impossible to make level 7 weapons and equipment that match the legendary and overlord. However, although the energy level is high, the quality level is definitely not as high as this level 5 equipment. Because this may be a weapon with a spirit and self-awareness. There is only this possibility, Luke said. Weapons and equipment with self-awareness are not necessarily the best weapons and equipment, but the best weapons and equipment must have self-awareness. This kind of equipment, even if the energy level is very high, it is not too stressful for low-level users to control it. In ancient Xinjiang, this kind of equipment was not very rare. Some famous legendary weapons could have spirits. But in modern times, it is difficult for antique swords and other weapons and equipment to breed spirits and become extraordinary life. What's more, what Qi holds in his hand is a weapon and equipment with self-awareness, but not life. This kind of thing is even rarer. Even a legendary forger would find it difficult to forge it. It must be said that although the level of the Chongchong race is not high, its fantasy phantom is like a divine skill. Weapons and equipment with a certain consciousness. I see, Master Green smacked his lips. This kind of weapon and equipment is extremely rare. Dr. Shiyu is really generous. He gave it to Qi just as he said. No wonder Qi was so confident to challenge the trial. Such weapons and equipment were indeed the most suitable for Qi. If it was a level 5 equipment with self-awareness, it should allow Qi to pass the first 4 levels, right? Even the 5th level? This, Administrator Ryak was shocked again. What happened? The Warhammer giant in the 4th level was also killed by an arrow, Ryak muttered. It was a giant cub of the quasi-dominant race, but it was also nearly 10 meters tall. But perhaps, in Qi's eyes at the moment, it was just a living target. What happened? At the same time, more and more people noticed Qi's crazy rising ranking and were stunned. That Qi, within a few minutes, had already passed the 4th level? He had already defeated the extraordinary opponent of the quasi-dominant race? What's going on? The Beastmasters and Elves present were of different levels, but at this time they were all attracted by Qi's rapidly rising ranking. This is not the end. Soon, the 5th level was passed. Even if the opponent's strength reached the extraordinary race and the commander level, Qi still killed him with one arrow inside the trial secret realm. This made the other members of the royal family extremely stunned. The 6th level, the leader race, the leader level, the 7th level, the lower king race, the leader level, Qi did not feel much pressure, and finished with one arrow. Until the 8th level, from this level on, the gatekeeper is unique. The gatekeeper of the 8th level is a space-type humanoid elf of the quasi-dominant race, the leader level, and one of the new generation of young guards of the palace. He looked at Qi in silence, not understanding how Qi, an awakening level elf girl, came here. Isn't this the little princess who can't have extraordinary power? Guard Lundy. Qi also knew this young guard. After knowing that the other party was a space type, the longbow in his hand flashed and turned into a white sword. The sword was still very long, and Qi had a hard time holding it. What is this? Lundy remained silent, watching the other party's longbow turn into a sword, and was surprised and talked to himself in his heart. Before he could think too much, a voice suddenly came. Stupid. Do your best. Don't be careless. This voice startled Lundy, because this voice was the voice of the secret realm manager, Mr. Ryak. Lundy's heart immediately trembled, and he looked at the pink-haired elf girl in a white dress in front of him. She changed into a white sword, raised it directly to the top of her head, and slashed at him from top to bottom. It seemed that she could swing the sword energy. Hide in the air. Lundy was indeed not careless, and he used the most rogue move of the space system, hide in the air. This move has another name for the legendary Beastmaster, which is virtualization. It is a move that can hide in the subspace. Under normal circumstances, only space moves can hit life in this state. Of course, if the move is powerful enough to distort the subspace, it can also affect it. This kind of power must be at least the power of a hegemon's attack, but if you attack like this, the consumption and return are not proportional. Therefore, sometimes the space system is really invincible. After entering the invisible state, Lundy looked at Qi again, but then a painful scene appeared. When Qi chopped down the sky-breaking blade, a layer of white halo spread over it. Then, the space in front of the sky-breaking blade was broken like a mirror. A shock wave swept the incomparable space shock force and attacked him in the invisible state. During this process, Lundy seemed to see countless transparent space butterflies flying. And around him, the chaotic space had been locked, making him unable to move at all. He was shocked and panicked. At this time, Qi finally understood what Shiyu meant by being confident. Boom. After the attack, she looked at the ruined world in front of her in silence, and looked at another weapon in her hand, the sky-breaking blade. This was a weapon condensed by the hardening and air-shaking skills of the 11th strength of the Overlord, and was enchanted by the bug with the phantom of the space butterfly. Glyn, how can her weapons and equipment change their forms? It's actually a space weapon, and this power is no longer as simple as a level 5 equipment, level 6, level 7, who gave her the weapon? Master Glyn was silent. She knew she was wrong. It was not level 5? Does this Dr. Shiyu have a divine mind at home? Outside. As Ki passed the 8th level, it was completely messed up. One by one, the royal geniuses stared at Ki's name jumping over many people's heads, unable to understand. What happened? The 9th level is already a king-level gatekeeper. Generally speaking, even the geniuses of the Tinxiang royal family find it difficult to win in this level. Because the gatekeepers of this level basically have a high level of proficiency in deterrence. Deterrence is usually a gift for the gatekeepers of levels 9 to 12. It is to test whether the gatekeepers are qualified to come to this level for challenge. For Ki, who has the umbrella of time, this level is actually simpler than the previous ones. The sword turned into an umbrella again. Ki walked into the 9th level step by step. As soon as he stepped in, the overwhelming aura of the king and the master level deterrence wave swept over. Boom. Ki opened the umbrella, and a mini black and white panda metal ornament pendant appeared on the tip of the umbrella. Then, the terrifying deterrence that shook the world burst out from the opened umbrella shield. Buzz! The white materialized deterrence wave like lightning swallowed up the deterrence of the king guard in the 9th level in an instant and squeezed away. The gatekeeper of the 9th level had not reacted at all, and his pupils turned wide in an instant. He was stunned by the backlash of Ki's spiritual defense equipment, the panda pendant. So strong. At this time, Ki became more and more excited. Is this really just a defensive equipment? This panda ornament is wrapped with a deterrence wave of the skill advancing Dao level, containing the will of the overlord of the 11th level. Let alone the deterrence of the king level beast, even if it is the deterrence of the standard overlord level, it can protect Ki. You know, with this full level deterrent entanglement technique, the Emperor Wu created a 2,000-year-old iron-eating beast training site, and the deterrent fluctuations of the stone pillar still have independent consciousness. At this moment, Shiyu and Lin were still studying the possibility that Ki was the reincarnation of the time spirit, and they had no idea that Ki had already started killing people in the Tinxiang royal trial with the top-quality equipment they sent. In the outer boundary of the trial secret realm, a group of young royal geniuses looked at the 11 stars behind Ki's name with their mouths wide open. Ki had not come out yet, which meant that she was challenging the 12th level. Under their incomprehensible and unbelievable calls to friends, more and more Tinxiang royal geniuses heard the news and looked at Ki's name on the secret realm list in shock. Ki, an awakening level spirit who had never mastered extraordinary power, how did she reach the 11th level? How is this possible? Even if she could control the 7th level legendary equipment, she could not defeat the king. Weapons and equipment are just icing on the cake. It can make up for some shortcomings of pets and beast masters, such as letting low-level life bear the threat of high-level life, making its own attributes more comprehensive, but it will never be too outrageous, and will not exceed the blessing of the beast master's talent. The strength of an equipment will not exceed the extraordinary ability of the extraordinary life itself. Otherwise, equipment would have been mainstream long ago. I don't understand either. Don't tell me that Ki is holding a legendary weapon or a divine weapon in her hand. Don't be ridiculous. Where did she get that kind of thing? I believe that the secret realm is broken. The guardian of the 12th level is a top king who can temporarily rival the overlord and is very difficult to defeat. The normal energy value has reached 8 million. Its race is the war giant tree, the overlord race, the king level. In the 1 versus 1 situation, only 4 people in the new generation of Tinxiang have defeated it. In the forest land area of the 12th level, it is undoubtedly very difficult to defeat it, but at this time, in the 12th level, a scene that most people can hardly imagine is happening. The opponent of the 12th level is indeed very strong, and Ki is also in a hard fight. She was carrying a heavy and huge machine gun. On the machine gun, dazzling light bullets were constantly condensing, and the light energy was gushing out at a rate of several thousand light bullets per minute. This machine gun was made by Shen Bao and Lin together. It applied mechanical theory and plant knowledge. It can directly photosynthesize and condense light bullets in places with light through energy storing beams. The weapon spirit is Shen Bao. The reason why this weapon was taken out was that the war giant tree was too strong. The whole forest was its hands and feet. Attacks came from all directions, and it was difficult for Key to parry with other weapons. Damn, what's wrong with this kid? At this time, the war giant tree hidden behind the scenes cursed in his heart, watching the plant army he controlled being swept away by the exaggerated weapon, and his heart was chilled. It condensed a vine with all its strength, like a bullet, from the cover to pierce the machine gun, or tie up the short pink-haired elf girl, but when the vine was close to the opponent, a chill quickly rose around the opponent's body. Frozen the vines, guarding the little girl. Susu's Guardian Water Mutation ability. Currently, it is guarding Key together with a panda pendant in the form of a water drop ornament, and it is also a guarding skill that has been tempered to have independent consciousness. I don't understand. The war giant tree, which rarely has an opponent in the king level, looked at this awakening elf girl incomprehensible. He couldn't understand why she could break through the 12th level and control so many weapons and equipment. The umbrella of time is really strong, driving the machine gun. Key's expression was red, and her baby fat face was full of madness and excitement. Her lips, as tender as cherry blossoms, were tightly pursed, and she had gradually entered the state, of course. At this time, the most sluggish person was Master Green, who watched Key grow up. It was okay at the beginning, but when Key started to kill the space elves of the 8th level in seconds, everything became wrong. The 9th level of the king level gatekeeper still lost his fighting consciousness at the first encounter. Until now, Key is fighting against the old top-level monarch war tree in Tinxiang. I don't understand it even more. Master Ryak, the administrator who has been watching the situation in the secret realm, as a top master who can compete with the overlord, as a friend of legendary dwarf and legendary mechanic, he can't understand the weapons and equipment in Key's hands. It's okay to be able to transform. It's okay to involve multiple attributes. It's okay to have a conscious spirit. It's okay to let an awakened little girl easily control it and suppress the top monarch. How is it possible? His eyes widened, and he saw Key find that he couldn't take down the war tree, and began to try to control multiple weapons at the same time. He even took out a mines that could burrow into the ground. More than 10 minutes later, the royal geniuses who gathered outside the royal trial ruins looked at the name that ran to the top floor in silence, and saw that her clearance record turned into a full star. Those royal members who were called over because the matter was too outrageous found that what they saw was even more outrageous than what they heard. Key. Who doesn't know her? She's the awakening level little girl without extraordinary powers. She's still just a child now. How could she pass the 12th level? You know, the elves who passed the 12th level in recent years are Anis, the current leader of the Royal Archer Group, and Lil, the Royal Library Administrator. Both of them are overlord level strength and the strongest genius among the royal elves. And Key. How could it be possible? At this time, royal members far away in other places, Anis, Lil, Loy, Zilia and other geniuses, were waiting outside the natural ruins with the Elf Queen and President Orlan. The natural ruins are also in the capital of Tinxiang. Lu Qingyi has been in it for some time. Finally, the light flashed, and Lu Qingyi and Lian came out of the natural ruins. They were all very excited. How is it? Elf Queen Silphra smiled and looked at Lu Qingyi and Lian. Unexpectedly, Shiyu brought along an incredible girl who had contracted the daughter of the ancient guardian god Wendy. Theoretically, it should be possible to harvest a lot of resources from natural relics. After all, over the years, the resources in natural relics have been growing faster than they have been taken out. As expected, there are a total of 2 legendary resources, 6 level 8 resources, 19 level 7 resources, and a number of low-level resources. So many. Anis, Lil and others were surprised. With so many resources, it might be difficult to pile up a totem, but it is definitely not difficult to pile up a few overlords. 2 legendary resources. President Orlan was also very surprised. This is a big harvest. Not bad. The Elf Queen Silphra heard this. Her expression was not bad, but she sighed in her heart. It seems that she has waited in vain. There are no mythical resources. She has mastered many special abilities, and Lu Qingyi can't lie in front of her. Your Majesty, is it as you said at the beginning, a 50-50 split? Lu Qingyi said. This harvest, even if it is a 50-50 split, is a huge sum of money for her. After all, it includes a legendary resource. Silvera smiled and nodded without much concern. Knowing that Lu Qingyi and Shiyu had a good relationship, She said, just take what you need first, okay, thank you very much, Lu Qingyu nodded. In fact, the most important thing is the legendary resources. There are 2 in total. One is the 9th level Wind God Flower, and the other is the 9th level Natural Fruit. The Wind God Flower is a legendary resource of the Wind system. It can be used to strengthen Wind-type pets and is a strengthening resource. The Natural Fruit is also a strengthening resource that can enhance the control of extraordinary life over natural energy. However, its use conditions are stricter than the Wind God Flower. As long as the pet is Wind-type and has Wind-type skills, the Wind God Flower can be used for strengthening. But the Natural Fruit is only effective for the elves. In the end, Lu Qingyu chose the Wind God Flower instead of the Natural Fruit. One is that Leon has already used the legendary resource to reach the Overlord. She discussed with Leon and wanted to give the new legendary resource to other pets to add a second Overlord to the team. Second, Leon is no longer a complete elf. Although she is still friendly to natural energy, the effect of using natural fruits is definitely not as good as that of elves with flesh and blood, and the cost effectiveness is not high. So, after some consideration, Lu Qingyu chose to hand over the natural fruits to Tingxiang. After getting the natural fruits, President Orlin was still delighted. Elf Queen Silpher didn't care about a legendary resource. At her level, legendary resources are rarely effective for her. She has reached a bottleneck in the practice of natural power, and a natural fruit can no longer help her. Natural fruit, if the kid, contracts the Tingxiang elves, this will be a gift to them. This friendship should be great, Silpher thought. Contracted elves plus natural fruits should be able to completely tie Shiyu, a super genius who will become a legend in the future, to the chariot of Tingxiang. But, she looked at the envious elf geniuses such as Anis, Lil, and Loi in silence. Why did these guys lose Shiyu and come to visit her together? Is it really okay? At the moment, Lu Qingyi, President Oran and others were dividing the harvest on the spot, but at this moment, President Oran received an important communication. President Oran, the royal trial, there is a new elf who has passed the 12th level of the royal trial. On the other side, President Oran's elf secretary was surprised. What? Who is it? President Oran was also shocked. He couldn't remember who else had that potential. Luo Yi might be able to do it in the future, but now she is on his side. It's Qi, the Qi without extraordinary power. How is it possible? President Oran blurted out. She just felt that the secretary was teasing her. Olin, what's wrong? Silvera looked at Oran. Oran said, Your Majesty, my secretary said that Qi is the little elf girl without extraordinary power, who has passed all 12 levels of the royal trial? Huh? The elf queen was startled, and she felt that the name was a little familiar. No extraordinary power. At the beginning, the elves did bring a special elf baby without extraordinary power to see her. However, she could not see any problem with the baby and just thought it was a special case of mixed blood. Qi. She should not be very old. President Orlin's words not only surprised the elf queen, but also shocked Anis, Lil, and Loi. Qi? The Qi who was practicing archery in the training ground just now? How could it be possible? Strange, the elf queen pondered for a moment. Qi could not awaken extraordinary power. She had confirmed it. Even if she helped the other party optimize the race, it would be very difficult. In this case, unless the appropriate legendary resources were used to change fate, there would be a glimmer of hope to awaken extraordinary power. However, Tingxiang could not use legendary resources, a strategic level resource with a chance of strengthening totems, on a little girl. Besides, suitable resources are not so easy to find. Therefore, Qi's situation is unsolvable. How did this Qi pass the 12th level of the trial? The secret realm was built by her own hands, and she knew the difficulty. Is it over? Elf Queen Silvera looked at President Orlin, Lu Qingyi and the others. She planned to go to the trial secret realm to see Qi's situation. At this time, outside the secret realm, Qi came out with great joy and excitement. Past 12 levels. She was not proficient in using the umbrella of time, but even so, she passed the royal trial, which only 4 young people had passed in the past 10 years. I am still too weak. If I had a higher affinity for natural energy, the power of these weapons would be even greater. Qi thought to himself. The physique of the elves is very affinity with natural energy, so they can use these weapons and equipment that mobilize natural energy like a fish in water. Although she cannot awaken the skills, Qi feels that Shiyu's reminder is right. Later, She can major in natural physique to enhance her proficiency in controlling weapons and equipment. The elves are born with natural physiques, which can be regarded as having half of the affinity talent of the universe. Ordinary pets can only have this physique of the elves when they reach the overlord level. This is the case with totems like the whirlpool monster. Even if it was so weak that it had no energy at all, it could create a tsunami and force Shiyu and others into a desperate situation just by relying on its physique that could mobilize the power of nature. Qi. As soon as Qi came out of the secret realm, she found countless people watching her outside. Even 2 royal beast masters from Lian Tingxiang who were going to participate in the world competition came. This scene instantly scared Qi, and she hugged the white umbrella of time in her arms tightly. At this time, these people were extremely confused. Qi looked like she was still at the awakening level. How could she pass the 12th level? Little girl, your weapon, what's the matter? At this time, Master Raya couldn't wait to come out and ask Qi about the umbrella. He asked Green, but the dwarf didn't say anything. Although Green knew that it was given by Shiyu, she was unwilling to say anything without Qi's or even Shiyu's consent. She was very stubborn. Weapon? Everyone looked at the white umbrella in Qi's hand. Master Raya, are you saying that Qi really passed the 12th level with the equipment? They were completely dumbfounded and couldn't understand. Is that a divine weapon? At this moment, Qi suddenly became nervous and suddenly realized that she seemed to be in trouble. Passing the 12th level must have caused a lot of noise. Although Shiyu said that he didn't mind her using the umbrella casually and let her use it to pass the level casually, Qi didn't know what to do in an instant when so many people were paying attention to her. Qi, let's go back first. Master Green came out and walked to Qi's side. But at this moment, everyone suddenly held their breath and looked at a place suddenly. Because, with a ripple in space, several people of extremely noble status came here. Whether it was the royal beast masters, elves, or outsiders like Green who came to work, they all held their breath and looked at the elven queen who appeared in front of them, and President Orlin and Anis and others beside her. Your Majesty. In an instant, all the royal family members present saluted and greeted, and Qi was no exception and immediately saluted nervously. No need to be polite, Silver said, then looked at Qi in the crowd. She was surprised, but she didn't feel that she had become stronger. It was still the energy fluctuation of awakening level. Qi, right? I just heard from President Orlin that you passed the 12th level of the trial. At this time, everyone around looked up in surprise. They didn't expect that Qi passed the 12th level and attracted Her Majesty the Queen. It was incredible. Even when Anis, Lil and others next to the Queen passed the 12th level, Her Majesty the Queen didn't pay much attention. However, Qi's situation was indeed a bit special. Yes, Your Majesty. Qi's face flushed, and he looked at the Elf Queen nervously. This secret realm was created by the Elf Queen. Although she handed the secret realm over to others to manage, after coming here, she instantly saw all the history that happened in the secret realm half a day ago. At this moment, the Elf Queen's expression changed slightly, and she looked at the weapon in Qi's hand. She felt a little strange, because the weapon spirit of this weapon was so similar to the power form of the butterfly she saw in Longgong City and Shiyu's butterfly. Who gave you this umbrella? Said the Elf Queen. It was Lord Shiyu, Qi said. Shiyu. When Qi said this name, Lu Qingyi, Lian, Anis, Lyre and others beside him were stunned and looked at the umbrella in Qi's hand. What's going on? What's going on? It's him. The Elf Queen was silent, looked at Qi, and then turned to look at the more mature Anis and Lyre. She was a little confused. What did I lose? What did Shiyu think of leaving behind the more mature and beautiful Anis, Lyre and others to get weapons and equipment to hook up with a little elf girl? At this time, President Orlin also suddenly looked at Anis and others. At this time, these elf geniuses looked confused and had not yet reacted to what was going on. So, Qi really relied on this umbrella to pass the 12th level. At that moment, even Her Majesty the Queen asked about the umbrella, and the surrounding Tingxiang geniuses began to be even more unbelievable. What on earth is this? Qi is just an awakening elf girl, but he defeated the top king with just this thing? Shiyu gave it? Shiyu, isn't that the first person under the Donghuang legend who led the team from Longgong City to Tingxiang today? They heard a lot about Shiyu's experience at the banquet today, but suddenly realized that they were not familiar with this guy at all. What's the situation with this guy? He gave an awakening elf an umbrella, And her strength was comparable to the 4 geniuses of the new generation of the royal family? They haven't passed the 12th level yet, doesn't it mean that they are not as good as Qi? At this moment, this group of Tinxiang geniuses were completely confused. Moreover, why did Shi Yu give an umbrella to Qi? What the hell is Shi Yu doing? And Lu Chengyu was completely black-lined. She felt that Shi Yu was not a quiet person. Sure enough, when she entered the ruins, Shi Yu directly guided a little girl to pass the Tinxiang royal trial. Chapter 410 The Weakest Overlord Qi. At this moment, everyone had a preliminary understanding of how Qi passed the 12 levels, relying on weapons and equipment. However, except for a few people, most people still didn't understand why Qi could pass the trial so quickly with just one piece of equipment. For a moment, a knowledgeable librarian like Liar couldn't think of any equipment that could help Qi pass the 12 levels of the trial so easily among the various legendary instruments collected by the elves. No matter whether it was low level or high level, it was impossible for Qi, who was at the awakening level, to control it. It was simply impossible for a level 1 elf to wear level 100 equipment. Even some equipment with spirits could not so easily recognize an awakening elf. Although the conditions for use would be much lower after they were recognized, the process of recognizing the master was also a great test for the user. All of a sudden, Shi Yu became more mysterious among these Tinxiang royal geniuses. It was not scary that he was powerful, but what was scary was that he could make an awakening elf comparable to them with just one piece of equipment. This mysterious image made the 2 Tinxiang geniuses who were about to communicate with Longgong City tomorrow feel a huge pressure. As expected of you, Lu Chengyu looked at the umbrella in Qi's hand, thoughtfully. As one of the people who knew Shi Yu best, Lu Chengyu was the first to know what was going on. I'm afraid that there was a virtual and real phantom created by the bugs as the weapon spirit in that weapon. Shi Yu often used this tactic. For example, in the martial arts competition, Shi Yu used an ice dragon blade to summon the ice dragon weapon spirit phantom to assist himself in fighting, and cooperated with the weapon spirit phantom to lead and defeat the king. For example, in the national competition, he even let Qitong activate Mu Huang's weapon spirit phantom himself, and formed a combination skill that spanned thousands of miles with the bugs, using the staggered sword to crush Dozhuan. For those around Shi Yu, it is no secret that Shi Yu has mastered a set of skills to use virtual and real phantoms as weapon spirits. If this method is used, it can indeed allow this little girl to easily pass the 12th level. Lu Chengyu was silent. She naturally knew the combat effectiveness of the butterfly. It was a question whether her overlord-level elves could beat the dragon phantom it created with all its strength. Let these phantoms be the spirits of equipment. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? To obey is just a matter of a word from Chong Chong. Lu Chengyu even suspected that even if there was no little girl holding the weapon, Shi Yu could let the weapon pass a level by itself. No, let the spirit of the equipment break through the level without the equipment, which is not impossible. Lu Chengyu was immediately happy. It was right that the people around couldn't understand it. After all, they didn't know Chong Chong's power of imagination. This ability is definitely a skill that dwarf blacksmiths dream of. Okay, you all go away. After knowing what was going on, the elf queen began to blast people. After she spoke, although most of the Tinxiang geniuses who gathered there still had many problems, they were still reluctant to leave under the order of the elf queen. The elf queen, Silphra, looked at Qi and said, "Come with me to Shiayu's place." In the eyes of the elf queen, Shiayu's behavior must be either a traitor or a thief. This piece of equipment is extremely outrageous, and it can make many legendary dwarves scramble for research. Shiayu will definitely not give it to Qi for no reason, so she wants to find out what Shiayu means. Shiayu didn't expect that the elf queen would bring Qi to her door so soon. Wasn't the elf queen visited by Anis and others to study some natural relics? Your Majesty, Shiayu immediately greeted Silphra after she arrived. Next to the elf queen, Qi, holding an umbrella, was cautious and didn't dare to speak. "Shiayu, did you give her that weapon?" the queen asked. Shiayu glanced at Qi and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" She used this to pass the 12th level of the royal trial, which caused quite a stir. The elf queen looked at Shiayu. Among the geniuses of this generation of Tinxiang, only 4 people can normally pass the 12 levels she established. As a result, Shi Yu helped a little awakening elf girl pass with just one piece of equipment. She suspected that Shi Yu was targeting her. Haha, is that so? Shi Yu smiled awkwardly. It was indeed him who encouraged Key to build up more confidence. If you want to exercise your will, you can't do it the same way as before. You must build up confidence, then crush it, then build it up again, and crush it again, over and over again. Then why did you give her such a precious thing? Silver asked with a smile. I haven't had time to tell you yet. I want to help Key practice, Shiyu said. This is called a weapon, but every weapon, during use, can help her better get close to natural energy, or help her exercise her body, which is equivalent to training prop. Your Majesty, let Key go to Donghuang with me to practice. It was indeed like this. The Elf Queen knew that Shiyu must have chosen Key, so he made such an equipment with such great importance. However, what she didn't understand was why Shiyu chose Key when there were so many elf geniuses. Why? Asked the Elf Queen. Why? Didn't you tell me to contract an elf back? Shiyu complained in his heart. First, even though Key doesn't have extraordinary powers, she works hard to train herself with various weapons and equipment. I like her personality. Second, her physique should not be as simple as it seems. The reason for the defect may be because of her huge potential. Shiyu looked at the Elf Queen and said, she is very similar to my other companions. They all had some problems at the beginning, so I want to try to see if I can help her change her fate. Beside him, Key looked at Shiyu with gratitude, and the Elf Queen nodded. Thinking that Shiyu had discovered Key's specialness, a specialness that even she hadn't discovered, the Elf Queen thought it was nothing. Everyone has their own expertise. Just like even she couldn't research a mechanical fantasy beast, it was normal for Shiyu, who researched a mythical race of mechanical fantasy beasts, to have some unique insights. She wanted to see how far Shiyu, a legendary genius, could train Key, a defective elf girl. Key, are you willing to follow him? The Elf Queen looked at Key and asked for her opinion. Although it is not quite the same as what was envisioned at the beginning, as long as Shiyu can choose a Tinxiang elf, the goal will be achieved. Yes, I want to follow Lord Shiyu, Key nodded. Then from today on, you will practice with Shiyu, and I will announce this matter later, the Queen of the Elf said. If the elves of the Tinxiang royal family are contracted by outsiders, they must be announced to the outside world, which is also a kind of diplomatic establishment. At the same time, since they have left the royal family, the identities of these elves will also change slightly, and when they leave, the royal family will also send blessings and gifts. After asking Key from the Queen of the Elf, Shiyu was in a much happier mood. Regardless of whether Lin's research results are right or not, it is definitely true that Key has divine power in his body. At present, Shiyu's plan is to let Key, who has inherited the natural physique of the elves, continue to exercise natural power. When his strength becomes stronger, his will level may be able to rise. The natural power from the outside world is different from the extraordinary power in the body. Key can practice it, but it is a little more difficult. After all, it is a skill that only begins to be practiced at the overlord level. After the Elf Queen left, Lu Chengyi came back and found Shiyu. When we were in the library, you said that you had something important to do, which was to flirt with a little elf girl in the training ground. Lu Chengyi smiled as soon as she came, but this smile made Shiyu feel a little guilty. How could it be? Shiyu said perfunctorily, but it was hard to say about the time elves. Before the dust settled, he would not tell anyone, especially the Dragon God and the Elf Queen, as that would only add a lot of trouble. After all, traveling through time and space is too buggy. After traveling through time and space, whether it will change the future through the past or create a brand new parallel time and space, he still doesn't know. Moreover, if traveling through time and space is a magical skill, then the cost of using it is probably very high. It's better to take it one step at a time and cultivate it first. You don't want to contract that little elf girl, do you? Lu Chengyi felt strange. After she contracted Leon, she didn't feel like she was raising a pet, but she found a best friend for herself. Baizai was envious and jealous about this, and said that he also wanted to be contracted by senior sister Lu. If it was this little elf girl, Lu Chengyi felt that Shiyu was no different from raising a daughter. It's hard to say yet, but I have agreed with the Elf Queen that Key should practice with me next. Key's physique should not be as simple as it seems. I care more about this. Her future achievements will definitely be immeasurable. Senior sister, what's that expression on your face? Lu Chengyi was speechless and said, I'm just worried that you can't take good care of her. She doesn't have any extraordinary powers, so you can't train her with the same standards as other pets. Of course I know this, no problem, senior sister. How is the harvest from the natural relics? Judging from your appearance, you should have just come back. When talking about the harvest from the natural relics, Lu Chengyi smiled and said, it's naturally rich. Since you want to cultivate elves, I'll give you some natural resources. By the way, in the next 2 days, I don't want to watch or participate in the Dragon Palace City Exchange competition. I plan to take Leon to see other Tinxiang ruins. I have already made an appointment with President Orlin. Shiyul, I don't plan to watch it either. I have to go to the Kongdi ruins to hatch eggs first. Let Senior Binglong preside over this. By the way, when you go, take Teacher Ying with you, it will be safer. Let Teacher Ying follow you. Not many people here know me. On the contrary, you, from the perspective of the long-term hostility between Tinxiang and the Dark Knight Forest and the Dragon Empire, it is actually you who are more dangerous. Don't forget the relationship between the Dragon Empire and Dragon Palace City and Donghuang. The Dragon Emperor is the 4th generation of the legendary Emperor of the Donghuang dynasty. Since he ascended the throne, Donghuang and Dragon Palace City have always been on good terms. The Dragon God 1,000 years ago was already a demigod-level strong man. In theory, with the protection of the Dragon God, even if the Dragon Emperor died, the Donghuang dynasty would not collapse again. In fact, this is true. Under the protection of Dragon Palace City, although the Dragon Emperor died, the Dragon Emperor dynasty did not collapse, but continued to be passed down for a long time under the protection of Dragon Palace City. However, if Dragon Palace City is also busy with itself and the Dragon God has no energy to protect Donghuang, then the Dragon Emperor dynasty will be in danger. At that time, the Eastern Totem countries directly united with the Western Dragon Empire and other forces to launch a totem war against Donghuang and Dragon Palace City at the same time. Because Dragon Palace City had to fight the Dragon Empire, which also had a semi-god life, it had no time to protect Donghuang. This war lasted for hundreds of years and caused the new round of totem chaos. It was not until the rise of the Sky Emperor that he became the new generation of legendary Beastmaster of Donghuang in the chaos that the chaos ended again. The Sky Emperor became the most influential legendary emperor in Blue Star by virtue of his own attributes, just because he had established a space teleportation array throughout Blue Star at that time, which could instantly allow the armies of Donghuang and Dragon Palace City to reach all parts of Blue Star. Therefore, as an invader from the west who was defeated by Longgong City and Donghuang at that time, it is normal for the Dragon Empire to have a bad relationship with Longgong City and Donghuang. As the leader of this exchange activity in Longgong City, Shiyu may have been targeted by the Dragon Empire. Therefore, Lu Chengyi thinks that it is better to let the gem cat be Shiyu's bodyguard. Don't worry about me, Shiyu said. Don't forget, I have the protection of the Dragon God, and Su Su has accepted the inheritance of Kanghe and inherited the Kanghe ruins. With the identity of the master of Kanghe ruins, I can teleport to any projection of Kanghe ruins anytime and anywhere, and no one can stop me. Just like the guardian water made by Su Su, before the energy is exhausted, it can help Ki easily resist the overlord level attack. The guardian water made by the Dragon God can also help Shiyu resist the attack of the totem. With such equipment, plus the Kanghe ruins that can be teleported at will, it is extremely difficult for even a demigod to keep Shiyu at this time. It can be said that if Shiyu can't escape with these equipment, then letting the gem cat protect him is equivalent to killing one and getting one free, just giving an extra cat head. At present, Shiyu has completely gotten rid of the weak period when he needed bodyguards. The world is so big that you can go anywhere alone. Wait, at this time, hearing that Su Su had accepted the inheritance of the Kanghe ruins, Lu Chengyi's delicate face showed a trace of confusion. Isn't that an inheritance that can only be accepted by the overlord level? You let it break through in advance for the world competition. Is your body okay? Crossing the level of the contract overlord, this must be squeezed dry. However, when thinking of Shiyu's monster physique, Lu Chengyi felt that her worries were unnecessary. No, it's just that through the bug of the time fruit, Su Su temporarily reached the overlord level and awakened the Kanghe ruins. In essence, it is still the king level, which will not cause much burden. In addition, because of the strength, the inheritance was not fully accepted, so I accepted part of it and inherited the entry-level Kanghe skills. Lu Chengyi, is the time fruit for you to use to fix bugs? Shiyu smiled. Now you should believe it, senior sister. With the two equipments, Dragon God Guardian and Kanghe ruins, nothing will happen to me. That night, A big event was announced in the elf royal family. The elf royal family girl Qi is about to leave the palace and practice with Donghuang Beastmaster Shi Yu. Once this news was announced, the Tingxiang royal family was extremely shocked. Shi Yu's name has become very famous among the royal family because of the banquet at noon. Shi Yu, who led the 10 overlords of Dragon Palace City, the founder of the mechanical fantasy beast system, and the first person under the Donghuang legend, has all these titles. Let alone Qi, a problem girl without extraordinary power. Even those overlord royal families are a question of whether they can match him. As the news that Qi passed a royal trial with the equipment sent by Shi Yu in the afternoon spread more and more, some people who were originally very confused were silent for a moment, and then they felt incredible and were shocked by Shi Yu's handwriting. Perhaps, this big boss Shi Yu really doesn't care about Qi's status. After all, he just gave her a piece of equipment, and Qi's combat power jumped to the top 10 among the new generation of Tingxiang. Since he can strengthen Qi, an awakening level elf who doesn't know any skills, to this extent, how strong should Shi Yu be? All of a sudden, the royal family of Tingxiang became more curious about the true strength of Donghuang, the first person under the legend. Qi, you must practice well with Lord Shi Yu, don't miss this opportunity, and be obedient, Master Green urged. At this time, she already knew the power of the Umbrella of Time. This equipment can be called a legendary quality, level 7 equipment. I'm afraid that only the legendary dwarves in the history of Tingxiang land can make it. In the 2000-year history of Tingxiang ancient country, no one can make such equipment. If this equipment is not obtained by Shi Yu by chance, but Shi Yu has a channel to make it, then Qi will follow Shi Yu. Even if he can't use extraordinary power in his life, his achievements in the future will not be low. Good, Qi was full of energy. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, especially for Qi, as well as Anis, Lil, Loi and other geniuses of the elves. After the royal family announced that Qi was about to leave with Shi Yu, Anis, Lil and others were extremely shocked. Finally understood why Her Majesty the Queen and President Orlan looked at them like that in the afternoon. It was obviously May 1st. President Orlan was also shocked, because Her Majesty the Queen asked her to take out a legendary resource, natural fruit, from the natural relics as a farewell gift for Qi. If it weren't for Her Majesty the Queen's supremacy, President Orlan would even think that Her Majesty the Queen was crazy. Legendary resources can almost 100% cultivate a hegemon. Even extraordinary races can be strengthened to hegemons with legendary resources. There is a 1 in 10 chance of strengthening a hegemon to totem. Moreover, it is a legendary resource like natural fruit that fits the elves. Give it to Shi Yu and Qi? Just do it, Silvera said calmly. It's just a legendary resource. It's not a precious thing. Besides, Tingxiang didn't lose anything. The fruit was obtained for free. The next day, before the exchange banquet in Longgong City started, President Orlan brought Qi to visit Shi Yu, and handed Qi and the natural fruit to Shi Yu. Shi Yu took the green natural fruit like a pomegranate, and instantly recognized what resource it was through the third round of illustrations. He was extremely surprised. Isn't this one of the 2 legendary resources obtained from the natural ruins that senior sister Lu said yesterday? Because of the initial agreement, it was returned to Tingxiang, and she only kept the wind god flower. This is the legendary resource, the natural fruit. It is a farewell gift from Her Majesty the Queen to Qi when she left Tingxiang. It can enhance Qi's affinity and control over natural energy. This is a physical condition. Even if she does not have any extraordinary power, she can use natural fruits. It can be said that it is one of the few resources suitable for her, President Orlan said. Besides, Qi was confused and did not expect that Her Majesty the Queen would give her a legendary resource when she left. Although everyone in Tingxiang usually takes good care of him, the level of care provided by the legendary resources was obviously something Qi had never enjoyed before. Although Qi is a child, he is also very smart. He knows that these changes are all caused by Shi Yu. Thank Her Majesty the Queen for me. I will take good care of Qi. Shi Yu was not polite and accepted the natural fruit together. This is indeed a good thing. If everything goes well, maybe this can be used to strengthen Qi to the pseudo-overlord level. As for why it is a pseudo-overlord level, if she completely digests the natural fruit, although she may not be able to obtain the overlord level combat power, she should be able to master the natural power attainments that far exceed the general overlord level. After all, although she does not have extraordinary skills, the elf's natural affinity physique has been retained. After the king level life breaks through to the overlord level, the physique will usher in a rebirth and become a natural affinity physique. Even if they do not use the extraordinary power in their bodies to form skills, they are able to mobilize the natural power to form elemental attacks. Therefore, most overlord level life will choose to practice the power of nature. Mobilizing the power of nature to cooperate with skill attacks is the combat mode of most overlords. Only a very small number of overlord life forms do not cultivate the power of nature. Of course, this is also because they may have stronger special powers, such as the power of imagination of Chong Chong, the power of life and death of Shen Bao Bao, and the power of the void mantis. Among them, the elves are born with a natural affinity. They can sense the power of nature and the elemental particles floating in the air, just like other overlord level life forms when they are just born. Ki is no exception. It's just that when they are weak, they can't mobilize them like real overlord life forms. When the elves reach the overlord level, they don't need to practice deliberately at all. The degree of control over the power of nature can be equivalent to the years of hard work of ordinary overlords on the power of nature. If Ki eats the natural fruit, then she should also have a natural physique of the overlord level. Although she has no skills, she can easily mobilize the power of nature to attack. This combat mode may be more dependent on the venue. When encountering the forbidden magic field, it will immediately be blinded. It can be regarded as the weakest overlord, and it is more limited than the pure overlord body. But the good thing is that if Ki can master the power of nature, the equipment of the umbrella of time should be able to play a greater role in her hands. When the weapon, the natural constitution of the elves, and the spirit of the weapon are integrated, the power of nature can be mobilized to a greater extent to form an attack, exerting a power far beyond the upper limit of the umbrella of time. However, now that Ki has joined the team, Shiyu feels that the rough product of the umbrella of time, which was rushed out temporarily, can be remade, so that Lin and others can spend more energy to process it. President Orlin left to prepare for the exchange competition, while Ki stayed behind nervously and happily, looking at Shiyu. It is very hard to practice with me, you have to be mentally prepared. In addition, I am currently a 6th level beast master, and the contract position is full, so I can't sign a contract with you for the time being. Since this fruit is given to you by Her Majesty the Queen of the Elf, you can take it when you find a chance. By then, it should be considered a hegemon level. Hegemon level. Ki said, can you directly reach the overlord level from the awakening level? Shiyu smiled, I guess not, you have to digest it slowly, and it's not the energy level or life level that reaches the overlord, but the overlord level physique. Note that it's physique, not physical strength. You can only have control over the power of nature that is not inferior to or even far exceeds most overlords, but it is very likely that you still don't have any extraordinary skills, so theoretically, you can be regarded as the weakest overlord. Ki can't, but by then, the power of the time umbrella should be better utilized. The affinity of the elves to the power of nature is comparable to that of elemental life, which is top-notch, not to mention that they are the elves who have eaten the legendary exclusive resource of the natural fruit. By then, Ki's cultivation of the power of nature should be enough to reach the level of a top overlord like Tongshan Whale. You don't have to rush to train these few days. Relax first. Starting today, there will be an exchange activity between Longgong City and your Tinxiang. I will take you there to watch the game. You can come and gain some experience and see the duel between real strong men. Okay, Ki nodded and obeyed Shiyu's words. She didn't realize that Shiyu was too lazy to care about her at this time and wanted to visit the Tinxiang ruins as soon as possible. After all, time was tight. Chapter 411, Strong Enemies in the World Championship. After Ki arrived, Shiyu briefly told her about the future training plan. And first of all, he had to let Ki understand where his advantages were. My advantages? Ki said blankly, then shook her head. She felt that she had no advantages. I can't think of it, but I will work hard. Shiyu smiled and said, if hard work is useful, there won't be so few strong people in this world. In the records of the past and present, no legendary strongman has reached the top through hard work, and no creature has surpassed the overlord through hard work. Bloodline, opportunity, resources, talent, direction, these are more important than hard work. Hard work is just an auxiliary attribute. Ki was stunned. Let me tell you, your advantage lies in your bloodline. You are an elf. Although you seem ordinary in Tinxiang, especially in the royal family, you will know when you leave Tinxiang. Compared with the numerous species in nature, the natural physique of the elves has great advantages. After mastering the power of nature, you can better control some equipment, such as some forms of the umbrella of time. Normally, after you use it a few times, its energy will be exhausted and it cannot be used again, but if you master powerful natural energy, you can replenish them by yourself. In addition, your advantage lies in the deeper potential, and it is this potential that suppresses your extraordinary abilities. Then, what should I do? You already have the resources, thanks to your royal bloodline and your origin, so you have obtained the natural fruits bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen. Qi nodded silently. Yet, and because of meeting Shiyu, this should be considered an opportunity. Eating the natural fruit, although you can't become a top powerhouse, you are not inferior to other royal geniuses, so it's still okay, but it's just a legendary resource, which is nothing. If your goal is a higher field, you still have to develop the hidden potential that suppresses your extraordinary power. Hidden potential? Qi opened his eyes. Do I really have any hidden potential? Yes, if you can tap this potential, it will be equivalent to hundreds of years of efforts by others. Qi swallowed his saliva. Then what you have to do is work hard, Qi. The little girl's big pink eyes were full of doubts. So should I work hard or not? It's just to let you distinguish the primary from the secondary, to let you know that your efforts are meaningful, because after you work hard, you can get 100 times the reward. Of course, I mean targeted training. Remember this is an important belief that you can stay calm and not collapse physically and mentally in the next devil training. After all, most opportunities, including your potential, need to be fought for and tapped through basic efforts. After Shiyu finished speaking, Qi understood, but he was also more afraid. So, what exactly does Shiyu want to do to me? What kind of training do I have to go through? What bad intentions can Shiyu have? He just wants Qi to go through a few rounds of the devilish training that the 11 experienced at that time. Flesh through blizzards, magma baths, high-altitude jumps, deep-sea swimming, and disco in minefields. Other than that, this is just the basics. Qi has already built up confidence before, and it's time to strike. The umbrella of time must be improved. Although this equipment is the essence of the team's strength and all the rare materials that can be used when it is forged are used, the details can still be optimized. Equipment can be used as an attack and defense tool, as well as a training tool. Later, Shiyu is going to arrange the magic forbidden armor and dream training necklace. To be honest, when training Chong Chong and the others, Shiyu's psychological burden is relatively low, but it is really a bit unbearable for Shiyu to train an elf like this. Alice, there is no way. The reincarnation of demigods all have the will of the Overlord. You, a suspected reincarnation of the Elf of Time, have a very low will. This cannot be blamed on him. For a better future, fight. Before the storm came, Shiyu gave Qi the last happy time and asked her to watch the exchange competition. Shiyu himself had already set off to the Tinxiang hatching altar. On that day, the Overlord of Longgong City and the genius of Tinxiang gathered together, and President Orlin also came to the scene to watch the exchange competition. After everything that happened yesterday, this group of Tinxiang geniuses were more curious about Shiyu than the Dragon Overlord of Longgong City. Even Anis and Lil, the elf geniuses who did not intend to participate in the exchange activities, came to the scene and sat aside. Sister Anis, at this time, Qi, who was sent to the scene by Shiyu, was directly caught by Anis, Lil and others and pulled to the Tinxiang seat to watch the game together. At the same time, Qi didn't understand why Sister Li and others looked at her with such complicated eyes. Qi, where's Dr. Shiyu? Why didn't I see him at the scene? Zilia said. Qi shook her head and didn't tell her where Shiyu had gone. Are you Qi? There were only a dozen people in Tinxiang, including 5 players from the Tinxiang World Championship and some Tinxiang royal family spectators. The structure was very simple, and their attention was all on Qi. Among them, a human youth was curiously observing this pink-haired lolly. He had obviously heard that the Tinxiang royal family elf Qi was contracted by Dr. Shiyu of Donghuang. Is Dr. Shiyu not here? He looked around and said, compared to challenging the Dragon Overlord, I really want to challenge Dr. Shiyu. After all, Shiyu is the first person under the Donghuang legend, and he's the first person under the Tinxiang New Generation legend. They are both the first, so they can compete with each other. Qi, how is Dr. Shiyu's strength compared to mine? A legendary mixed-blood male elf said. As the strongest player in this Tinxiang World Championship, He was also very curious about Shiyu's strength. And he may be the Tinxiang person who knows Shiyu best at present. In his opinion, the gold content of Shiyu, the first person under the legend, must be stronger than the idiot next to him. One is the first person under the legend of the new generation, and the other is the first person under the legend of the entire Donghuang. How can they be compared? In his opinion, even if Shiyu is not a legend, he is not necessarily weaker than a real legend. Very strong, he said. In fact, she didn't know much about Shiyu's strength. Although Shiyu took out such weapons and equipment, he had never come into contact with Shiyu's own strength. However, he believed that Shiyu was the most powerful. Even if he was not now, she would not disappoint Shiyu's expectations. When she tapped her potential, she must be able to help Shiyu. Very strong, the mixed-blood male elf listened to this abstract answer and smiled and shook his head. Rog, I think it's better for you not to participate in the world competition. He is right. At this time, hearing this group of people asking about Shiyu's strength, Ani seemed to think of herself yesterday. Anis, what do you mean? You seem to know something, Rog said. I just think that with your strength, it will be dangerous to go to the world championship. Anis curled her lips and said, I fought against Dr. Shiyu yesterday, and I was no match for him at all. What? Anis's words immediately attracted the attention of the 5 world championship players, and they all looked at Anis. Anis, a dominant fire elf, is not weaker than Rog in single pet state. She is the leader of the Tinxiang Royal Archer Group and has good strength. Has she fought with Shiyu? Sister Anis, have you fought with Lord Shiyu? Kiyu immediately looked at Anis next to him, having just learned about this. Yes, Lil, Luo Yi and others were there at the time. Anis nodded. Beside them, Lil and the others had complicated expressions. That battle. At that time, Dr. Shiyu only sent out a king-level pet, not going all out, and easily defeated me. Anis looked at Rog and the others with a mocking look on her face, and said, I feel that his full strength is not necessarily weaker than that of the Dark Elf Prince or the Flame Dragon King. The Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King are the known players of the Dark Knight Forest and the Dragon Empire who participated in the World Championship. They are all top overlords and have the appearance of invincible overlords. It seems that this generation of our Tinxiang is really not good enough. You should just go to bed, Anis said mercilessly. At this time, several World Championship players were stunned and couldn't believe what Anis said. Shiyu only sent out a king-level pet, and defeated Anis, who had good natural attainments. How is it possible? Beside him, Ki was slightly stunned. It seemed that Sister Anis didn't seem to be lying. Is Shiyu so powerful? You are not kidding, Anis. Rog paused. That Dr. Shiyu, a single pet defeated the Tinxiang Overlord Elf? Is it confirmed that it was a single pet, not all of them? Tinxiang border. Shiyu has come here according to the guidance of the map. Although the location of the map is on the side of Tinxiang, Shiyu found that, to be precise, its geographical location is located on a battlefield. A battlefield where the 3 major forces of the Dark Knight Forest, Tinxiang Ancient Country, and Dragon Empire meet. This is no longer the territory of Tinxiang Ancient Country, but an unowned land, a buffer zone of 3 countries. It can be said that it is a very dangerous place, but Shiyu thought about it and came here by himself. It's just the time to hatch an egg. However, after coming here, what made Shiyu upset was that he looked around nearby and didn't find any so-called starry sky altar. Wandering in the air, Shiyu's heart can be said to be cold and complicated. The thing he was most worried about really happened. The starry sky altar is not something indestructible. It was built by Emperor Yukong hundreds of years ago. A lot of things have happened in the past few hundred years. The sea has turned into mulberry fields, and this place has become a battlefield. The starry sky altar might have been destroyed in the war. Fuck it, Shiyu cursed in midair, wanting to destroy the Dark Knight Forest and the Dragon Empire. You 3 countries, why do you have to fight here when you can fight anywhere else? It's over. The ruins are gone. How can we hatch them next? Died before the mission was accomplished. The eggs are cold before they are hatched. Rin, Shiyu immediately asked for help from the almighty Rin. Lin, to hatch the starry sky egg, to be precise, it only needs nutrients from the starry sky, right? Since the star praying array built by the Sky Emperor can attract nutrients, can we use Susu's star sea skills to absorb them? At present, the most important thing is that the nutrient starlight absorbed by the starry sky egg the first 2 times is not of the same type, and the starlight summoned from this geographical location is definitely not of the same type. What's more, what Susu summoned must be water resources, which is very different from the form of light resources. Can you study what the starry sky egg specifically needs and convert it into light and water at that time, Lin? I have saved the data of the 2 previous light resources. As long as there are enough water resources summoned, I can try to study it. That's fine. It all depends on you. Shiyu's eyes were filled with tears. Fortunately, there were Susu and Lin, otherwise the starry sky egg could not be hatched halfway through hatching, and he would have to shut himself up. Since he could do it, Shiyu felt relieved, and immediately summoned Susu and Lin, and let Susu and Lin load together. Ning, Susu, in the form of a water slime, wore mechanical glasses and an antenna mechanical head and looked up at the sky. The purpose of doing this is, firstly, to allow Susu to take advantage of Lin's luck bonus and summon the required water resources at one time, and secondly, to help improve Susu's strength and summon a larger amount of water resources. Before, it took more than a day for the starry sky pet egg to absorb light resources. The nutrients it needs to completely hatch are probably not a small number. Let's get started. Shiyu took a deep breath and summoned the bugs again. He used the fantasy domain to change the celestial phenomena of the barren mountain here, covering up the traces of their summoning of the Sea of Stars, and then began to act. This summoning took half a day. Shiyu and his team summoned a lot of water resources, basically level 5, and only level 4 when it was dark. Most of these resources have low energy levels, and they are not expected to be good things because there are repetitions. When drawing things, can the things that appear repeatedly be good things? After half a day, Shiyu felt that he was losing a lot of money. You know, Susu and Lin even tried the time fruit just now, and they only summoned level 5 resources. If it weren't for Susu's infinite energy, they would have lost all their pants. It's more profitable to sell the time fruit directly. It's better to have something than nothing. Maybe these ordinary resources, after Lin's research, are the nutrients that the starry sky egg needs. With this mentality, Shiyu continued to develop telepathy on the side, and did not delay his practice. Time is money. Just like this, one day later. The exchange competition has been going on for a day, and he still has level 3-6 resources on his side. He is not very willing to ship. The worst time, he only pulled down level 3 resources. Of course, the best record did pull down a level 6 alien water group. However, it was still a little bit off. It made Shiyu doubt whether Lin's good luck bonus really has an effect. No matter what, since the starry sky altar is gone, I don't know when I will come to Tinxiang next time. Shiyu plans to summon here for 3 days this time. Summon more alien water for Susu to study. In the capital of Tinxiang, after a day, the overlord of Longgong City and the players of Tinxiang have basically exchanged a circle. The result is undoubtedly that in addition to the 2 legendary level 1s in Tinxiang, the other 3 top masters, even the first person under the new generation of legends in Tinxiang, were beaten by the overlord of Longgong City. Although the top masters have the strength to compete with the overlords, they also need to see what kind of overlords they are. Among them, the 2 legends in Tinxiang, fighting with a single overlord pet, are about 50-50 with the ordinary overlords in Longgong City. Among them, the legend of Rog challenged General Tong Shinwei, but even with 7 pets together, he was no match. Shiyu already knew all of this through a magic cube clone left by Lin at the exchange field. In general, the exchange competition went smoothly, but Shiyu's side was not so smooth. On the second day, Shiyu didn't even see a level 6 resource. Although the nutrients they need have little to do with the level of resources, it is inevitable that Shiyu sighed a little after 2 days without any surprises. If he wants to pull down resources above level 7, he may have to wait until Susu reaches the totem level. I am willing to sacrifice 100 years of life of the meteorite in exchange for a golden legend. After developing telepathy for 2 days, Shiyu said to the sky casually. Beside, Susu and Lin pouted, without any sincerity. However, just a few seconds after Shiyu finished speaking, Susu's expression suddenly froze, and Lin next to him was also slightly startled. They all looked up at the sky. A purple light spot appeared in the deep sky, like a star. Such a strong energy fluctuation. Shiyu was delighted when he observed this group of strange water through the contract with Susu and Lin. Although he didn't know whether it had reached the level of legendary resources, it should definitely be at the level of 8th level resources. Susu, Lin, I wronged you, you can do it, Ning. Su straightened her back. She also felt that it was not easy for her. Although, she felt that this might be the credit of Lin's blessing of wind. But soon, as the purple light in the sky became stronger and stronger, Shiyu's face looked a little strange, and he had an ominous premonition. Lin's expression was not very happy from beginning to end, but very calm. Master, there is no good luck in the world for no reason. The momentum of this group of strange water falling is gradually increasing, and it is more dazzling than the water resources just summoned. It is like a bright comet falling from the starry sky, as if it is afraid that others don't know that a strange treasure has come to the world, and it keeps flirting. Lin. The fantasy realm of insects can't cover its brilliance at all. Shiyu's face darkened, and he felt like a pitfall. He raised his head slightly and sighed, just hoping that this unlucky water group would land quickly. It was so slow, although no one noticed it farther away, in this Three Kingdoms battlefield, the nearest city of the three major forces. The strong men inside undoubtedly discovered the abnormality in the sky and saw a purple meteor falling towards the battlefield area. Roar, in a mountain city of the Dragon Empire, a mighty and powerful overlord dragon slowly flew up, looked at the sky, spread its fiery red wings, and swept away with flames. There are strange things, and treasures. In another forest city, a tall and handsome dark elf, after seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky, also hid in the darkness. In the protective city of the ancient country of Tinxiang, the legendary Beastmaster Jeside frowned. I'll go and take a look, you keep an eye on the changes. After giving orders to his men, he summoned a golden griffin and flew into the sky. There is an alien treasure landing on the battlefield. After discovering this, the three major forces immediately took action. Although several countries around Tinxiang signed a peace agreement during the world competition, it is impossible not to fight for the alien treasure. Soon, Punkham, the flame dragon king from the Dragon Empire, arrived here first, but as soon as it arrived, its face changed drastically. Sol Totem Beast. It was an extremely huge black yak, even larger than the body of the flame dragon king, exuding an ominous breath of death. It was in the rolling black fog, and its pupils were dark blue flames. The slimy black flesh, the mouth dripping with mucus, the twisted short legs, and the black hooves at the end of the legs that could barely be called cow hooves all made it exude a terrifying aura. All over the body, it exuded a faint deterrent. This deterrent was only faintly revealed, not directed at anyone, but just by looking at this black meteorite yak, this flame dragon king felt a great pressure, feeling that the other party's life level and deterrent level were definitely above his own. How is it possible? Flame Dragon King Punkham was shocked. It had mastered the deterrent level of the superb level. However, although the deterrent level of this monster was only slightly revealed, it gave it a feeling that it was enough to crush it. I'm afraid it's not a totem level monster. Flame Dragon King Punkham suddenly looked at the person on the black meteorite yak. Let's just call it a person. He was dressed in a gray robe, his beard and hair were also gray, and he exuded the aura of twilight, with sunken eyes. The man slowly raised his head and looked at the Flame Dragon King Punkham and said, "Little guy, what's the matter? You disturbed my master." Shiyu spoke slowly in dragon language, using telekinesis to increase his voice, and said directly to people's hearts. Dragon language. Seeing that the other party even mastered the dragon language, the Flame Dragon King Punkham became more cautious. This is a dark totem, and this human is its servant. How unlucky. He actually encountered such a monster. The Flame Dragon King felt very unlucky. It seems that this treasure is not easy to take. Damn, where did this guy come from? How can he be so strong? At the same time, Shiyu was MMP in his heart. Racial name, Flame Dragon King. Attributes, Dragon, Fire. Racial level, High Overlord. Quasi-myth, Growth level, Overlord level. Energy value, 90.13 million. Shiyu felt that it was a pit in his heart. This might not be a giant dragon with the same strength as General Whale. Fortunately, Shiyu anticipated that an overlord would be attracted, and asked 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, and Shaden to put on makeup for the Black Meteorite Yak puppet in advance. At this time, the puppet of the Black Meteorite Yak looked no different from the real totem life, which was why the Flame Dragon King Punkham was afraid. Of course, if a real battle were to take place, Shiyu and his team would probably be in a tough fight against this guy, and it was hard to say whether they could win. If 11 was already at the overlord level, Shiyu would have confidence, but now, facing a top overlord, Even if he could win, the price would be very heavy. If he could avoid fighting, Shiyu would not want to fight. After all, he was not here to cause trouble. Who are you? Facing the totem, the Flame Dragon King Punkham was afraid, but he was not too cowardly. Shiyu smiled faintly, ignored him, and looked into the distance. At this time, as a black wind swept in, a white-haired elf with dark skin and pointed ears also appeared in the air. He also looked at the black meteorite yak and Shiyu in silence, and then looked at the Flame Dragon King. Obviously, they were all strong men attracted by the purple strange water falling from the sky, and their arrival speed was faster than Shiyu imagined. Racial name, Dark Elf King. Attribute, Dark. Racial level, High Overlord. Quasi-mythology, Growth level, Overlord level. Energy value, 89.11 million. Shiyu felt that this foreign country was indeed a bit dangerous. If I had known earlier, I would have brought the cat with me, so that I would have more confidence to use the cat's power. At the same time, what made Shiyu feel subtle was that the illustrations of the intelligence agency he had just joined also had new information about these two overlords. The Flame Dragon King and the Dark Elf Prince were suspected to be the representatives of the Semi-God Forces Dark Knight Forest and the Dragon Empire to participate in the world competition. Their strength was extremely dangerous. In addition, each of them had a legendary mixed blood beast master as a contract servant. Due to the same bloodline and specialized contracts, they could provide a strong increase in combat power. The Intelligence Bureau's illustrations reminded him to be extremely careful with these two overlords, and at the same time, if conditions permit, to obtain more information about them. Outrageous, Shiyu said silently in his heart. I hope these two guys will not be ungrateful and leave the purple water to him obediently and don't make trouble. Otherwise, I can't cure them now, but they will have a hard time in the world competition. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412. The target is Totem. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Following the Flame Dragon King and the Dark Elf Prince, the legend of Tinxiang also descended here with his griffin. He looked at the scene heavily. The mysterious Totem Beast Master, the top overlord of the Dark Knight Forest and the Dragon Empire. It seems that the purple starlight in the sky has attracted a lot of movement. Another one, Shiyu muttered in his heart. Name, Golden Divine Griffin. Attributes, Gold, Wind. Racial level, Medium Overlord. Growth level, Overlord. Energy value, 79.11 million. This legend of Tinxiang should be a general guarding the border of Tinxiang, and his strength seems to be quite good. Although the attributes of the pet beast seem to be incomparable to those of the Flame Dragon King and the Dark Elf Prince, if the talent of beast control and the help of other pet beasts are counted, it is not necessarily much weaker. It is one of the few powerful legends that Shiyu has seen, much stronger than Antua's 50 million butterflies. So annoying. You, the voice of Lin Laomo, who was transformed by Shiyu, became lower and lower, and said, you didn't come here for that thing in the sky? When a treasure comes to the world, the capable ones will take it. The Dark Elf Prince smiled gently, and looked at the Flame Dragon King, Shiyu, and General Tinxiang with a bad heart. The Flame Dragon King and General Tinxiang were naturally old acquaintances of him, and he felt that they were very difficult to deal with. And this mysterious Totem Beast Master was the one that the Dark Elf Prince feared the most. He was a dark system and could clearly feel the depth of the terrifying dark power on the black meteorite yak. However, even if the opponent was a totem, if the resources that descended were very precious and reached a legendary level, he would try to fight for it. Although he might not be the opponent of the totem, he also believed that he would not be easily defeated. Nicholas, do you want to snatch the treasure from my grandfather? Flame Dragon King Punkham looked at the Dark Elf Prince and said. Lizard, don't be too arrogant. Boom. The deterrence of the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King exploded, tearing the sky in an instant, and the red and black deterrence waves collided with each other. The strong deterrence even affected Shiyu and his team. Shiyu had no expression on his face, but the deterrence was at the level of perfection. The strongest overlords of these major forces are really troublesome, and they have no respect for the totem level. From the looks of it, they should be trying to snatch things from me. These guys are really crazy. General Tinxiang was silent. They actually wanted to snatch things from the totem. That's fine. The reason why Tinxiang is the weakest of the 7 countries and can be passed down despite the threats from the Dark Knight Forest and the Dragon Empire is that the Elf Queen is strong enough. Tinxiang is in the 7 Kingdoms Alliance and is protected by the Alliance, and the Dark Knight Forest and the Dragon Empire are not allies and their relationship is not very good. It can be said that if the totem forces in the world are united, then there will be no problem for the human race. In nature, the conflicts between some races and some races are greater than the conflicts between them and humans. They all want to eat their lives. But the ginseng race does not think that other races are more lovely than humans. This kind of checks and balances is one of the important reasons for the rise of humans. Here it comes. Suddenly, the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King stopped confronting each other and both looked up at the sky. The purple water mass was descending faster and faster, and had already descended 10,000 meters above the sky. The Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King both concentrated their minds and strength, preparing to snatch it, while secretly guarding against a mysterious totem beastmaster. But the next moment, their expressions were all stunned. Because as the purple water mass got closer and closer, the energy fluctuations on its body were more clearly revealed. Although it was powerful, its energy level was only level 8. It was not a legendary resource. For a moment, Nicholas and Punkum hesitated, wondering whether to fight for a level 8 resource. After a fierce battle, the consumption and damage caused might not be compensated by a level 8 resource. Just as they hesitated, the gray-robed Shiyu snorted coldly, and the air began to vibrate hummingly, and the nearly materialized spiritual power formed a blue outline around Shiyu. Entering the telekinetic state of mutual amplification with the bugs, his mental power level suddenly reached the top overlord level, not inferior to the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King. He opened his blue eyes and looked at the sky. A strong telekinetic wave bloomed from him, rushing into the sky, grabbing the strange water. For the sake of your elders, I forgive your unreasonableness, but I want to see who wants to snatch it from me, Shiyu said coldly. Level 8 resources. Damn, it's not legendary level. But even if it's only level 8 resources, it's finally available once. Shiyu must not let others snatch it away. Is it easy? No, let alone level 8, even if it's a level 1 resource, don't think about snatching it from him. The stingy Shiyu is talking about him. What's more, this resource comes from outer space. Although the energy level is only level 8, the quality of the resource may reach a higher level. It can't be given up. It may be the key resource for hatching star eggs. Boom. The telekinesis that soared into the sky shocked General Tinxiang, the Dark Elf Prince, and the Flame Dragon King for a moment. Their pupils shrank and they looked at the gray-robed old man on the black meteorite yak in disbelief. Because they could feel for sure that this power fluctuation was erupting from this old man. The mental fluctuation of the top overlord level. Who is the other party? Hybrid, the Dark Elf Prince was shocked. You know, even his legendary hybrid servants did not have such terrifying mental fluctuations, and even less than 1/10 of Shiyu. Who is this guy? The Flame Dragon King did not take action. He was also shocked by the changes in Shiyu. This was the application of the full-level telekinesis skill of mental connection. It was very rare. The rare thing was that both parties had to connect and master the full-level telekinesis. Perhaps for the top totem creatures, it is not difficult to master this telekinesis skill, but for humans, even hybrid humans, it is too difficult. Shiyu's move was unparalleled in the world, and once again shocked the 2 top overlords present. At the same time, the deterrents on the black meteorite yak seemed to be a little stronger. The indifferent ghost fire eyes, revealing the artistic conception of death, fell on the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King. Boom. Although it was very weak and had no effect, the deterrence technique that directly hit the blood in their hearts made them more solemn. This full-level deterrence, the technique was undoubtedly very clever, and let the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King know that this was a warning from the other party to themselves, cannot be an enemy. In an instant, the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon made a judgment. For an 8th level resource, it is not a wise choice to be an enemy of a totem and his half-blood beast master servant, especially at a critical moment like the world competition, even if they are not afraid. General Tinxiang naturally did not take action, and supervised the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon throughout the process. In the end, Shiyu's telekinesis locked the purple water group and wrapped it up and took it back to the ruined space. Unknown resources. But it contains strong star power. Let Lin study it later, and we should know the effect. The other water groups summoned here also follow this procedure. Seeing that the water was completely taken away by Shiyu, the three parties suddenly came to a standstill. In this case, let's give this totem senior a face. The Prince of the Dark Elves was the first to speak with a smile, giving up the fight, and said at the same time, "The senior looks a little unfamiliar. He should not be a strong man from Tinxiang continent. You are a guest. Do you want to go to our Dark Night Forest for a visit?" After giving up the fight, the Prince of the Dark Elves wanted to win over the mysterious black meteorite totem and Shiyu. "What's there to go to in the Dark Night Forest? Come to our Dragon Empire." The Flame Dragon King spit out a flame, and obviously gave up the fight. It's not worth offending the totem for an 8th level water that he would definitely not use. Throughout the whole process, General Tinxiang did not dare to interrupt, because he knew that the gray-robed old man who regarded the totem as his master and this totem were definitely not the same kind of people as the Seven Nations Alliance. At this time, Shiyu had a strange expression. "Well, you are quite opportunistic." Seeing that it was only a level 8 resource, he immediately didn't want to rob it. Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and didn't really want to fight them. The other party's race level, growth level, and skill proficiency were not inferior to them. Even if he could get the help of General Tinxiang, it would be a lose-lose battle. He didn't want to fight. "Let's talk about it after he comes back in 2 months. Okay, this is my master, the Great Dark Sky Saint Fallen Bull God. We came to Tinxiang this time with the idea of visiting the 2 tribes, Shiyu said. "I will visit them later." Hearing this, the face of General Tinxiang next to him changed drastically. Shiyu was silent, feeling that this vest was becoming more and more like a villain. It's a pity that his strength is too weak, otherwise, he really wants to visit the Dark Night Forest and the Dragon Empire as a guest of honor. I say, at this time, seeing the situation change, General Tinxiang also spoke. He said with a bad face, "This area has been the territory of Tinxiang since ancient times. You are so presumptuous on the territory of Tinxiang. Don't you think Tinxiang is too much of a disdain?" He spoke domineeringly, and the deterrence of the golden divine griffin under him finally revealed, attracting the disdainful eyes of the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King. This battlefield was originally the territory of the ancient country of Tinxiang, but now, they were about to fight back, but suddenly, their faces changed drastically, looked into the distance, and then turned around and left. Only Shiyu was left standing there in a daze. After a moment, a high and mighty creature with emerald green hair, like a goddess, descended here. She looked at the gray-robed old man on the battlefield and frowned. "Your Majesty." General Tinxiang was delighted when he saw the arrival of Her Majesty the Elf Queen. The reason why he was so arrogant just now was because he knew that the reinforcements had arrived. In other countries, legendary masters rarely show up, and they are all practicing hard. However, since Tinxiang is the weakest country and is surrounded by enemies, the Elf Queen has to show some toughness. She will show up at the slightest sign of trouble to make the enemy feel threatened. Although she rarely takes action, it is indeed useful and has a deterrent effect. At this time, strange treasures and mysterious totem alien beast masters appeared in the war zone of the 3 countries. General Tinxiang naturally reported it as soon as possible, but he did not expect that Her Majesty the Queen would come to the scene in person. Although the countries are currently in the period of peace agreement, the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King will not be wiped out by the Tinxiang demigod, but they are obviously still unwilling to face the Elf Queen and leave immediately. I didn't expect that the heir of the Dark Night Forest and the Dragon Empire would be deceived by such a fake trick. As soon as she arrived, the Elf Queen saw that the black meteorite yak was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and her eyes fell on Lin Ying. She was also very confused about where this old man came from. "Your Majesty, the treasure that just fell from the sky was taken away by this old man. He claims to be under the command of the Great Dark Sky Saint Meteorite Bull God," General Tinxiang said, adding fuel to the fire. "Meaning, he doesn't look like a good person. Let's kill him." Shiyu, feeling the gaze of the Elf Queen, Shiyu panicked. "Wait a minute, ahem, Your Majesty, it's me, don't do it, I'm Shiyu, one of us." Seeing this, Shiyu coughed dryly and immediately sent a telepathic message to the Elf Queen. He looked at the Elf Queen with his green eyes, disguised to scare the Totem Kingdom. He explained immediately, but he didn't want to be beaten to death by his own people. "Elf Queen Silphra, you kid." Silphra was silent, looking at the gray-robed old man Shiyu with a stomachache, stunned for a moment, and carefully observed Shiyu. Just now, his attention was all attracted by the black meteorite yak. He saw the fake tricks on the black meteorite yak at a glance, but ignored this human. At this time, the traces of time on his body were also very strong, not like normal. Shiyu? Seeing this, the elf queen Sylphra almost had a black line on her face. You kid, why don't you host the Dragon Palace City Exchange meeting in Tinxiang, and come to the border to scare our city guard general? She knew why the dragon god didn't want Shiyu to run around. I know, you leave first, Sylphra said to the Tinxiang general. Yes, the Tinxiang general immediately nodded and obeyed the order to leave. Then, the elf queen looked at Shiyu again, and Shiyu also looked at her awkwardly. I really want to say, Queen, you are really free, and you come in person for such a small matter. At the same time, the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King quickly returned to their own territory, with expressions of doubt and uncertainty, and they didn't know whether the Dark Heavenly Saint Fallen Bull God could leave smoothly under the hands of that woman. Investigate the totem of a gray-robed old man and the Great Dark Sky Saint Falling Bull God. After they came back, they immediately asked their men to investigate the information of Shiyu's vest. They were a little concerned about this outsider who came to Tinxiang. At the same time, after explaining the cause and effect of hatching the Kuangdi pet egg to the Elf Queen, Shiyu was dragged back to Tinxiang by the Elf Queen. It's very dangerous outside. There will be many situations like that just now. I promised the dragon god that I would protect your safety, so you'd better stay in Tinxiang. Sylphra looked at Shiyu with a headache. Unexpectedly, Shiyu ran out of Tinxiang without paying attention, and almost fought with the Dark Night Forest and the heir of the Dragon Empire. Okay, Shiyu nodded. In addition, you should have seen the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King. They are the heirs of the Dark Night Forest and the Dragon Empire. Their status in the Force is equivalent to that of the Golden Dragon Prince of the Dragon Palace City, and their strength is not much inferior. So little guy, you should be careful during the World Championship and don't show off too much. There will be many such guys in the World Championship. Even if the totem appears, it is not impossible, the Elf Queen reminded Shiyu. In participating in the World Championship, the Totem Kingdom has an advantage over the 7 kingdoms. Their players are mainly extraordinary beings, and the Master Servants contract with human beast masters as servants. The World Championship only limits the age of human beast masters. Therefore, there are no strict restrictions on the combat power they can fight. After all, servants can be replaced at will. It is not difficult for this kind of demigod totem force to cultivate legendary servants under the age of 30. But the 7 kingdoms are mainly human-based contracts. It is difficult to directly contract with the old top overlords. Basically, they are pets cultivated by themselves, and their strength is limited. Of course, it is not ruled out that some legends of the 7 kingdoms will choose to cancel a contract position, and then cooperate with some old-fashioned guardian overlords in the country to fight in the World Championship. However, these old-fashioned overlords in the 7 kingdoms basically have beastmasters, but the beastmasters are dead, so it is difficult to accept new masters. This condition is difficult to achieve, unless the 2 generations of beastmasters are related by blood, or the top overlord is an exclusive mechanical overlord built at a huge cost in the country, then there is still a certain possibility. In addition, the news of the World Championship came too suddenly, and there was only 1 year of preparation period, which may not be enough time to run in. However, the 7 kingdoms also have certain advantages. The Beastmasters of the Totem Kingdom basically only serve one master, basically one master and one person system, and they open up a special exclusive beast space. On the Beastmasters side of the 7 kingdoms, most of the Beastmasters have cultivated a large number of pets. If a battle occurs, the number of pets will definitely have an advantage. Well, I saw it, it is indeed very strong. Shiyu nodded. This kind of top overlord with invincible potential has even practiced high-level deterrence to perfection. Just like when Shiyu faced the Void Mantis, he could not match it at this stage, and it was even more powerful than the Void Mantis. He did not seem to have any advantages at the moment. He could only continue to add points and take it one step at a time. However, Shiyu's expression was solemn. There are still totems? Are you serious? At that time, he has some confidence in overlords like the Flame Dragon King, but the totem level. Even if the ginseng baby explodes, it is absolutely impossible to be killed so easily when facing a totem in good condition. No, I have to strictly require 11 and the others. Before the world game, All the members must have totem combat power. Next, you will be active in Tinxiang. Lu Qingyu's cracking of the ruins brought a lot of gains to Tinxiang. The Elf Queen felt that Shiyu should not be bad either. Okay, Shiyu just answered, but at this moment, his expression changed slightly. Some information appeared in front of him. From the 10th game illustration. He has joined the Intelligence Bureau. The illustrations of the 10th Bureau can actually share a lot of important intelligence. In addition, the illustrations of the 10th Bureau have been specially modified and have a very powerful function. It can ignore some restrictions for communication. For example, with a normal mobile phone, he can't communicate with people in Tinxiang and Donghuang at all, but through the illustrations of the 10th Bureau, he can. At this time, the country is sending him a message through the illustrations of the 10th Bureau. Fang Lan is missing, suspected to be sucked into a special relic. The relic cannot be cracked at present, and the risks inside are unknown. Fang Lan, the trainee member of the 11th Bureau who summoned the ruins of the Sky Emperor. Obviously, something happened to her. As Fang Lan's guide in the Bureau, Shiyu must get the news first. What's wrong? Seeing Shiyu's face change, the Elf Queen said. Your Majesty, something happened in Donghuang. A junior from the 11th Bureau is trapped in the ruins and her situation is unknown. She is an apprentice beastmaster and may be in danger. I have to go back immediately to check, Shiyu said. At this time, he didn't care about visiting the ruins in Tinxiang. The safety of the members of the 11th Bureau was definitely more important. The Elf Queen didn't say anything, just nodded and said, then you go and deal with it. Since Shiyu has already selected an elf, the Elf Queen doesn't care whether the ruins are cracked or not. Anyway, with a relationship with Qi, Shiyu should come to Tinxiang more often in the future, so there is no need to rush. Well, Shiyu nodded and prepared to return home immediately. At this time, the Dragon Palace exchange activities had not yet ended, so it was still early. In addition to the battle, the Dragon Palace overlords would naturally have to travel around Tinxiang, and Shiyu would definitely not be able to wait. But unfortunately, he could not contact senior sister Lu and the Gem Cat at this time, so Shiyu could only drag Qi away, and after saying goodbye to the Ice Dragon, he returned home by himself. Donghuang, Kongdu. This was the second time Fang Lan had come into contact with the ruins. It was just that this time, it was a bit sudden. At this moment, Fang Lan's parents were extremely anxious. If Fang Lan's strength was already able to stand on his own, they would not be so anxious, but Fang Lan was only a high school student, had just become a beastmaster, and his pet was only at the awakening level. With this kind of strength, when encountering danger, it can be said that there was no power to resist at all. Because of this incident, Principal Feng also came to the place where Fang Lan disappeared, and called other members of the 11th Bureau to try to communicate with the ruins and crack the ruins. Just like when Shiyu disappeared in the Emperor Wu ruins, these archaeological masters mobilized one after another. But unfortunately, no matter who it was, they could not find Fang Lan, who had been missing for several days. In desperation, Principal Feng could only ask the 10th Bureau to contact Shiyu to see if he and Lu Qingyu could help. The 11th Bureau had few members to begin with, and Fang Lan, a future member, could get into trouble during the trainee period. What's the situation? Shiyu returned to Donghuang very quickly. After he arrived here, he contacted Principal Feng as soon as possible. You're back, Shiyu. Do you remember Fang Lan's 2 entry tasks? Shiyu nodded and said, one is to complete all mechanical and archaeological knowledge from high school to college within 2 years. The other is to investigate why you can hear the sound of the ruins of the Sky Emperor and whether you have any relationship with the Sky Emperor. Yes, Principal Feng nodded and said, this girl disappeared here when she was investigating more information about the Sky Emperor. This place originally had an ancient battlefield site, which is a protected area. It was originally thought to be just an ordinary site, just like the iron-eating beast site in the ancient capital, but who knew that there was also a ruin here, which was summoned by Fang Lan, who came to investigate. Then, she was sucked in, and the current situation is still unknown. Is there no entrance to the ruins? No, the ruins are currently completely closed. The level of the ruins is not low, it should be a high-level ruins, Principal Feng said. I'll try to find it, Shiyu nodded. At this time, he was the core of the 11th game. At present, Shiyu, who has mastered the full level of telekinesis and can link with the spirit of insects and transform into a humanoid overlord, is not comparable to these ordinary legends in the 11th game, whether in the development of telepathy or the affinity with the ruined space and the secret space. It is precisely for this reason that Principal Feng quickly called Shiyu back after he could not solve the problem here. Rin. At this time, the news that Rin successfully evolved into a mythical race was actually only known by the Dragon God and the Elf Queen. At the moment, when encountering such a thing, Shiyu decisively summoned Rin and planned to let it possess him to add luck. However, before Shiyu planned to do a big job, a space ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. In the outside world, Principal Feng, Shiyu, Grandma Li and others were all stunned. In the camp, Professor Feng and his wife were also stunned. Then, everyone saw that light and shadow materialized, and Feng Lan and her mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex came out of the ruins. Shiyu, I feel like I came back alone, Shiyu said. Lin, Master, is it possible that this is also our good luck bonus? Shiyu fell into deep thought, feeling that he would have to deal with everything in the future. It was too easy for Lin to take credit for himself. No, he had to be punished. This way, we couldn't appreciate his wit and talent. Lan, after Feng Lan came out, everyone ran towards Feng Lan, all worried about her. At this time, Feng Lan also had a look of realization, as if she was in another world. Mom and Dad, Grandpa Feng, Grandma Li, Senior Shiyu, she looked at the people who had gathered around her, and immediately understood how much commotion her disappearance had caused. Sorry, I made you worry, Xiao Lan, what happened? You are not in danger, are you? Principal Feng said. Feng Lan shook her head and said, No, it's just... I just met a spirit of the remnant of the ruins. She looked at Shiyu happily and said, Senior Shiyu, I figured out why I can summon the ruins of the Sky Emperor. Isn't it considered that one of the 11th assessment tasks has been completed? Yeah, Shiyu nodded and said, What's going on? That spirit seemed to say that I am the descendant of Senior Sky Emperor, and it also awakened after sensing my blood. What? After Feng Lan finished speaking, Principal Feng was shocked. Feng Lan's parents were also shocked and looked at each other. Our family is the descendant of Sky Emperor, the 5th legendary Beastmaster of Donghuang. It's true, although Shiyu was also surprised to get the confirmation. It seemed that this was the only explanation why Feng Lan, who knew nothing about archaeology at the time, could summon the Sky Emperor ruins where the Void Mantis was. It really is the blood of Sky Emperor. Grandma Li was quite surprised and said, This should be the first descendant of the Emperor. The mechanical legend and the Linfeng legend are relatively close to the present, so it is not surprising that they left descendants, but the 5 legendary emperors are relatively far away from the present. After experiencing the totem chaos, their descendants must be the first target of the totem alien race to be killed, and it is difficult to pass them down. Among them, everyone was surprised and accepted when they learned that Feng Lan had the blood of the Emperor of Space. Because the Emperor of Space is the most recent legendary emperor, and it is said that the Emperor of Space has the most children. The Emperor of Space was born in the Wang family, a space beast family. The family sits in the space title legend. Even in the chaos, such a powerful family can stand firm, so the Emperor of Space can be said to be born with a golden key. It is said that when the Emperor of Space was 15 years old, not long after he became a Beastmaster, he had his first child with a family marriage partner. In ancient times, marriage was generally early, and more births were encouraged in order to strengthen the human race. According to records, the Emperor of Space had a total of 23 children, making him the most fertile legendary emperor, so if he left blood, it would be excusable. However, since the level of the Space Emperor is not high when giving birth, and the talents of each concubine are not the same, the talents of the Space Emperor's descendants are not all outstanding. Of course, this is also compared with the top geniuses. Compared with ordinary Beastmasters, they are definitely geniuses, and each of them has the qualifications of a legend. Do you know which son of the Space Emperor you are a descendant of? Principal Feng asked. Feng Lan nodded and said, The senior formation spirit said that it was the 8th son of the Space Emperor, Wang Mian, who is my ancestor. This formation spirit is also related to Wang Mian's ancestor, Wang Mian. Principal Feng and Grandma Lin looked at each other, but they knew that this son of the Space Emperor, because of the Void Mantis, all the family backgrounds of the Space Emperor's children were revealed by Lu Qingyi. The 8th son of the Space Emperor, Wang Mian, eventually achieved the legendary level. He did not inherit the space talent of the Space Emperor, but inherited his mother's light enhancement talent. He was considered a relatively transparent prince. Good girl. At this time, Seeing that his daughter was fine, Professor Fang was relieved. He immediately said, "Good girl, did our ancestors leave any legacy or something?" Principal Fang, Grandma Li, and Shiyu were silent. "It's too real." "That's right, if they are descendants of legendary emperors, they will definitely miss the legacy of their ancestors. That's a legend. It's not acceptable if there are not a few mythical resources in the family." Fang Lan nodded. "Senior Henling passed on to me a set of formations created by the Emperor of the Sky, which is a legion skill." She took out a formation diagram and said, "The cultivation method is recorded in this aspect. It seems to be a light skill, related to the stars." Fang Lan handed the diagram to everyone. It records the materials and methods needed to cultivate this kind of four-symbol star formation. Just a rough look, Principal Fang and others confirmed that it was an important military formation that had been lost. Fang Lan gained a lot this time. After confirming that Fang Lan was fine, Shiyu felt much more relaxed. Next, he just had to wait for her to complete another assessment task before he could officially let her become a member of the 11th Bureau. This girl is really not simple. She is actually the descendant of the Sky Emperor. This makes Shiyu not only sigh. The Sky Emperor, a super second-generation Beastmaster, is said to have rarely lost in his life. After becoming a Beastmaster, he showed amazing talent. He grew rapidly under the protection of the legendary grandfather. Later, he was protected by the Dragon God and eventually became a legendary strongman. It can be said that in that era, whether it was other human geniuses or totem aliens, they all lived under the shadow of the Sky Emperor. He, like every generation of legendary emperors, is the darling of the times. Thinking of this, Shiyu not only yearns for it, although he is more lazy, but he also has an impulse to meet these legendary emperors. Since the Dragon God asked him to explore the Time Dragon Vein in the future, Shiyu has had this impulse. And now meeting Qi in Tinxiang makes Shiyu's impulse even stronger. If Qi really masters time travel, will he have the opportunity to return to ancient times and compete with the Time Emperor, the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, and the Sky Emperor? Haha, it was just a false alarm. It's good that you're fine. I made you run back. Do you have to go back to Tinxiang next? Afterwards, when everyone found out that Fang Lan was fine, Principal Fang said to Shiyu. And Shiyu was speechless. Good guy, he went there again and then came back again. It was not enough to toss. Forget it, Shiyu said. Anyway, with the relationship between Qi and the Queen of the Elf, he can go to Tinxiang anytime in the future, and there is no rush at this moment. No, I'll go to retreat and practice hard, Shiyu sighed. He felt a little pressured when he met the Totem Kingdom World Championship players such as the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King. Moreover, according to what the Queen of the Elf said, there might even be a hybrid legend with a cross-level contract totem. For the blessing of the World Tree, we must work harder. Well, by the way, when you have time, you can also study the formation that Fang Lan brought back. You can send it to your legions to see if it is useful, Principal Fang said. Shiyu nodded to show that he understood, and didn't care about Tinxiang and Longang City. He directly chose to take Qi in the ruin space and return to Pingcheng, ready to introduce her to the customs and practices of Donghuang. Next, he closed the door and added points. This time, he planned to add super alloy to perfection in one go, and then let 11 evolve and break through. There were only more than 40 points left, which would take about a month. However, the skills of other pets were not fully upgraded, so he didn't have much time left. He had to ensure that when the world competition started, he had the combat power to match the weakest totem and defeat the invincible overlord. Chapter 413, The Evolution of the 11 Gods. After returning from Kangdu, Shiyu returned to Pingcheng with a hum. He didn't want to go all the way to Tinxiang again. Running back and forth would make him carsick. Before returning, Shiyu brought Qi with him, anticipating that he would be too lazy to go back. Qi was in the ruins at this time. Shiyu threw her in early in the morning and asked her to get to know the other members of the team first. However, when Shiyu took the energy to go to the ruins, he saw that Qi's face was a little pale. At this time, Qi, who is 1.2 meters tall, was holding the umbrella of time, feeling extremely nervous. God knows what he saw after he came in. He saw the 9 sun beads and a black and white bear warming up in the sun. The scorching temperature, even from a distance, instantly made Qi feel like her body was about to melt. She also saw a butterfly welcoming the thunder with its flesh, constantly bathing in the terrifying white lightning. The lightning was just a trace, and it tore the earth apart. He also saw a ginseng baby sitting cross-legged in the blizzard, concentrating his mind. The violent snowstorm seemed to freeze time, and the slightest chill froze her thoughts. Qi panicked all of a sudden. She understood what Shiyu meant when he said, "It will be very hard to practice with me, what do you think?" Shiyu came to the ruins and asked Qi for his opinion. Qi's face was pale. She felt that she might not survive a day if she endured all this training. But, when she thought that Shiyu's pets could persist, she could do it too. "I believe I can," Qi said seriously. "I can definitely do it," she encouraged herself. Shiyu was surprised. "You are so confident. I originally wanted you to start from the basics, but since you're so confident, I feel relieved and will directly start the will training." Qi's cherry-like eyes were filled with confusion. "Rin, help Qi to plan 3 meals a day, daily routine and training." "Yes, master." The bluish-white Rubik's Cube condensed in mid-air and appeared beside Shiyu. The white-haired lolly inside looked at the pink-haired lolly in front of her and said, "Qi, right? From today on, I will be your instructor, you can just call me Rin?" "Yes, Teacher Rin." Qi felt that he had to keep his boast even if he cried. "Let Qi train with Xiaoji and Yaya first," Shiyu said. "Xiaoji, yeah." Qi looked confused. "My second team of pets," Shiyu smiled and said. "Now our big family is divided into Team 1 and Team 2, among them, the members of Team 1 include 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chidan, Su Su, and Lin. Their strength is unified as the king level, but no matter who it is, they have the strength to surpass the overlord. Oh, by the way, your equipment is made by the 6 of them. For example, the giant sword is the crystallization of the power of 11's hardening skill and lightning rod skill. For example, the bow and arrow are the crystallization of the power of Shen Bao Bao and Lin. More than a dozen pieces of equipment are toys made by them through their own skills. The spirit of the equipment is also the illusion of Chong Chang's ability." He opened his mouth slightly. "Play, toys?" "Yes, it's toys. The current strength of Team 1 is like this. Even if they don't take action, they can be invincible in the king level by relying on their clones." Qi, degree Cyrillic letter de degree, what? Her first thought was that it was outrageous, but suddenly, she remembered what Sister Ani said at the exchange competition. Shiyu's iron-eating beast, the king-level iron-eating beast, easily jumped a level and crushed her. So, this might all be true. The monster is not just the iron-eating beast, but all the members of Team 1? I am currently a level 6 beast tamer, with only 6 contract positions. I have contracts with all the members of Team 1, and the members of Team 2 are Xiaoji, a mechanical fantasy beast that has integrated the power of the Earth Dragon and the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex, a medium-level overlord race, and Yaya, a reincarnated demigod from the abyss. The extraordinary race has the will of the overlord, and can easily break through to the overlord level in the future. Qi was stunned again. Mechanical fantasy beast. Because she was chosen by Shiyu, she naturally learned about Shiyu's achievements from Master Green and others. A mechanical fantasy beast that has integrated the power of the overlord race Earth Dragon and the ancient overlord race Tyrannosaurus Rex? A mechanical fantasy beast, can it also integrate the phantoms of 2 creatures? The Dragon Clan alone is powerful enough. The Dragon Empire is still the enemy of Tianxiang. The ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex is said to be the ruler of the Earth at a certain period in the Totem era. Qi couldn't believe the combination of the 2 powers. In addition, the demigod, reincarnation? Qi was confused again. Is it the demigod he knew, the demigod whose strength is comparable to that of Her Majesty the Elf Queen? Xiaoji and Yaya are currently both commander level, and they have good potential, but their strength is not enough to join the first team, so they can only join the second team. You will train with them next, Qi, second team. Yes, you will be considered as a member of my second team. The position of a member of the first team will have to wait until I break through. However, it is not that I can just sign it casually after the breakthrough. It depends on the competition for the second team. Xiaoji will be able to integrate more fantasy beast power in the future. Yaya was a demigod-level strongman in her previous life and is currently trying to control the power of her previous life. They all want to join the first team, so you have to work hard. Compared to them, you have a huge advantage, that is, you still have a legendary resource. After the first team quota is opened, you can try to challenge the members of the first team to get promoted, Shiyu said with a smile. Roll it up. Qi clenched the umbrella of time and shook his head frantically in his heart. No. I must join the first team. It's just that. Qi was slightly startled, and suddenly found that the umbrella of time in his hand didn't seem so fragrant. The standard for joining the first team is to challenge the members of the first team. However, he fought with the toys made by the predecessors of the first team. How could he beat the members of the first team? As for how to surpass yourself, it depends on your next efforts. Qi, Lin, take Qi to her address, and take her to meet Xiaoji and Ye. After arranging Qi, Shi Yu also asked Lin to continue studying the starry sky petigs and the summoned strange waters. He was worried. At the same time, Shi Yu took out Fang Lan's harvest and looked at it again. 4-elephant star array. At first glance, Shi Yu thought it was related to the 4 faith totem sacred beasts of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. As a result, it was discovered that it was just a borrowed name. This is just a high-level light skill. The reason why it is called 4 elephants is that it requires at least 4 users to use it. Even a single pet can't use this trick at all. Of course, unless the omnipotent clone is used. But the effect is definitely not as good as using 4 pets of equal strength together. 4-elephant star formation, a high-level skill of the light system, can be activated by 4 pets in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast to summon starlight to form a light barrier to trap the enemy. Whether outsiders want to enter or internal enemies want to leave, they will be damaged by the strong light attribute of the barrier. That's it. Shi Yu sighed. Fang Lan's ancestor was a descendant of the Sky Emperor, and he only left this little legacy. If he were Fang Lan, he would be embarrassed to tell anyone. This is even worse than in Chang. Well, if you have to say it, it's not that bad. At least the inheritance obtained by Fang Lan has the specific practice method of 4-elephant star formation, which has surpassed the supernatural level and may be a skill close to the Tao. In addition, it is a legion skill like solid as a rock. If the user is a multiple of 4, the power can be greatly increased. For a legion, it is a rare treasure skill. This skill was developed by the Sky Emperor and rewarded to his son, and then used in the army. I think it won't be bad. However, compared to trapping the enemy, Shi Yu still prefers a more proactive combat method. Shi Yu made a backup and sent it to Senior Panda, letting her work on it first. Shi Yu himself began to work overtime. During the half-month period when Shi Yu worked overtime, he always felt that he had forgotten something. It was not until Principal Feng reminded him that Shi Yu remembered that the master and apprentice of the Phoenix Shrine had not dealt with it himself, and even An Chang himself had not brought it back. But it was not a big problem, because it was too late. During the days he was in Tinxiang, the master and apprentice of the Phoenix Shrine suddenly had something to return to the 7 islands. It seemed that the 7 islands Valkyries specifically wanted to see them. This made Principal Feng feel bad. Originally, it was very likely to dig up the Phoenix Shrine, but if the 7 islands Valkyries contacted these 2 people, then Dong Huang's hope would be slim. In addition, An Cheng was also brought back to the ancient capital by the Gem Cats, who returned to Longgong City from Tinxiang. It was not a big problem. The former will be discussed in the World Championship, and the latter. Shi Yu did not pay attention to what a sea dragon evolved into under the training of the Sea Dragon King, but continued to practice hard. It has to be said that with the skill of the Spirit of the Pure Sea, which reduces the burden of adding points, Shi Yu's efficiency of adding points has increased linearly. For this reason, he directly chose to cooperate with the inheritance of the Kanghe ruins to help Su Su first pull the Spirit of the Pure Sea to Mastery plus 11. 2 months after Shi Yu returned from Tinxiang, the attributes of each pet have undergone earth-shaking changes again under the continuous addition of points. First of all the superclass racial skills of a team of 6 pets have been added to Mastery plus 11, and they are only 1 step away from reaching the perfect level and breaking through the growth level to the Overlord level. Among them, 11 is even 1 step away, and is already in the stage of trying to suppress the level. In addition, not only 11's Bailei and Undead Golden Body, but also Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, and Lin's non-racial skills, such as space control, plant control, resurrection of the dead, sky frost cold air, and myth resurrection, have also been added to the perfect level by Shi Yu. It can be said that although they have not reached the Overlord level in terms of growth level, they are not inferior in terms of skill proficiency. Even Shiyu used the memory water drop card bug method to let 11 pass on the full level deterrence skills to Chong and the others. The same method allowed Lin to transform and evolve himself, and research the clone skill into racial skill. Then, through this method, the clones of 11 and others became full-level skills. At the same time, including Susu's full-level multiplication, all of them were mastered in this way. The proficiency of the 3 skills of deterrence, clone, and multiplication has reached the level of skill. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that, Super Alloy has become the first super-level skill in Shiyu's team to reach superb proficiency. 11 is about to evolve. At present, it is less than a month away from the World Championship. Even the ranking of the sequence battle has been completely ended not long ago. The legendary resources of the top 5 have been issued, and the top 5 can use and digest them by themselves. Shiyu is still ranked 7th, the first person under the legend. Ji Feng, Ziyun, and Gaojuan behind him were all tactful and did not challenge him. Therefore, the list of players for the World Championship of the ancient country of Donghuang has been completely determined. Among them, the legendary Beastmasters were called Team 1 by domestic Beastmasters. The remaining 4 people including Shiyu were called Team 2 by domestic Beastmasters. Shiyu, who ranked 7th, was in a position that was neither good nor bad. After all, he was not yet at the real overlord level. However, at this time, Shiyu finally didn't have to endure it. He practiced hard for 2 months just for today. Now his team of pets can be said to be in full condition. All non-racial skills are above perfect proficiency, and all racial skills are close to the perfect level, just stuck at a limit. If he wanted to make further progress, he would point the teaching skills of some pets to perfection, which was also Shiyu's original plan. However, he also found that even with Susu's pure sea spirit, the time was still not enough. It was only enough to point 11 super alloy to perfection. No, there was still half a month left, and maybe one skill could be pointed to perfection. In short, that was a matter for later. Shiyu had already decided to let 11 break through to the overlord level, so that he could have a overlord level pet. At the same time, let 11 complete the evolution through the super alloy. After all, the result of evolution is unknown, and he also needs some time to adapt. The final adaptation period of 1 month is just right. Now, although all the members of Team 1 are at the king level, each of them has the strength to defeat ordinary overlords, and can be said to have top overlord combat power. After all, Chong now has 3 perfect superclass skills, Chi Tong has 2, and Susu has 2. In addition, their racial skill proficiency is not low, and ordinary overlords are definitely not so arrogant. And Shen Bao and Lin, who only have 1 perfect superclass skill, one is a time system, and the other is a mythical race. It is natural that they can easily defeat ordinary overlords. Just as Shiyu expected, after returning after 2 months, if he meets the Dark Elf Prince and the Flame Dragon King again, he will not be in vain. Of course, if it is a one-on-one duel, there may be some pressure. Although they are top-level overlords, there are also strong and weak ones. The weak ones are like the Green Scale Dragon, and the strong ones are like the Tongshin Whale, the Dark Elf Prince, and the Flame Dragon King. Shiyu is not sure because he has not fought them. However, Shiyu cultivated so many pets not for one-on-one duels. For example, Lin's combined mecha is now completely perfect. Shiyu feels that it should not be a big problem for all the members to be invincible under the totem. Although it was only a few minutes, this is not enough. Although this is already very strong, Shiyu still feels that it is not enough. After all, the Queen of the Elf said that there are suspected to be totem-level participants in this world competition. Afterwards, Shiyu investigated through Donghuang's channels. Although he did not find out anything, he still arranged the totem as an imaginary enemy. Let alone other totems, just talk about the gem cat that relies on resources to break through. Shiyu currently has no confidence in defeating it. Because no matter how hard they try, they can't hit the cat to kill the green scale dragon in 1 second. If it is a totem that has mastered superclass racial skills and possesses the will of the overlord, it will be even more dangerous. Relying on the self-explosion of the ginseng baby may work, but it is not very stable. After all, there is only 1 chance. Therefore, it is very important for 11 to break through the overlord and complete the perfect evolution process. If it breaks through and evolves, it can have the invincible overlord strength, similar to Grand Prince of Dragon Palace City, legendary mutation of Overlord Kun, then all the members together will be much less stressed when fighting against ordinary totems. Are you ready? It is already October of the 179th year of the Alliance calendar. Shiyu has been in Pingchang for more than 2 months. These 2 months have been extremely boring, but watching the pet beast become stronger little by little, it is also happy. The only regret is that telepathy has not been successfully developed for the second time, which also made Shiyu give up completely. He lent the talent bead to senior sister Lu for a period of time and taught her how to learn telekinesis. Now, 11 is about to break through and evolve, which is the greatest comfort for Shiyu to relieve this sad thing. 11, AWW, go, 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 I'm ready. 11 cheered and jumped for joy on the rocky ground, his black and white hair fluttering. He was extremely happy. God knows how long he has been waiting for this day. In addition to 11, Shiyu, the members of Team 1 were also there. As for the members of Team 2, they were not there. The main reason was that the energy fluctuations of Team 1, whether in training, breakthrough, or evolution, were too strong. If they showed a little deterrence from time to time, it would affect the members of Team 2, so it was not suitable to train together. Home next to him, the butterfly with a dreamy body in the air curled its lips. Leader, you are happy too early. Generally speaking, the earlier you evolve and the earliest you break through, the weaker you are. Being the first to break through to the Overlord is not necessarily a good thing. Chong Chong has a painful understanding of this. As the only one in Team 1 who is not a high-level Overlord race, it is simply too difficult. If the power of fantasy is not strong enough, it should be reduced to the same level as Zioji. Shenbao shook the sunflower in a romantic and unrestrained manner, with a nonchalant look on his face. Even if it evolves into a mythical race, it will still be invincible in the world. Time mark plus time fruit plus moon explosion plus life spark, it can only say that it is so delicious that it can't be used even with a totem. It is better than the real divine skill. As long as this skill is banned for 1 day, it will be the strongest. When this skill is not banned, it will be the time for Shenbao to panic. Meow, the sword spirit Shiden danced wildly in the air, and it is also ridiculously strong at present. After the resurrection of the dead reaches the perfect level, it does not need the help of the bone sword at all, and can also control the 3 Overlord undead puppets. So Chidin has been acting like a spoiled child with Shidai recently, hoping that the next superb super level skill can revive its dead. In that case, it can control the totem level puppet. Even if it is a king level, it can control the totem undead puppet, which is invincible. Now, it doesn't matter who gets the points, because after the next 2 months of adding points, whether it's Chong Chong, Chi Tong or Lin, their will levels have been trained to the level of the Overlord will. Although there are still some differences in the time of adding points, it's not big. Ning, Su Su hummed with a proud face, and her jelly-like blue body shook. I hope 11 evolves stronger and doesn't let down the pure sea spirit it worked hard to create. At present, every pet has found psychological comfort for itself. For example, Shen Bao feels that if he doesn't ban skills, he is the strongest, while Susu thinks that if the battlefield is the ocean, then he is the strongest. Anyway, they don't believe that after 11 breaks through and evolves, he can change this situation. Okay, Shiyu smiled slightly, and had already prepared the 10 pieces of meteorite fragments and 2 pieces of aurora magnetic gold from Senior Ji Mangzhu. He looked at 11, and 11 nodded heavily, and then immediately returned to normal. The 3 or 4 meter tall Jiuli wore beast form. Dressed in silver and black armor, with blue eyes, it looks very domineering. However, this may be the last time it maintains this form. Shiyu and the others have no idea what it will evolve into next. I just don't know if it can be restored by the fruit of time afterwards. Eat it, 11 nodded. It has been pent up in recent days. In order to become a perfect overlord, it has suppressed its breakthrough power for several days. If it doesn't break through, it doesn't know if Shiyu is okay, but it will definitely explode. But this process has further tempered 11's control over the body. At this time, 11, under the gaze of everyone, couldn't wait to pick up a piece of aurora magnetic gold and put it in his mouth. Legendary resource, aurora magnetic gold. Shiyu has 2 pieces in total, both of which were applied from Donghuang. This is a legendary strengthening resource that can strengthen the body. Although 11 and the others use legendary resources for daily training, they have not completely swallowed them. Otherwise, The huge power of legendary resources would have allowed them to break through long ago. You know, legendary resources have a chance to make Overlord break through to Totem, not to mention King to Overlord. Now, Eleven's eyes are excited, and he can finally taste the taste of legendary resources. However, this resource was originally used for carrying, to subtly train the body. Swallowing it directly is undoubtedly risky. However, Lin has done rigorous calculations, and with Eleven's current physique, there is absolutely no problem in completely swallowing the Aurora Magnetic Gold. Breakthrough before evolution. 11, charge, me, ning, with the shouts of the whole team. 11, who swallowed the first piece of Aurora Magnetic Gold, suddenly had a serious expression and solidified. The suppressed power in the body finally couldn't be suppressed. It slowly raised its head and roared to the sky. Roar. The next moment, amazing energy burst out from its body. Boom 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 boom, with Eleven's roar, the ground around it exploded directly. The terrifying white lightning also rushed up from its body. The lightning power contained in the Aurora Magnetic Gold. This terrifying power madly impacted Eleven's body. In an instant, a white lightning storm lingered with 11 as the center. The huge power directly forced Shiyu and the others to retreat. At this moment, 11 no longer suppressed his own power, and several perfect superclass racial skills drove its growth. At the same time, under the pressure of lightning quenching, 11's Overlord will broke out. 5 perfect proficiency superclass racial skills, Overlord will, and legendary resources. The 3 breakthrough forces merged into one, allowing 11's aura to rise steadily, instantly changing the sky and the earth. Above the sky, white thunder rolled, and the boundless land had turned into a white thunder pool. This is not an ordinary transformation. Even after 11 left, this lightning environment would continue for a long time. This is the power of the Overlord level. It already has the ability to change the natural environment. For example, the current ice and fire snow mountain, if 11 goes to explode around, it can directly turn it into a thunder and fire snow mountain. With a breakthrough, multiple forces are transforming 11's body. Its life level has directly reached another realm. Its physique began to transform. With a blessing of many full-level thunder skills and perfect-level lightning rods, 11's physique became extremely friendly to thunder and lightning in an instant. At this moment, in the white thunder, 11 suddenly had a feeling. Even if he didn't use the energy in his body or any skill crystals, he could cause the thunder to fall with a wave of his hand. This power is so strong. Roar. 11 opened his blue eyes in the white thunderstorm. It was very painful to devour the legendary resources to strengthen the body, but for 11, who had experienced countless painful training every day and had the will of a hegemon, it was not a problem. In a short moment, its aura began to soar from the original energy value of more than 10 million. What will happen? At this time, in the distance, Shiyu's face was pale. He had already felt the instability of the beast control space. The shaky space seemed to collapse at any time. He looked at 11 in the white thunder with a burning gaze. 20 million, 40 million, 60 million, 70 million, 75 million, 78 million, 79.99 million. Just after the breakthrough, 11's energy value increased rapidly. The drastic increase made the insects and ginseng babies beside him drool. Soon, 11's energy value broke through the 80 million mark. It is twice the minimum energy standard of the normal Overlord race and Overlord level pet. This energy value is very terrifying. You know, when the gem cat was at the Overlord level, it was only more than 50 million energy value. The famous top Overlord Tongshan whale in the East China Sea fought for a lifetime, but it was less than 90 million energy value. The first heirs of demigod forces like Dark Knight Forest and Dragon Empire only have about 90 million energy value. These overlords undoubtedly achieved this energy value after a long period of practice after the breakthrough. And 11, just after the breakthrough, the energy value soared to 80 million. In the end, it gradually stabilized at 80.11 million. This energy value undoubtedly scared Chong Chong and the others. You know, this is just a breakthrough to the Overlord. It hasn't swallowed the fragments of the meteorite yet, and hasn't swallowed a second legendary resource to evolve. 80.11 million, pet name, 11, race, iron-eating beast, Jiuli war beast, attributes, gold, thunder, race level, high overlord, quasi-myth, growth level, overlord level, race skills, super level, introverted edge, perfect, lightning rod, perfect, shot the air, perfect, Condensed beans into soldiers, perfect. Unstoppable, perfect. Professor skills, super level. Undead golden body, perfect. White thunder, perfect. Super alloy, superb. Normal energy value, 80.11 million. Terrifying attributes. It can be imagined how solid the foundation of 11 is. In fact, most of its high energy value is due to its strong physique. At this moment, 11 is even a little unfamiliar with his own body. The terrifying physical strength gave it a bold idea that it might be able to resist the self-explosion of the baby ginseng. Counting a set of skills, it is definitely the best among the top overlords at this time. I am afraid that except for the invincible overlord like the mutant Kun, there are few rivals of 11 in the overlord level. And this is just the beginning. 11 clenched his fist happily, holding the white lightning in his hand, and the space around him seemed to vibrate. It looked at Shiyu and the others, with an excited face, asking if its strength after the breakthrough was strong. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su and others were envious. They also wanted to break through to the overlord. This is simply a qualitative change in strength. Relying on equipment, time, fruit and other external forces. It is indeed a little short. Strong? I exchanged it for a beastmaster, 11, crab. Shiyu said weakly with a pale face. At this time, the beast control space has stabilized. He has successfully crossed the level to contract the overlord. Those totem beastmasters can cross the level to contract, so can he. However, because of the contractual connection with 11, Shiyu felt that his physical strength was almost constantly draining away, and the speed was very terrifying. It was outrageous. Was it so consuming? It felt that other beastmasters who signed contracts beyond their level would not consume so much. Shiyu was originally panicked, but he didn't panic for too long. 11's breakthrough also fed back a large part of Shiyu's strength, allowing Shiyu's physique to reach an unprecedented height. Shiyu's physique, which had already reached its limit, broke through the limit and was once again strengthened at an epic level. This strengthening was undoubtedly a timely help, allowing Shiyu to recover quickly, but his face was a little weak, but everything was still within the tolerance range. He took a deep breath of the sachet hanging around his neck, and instantly felt full of blood and revived, thinking that the contract beyond the level was just like that. That's it, Shiyu said, another overlord is no problem. 11, oh, Shiyu, are you okay? 11 looked at Shiyu, who was pale, and was afraid that he would damage the Beastmaster's brain. You don't look like you're okay at all. Although it is really no different from usual. Lin, don't get cocky, there's still evolution. Evolution, Shiyu nodded, and nodded to 11 in the distance, indicating that it could continue. Following this signal, Shen Bao Bao, Chong Chong, Qitong, Su Su and others became more serious. Hey, this is already outrageous enough. If we use superb super alloy, multiple meteorite fragments, second legendary resource aurora magnetic gold, to fuse and evolve next, wouldn't it be a bit too scary? Before starting the evolution project, Chong Chong and the others were still very calm, but at this moment, they suddenly had a bad premonition. 11 was very excited at this time. He went straight to eat the meteorite fragments. There were a total of 10 meteorite fragments. In addition, 11 had already eaten a piece of the best fragment before, so Shiyu didn't know what the upper limit of 11 was at present. However, just eat it. The more you can eat, the higher the initial proficiency level of the demon god body. This is what Ji Mengzhu said. At this time, one piece after another of the meteorite fragments entered 11's body. 11 felt particularly good at this time. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Originally, Shiyu and Su Su were still thinking about whether to use the spirit of the pure sea to relieve 11's greasiness. But it seems that for the current overlord level 11, for the 11 who currently has almost invincible overlord strength, it is too easy to control them. Soon, 11 ate 8 pieces in one breath. At this time, it finally felt a trace of pressure, with a serious and solemn expression, and felt that there was a dark tear beating around in its heart. After eating 8 pieces, including the previous one, there were 9 pieces of meteorite fragments. 11 finally felt a load and felt the erosion of the dark power. Can you still eat? Do you want the spirit of the pure sea to help? 11 nodded. Of course he could eat it, but without help, his white thunder power could also suppress the power of the meteorite demon. Originally, Shiyu and Shirai said that they would leave 2 pieces for Senior Panda and Senior Beast Ear Girl, but seeing that Shirai had no limit, Shiyu was not going to leave any for the time being, and directly let Shirai eat as much as he could. After Shirai's invincible evolution, he and Shirai will directly help the 2 seniors to hunt the original body of meteorite. By then, there will be enough fragments. Boom. Picking up the fragments of meteorite, Shirai continued to eat. At this time, white and black lightning were intertwined on its body, which was extremely magical. After eating, Shirai's breath reached an extremely terrifying level. It was as if the demon god of thunder had descended to the world. The demon god power contained in the 11 pieces of meteorite fragments just made Shirai reach the limit of his current state. At the moment, what made Shirai most excited was that the inscription that he couldn't engrave when he ate the fragments of meteorite for the first time. This time, he could finally engrave it. It stretched out its huge claws and began to engrave the dark inscription, intending to complete the evolution of the demon god. Today, Shirai used all the foundation he had accumulated in the past on himself. Come on, Shiyu was also very excited, looking forward to the 11 in front of him. It was covered with the black and white lightning, and as the evolution inscription was engraved, a black evolution light directly enveloped its whole body. During this process, its whole body was filled with black light, and a piece of information directly appeared in Shiyu's mind: name, demon body, attributes, gold, dark, introduction. The body can generate the dark power of the demon god by itself, and can mobilize the power of the demon god to perfectly integrate into any gold skill, and improve the skill effect in all directions. Powerful skills often only need simple effects. At this moment, 11 is gradually transforming into the demon god iron-eating beast in history. This is the ace battle pet of the Emperor Wu, and this is the super race that makes the Emperor Wu willing to cultivate it as the strongest ace. At this moment, the black evolution light is diffused, and 11's body slowly grows larger, and its energy value is further improved. Soon, a brand new look appeared in front of Shiyu and the others. Chongsun once said that through evolution with other inscriptions, the body shape will not change, only new racial skills will be added. Only through evolution with meteorite fragments, the shape of Jiuli War Beast will change dramatically. At present, its shape has indeed changed completely. The armor and the body seem to have merged into one, and it is no longer in the shape of an iron-eating beast wearing armor. At the same time, the color of the armor on the body has completely changed from silver and black to a mixture of white and black. This color is like a dark metal that is absorbing light, dazzling and mysterious. At this time, the armor is very layered, like a prism-shaped metal composition. On these metal armors, the white and black radiance make the normal state become a nearly 10-meter tall demon god iron-eating beast, exuding a terrifying demon god aura. Although the outline of the iron-eating beast can still be seen clearly, the outside is already a layer of tight demon god armor. Pet name, 11, attributes, gold, thunder, dark, racial level, high overlord, quasi-mythology, growth level, overlord level, energy value. 88.21 million. After the evolution of the demon god, 11's attributes have changed dramatically again. But this is not the end at all. This form is just a transition. Lin only took a photo, and 11, who is like a demon god, ate the second piece of Aurora magnetic gold again. 2 legendary resources. Eaten them all. Plus a bunch of legendary level 8 resources. It is difficult for 11 not to be strong. Roar, as 11 ate the Aurora magnetic gold this time, it began to activate the power of super alloy, and its whole body was covered with hardened metal. The hardened metal that was fused with the power of white thunder metal began to merge with the metal body of the demon god. 11 roared vigorously. Extremely excited. The next moment, it was directly swallowed by the huge black and white intertwined lightning. The whole body was blurred. Super alloy, fusion and super evolution. At this moment, the form of the demon god Iron Eater, which had just evolved, collapsed directly. The demon god armor on 11's body, directly under the collision of light and dark lightning, continued to disintegrate into energy essence and merge into 11's body. After the demon god armor disintegrated under the power of the yin and yang collision, 11's new form was also revealed. It was a form that Shiyu and the others had never expected. It was an ordinary Iron Eater, but it was taller and bigger, a full 10 meters tall. It was like an Iron Eater in a giant state. Of course, the power formed by the collision of these light and dark lightning and the disintegration of armor was integrated into 11's body, assisting it to undergo another evolution, and it was not without any changes. At this moment, every hair that was clearly visible began to blur. The black hairs were blurred like a black arc, and the white hairs were blurred like a white arc, and the whole body was surrounded by electricity. These arcs seemed to have become 11's hair, and they kept swaying, like a chaotic ocean. It was like a giant beast that walked out of the sea of chaotic thunder, like the first chaotic thunder god after the creation of the world. This power, in the distance, Shiyu could clearly feel that there were endless energy fluctuations, erupting from the form of 11. Success. Absolutely successful. Although the power of light thunder and the power of the demon god are extremely conflicting, the level of super alloys has been maxed out by him. Helping 11 to control this power will definitely be no problem. Superb super level skills can make pets reach the level of powerful totems. But now, they are only used for evolution. Under Shiyu's extremely expectant eyes. Then, a shocking roar, black and white lightning that rushed into the sky, like a flame, erupted from 11. The sky, the earth, and the natural environment changed again. The ruins became a chaotic world where yin and yang were just beginning to separate, and light and darkness were just beginning to be born. In this area, the sense of oppression of the bugs reached the extreme, and each of them looked extremely solemn. This is the power of the leader after evolution. Name of pet, 11, attributes, gold, thunder, light, dark, growth level, overlord, energy value. 97.71 million. 2 legendary resources. At this time, 11's normal energy value is suddenly close to 100 million. The mutant kun, which is already close to the limit of the legendary overlord of the sea, 11 has just broken through. This shocking power is simply exciting Shiyu. However, what excites Shiyu the most is that at this moment, because of the contract connection with 11, Shiyu's spiritual talent has changed directly. There is a certain connection between the new skills that 11 is about to awaken and him. With the evolution of light and darkness of 11, Shiyu entered a meditative state, and his mind and 11 completely merged into one. Shiyu kept wandering in the ocean of memory, and once again experimented with his ideal telepathic talent. In the dark world, he saw a painting engraved on the stone wall, which was 2 entangled black and white yin and yang fish. Countless layers were superimposed, and Shiyu seemed to see the process of the universe from Wuji to Teiji, and even the process of the birth of all things, and the process of chaos before the division of yin and yang, light and darkness before birth, and even the division of yin and yang. At this moment, the minds of 11 and Shiyu were very clear. Shiyu was shocked to find that with the evolution of 11's light and darkness, his telepathic talent, which had been in a bottleneck state, had finally made progress. Shiyu slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils were like a rotating black and white Tai Chi diagram, mysterious and profound. The eyes are the windows of the soul, reflecting the power of the soul. At this time, with the changes of Shiyu, 11 in the process of evolution finally saw the same yin-yang Tai Chi diagram as Shiyu saw. Shiyu has always wanted to share with 11 the magic of the Tai Chi diagram discovered by archaeological exploration on Earth, but unfortunately he has never succeeded. But at this moment, when you use the super alloy of the divine level to fuse the power of light and darkness and complete the evolution, the degree of fit between him and Shiai seemed to have reached a point, and finally they could see the magic of the figure at the same time. It turns out that if you want to share these powers with pets, you also need to make them have a certain degree of fit with the divine essence, just like teaching skills. At this moment, Shiyu had some understanding and knew what to do next. If the bugs were exposed to the power of the starry sky, maybe they could really transform into Blue Dragon in their imagination? Boom. At this moment, a huge Tai Chi diagram appeared under the feet of Shiai and Shiyu, with lightning leaping on it, as if forming a lightning yin and yang field, wrapping them in it. Standing on it, Shen Bao and the others were extremely shocked, especially Lin. Buzz. At this moment, it seemed that the legendary ruins had shaken, and a deep and profound sound of rules appeared. The spatial force and natural force in the space were all suppressed, which was not much different from the quasi-divine skill anomaly described by Senior G. Mengzhu. Quasi-divine skills, Lin murmured. Moreover, it was quite powerful. It even felt that its own power was suppressed by the power of 11. At the same time, in the second team space farther and deeper in the legendary ruins, Xiaoji, and Qi all raised their heads in shock and felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Roar, Yang, Xiaoji and Yale roared in a low voice. It was not the first time they felt this kind of power, but this time, it seemed different from the last time, and the sense of oppression they felt was even stronger. At the same time, outside the ruins, on the vast ice dragon snow mountain, millions of creatures all crawled down in fear, not daring to look up. The amazing change can be said to have shocked Shi Yu. The power of the meteorite demon god, the power of the aurora magnetic gold white thunder, the superb super alloy, plus his own assistance through telepathy, 11 seemed to have comprehended the quasi-divine skills. Roar, at the moment, the chaotic yin and yang lightning diagram formed was just an abnormality of the skill. At this time, the real quasi-divine skills were in the hands of 11. This is actually the combination skill, yin-yang jade, that 11 had previously used by fusing white and black thunder with super alloys. It condenses a piece of metal and gives it a fusion of light and dark thunder and lightning, which can cause huge destructive power. Lin speculated that the combination skill has extraordinary potential, but at this time, no one expected that with the evolution, it would actually upgrade to a brand new skill. It is still the prototype of a magical skill. At this time, 11 seemed to be trapped in the chaotic thunder and lightning, and his figure could not be seen clearly. A round metal formed in his palm. The metal was black and white, one yin and one yang, one light and one dark, and filled with two-color lightning. It blended, transformed, and conflicted with each other, which was extremely mysterious. Everything around seemed to have turned into chaos, and the balance was broken and wiped out. At this moment, as this round metal condensed and rotated, Shi Yu, the master of the legendary ruins, immediately changed his expression. 11, stop it, ugh, Chong and 11 also felt the terrifying changes in 11 at this time. I just felt it was outrageous. I don't understand why 11 is so strong after evolution. At that moment, they felt an irresistible feeling just by seeing 11's figure. You know, even when facing the black meteorite yak, the black goat, and the fox god, they didn't have this feeling. Crack. When Shi Yu was speaking, the space around him had already begun to fade away, and cracks appeared all over the sky. This was not an ordinary fading away. What shocked Shi Yu was that this legendary space relic that was strong enough to withstand totem-level attacks, at this moment, just as 11 condensed this skill, it began to collapse unstably. Name, Yin-Yang Grinding Wheel. Attributes, Light, Dark, Gold, Thunder. Level, Quasi-Divine Skill. Introduction, contains the rules of annihilation and destruction, and can annihilate everything by decomposing the yin and yang balance of all things. At this moment, Shi Yu's heart was excited and complicated. Another quasi-divine skill. It turned out to be a divine skill that contained the rules of destruction. Yin-Yang Grinding Wheel, annihilating everything? Even other rules can be erased? In other words, did 11 really evolve into a mythical race through this evolution? Like Lin, he became a mythical beast cub of the mythical race. Shi Yu was extremely surprised, but suddenly, his eyes stung and he was forced to close his eyes. Although 11 became extremely powerful, he still obeyed Shi Yu's order and cancelled this skill. But to be more precise, it was because without the help of Shi Yu's telepathic amplification, it was suddenly difficult for 11 to control this power. The power of one's own power, the power of the Beastmaster, and the combination of the two are the complete quasi-god skill, the power of the yin-yang grinding wheel. This is a way for the Wu Emperor and Ji Mengzhu to cultivate quasi-god skills. Among them, the queen of the elfin Tingxiang relied on this method. She, a mixed blood, cultivated quasi-god skills with the help of the power of the pet, and the Wu Emperor was actually a little short of this step. However, this achievement was directly completed by Shi Yu, a 6th-level Beastmaster. It is not a legend, not a titled legend, and not even an ordinary legend. With his eyes closed, Shi Yu was extremely excited, and tried to open them and looked at 11. Ying, 11, who was so majestic just now, only used half of the yin-yang grinding wheel, and the side effects were huge. From the extremely tall and chaotic blurred form, it gradually converged its power and became smaller, using the skills of restraint and shrinkage. Soon, its form returned to its original state. The black and white hair that was supposed to be like a chaotic arc turned into normal hair, and its height returned to the form of a cub of just over 1 meter. However, compared to before, its azure blue eyes returned to black eyes. The color of the eyes, black and white, is just like the yin-yang field, containing infinite power. On the opposite side, Shi Yu sat on the ground with a weak face. However, There was a smile on his face. Name, 11. Attributes, gold, thunder, light, dark, racial level, low mythology, growth level, overlord, racial skills, super level, inner edge, perfect, lightning rod, perfect, shocking the sky, perfect, condensing beans into soldiers, perfect, unstoppable, perfect, demon body, perfect, quasi-god skills, yin-yang grinding wheel, beginner, professor skills, super level, immortal golden body, perfect, white thunder, perfect, super alloy, superb, normal energy value. 97.71 million invincible, this time it's really invincible, Shiyu murmured. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, and Lin also thought so. They were sweating and looked at 11 with a look of doubt. Their breathing was very rapid, and they hadn't recovered from the shock of 11 just now. Oh, it's over. Regardless of what happened in the team, let's mourn for the opponent in the World Championship for 1 minute. With 11's current attributes, he might be able to win a direct one-on-one challenge against the mutant Kun of the Overlord legend. Invincible under the totem. At this time, Shiyu was still worried that he would be a little unstable if he went to the world competition, but now, he is not worried anymore. Who else? Sensing the current level of the beast, it is still a short distance from the 7th level, so Shiyu does not expect it. He will use the level of the master to win the title of the legend. With the invincible Overlord 11 and the quasi-divine skills, who else can do it? Besides, other pets are not vegetarians. After holding back for 2 months, Shiyu now has a breath and wants to find someone to test his sword. Master misinterpretation? No, too weak. President Lin? His normal contracted pets should not have totems, and they are all overlords. Then 11 is invincible in a one-on-one fight. No. He will be suspected of plotting to usurp the throne. Tuanshan Whale, the mutant Kun, the eldest prince of Longgoing City, and even the real totem gem cat and frost dragon? Shiyu's excited hard and shaking hands. It's you guys, let's draw lots. Chapter 414 Undersea Prison. At this time, almost the whole team was circling around 11 after his breakthrough. They were all staring at him eagerly. The main reason was that 11 was too strong after his breakthrough. They were so envious. They hoped that they could be like this in the future. Normal kings break through to Overlord by using the same method. 11 is different here. It breaks through with superclass skills, legendary resources, and Overlord will. Coupled with its strong racial foundation, it is very strong after breaking through to Overlord. At this time, 11 is not invincible, but can only be said to be the top Overlord among the top Overlords. What really makes it invincible is that it then has another level 9 legendary resource, plus 10 legendary level 8 resource meteorite fragments. With these things combined with the superb super alloy evolution, who else can be invincible if not 11? The resources used by a normal totem in a lifetime are not as many as those used by it. Weaker totems should be able to compete with 11 and Shiyu at full strength. At this moment, Shiyu has finally truly entered the top combat power field of Blue Star. At present, 11 only has 2 forms left. An ordinary introverted, shrunken panda cub form. Another form, the mythical form, is the giant panda form after evolution, with a whole body like a chaotic sea of thunder. Among them, the quasi-god skill yin-yang grinding wheel and the super-level skill sharp burst can only be used in that form. It can be imagined that the normal state can reach nearly 100 million. As long as enough natural thunder is stored in the body in advance, including the sharp burst, the energy should be over 100 million. Adding the quasi-god skills, the normal totem may not be able to bear it. However, unlike Lin, 11's mythical form consumes more than Lin's mythical form. At the same time, like Lin, its quasi-god skills are also difficult to control by itself, and Shiyu's assistance is required to use them. In other words, 11 can't master the entire mythical form very well. This suddenly made Shiyu understand why it is generally only the totem-level demigods who can master the quasi-god skills. Perhaps the cubs of the mythical race can indeed master the quasi-god skills, but it is not easy to control them by their own strength. After all, it involves the power of rules. Thinking of this, Lin also thought so. They need to go through mythical revival to enter the mythical unicorn form. If they want to perfectly control the power of God, they still have a long way to go. Practice more, try to adapt to the mythical form as soon as possible. 11 nodded excitedly. Generally speaking, It is not easy for pets to master new forms just after evolution. What's more, it is the super form of the mythical race. 11 may need a long time to adapt. 11 feels that he has only completed half of the evolution. When he really adapts to the mythical form, it can be considered a complete evolution of God. By then, even without Shiyu's assistance, he should be able to master the quasi-god skills on his own. At that time, it will also be the so-called demigod level combat power. What a pity. Everyone surrounded 11, and then Shiyu felt a little bit sorry. Because of this evolution, 11's armor was completely disintegrated by the yin-yang grinding wheel. Its two armor forms, Jiuli armor and demon god armor, are directly gone. This made Shiyu a little confused. If he found the corresponding inscription metal again, could it still engrave literary skills? But this pity only lasted for a while, and Shiyu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Through the reversal effect of the time fruit, 11 can still return to the Jiuli form and the demon god armor form. In this case, the problem is not big. However, these two forms are no longer meaningful compared to 11's current mythical form. Changing back is only equivalent to weakening. With quasi-divine skills, those super-level skills are not particularly attractive to Shiyu. In this case, just go with the flow. At present, for Shiyu, the most important thing is to name and draw lots. In the era of Emperor Wu and others, the iron-eating beast that evolved with meteorite metal was called the demon god iron-eating beast. Then what should the race name of your mythical race form be called? Shiyu touched his chin. Ying. 11 turned his head casually. Beastmaster, just give it whatever you want. It's happy today, so it can accept any ugly name. In the end, Shiyu named 11's new race, Chaos Panda, and directly abandoned the iron-eating beast. 11 was shocked, and didn't understand why he, a bear, turned into a cat. 11 was angry and aggrieved. After Teacher Ying evolved, should he be renamed Gem Bear? The other pets were thinking, what is the purpose of this name? Could it be that Shiyu likes cats more than bears, and Shiyu likes wontons? The bug that was about to evolve suddenly became worried. The leader really shouldn't trust Shiyu. It was afraid that Shiyu would give it a race name like Dumpling Dragon, Baozi Dragon, or Ramen Dragon. 11 sighed and said, forget it, as long as Shiyu likes it. After everyone recovered from 11's evolution, Shiyu also started to draw lots. In the end, Shiyu drew the lot of Frost Dragon. Shiyu, 11, isn't it not good? Shiyu said. Bing, Chaos Panda 11 nodded. The power of the yin-yang grinding wheel is definitely not weaker than the move that Teacher Ying used to kill the green scale dragon in 1 second. This move was enough to kill the top overlords in seconds. Shiyu and Shitai were a little unsure about what would happen if they used it on their own people. Although the Dragon Mother was not weak now, and she had finally used the totem level advantage and legendary resources to train the Frost Cold to perfection, there was still a risk of serious injury. Shiyu and Shitai put the lot back silently, drew another one, and prayed silently in their hearts, Prince of Dragon Palace City, Prince of Dragon Palace City, Prince of Dragon Palace City. Although they were worried that 11 would end the life of the invincible Golden Dragon Prince, who they had never met with a quasi-divine skill, as long as they didn't use the quasi-divine skill, it would be fine. As long as they could guarantee victory, it didn't matter whether the opponent was a totem or an invincible overlord. It didn't go as planned. Shiyu and Shitai looked at the new lot and fell into deep thought. Poison Dragon Totem. How about this? Shiyu said. Shitai lay on Shiyu's shoulder, looked at the 4 words Poison Dragon Totem on the poker, pondered slightly, and then nodded. That's fine. Totem level, not a friendly army, and as the weakest totem, it is indeed very suitable for testing strength. If I remember correctly, it should be imprisoned in the underwater prison of Longgong City. The Poisonous Dragon Totem is a mutation of the radiation power of the meteorite, and it should be considered the weakest totem. This should be considered a totem that breaks through with resources. However, resources are also divided into levels. The legendary resources in Shiyu's hands are relatively normal legendary resources. The 9 series of gems used by the Gem Cat should be the top existence among the legendary resources. As for the meteorite radiation used by the Poisonous Dragon Totem, it is not certain whether it has touched the threshold of legendary resources. It can only be said that the Poisonous Dragon Totem is lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, it has become the totem level that countless extraordinary lives dream of, but it has been eroded by consciousness and lost its reason. The only powerful thing about it may be the radiation poison equivalent to that of the meteorite. Although it is not as overbearing as the meteorite, even the overlord physician of Longang City cannot purify it, and the immortal Dragon King must take action. I wonder if 11's yin-yang grinding wheel can destroy the rules of the quasi-divine skills of the meteorite. Since the meteorite's attack cannot be purified and cured, can we use destruction to erase the rule power it left on the injured? Shiyu felt that it was hard to say about the meteorite, but there would be no problem with the poisonous dragon totem. Shiyu called the whole team together to discuss it, and finally decided to take a stroll around the underwater prison of the Dragon Palace City. It's just right to help the poison dragon totem purify the toxins. With the strongest pure sea spirit that Susa has created so far, it should be enough. If the poison dragon totem is obedient and willing to be a younger brother after purification, arrange for it to become the new Dragon King of Dragon Palace City, enter the Dragon God ruins, and let it fetch some legendary resources for us. If it doesn't obey, continue to lock it up, and before the World Championship, make Qitong's dead resurrection to perfection, and then kill the poison dragon totem and make it a dead spirit puppet. Shiyu's arrangement, no matter what, can strengthen the team before the World Championship. And immediately received strong support from Chong Chong and Qitong. Wonderful, wonderful. The two pets were surprised and instantly looked forward to the poison dragon totem. But before that, Shiyu said with a pale face, "Baby Shin, make a few more sachets. This one seems to have no taste now. Damn, after the 11 consecutive evolutions, the burden seems to be even greater. The intensity of the burden is completely greater than the attribute of feedback. In this state, I don't know if I can continue to add points happily. Even meditation would probably be affected to some extent." Shenbao couldn't bear to look at it. Otherwise, he should not think about the second leapfrog overlord. It would be more reliable to cultivate to level 7 as soon as possible. He was afraid that he would not be able to nurse in the future, unless the second overlord was him. Anyway, prepare more sachets, quickly. Because of the evolution of 11, even though there was a space between them, most of the ice dragon Snow Mountain was almost paralyzed. Even the king was scared to the point of weakness. Fortunately, Shiyu had the experience of Lin's evolution and did not break through in the city. Otherwise, it might become one of the 10 major supernatural events in Donghuang, and the country would mistakenly believe that there was a totem invasion. During the break, Shiyu went to comfort Qi and the others a little to see if there was any problem with the second team. Fortunately, there was nothing serious. After confirming that everything was in place, Shiyu set off directly, and his destination was the underwater prison in Longang City. In fact, Shiyu had wanted to come to this place a long time ago. The weakest prisoner here is also at the overlord level, and even at the totem level like the poison dragon totem. There's more than one prisoner in the undersea prison. It can be said that whether it is Longang City or Donghuang, some difficult to handle and valuable totems are imprisoned here. As for why they are not killed directly, it is because some prisoners are still useful to Donghuang and Longang City. For example, if the meteorite is caught in the future, it will definitely be crippled and imprisoned somewhere. The metal fragments on its body are the stable evolution resources of the iron-eating beast. As long as it survives one day and keeps it alive, it will always be a sustainable resource. The prisoners in the undersea prison are basically of this type. They are either the fierce beasts that cause chaos in the East China Sea and Donghuang, or the losers of the last totem war. At the same time, it is also a sustainable resource. Shiyu even thought about it. If Qitong's resurrection of the dead reaches a superb level in the future and can enslave totem level undead, then he will directly come to the undersea prison to chop down a nearly useless totem and use it first. Donghuang flew to the sky of the undersea prison. Shiyu stood on the wind fairy sword that Lin had transformed into, with his hands behind his back, thinking, and said, "The undersea prison is known as a copper wall and iron wall. It is guarded by the Golden Dragon King of Longang City and reinforced by multiple generations of dragon gods. It is said that even demigods cannot break through. If we fight there, it should not have much impact. On the contrary, fighting in the Dragon Palace secret realm may cause a huge impact. Overall, it is indeed the poisonous dragon totem. The deep-sea prison is guarded by the Golden Dragon King of Longang City. In Longang City, there are a total of 3 top-level totems, namely the Thunder Dragon King, the Sky Dragon King, and the Golden Dragon King. The Sea Dragon King is just ranked in a position that is neither too high nor too low, and is in the middle of the original 7 Dragon Kings in terms of combat power. Among them, the eldest prince, the 9-clawed Golden Dragon, is the offspring of the Golden Dragon King. The deep-sea prison is even lower than the Dragon Palace city. To get here, you must first pass through the Dragon Palace secret realm. Therefore, with the suppression of the Dragon Palace city of all generations, the deep-sea prison has indeed never had any problems. After Shi Yu entered the ocean, he changed his means of transportation. Before he went to the underwater prison, he first came to the Dragon Palace secret realm and found the Dragon Mother. As the Minister of Environmental Protection and the Honorary General of the Dragon Palace city, Shi Yu naturally has the qualifications to enter the underwater prison, but it is only the qualification to enter. If you want to execute prisoners, take away prisoners, and release prisoners, these can only be done with the nod of 3 or more Dragon Kings, or the nod of the Dragon God. It is definitely not possible to rely on Shi Yu alone. So before he went to find the poisonous dragon totem, he planned to get the joint ruling of the Ice Dragon King and others. If Shi Yu entered the Dragon Palace secret realm, it would be very smooth. He came directly to find the Ice Dragon. "You kid, why are you here again?" In the Ice Dragon Palace, the Ice Dragon was so angry that his teeth itched. He didn't like Shi Yu very much. It was finally persuaded by Shi Yu to go to Tinxiang with him. It thought that Shi Yu would take it to crack a few ruins and gain some treasures. In the end, there was nothing. Shi Yu didn't stay for a few days. He kidnapped a little elf back to his country and left it, a lonely old dragon, to host the exchange competition. Damn Shi Yu. If it follows Shi Yu out again in the future, it will not be a dragon. If Lu Chengyi hadn't given it some gifts afterwards, the Ice Dragon felt that it had gone there in vain. "Dragon Mother, good things," Shi Yu said. Shi Yu's shoulder 11 also said, "Good things." Huh? The Frost Dragon, which had shrunk to 2 meters tall and could communicate normally with Shi Yu, suddenly looked at Shi Yu's shoulder 11 with a serious face, and was a little concerned. It looked at 11's black pupils with a circle of white round marks, and its heart suddenly jumped, and it actually had a sense of danger. Generally, the more powerful overlords are somewhat sensitive to powerful lives, not to mention the Ice Dragon that participated in the Totem War. Although most of the time it was just a cooling mount from Yu Huaiyan, the Ice Dragon's knowledge was not weak at all. At this moment, the Frost Dragon actually sensed the same level of danger from this little iron-eating beast. "What's going on? Why did its eye color change back?" the Ice Dragon said. The eyes of a normal iron-eating beast are indeed black, and Shi Yu's eyes had long turned blue because of the lightning evolution and becoming a royal family. Now, the Ice Dragon found that it had turned black again. And its aura has reached the Overlord level. The Ice Dragon couldn't believe it. "Have you broken through to legend?" Shi Yu smiled and said, No, I just let it break through to Overlord in advance. Isn't the World Championship about to start? I thought it would be more reliable to have an Overlord in the team. I have a good physique and can bear it, because it broke through to Overlord and evolved again. Its form has changed a little." The Ice Dragon was confused. It evolved again. Did it evolve with the fragments of meteorite? No wonder its aura is so terrifying. The Ice Dragon paused and was silent for a while. He was getting more and more cowardly. Damn it, he actually cared about an Overlord, and it was an Overlord with a cross-level contract with a level 6 telepathic beast tamer. It cursed. "What good news? Tell me quickly," Shi Yu said. "My Susu has accepted the inheritance of the Kanghe spirit and mastered the strongest purification skill, the spirit of the pure sea. I think we should be able to purify the poison dragon totem now." Huh? The Ice Dragon was stunned. After purification, the poison dragon totem is a totem-level dragon life, which can enter the Dragon God ruins. When the time comes, it will take out 2 or 3 legendary resources, and we will share them. What do you think? Isn't it a good thing, Ning? Susu also popped out of one of Shi Yu's pockets. It means that he has taken off. The Ice Dragon was startled, and his tactics were back, his eyes serious. Dividing the poison dragon totem, Shi Yu naturally couldn't eat it all. After all, the poison dragon totem was caught by the Sea Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King together. Shi Yu didn't think about taking the lion's share. He just wanted to drink some soup, and the meat was for these big guys to eat. "You kid," the Ice Dragon's expression suddenly returned to a doting smile, stretched out his dragon claws, and pointed at Shi Yu. "Although I don't know why the king-level Susu accepted the power of the sea that was originally inherited by the Overlord level, it doesn't matter." The Ice Dragon was excited for a moment, and felt that he could at least get 1 legendary resource this time. It immediately looked at Shiyu favorably again. Not bad, not bad. I understand. I'll go find the Sea Dragon Kings now, the Ice Dragon roared, knowing that it would take the nods of the 3 Dragon Kings to deal with the prison totem. Don't worry, leave it to it. When the time comes, everyone will go together to be Shiyu's bodyguards to ensure that Shiyu will not be harmed during the purification process. Chapter 415 Chaos Panda and Yin Yang Grinding Wheel. After a while, the Frost Dragon found the Sea Dragon King and the Fairy Dragon King. These two, one arrested the poisonous dragon totem with it, and the other purified the wounded in the entire Dragon Palace city. They were all Dragon Kings who played a key role in the poisonous dragon incident. At this time, the Sea Dragon King and the Fairy Dragon King were also very surprised after knowing that Susu had accepted the inheritance of the Kanghei Sea. At the same time, there was a huge doubt and confusion. Shiyu, are you sure that the Lord Kanghei Elf has accepted the inheritance? The Sea Dragon King looked at the water slime on Shiyu's shoulder and said with doubt. Why does it feel that the reincarnation of the Lord Kanghei Elf is still at the king level? It doesn't feel that it has become stronger. Moreover, the major Dragon Kings expected that after the reincarnation of the Kanghei Elf accepted the inheritance, it should be separated from Shiyu. Why is it now that none of the situations match? Some things have happened, but the inheritance must have been accepted. Shiyu smiled. The Fairy Dragon King was speechless. Don't lie to us. And even if it is the Lord Kanghei Elf, the Sea Elf Dragon Fairy Dragon King also looked puzzled. King level. Even if it is a sea spirit, it is impossible for it to have a stronger purification ability than it when it is at the king level. It can't even purify the poisonous dragon totem. You know, it has mastered the purification skills developed to perfect proficiency, and it itself is at the totem level. Ning, seeing these Dragon Kings doubting themselves, Susu snorted and curled her lips, waiting to see. Don't worry, Shiyu smiled and reassured the Dragon Kings. Not to mention that Susu is only at the king level now, even if it is only at the awakening level, as long as it has the 2 skills of Sea Contract and Sea Purification Spirit, its purification power will not be weak. Sea Contract, infinite energy, the energy of demigods is not as much as it. The more ocean energy provided by the Sea Purification Spirit, the stronger the purification power. In other words, with these 2 skills combined, its purification power is almost unlimited, and the only thing that determines its purification power is time. The proficiency of these 2 skills and its growth level can only allow it to condense a stronger purification power in a shorter time. At present, Susu has condensed an extremely strong sea purifying spirit through the fruit of time plus a month of continuous creation, and the effect is stronger than the super level purification skill of the superb level. This sea purifying spirit is comparable to the totem level attack. If nothing unexpected happens, brainwashing the overlord level is a piece of cake. At present, in his team, I am afraid that only the evolved 11 can resist the brainwashing of this sea purifying spirit. However, like the self-explosion, this move was also banned by Shiyu. After all, it is not easy to create one, and it must be used on the blade. For example, auxiliary points, such as purifying the poisonous dragon totem in exchange for resources, such as keeping it for the world game. Now there is still some time before the world game, enough to support Susu to create another similar one, so this one can be used to purify the poisonous dragon totem in exchange for other resources. Anyway, it is so confident, let them try it. The Ice Dragon King can't wait, and he believes in Shiyu the most. Well, let's give it a try. Anyway, with us here, the poisonous dragon totem can't cause any trouble. Seeing this, the Sea Dragon King and the Immortal Dragon King nodded without saying much and decided to go together. After all, the poisonous dragon is a totem level and is very dangerous. If Shiyu approaches and purifies it without the protection of more than 2 totems, it may be dangerous. Who is it? After a moment, Shiyu and his friends came to the deep sea prison secret realm below the Dragon Palace secret realm. Shiyu stood on the giant water slime, transformed into a slime knight, and came with the 3 Dragon Kings. At the entrance of the secret realm, they had just arrived when a team of humanoid extraordinary creatures appeared to stop them. More than a dozen humanoid creatures, sea yaksha, were green all over, like a toad spirit. They were all king level in strength and held fork-like weapons. The leader was a female sea yaksha, whose form was very different from the others and whose appearance was very sexy. Name, Yaksha King. Attributes, water. Racial level, low overlord. Growth level, overlord level, energy value. 72.33 million A. Minister Shiyu, and the Ice Dragon King, the Sea Dragon King, and the Fairy Dragon King. This yaksha with a hot body and holding a whip has pink scales on his waist, legs, wrists, chest and face, but his appearance is still attractive. In addition to the scales, the other party's biggest feature is the huge curved horns and sea snake-like hair. She was quite surprised to see the big guys coming. The other ordinary patrolling yakshas were extremely shocked. It was the first time they saw so many big guys traveling together. Yingling, seeing the leader of this team of sea-protecting yakshas, the Sea Dragon King said, "We are going to the underwater prison to see the poisonous dragon totem. Let's notify the Golden Dragon King, Shiyu, the Ice Dragon King, and the Immortal Dragon King." All smiled at her. Yaksha King Yingling is the sister of the Yaksha General of Longgong City, a top overlord, and one of the 4 guardian overlords of the underwater prison. Yes, Lord Sea Dragon King, the leading female yaksha, was stunned, then nodded. Deep in the underwater prison, the Golden Dragon King, who was in charge of guarding the underwater prison, slowly opened his golden green eyes. He had a strong body, golden scales covering his whole body, and powerful dragon claws. After he stood up and flew in the sky, his indomitable majesty was revealed. "What are you doing here?" It leaped out, and in an instant it hovered outside the underwater prison, looking at the Dragon Kings in front of the Sakura Scale Overlord who summoned it. Among the original 7 Dragon Kings, the Golden Dragon King, the Sky Dragon King, and the Thunder Dragon King were all cultivated by the Dragon God after he destroyed the previous generation of Dragon God and his cronies, while the Sea Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King naturally joined later. Therefore, even the Sea Dragon King, after seeing the Golden Dragon King, respectfully called him, "Brother Golden Dragon, we are here this time to purify the poisonous dragon totem." The Golden Dragon King's gaze swept over the Sea Dragon King, the Immortal Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King and Shiyu. "I thought you were coming here to find something to eat again. The last time the Sea Dragon King and others came to the underwater prison, it was to eat the Vortex monster. This time, it thought they were going to eat the newly imprisoned Black Goat. But why did you bring him here?" The Golden Dragon King looked at Shiyu. He knew Shiyu's identity, but it was the first time he met this so-called Minister of Environmental Protection. The Immortal Dragon King said, "Because this time, Shiyu is the main force of purification, and we are just bodyguards." "Huh?" The Golden Dragon King was stunned and looked at Shiyu, and Shiyu nodded. "Lord Golden Dragon King, I am the one who wants to come this time." "I know, then I will take you there. The poisonous dragon totem is not a difficult and tricky prisoner. With 3 Dragon Kings leading the team, it can't cause any trouble." After the Golden Dragon King came forward, Shiyu and his team, led by the Golden Dragon King, began to move towards the interior of the secret realm. The undersea prison is a multi-layered secret realm. The deeper the space layer, the higher the space intensity. Because it is a special space secret realm, in order to ensure the stability of the space, all space skills are prohibited here. Therefore, Shiyu and his team can only walk and fly slowly. "Boy," the Golden Dragon King led the way and said, "Don't be afraid. Although the evil spirits here are a bit stronger, they can't get out. We haven't even reached the 1st floor yet, and you're still like this. When you reach the 4th floor, the aura of those totems will scare you to the point of peeing your pants." "Shiyu, Senior Golden Dragon King, I'm not afraid," the Golden Dragon King chuckled, and on the huge golden dragon body, Long Tong said disdainfully, "Your face is pale with fright. Do you think I can't see it?" "Shiyu, Su. I'm not pale with fright, I'm just a little weak." Shiyu was speechless. The Sea Dragon Kings and the others didn't find it strange. Although Shiyu looked a little weaker today, he was often like this on weekdays. The Ice Dragon King said, "It's just that it's preparing for the World Championship and has skipped the level to contract with the Overlord, which has caused it to be weak. This formation shouldn't scare this kid." "Oh," the Golden Dragon King was startled. "Is that so?" he said, "A level 6 Beastmaster has skipped the level to contract with the Overlord? You guys are really working hard for the World Championship. But looking at you like this, it's not possible." Although Longgong City did not participate in the competition, judging from the situation of each totem country, a hegemon is at most an admission ticket. The Overlord level is just an admission ticket. The top Overlords are barely qualified to fight. Only the invincible Overlords can truly compete for the championship. Although Longgong City did not plan to participate in the World Championship, the Golden Dragon King was very familiar with the situation of the World Championship. In its view, even if Shi Yu signed a contract with an overlord above his level, he would be crushed by a more powerful overlord. It would be better to take advantage of the relationship with Longgong City and practice in the various secret realms of Longgong. I know, but the World Championship is held only once in so many years. It would be a pity to miss it, Shi Yu said. That's right, but if you were born 5 years earlier and came to work for me for 5 years, you might have a place in the World Championship, the Golden Dragon King said. My useless son became so strong after years of training in the underwater prison. After the World Championship is over, I will definitely come here to train for a while, Shi Yu said. The space of the underwater prison is divided into 6 layers, corresponding to ordinary overlords, top overlords, invincible overlords, quasi-totems, ordinary totems, top totems, and totem demigods. Among them, the poisonous dragon totem, black goat totem, and vortex totem are basically imprisoned on the 4th layer. On the 4th layer and above, it is said that even demigods cannot break through and kidnap prisoners. The space strength is comparable to the mythical seal ruins, and it is easy to imprison totems. From the 5th layer onwards, there are actually no prisoners. The prisoners are basically the defeated top totems of the previous totem war. The 6th layer currently has no life. The reason why Shi Yu said this is because the totems here are really quite a few, and there must be quite a few rare skills on him. After all, he has reached the level of developing his own skills, so he must have some trump cards. Working in the underwater prison, the task is not just patrolling. Interrogating totems, dissecting totem materials, and suppressing totems are all extremely dangerous. Under the arrangement of the Golden Dragon King, the eldest prince of Longgong City has been training here for more than 10 years. This is the key to his becoming an invincible overlord. After all, there are a bunch of vicious overlords as sparring partners every day, and there is no shortage of resources. It is difficult not to be strong. Of course, Xia Abeilong would definitely not dare to come to such a place. Not bad, brother Heilong, send your Xia Abeilong in someday, the Golden Dragon King said. The Sea Dragon King sighed, don't say any more. That useless waste. It really regrets now that it didn't instigate Shi Yu to contract Xia Abeilong. Roar, wail. Let me out. At this time, Shi Yu and his companions had no idea where they were. In the dim passage that looked like a sewer, there were dark gold doors on both sides. They were doors leading to independent secret spaces. Behind the door, one could even hear a faint sense of intimidation and the roaring sound of the soul from time to time. In addition, Shi Yu also noticed the numbers on the doors of the dark gold space. 3-2. The front represents the number of floors, and the back represents the importance of the imprisoned creature on that floor. The seal is not very good, said Shi Yu. Golden Dragon King, it's no big deal. Soon, Shi Yu and his companions arrived at the 4th level of the space. The 4 Dragon Kings came together in a large formation. In the end, the Golden Dragon King stopped outside a huge dark gold door that was 100 meters high. On it, it said 410, which meant that the poisonous dragon totem ranked 10th in terms of danger or importance among the ordinary totems imprisoned in the underwater prison. This made Shi Yu realize that the underwater prison probably held at least 10 totems, and maybe as many as 20. This is it. The Golden Dragon King said, boy, be careful. Although the creatures imprisoned in the underwater prison cannot mobilize natural energy here, their own strength is very difficult to limit, and it is easy to kill the overlord. For example, this poisonous dragon, as you know, has terrible toxin radiation. Just a little bit of it is enough to seriously injure the overlord. In addition, its physique is far superior to that of the overlord. Even if it does not use extraordinary powers, it can crush ordinary overlords with physical strength alone. It's okay with our protection. Let's go in. The ice dragon couldn't wait any longer. Okay. Shi Yu also nodded expectantly. Shi Yu and the 4 Dragon Kings entered together, and soon they saw clearly the environment of the secret realm of the number 40 prison. It was huge and empty. The entire prison space was black and purple. The sky was purple. There was no ground, just shallow sea water. Originally, the seawater here was purified water, but now it has become black poisonous water under the pollution of the poisonous dragon totem. The poisonous dragon totem is in the center of the shallow sea, standing there with its eyes closed. Its limbs are bound by huge chains and it seems unable to move. It is 100 meters tall and looks like a huge black dinosaur standing on 2 feet. It is majestic and domineering. Even if it is imprisoned, it exudes the power of the totem. If an ordinary 6th level beastmaster comes, just a look at it will probably shock his heart. At this time, after someone came in, it slowly opened its violent eyes. At the same time, it let out a shocking roar. The chains are shaking. The chains corroded by the venom also showed signs of falling off. Roar. The horrifying roar seemed to turn into a hurricane, instantly causing the black waves to roll. The Golden Dragon King said solemnly, "It has no reason at all. It will make a fuss like this every time, and will not fall asleep until it is exhausted. Now it looks like this, it should have just rested. It doesn't matter if the totem makes a fuss in the undersea prison secret realm, because the special strength here is enough to suppress them. At the same time, the energy released when they make a fuss will be actively absorbed by the undersea prison secret realm and used to strengthen the secret realm. So, this is a vicious circle. It's more troublesome to purify this state, right? Sea Dragon King, Fairy Dragon King, Ice Dragon King, how about we consume this guy together first?" the Golden Dragon King said. Okay, although the Dragon Kings didn't want to waste their energy looking at the poisonous dragon totem like this, I'm afraid Shiyu couldn't purify it directly. However, just as the 4 Dragon Kings were about to take action, Shiyu, who was standing on the huge water slime, licked his lips and said, "Dear seniors, this is good, let me do it directly." Shiyu's words made the 4 Dragon Kings slightly stunned. They didn't understand what Shiyu meant. Shiyu said, "I have 2 purification plans, and I want to try them both, in addition to letting Lord Kang Health purify it." "What other purification plans are there?" said the Immortal Dragon King. "Destruction," Shiyu said. The Sea Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King, the Immortal Dragon King, and the Golden Dragon King were stunned. What the hell? I want to verify first whether the toxic radiation in its body can be eliminated by other means besides purification. This is very important. Let it maintain this energetic state first. If it is too weak, Shiyu is afraid that it can't withstand Eleven's attack. Yes. Shiyu wants Eleven to try to use the yin-yang grinding wheel to see if the toxins in this poisonous dragon totem can be eliminated. If even the toxic radiation in this poisonous dragon totem cannot be eliminated, then how can we talk about fighting against the incurable injury of the meteorite? It can be said that the poisonous dragon in this state is an excellent sparring partner to verify Eleven's combat effectiveness. What do you mean? The Dragon Kings haven't reacted yet. Shiyu said, "That's right. Suppress it, consume it, purify it, all by myself. Dear seniors, you only need to protect me at the critical moment." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The Ice Dragon was stunned. At this moment, he couldn't understand what Shiyu was thinking. Roar, the monster opened its eyes and had no rationality, but no matter how terrifying the guys opposite were, after condensing the naturally recovered energy in its body, it opened its huge mouth, and a black-red light ball emitting strong heat instantly condensed in its mouth. Buzz! At this moment, the terrifying energy tide made the expressions of the 4 Dragon Kings change, and they knew that the poisoned dragon totem had begun to attack. The Sea Dragon King and the Frost Dragon are very familiar with this move, which has great destructive power. It can destroy a town in an instant and set off a huge tsunami. At the same time, it also has a toxic radiation effect, and it will be very uncomfortable to be hit. Even when they worked together to annihilate the poisoned dragon totem, they were avoiding this move. They didn't want to confront it head-on for fear of being infected with a toxin. "Leave it to me, trust me," Shiyu spoke. At the same time, a summoning diagram appeared on his shoulder. Shiyu summoned 11, who had just returned to the beast taming space to take a short rest and accumulate strength. Under the purple summoning diagram, several Dragon Kings were stunned when they saw Shiyu summon his iron-eating beast. No way. Shiyu, this kid, really wants to suppress and consume the poisonous dragon totem alone? Purify with the power of destruction. What does that mean? They don't understand. However, the next moment, the 4 Dragon Kings all changed their expressions. Even the top totem of the Golden Dragon King showed a shocked expression. An extremely terrifying aura, at this moment, emanated from Shiyu. Under the tyrannical fluctuations, Shiyu's pupils showed his eyes were like a rotating black and white Tai Chi diagram, mysterious and profound. At the same time, a huge black and white yin-yang diagram suddenly covered the entire ground of the prison space, forming a domain. In an instant, The entire prison space turned into only black and white. 11 on Shiyu's shoulder had already jumped up, and under the blessing of Shiyu's telepathy, he entered the mythical state. Under the incredible expressions of the 4 Dragon Kings, 11, who was less than half a meter tall just now, directly burst out all his strength from the shrunken and restrained state. At this moment, light and darkness coexisted on his body, and his body size increased sharply. In just a short moment, in mid-air, it changed into a 10-meter-tall chaotic panda form. In this state, its entire body was blurred, as if it was trapped in a sea of chaotic thunder. The black hairs were blurred like black arcs, and the white hairs were blurred like white arcs. Its body was surrounded by yin and yang thunder. While still maintaining the appearance of an iron-eating beast, its form became extremely shocking, as if it was the first chaotic thunder god since the creation of the world. This power, at this time, seeing 11 become like this, the 4 Dragon Kings were shocked, especially the Golden Dragon King, who actually felt the power of this pet beast that was not inferior to or even exceeded that of the invincible overlord of the Golden Dragon Prince. Is this the overlord that Shiyu had a cross-level contract with? Are you kidding? And at this moment, in the prison space, it was as if the chaos had just been divided into yin and yang. 11, whose true figure could not be seen, had a round metal formed in his palm. The metal also showed black and white, one yin and one yang, one light and one dark, and was filled with 2 color lightning, blending, transforming, and colliding with each other, mysterious. Everything around seemed to have turned into chaos, the balance was broken, and it was wiped out. Buzz, at this moment, it seemed that the prison's secret realm had shaken, and a profound sound of rules appeared. Under the sound of rules, the expressions of the 4 Dragon Kings became more dull, shocked, and incredible. Quasi-divine skills, the 4 Dragon Kings roared in disbelief. At that moment, even they felt a sense of oppression in their blood. The Ice Dragon was even more confused and finally understood what the oppression he felt on 11 was. Quasi-divine skills. How could Shiyu, an iron-eating beast, master quasi-divine skills? At least before it and Muhuan left the Emperor of Time, none of the pets of the Emperor of Time had mastered such things. Shiyu. How could it be possible? Let me see if the yin-yang grinding wheel can wipe out everything. Shiyu's voice was like the sound of rules at this time, enough to shake the space. Roar, Shiyu and 11 burst out with all their strength, and the power of rules emerged from 11's palm, and then a gust of air surged, and the yin-yang grinding wheel was completely formed. Then, under the giantization, it became bigger and bigger, as if a millstone covered the entire sky. From this move, even the ice dragons felt a huge threat, and their pupils shrank. They wanted to shout to stop and protect our poisonous dragon totem. What's wrong with Shiyu? On the opposite side, the poisonous dragon totem's poisonous dragon heat breath has been spit out, but under the terrifying section of the yin-yang grinding wheel, the heat breath is instantly distorted. In mid-air, 11, who has evolved in the sky, leaps up and directly shoots the huge yin-yang grinding wheel in his hand towards the poisonous dragon totem. Boom! In an instant, the heat was completely swallowed up and annihilated by the terrifying millstone. Then, the millstone crossed the void and descended on the poisonous dragon totem, constantly turning upside down and rotating. The poisonous dragon totem was like a bean on the millstone. In an instant, its entire body was broken and the poison on its body was instantly annihilated. The chains that bound it also instantly turned into nothingness. Roar, the huge pain made the poisonous dragon totem scream earth-shatteringly. Then, the place where it touched the millstone bloomed with dazzling light and dark fluctuations. The white and black light instantly enveloped the sky and the earth. Then, with a boom, the huge poisonous dragon was deeply trapped in the explosion. The 100-meter body standing was directly overturned and fell backwards, smashing up huge waves. After it fell to the ground, it instantly let out a miserable roar. A totem was directly hit hard by this blow. However, at this time, Shiyu said with a pale expression, "It seems to be true. This move can indeed wipe out all substances such as toxins and radiation, it's just too difficult to control. I dare not attack its spirit and soul at all. I'm afraid I still have to let Susu perform a more comprehensive purification. Dear seniors, look, we can do it ourselves. Before the world game, we must perfect and master the yin-yang grinding wheel and use it more. Otherwise, it will definitely not be convenient to use it at that time." In mid-air, a successful attack, 11 returned to his restrained form. Seeing this, Susu sighed and shook her head to indicate that in terms of purification, it still depends on it. Physical purification is unreliable. It is easy to kill people. At this moment, Shiyu made a judgment, but it directly shattered the three views of the four dragon kings. They all stared with their dragon eyes wide open, looking at the 11 who had returned to the form of a mini iron-eating beast in shock. Damn, the heart of the golden dragon king seemed to explode. Is this the overlord that Shiyu crossed the level contract with? This special code? It looked at the broken body of the fallen dragon, which had no toxins on it. Even the immortal dragon king and it were powerless to purify the poisonous dragon totem, and it was a little bit unacceptable for a while. The sea dragon king, the ice dragon king, and the immortal dragon king all stared at the fallen poisonous dragon totem with their eyes wide open, not knowing how to think for a while. It's just too difficult to control. I dare not attack its spirit and soul at all. I'm afraid I still have to let Susu purify it more perfectly. Human words? You mean, you are afraid to attack its spirit and soul and kill it completely? Asshole, stop it. Even if the poisonous dragon totem is in a weak state, it is still a totem. Don't say such terrible words casually. You are the 6th level Beastmaster. Quasi-divine skills, but soon, every totem dragon king was shocked to realize the real reason behind this series of horrible phenomena. They were dumbfounded. Shiyu's pet beast actually cultivated quasi-divine skills. The golden dragon king opened his mouth slightly, unable to understand why overlord level life could cultivate a quasi-divine skill, nor why a overlord who had a level 6 beast tamer's cross-level contract, before the outbreak of the quasi-divine skill, was as powerful as the invincible golden dragon prince that he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. When he thought about not suggesting Shiyu to participate in the world championship before, the golden dragon king was dumbfounded. However, when he thought about a level 6 beast tamer, who could compete for the championship in the world championship full of top overlords, he was even more dumbfounded. Great Lord Zulong, who can tell him what's going on? What's going on? After seeing that Shiyu had the strength to suppress the totem with one strike, the frost dragon broke through the defense directly, and looked at Shiyu and 11 with an exploding expression. And Shiyu smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you that 11 has evolved a little bit? This is the Chaos Panda form, and its skill, Yin-Yang Grinding Wheel, Ice Dragon. You call this an evolution?" Chapter 416 Dragon Fruit. It was the first time for the 4 Dragon Kings to see such a powerful overlord. Knock down the totem with one blow. This is a quasi-divine skill. Is this a mythical race? Chaos Panda. Yin-Yang Grinding Wheel. Although I don't understand, it feels so powerful. The 4 Dragon Kings could not understand why Shiyu, a Beastmaster with telepathic talent, evolved a mythical race pet. Many Dragon Kings present knew the evolution legend Lin Feng. The Sea Dragon King was even more certain that even Lin Feng had not evolved a pet race with quasi-divine skills. The pets of the first team were basically just close to the mythical race. In the eyes of the Sea Dragon King, perhaps his Beastmaster will definitely be able to enter the mythical realm in the future. However, before Lin Feng disappeared, at Shiyu's age, he was definitely not so outrageous. How did Shiyu do it? In the sky, 11, who had returned to an introverted state to restore his physical strength, fell back with a sad face and landed on Shiyu's shoulder. It and Shiyu were both quite sad. Feeling that the power contained in the yin-yang grinding wheel is too profound, no matter what, they can only glimpse it, for although it is powerful enough, it is not as easy to use as low-level skills. Fortunately, the 4 Dragon Kings don't know what Shiyu and 11 are thinking, otherwise they will definitely want to strangle them to death. Wow. Ahem. However, pretending to be cool is bound to have a price. After one move, Shiyu's brain and eyes instantly hurt, and his face became paler. 11 hurriedly patted Shiyu on the back. Shiyu seemed to have a serious illness and took a deep breath of the sachet on his neck. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Binglong asked immediately. Shiyu said, "It's okay, it's just that the move just now consumed a lot of energy." Binglong was stunned, and then he remembered that what shocked them just now was not only 11, but also the magic produced by Shiyu. At that moment, Shiyu's pupils directly changed patterns. The power emanating from the pupils is enough to rival the pressure of the gods, and it also produces an extremely incredible power. The ice dragon opened its mouth slightly. "Why do you also?" Shiyu said. "This quasi-divine skill has more stringent conditions to achieve." It is a skill that can only be used after I develop my telepathic talent for the second time and enter a special state with 11, so the Beastmaster himself also has a certain consumption. Don't say it, the Sea Dragon King's heart was bleeding. Damn it, can you geniuses not develop talents randomly? The telepathic talent is just telepathic, listening to the history, it recognizes it, and now it is assisting in the use of quasi-divine skills. What's the meaning? When the Sea Dragon King thought of how he disliked Shiyu because of his telepathy, he regretted it. Little white dragon, Daddy is sorry for you. But it doesn't matter, Susu, it depends on you next. After Shiyu finished speaking, Susu sighed, and everyone's attention shifted to it. At this time, Susu in the form of a water slime began to change its form. Under the swirling water, the body glowed, outlining a body like a mermaid. The water flow formed a beautiful long blue hair, bright blue eyes, beautiful face, and a full upper body. The lower body was a blue fish tail that was constantly flowing like a wave. Its whole body was made up of water flow. And it was considered a humanoid elemental life. It had an extremely noble temperament and a breath of being out of touch with the world. As it changed its form, the Sea Dragon King, the immortal Dragon King and other creatures that had always lived in the ocean once again felt an unattainable power. Buzz! Just as if the soul had left the body, a blue pure sea spirit with an appearance not much different from Susu's form directly separated from its body and flew into the sky. Then, a huge energy fluctuation broke out. This pure sea spirit gradually expanded, and soon expanded to a height of 1,000 meters. It was majestic and spectacular, and the sacred purification breath on its body became more intense. The energy fluctuations were as deep as the ocean, which surprised the pets such as the Sea Dragon King. It was also a king level, exerting enough power to deter the totem level. If the quasi-divine skill of 11 just now was of high skill quality, then this one was of high quantity. The combination skills of the Kanghei spirit are so powerful. This pure sea spirit was condensed by Susu over a month. The energy it can burst out in a moment is indeed not as good as the totem level, but if the time is extended, its pure sea spirit as a trump card is extremely terrifying. After condensing for a year, it can even be used as a killing move to threaten a demigod. Ning, this pure sea spirit is like Susu's incarnation. As Susu looked at the poisoned dragon totem, the pure sea spirit stretched out its arm and directly grabbed the huge poisoned dragon totem in its palm. Its palm was like a raging tsunami that swallowed the poisoned dragon totem in an instant. The next moment, a sizzling sound came from the poisoned dragon totem, and white smoke like ice mist filled the huge water flow palm. Roar! The poisoned dragon totem once again let out a painful howl, as if its spirit and soul were torn apart. It is conceivable how much pain it has suffered from the two purifications. This is basically equivalent to stripping the attribute of poison from it. It's not that poison dragons can't have poison properties, but the poison of the meteorite is too strong, it can't adapt to it. It was just a hegemon before, and it can't eat everything in one bite. Incredible, incredible. I can feel that the poison property of the poisoned dragon totem is gradually disappearing. The immortal Dragon King felt that he was wrong, totally wrong, and actually doubted the purification ability of the sea elves. This is simply to purify other people's properties. It looks like it can really succeed. The Sea Dragon Kings were secretly shocked. It was really stronger than the purification ability of the immortal Dragon King. As the strongest healing and purification dragon in Longgong City, the immortal Dragon King is not strong, but his status in Longgong City is extremely high. Now, the legendary sea elves are obviously even more outrageous. When he was at the king level, he crushed the totem level dragons in terms of purification ability. In summary, Shiyu is too terrible. Looking at the sea elf beside Shiyu and the chaos panda who just slapped the poisoned dragon totem away, the four dragon kings didn't know how to evaluate this 6th level beastmaster for a while. At this moment, the poisoned dragon totem's consciousness was extremely blurred, but also extremely clear. It had lost its mind, but as the poison power was purified, its mind gradually recovered. Memories emerged like spring water, constantly washing its brain. Countless memories gradually made the poisoned dragon totem understand the current situation. It, the colorful sea, the dragon overlord. It rose from the colorful sea, a broken place where no one lives, and stepped into the realm of overlord with amazing talent. However, after staying in the colorful islands for decades, it thought that the small colorful sea was not enough for it to break through its limits. With the idea of being the tail of a dragon rather than the head of a lizard, it decided to sail far away and go to Longgong City to join Longgong City. Who knew that just after setting off, it was knocked unconscious by two humans in black and was fed a mysterious poison. When it woke up, its body had become poisonous. Reason gradually lost, fell into the huge power, became a slave to power. Escaped from the laboratory, ravaged the East China Sea, mutated and broke through, was suppressed by two totem-level dragons, and gradually regained consciousness. The poisoned dragon totem recalled these things and became more and more frightened. He understood that he was very unfortunate and was captured by the evil human forces as a biological transformation experiment. At the same time, he was very lucky. During the transformation process, he gained the potential to break through the totem level. However, what made the poisoned dragon totem feel cold was that after escaping from the other party, he still entered the sea area of Dragon Palace City and made a violent riot. It's over. Recalling that he was suppressed by two totem dragons here, the poisoned dragon totem was immediately scared. Dragon Palace City is notoriously fierce. If he makes a fuss in that area, he will 100% be killed by the generals of Dragon Palace City. What should I do? Even if he is still alive now, there must still be a threat of death. It doesn't think that just because it has mutated to a totem, it has the ability to wrestle with Dragon Palace City. The next thing he remembered was that he was suppressed in the big prison under the sea, until Shiyu and the others showed up. He was knocked to the ground by a pet controlled by a human beastmaster, and then his strength gradually drained away, until now he gradually regained his sanity. The eyes of the poisonous dragon totem began to become clear. Although his body was still in pain, he had regained his normal language ability and no longer only knew how to yell like before. Roar, help! Help, woo, I am innocent, don't kill me, this guy. At this time, the voice of the poisonous dragon totem was clearly heard. The Golden Dragon King and the others understood that the poisonous dragon totem had completely regained consciousness at this time, and was no longer the crazy dragon who only knew how to attack chaotically. Under the continuous flushing of the purification power, the huge figure of the pure sea spirit became increasingly dim. Fortunately, 11 completed half of the purification work ahead of schedule, otherwise the crystallization of Susu's 1 month of hard work would probably be nothing left. Now, at least it can be assisted for a while longer. The spirit of the pure sea had an indifferent expression and remained unmoved. After purifying the last trace of poisonous power of the poisoned dragon totem, he directly threw it into the pool with his backhand. And then his figure slowly disappeared. At this moment, let alone the poisoned dragon totem, even the entire prison space was purified by Susu, and the polluted black water was so clear at this time. Gurgle. The poisoned dragon totem kept rolling in the pool, bubbling in its mouth, and sat up in shock from the dying disease, sitting up with wide eyes, looking at the 4 dragon kings opposite, and the mysterious creatures that almost killed him with one blow just now. Roar, sirs, spare my life, sirs, spare my life, listen to my explanation, I am innocent. Its tail and limbs kept flapping, splashing water, and its expression was panic, fearing that the other side would not listen to its explanation and hit it with a few skills again. Shiyu and the others looked at the purified poison dragon totem in silence, and for a moment, they were a little speechless. It was really cowardly. But it's better to be cowardly. Don't be afraid, we are listening. Shiyu and the others looked at the poison dragon totem expressionlessly. The next second, the poison dragon totem's words were immediately spoken like a machine gun, regardless of the wounds on his body that were still bleeding. Roar, roar, the poison dragon totem cried and accused the evil Meteor clan, saying that it was just a victim. Its admiration for Dragon Palace City was like a surging river, which was endless. How could it invade the Dragon Palace City waters for no reason? But you have already invaded, the Sea Dragon King said. Golden Dragon King, according to the laws of Dragon Palace City, how should such lives be dealt with? The Golden Dragon King, if it has no value, just wipe it out. If it has value, deal with it and imprison it for life. Now it has been purified. The dragon meat, dragon scales, dragon skin, dragon blood and dragon tendons on its body are all good things. It is also a good choice to strip it directly. After all, it is a totem-level dragon body. Roar, no, don't. The poisoned dragon totem had a dull expression and his heart exploded. It was like a bolt from the blue and it was hard to accept. No, don't. It's really innocent. You don't have to be so ruthless. It seems to be a victim. Why not give it a chance? Shiyu said. Roar, yes, yes. At this time, the poisonous dragon was stunned, as if it had grabbed a life-saving straw, looking at Shiyu for help and fear. He understood that this human was also a strong man, enough to easily wipe him out, and was grateful to Shiyu. He understood that it was the other party and regained his sanity. Minister Shiyu, what do you think? Said the Golden Dragon King. Shiyu said, let it make up for its crime and join the Ministry of Environmental Protection to make up for the losses it has created. There is no law in Longang City. The law is the Dragon God, the Totem Dragon King. At this time, the Dragon Kings and Shiyu played the good cop and the bad cop, which directly gave the poisonous dragon totem a chance to live. Its expression paused and it roared. Roar wow, roar wow, it means that it is willing to join Longang City, dedicate all of itself to Longang City, and not ask for any benefits. Work for Longang City in the next life? Shiyu and the others are waiting for this sentence. The 4 Dragon Kings and Shiyu looked at each other. Okay, Shiyu put his hands behind his back, flew in the air with telekinesis, looked at the poisonous dragon totem calmly, and said, in view of your sincere repentance and strength, I will give you a chance to be a dragon again. However, if you don't perform well, the poisonous dragon totem showed a horrified expression, knowing that Shiyu was really capable of killing him. You know, its current strength is weaker than when it just mutated. At this time, the powerful poison attribute has been completely purified, leaving only the totem-level body and the dragon power that is not well cultivated and does not match the current realm. Roar, don't worry, sir, I have a small appetite, work fast, and am super diligent. The poisonous dragon totem stood up, holding up the 100-meter body and patting his chest to assure how to arrange the poisonous dragon totem. This kind of thing does not matter to the dragon god at all. Shiyu and others began to arrange it randomly. The world is big, the interests are the greatest, and the poisonous dragon totem is a totem level anyway. With the ability to optimize race and skills, after some hard training, it will definitely become a totem level fighter. Rather than dissecting it directly, it is better to let it make meritorious contributions. Moreover, if we can enter the Dragon God ruins and take out some resources, at least 2 or 3 legendary resources, then everyone will share them. Wouldn't it be great? Shiyu and his friends did not immediately deal with the poisonous dragon totem, but let it continue to reflect in prison. As for Shiyu and his friends, they must have hurried out to discuss the division of benefits. After shaking off the Golden Dragon Queen, Shiyu and his friends laughed, especially Shiyu and the Ice Dragon, who laughed the most. People from the same family should not enter the same door. Fortunately, the Gem Cat was not there, otherwise the 3 of them would have laughed together. Look, seniors, the purification was successful. Moreover, it was unexpectedly smooth. The poisonous dragon totem did not resist throughout the process. Even after waking up, the desire to surrender was very strong. Shiyu said, according to its description and what we know, the culprit is indeed the Meteorite Clan and the Kiun Consortium. It is innocent. After training, it will basically be no problem for Longang City to add a totem-level general. The Sea Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King and other dragons nodded. At that time, if it is recognized to enter the Dragon God ruins, and then reward you with the novice rewards in the Dragon God ruins, it will be even more fragrant. That's right, the Ice Dragon King was about to drool. Since Shiyu blackmailed him for a legendary resource, he really wanted a second one. When the time comes, everyone will share it equally, said the Ice Dragon. I should have a share too. Shiyu was looking forward to it. The Sea Dragon and the Ice Dragon laughed, of course. After all, the poisonous dragon was purified by Shiyu. Of course there is. If it can enter the Dragon God ruins in the future, you will get at least 1 legendary resource, the Sea Dragon King said. Although Shiyu is a junior, at this time, the Sea Dragon King has already regarded Shiyu as a life of the same level. Not to mention that Shiyu will become a totem-level undead after his death. Shiyu's current combat power alone is enough to compete with ordinary totems. If Shiyu is given some more time, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. At this time, Shiyu felt a little embarrassed. Scratched his head shyly, and looked at the Sea Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King, and the Immortal Dragon King and said, Dear seniors, otherwise, I don't want the possible benefits that the poison dragon totem may bring when it enters the Dragon God ruins in the future. Give it all to you. The 3 totem dragon kings were stunned. The Ice Dragon was even more stunned. Would Shiyu give up the benefits? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It wouldn't believe it even if it was beaten to death. I see that it will definitely not be able to enter the Dragon God ruins in the short term in this state. Otherwise, seniors, you can crowdfund a legendary resource for me to use first. I will not participate in the resource division at that time. You can divide it. How about it? 3 Dragon Kings. The main reason is that the World Championship is too dangerous. If I can get a legendary resource in advance, my team's strength can be greatly improved, and it will be safer at that time. 3 Dragon Kings. The World Championship is too dangerous. As Shiyu said this, the 3 Dragon Kings remembered the scene in prison when the Iron-Eating Beast 11 slapped the totem-level poison dragon to pieces. A black line on his face. Are you sure? You are going to participate in the World Championship for the Overlord level competition, and your opponents are all Beastmasters under 30 years old. It's not a totem battle. Are you sure that with your combat power, you will not be killed randomly but in danger? As long as you don't kill yourself, even if the opponent is a totem level, will it be willing to provoke you? What kind of resources do you want? The Sea Dragon King hesitated and said. You can tell me, the Immortal Dragon King also said. The Frost Dragon widened his eyes. You are crazy, you really listen to him. The Ice Dragon feels that Shiyu will definitely take 2 shares at that time. If he takes it this time, he will come back to share it once. Shiyu promised it before that he would take it to fly after becoming a legendary Beastmaster, but there is no confirmation at all. This is clearly a blank check. During the trip to Tinxiang, it has seen through Shiyu. In fact, it is no wonder that the Sea Dragon King and the Fairy Dragon King are willing to listen, because the potential shown by Shiyu is too terrifying. Evolving a mythical race pet, contracting the Sylves, now the Sea Dragon King even wants to let the little white dragon go to Shiyu's second team to practice. It is not a loss, because Shiyu is like this, it is clear that he will become a legend. Paying resources now is to get more rewards in the future, not to mention that it is not a big deal. Did Shiyu say that it was just an advance payment? Shiyu said, legendary resources of dragon and wood life forms, or legendary resources of water and ice, dragon and wood life forms? Water and ice, the Sea Dragon King and the others were stunned. Shiyu asked Chong Chong and Susu about the legendary resources of Longyang City. He wanted to find other legendary resources here, but he might not be able to find them. But if it was dragon or water, it would be foolproof. Water and ice are naturally suitable for Susu, who only has 1 cold drop, and her small wallet can no longer keep up with the progress. Which pet in the team is not more generous than it? Of course, the Kanghae ruins, a legacy of the previous life, must not be counted, otherwise Susu would be the richest. And the dragon and wood life resources must be asked for Chong Chong. As for why it is wood instead of spirit, space or even insect, it is because the fantasy dragon skills are about to reach the perfect level. The perfect fantasy dragon can evolve into a dragon. The superb fantasy dragon can surpass the dragon and walk its own way. Skills are close to the Tao. Who knows? At the beginning, Shiyu and Chong Chong thought that they would combine the advantages of many demigods of Longyang City in the dragon statue and evolve into a perfect dragon. But later, the bigger the heart, the bigger the dream. Shiyu wanted Chong Chong to try and directly use the Azure Dragon of the 4 heavenly spirits as a template for subsequent evolution. Its imaginative creative power, combined with the Azure Dragon mural vision and Shiyu's memory, plus the legendary resources of the dragon and wood elements, and the power of the starry sky, might work. From Shiai, Shiyu understood that no matter what the channel is, if you want to cultivate any special skills, you still need compatibility. As for the water system, I don't have it here, the Sea Dragon King said. As for the wood type, I can think of one, the Sea Dragon King said. However, this is the common property of Dragon Palace City, and is used to reward members who have made great contributions to Dragon Palace City. Dragon type, wood type, life type legendary resources. The dragon fruit on the dragon fruit tree can allow pets of non-dragon blood to obtain dragon power. At the beginning, General Tongshan Whale was rewarded with a dragon fruit and then obtained the power of the dragon. If it is used by a dragon pet, the life race will be stronger. It is considered a strengthening and evolutionary resource. This kind of fruit is produced once every 100 years and needs to be nourished by dragon veins. It is very rare and requires more than half of the totem dragon kings to nod before it can be distributed. Shiyu, what do you think? If it is this, we can help you apply for it. With your merits, it is enough. After the poisonous dragon totem enters the dragon god ruins, we will calculate it separately and you will still get it, the Sea Dragon King said generously, making the ice dragon next to him look as expected. Even without Shiyu mentioning it himself, this guy can get 2 copies. MV. Dragon fruit. Shiyu was startled. Dragon fruit? What else could he do? This is it. Whether Chong Chong can evolve into Blue Dragon depends on this fruit. At this time, Shiyu had actually been considering whether he should sign a contract with a second overlord before the World Championship. He had 2 ideas. One was to let Shen Bao break through. In this way, the nourishing effect he got would be good, and he might be able to bear the load brought by the 2 overlords, but it would be easy to cause the beast control space to collapse. The other was to let Chong Chong break through. As a space-type pet, Chong Chong could get feedback on strengthening the beast control space after its evolution and breakthrough. It was also a good choice to let Shiyu's beast control space break through with a high probability. However, these were not too stable. If Chong Chong's evolution and breakthrough did not lead to Shiyu's breakthrough, the load could also directly make Shiyu cool down. Therefore, Shiyu had not made a decision. After all, he had not felt anything that could threaten 11. It was not a good choice. Chapter 417, Mind Realm. Dragon Palace City. Shiyu didn't have to wait long before the dragon fruit was delivered. The so-called more than half of the Dragon Kings agreed to distribute Dragon Palace City's public property. Shiyu felt it was not difficult. The Sea Dragon King and his wife accounted for 2 votes, and the Ice Dragon had 1 vote, which was 3 votes. Since it was to be divided among Shiyu, the other Dragon Kings would not have any objections. After all, Shiyu is currently a big celebrity around the Dragon God. In addition, Shiyu also purified a totem combat power for Dragon Palace City, which should be considered a credit and recorded in the Ministry of Environmental Protection. Therefore, it was not difficult to get the dragon fruit. Dragon Mom, are you going or not? At this time, with the resources in hand, Shiyu was ready to leave Dragon Palace City. But before leaving, Shiyu once again invited the Frost Dragon to go to the World Championship together to help him. Let's talk about it later. The Ice Dragon was irritable, wanting to go but not wanting to go. In Adara, it sounds very dangerous. By then, there will definitely be totems everywhere, and even demigods must have them. Put the 7 kingdoms and the Totem Kingdom together, it doesn't believe that nothing will happen. But if it doesn't go, it will be worried and curious about Chitong's situation. Okay, Shiyu said helplessly, then I'll go first. Hurry up, the Frost Dragon said without any nostalgia. After Shiyu left, the Frost Dragon looked at the place where Shiyu left in silence. A mythical race has evolved. He is worthy of being his own Beastmaster, and he really knows how to pick people. Although it is not good to ask a level 6 Beastmaster like this, the Ice Dragon really hopes that Shiyu can win the World Championship. It would be a pity to miss such an invincible achievement. Oh, if she is still here, it missed Mu Huain a little and wanted her to see what it would look like after breaking through the totem. The 1,000-year-old dragon sighed in the deep dragon palace. Without someone who lives with you day and night, you can't get excited about anything. After Shiyu came out of the Dragon Palace City, he felt that nothing big had happened recently. There's less than a month left before the World Championship. Soon, the Donghuang group should set off for glory. The players of the 7 countries in the World Championship will gather in Glory Country. If he remembered correctly, tomorrow, the 10 World Championship players from Donghuang will have a meeting in the Imperial Capital about the World Championship. As the 7th in sequence, he was also invited. Shiyu didn't care much about this. What concerned him was that the 7 countries seemed to be holding an archaeological conference in Rongguang. Archaeological conference? 2 mythological resources, a bunch of legendary resources. Shiyu had already told President Lin about their research results, that is, the conclusion that the cause of the extinction of the mythological era of Blue Star was an extraterrestrial force, and asked him to prepare in advance. President Lin was naturally very pleased that Shiyu could get useful information from the Killing Fantasy Beast, but this information really made the person in power feel annoyed and silent. Ordinary people may not care about the world-destroying crisis at all, but as the leader of a country's Beastmasters, Lin Zio had to pay attention to it. At this time, Shiyu was struggling with another problem. Although he told President Lin about the gains from the Killing Dream Phantom, no one in Donghuang knew that the Wind Killing had advanced to a mythical race. Just like other fossil fantasy beasts will be reduced in race level after resurrection, When the Killing Phantom was first resurrected, it was not a mythical race, but was upgraded by the subsequent mythical resurrection skills. Should we say hello to President Lin? After all, if the quasi-divine skills are used in the world competition, whether he wins the championship or not, he will definitely become the focus of all forces. In fact, he will get more attention than the champion. The first champion of the world competition, Donghuang Lin Feng, the second champion, a Beastmaster in Zhuiyun, and the latest champion, a Beastmaster in Shenfeng, all do not have mythical race pets. However, Shi Yu is relatively relieved that the Dragon God and the Elf Queen both said that they will watch the world competition, so that Shi Yu can play without any worries. I don't know if the mechanical legend will wake up in the world competition, Shi Yu pondered. Shi Yu swam and flew, and finally returned to Donghuang. His destination was directly to the imperial capital, waiting for the meeting tomorrow, and planned to stay in the relic space for one night. The next morning, after a full rest, Shi Yu asked Chong Chong to teleport him to the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Association. Zhou Chuanqi, outside the association headquarters, Shi Yu drank milk tea made from ginseng as breakfast and walked straight into the association. He might have been fine without breakfast before, but he has been in poor health recently and must make up for it. As soon as he arrived at the gate, Shi Yu heard the two guards' respectful address. He looked in front and saw a familiar fat man just coming to go in. "Thank you for your hard work, Zhou Ming," the sixth sequence, nodded, making the two guards smile, but then they were stunned and looked behind Zhou Ming, and immediately said, "Dr. Shi Yu, Dr. Shi Yu?" Zhou Ming also turned around suddenly, and then he found that a young man holding milk tea was walking behind him with a sleepy face. Zhou Ming, the seventh sequence, the first person under the legend, Shi Yu. Zhou Ming even challenged Shi Yu, but was ignored by Shi Yu. At this time, Zhou Ming was seeing Shi Yu in person for the first time. He looked at Shi Yu's tired and exhausted dead otaku look and was speechless. How could this spirit be like the students of the high school next door? He didn't look like a young man at all, and he had no energy at all. "Good morning," Shi Yu also simply greeted, and then looked at Zhou Ming. "Legend Zhou Ming, it's me." Zhou Ming smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Dr. Shi Yu. I've heard of you for a long time." Same. Shi Yu was immediately happy in his heart. Isn't this the old and lucky guy? He was originally ranked third in the sequence, but as Zhang Hai and Lu Qingyi broke through, the legendary nobleman Zhang Xianai and Krypton Gold, he was directly beaten to sixth, and lost the legendary resources. So, Shi Yu didn't have to pay attention to his challenge at that time. When the settlement was over, he would fall down by himself. Dr. Shi Yu, let's go in, Zhou Ming sighed in his heart, looking at Shi Yu, looking at his brother in distress. He and Shi Yu, both are so miserable. Originally, they were in the top 5 of the sequence, but who knew that the guy behind was so beastly, squeezing them down all of a sudden. Suddenly, Zhou Ming felt a sense of mutual appreciation for Shi Yu. Legend, the first person under the legend. They are indeed glorious, but who can know the pain of missing out on legendary resources? Okay, Shi Yu and Zhou Ming entered the association building together, and then came to the high-level meeting room. At this time, there were quite a lot of people here. 8 of the top 10 had already arrived. Shi Yu and his team were the last to arrive. The first in sequence was Yizing, a legendary beastmaster wearing a military uniform and with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was the grandson of the Grand Marshal of Donghuang, and commanded the Star Corps, the strongest king-level legion in Donghuang. The second in sequence was a man dressed in white ancient costume, with a refined and elegant temperament, and a sword that he never left. As a descendant of the legendary mechanical source, he was extremely mysterious. The third in sequence was the helmsman of Xianji Group, the legendary nobleman Zhang Xianang, who was dressed in a formal suit and looked at Shi Yu and others who came in with a smile. Xianji Group was born out of Xianfu Group and Century Group, 2 of the 5 major consortiums of Donghuang. Zhang Xianang's parents were the core figures of the 2 consortiums. The fourth in sequence was Zhang Hai, a legendary disciple of Bahai. The fifth in sequence was Lu Qingyi, who came from an archaeological family. As well as Ji Feng in the 8th and 10th rounds of the sequence, Zhu Yun and Zhu Xiangwang in the 9th and 4th rounds of the sequence, Go Zhuan in the 10th and 4th rounds. In addition to Shi Yu, who just came in from the 7th, and Zhou Ming, a legendary player with a talent for mutation and fusion in the 6th, all the players summoned by Donghuang for the World Championship this time are present. There are a total of 6 legends, 4 top masters who can defeat the Overlord. Compared with the only 2 legendary players before Kadeo and Tinxiang, this lineup can be said to be extremely luxurious. When Zhou Ming came in, everyone didn't feel anything, but when Shi Yu arrived, many people began to feel settle. In order to rest for a while, Shi Yu almost got up on time and was unwilling to waste any rest time, so as soon as he arrived, President Lin, the convener of this meeting, followed him. "Everyone, please sit down." After President Lin, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, arrived, he nodded to everyone and sat in the innermost position. "The sequence ranking has been over for a while. This time, I summoned you here to make the final mobilization for the World Championship." Everyone nodded. President Lin said, "I want to say 2 things. First of all, you should know that the World Championship is a stage for individuals to participate. On the surface, there is only one champion honor that can be competed for. In the World Championship, each of you will be an opponent, but in fact, many contestants are not going for the championship honor, but to gain a certain opportunity in the mythical and legendary ruins of Inadra. What I want to say is that no matter whether it is for the competition of championship or for opportunity, you are all from Donghuang after all, and you will be overall. You should help each other if the rules allow. Otherwise, it is difficult to survive in this chaotic world competition with individual strength alone. In addition, this world competition has a deeper meaning. In addition to normal participation, archaeologists Lu Chengyi and Shi Yu are responsible for the important mission of exploring the ruins. They will be your primary protection objects." Several legends nodded and looked at Lu and Shi, especially Yizing and Xinling. Lu Chengyi was okay, as she was already a legendary level, but Shi Yu. They looked at Shi Yu. The key protection object should be Shi Yu. Ji Feng, Ziyun, and Gao Zhuang looked at Shi Yu in silence, a little envious. Everyone was level 6, but Shi Yu had a bunch of legendary bodyguards. But they also understood that archaeologists Lu and Shi might be the key to their major opportunities in Inadra. Other countries with rich heritage should also have similar configurations. 1 or 2 main fighters will compete for the championship position, and the rest will harvest opportunities in the ruins around important archaeologists. As long as there is a harvest, it is not a loss. If the harvest is small, you can stop while you are ahead. If the harvest is relatively large, you may be able to break through on the spot and join the team competing for the championship. The second thing is the final sprint. You have about half a month to prepare. You should have almost digested the resource rewards for the sequence ranking. In the final stage, each of you can also apply for the last resource from the Donghuang Association, as long as you have a reasonable enough reason to explain the necessity of doing so. Even if it is one more legendary resource, it can be issued. In addition, let the National Guardian assist in special training and enter the secret realm of the cultivation ruins. Any request can be made, the association will try its best to meet it. If anyone has a corresponding idea, please contact me after the meeting. Okay, now it's your question session. If you have any questions about the world competition, you can ask now. President Lin looked at everyone and said, "President Lin, the rules of the world competition haven't been determined yet," Zheng Xianyang asked. President Lin said, "Like in previous years, the decision will be made by the World Tree after Inatella is opened, and no one will know in advance. However, you can use the rules of previous years as a reference. Of course, the rules of each of the previous 3 sessions are different, and this time the rules may also change, but it will most likely be related to ruins and battles. After all, this is the common point of the previous 3 sessions," Ji Feng said. "President Lin, when will you give us the intelligence information of the players from various participating countries?" As a member of the Intelligence Bureau, he knows the importance of intelligence. "I heard, this World Championship may have a totem," President Lin said. "There is indeed such a possibility. Beastmaster talents are all kinds of strange, just like the legendary special enhancement talent of Gudo Yin. If you cultivate to level 8, you may be able to contract a totem, if you consider the special nature of mixed blood physique. If the Beastmaster and the contracted creature are of the same bloodline, even if it is a legendary Beastmaster, it is not impossible to cross-level contract totems, so you must be mentally prepared. This situation has never appeared in the first 3 World Championships. Those totem countries are far crazier than the traditional Beastmasters of the 7 countries. As for the intelligence you mentioned, I will give it to you after the meeting, but this kind of thing, just take a look, don't treat it as key information." Everyone asked their own questions. Shiyu ate melons and listened throughout the whole process. The more he listened, the sleepier he became, as if he was taking an online class in the early morning. Also sleepy. I don't know how long it took, but the meeting finally ended. Before the meeting ended, Shiyu instantly became energetic. After coming out, he immediately ran to find Lu Qingyi and said, "Senior, how is your telekinesis training going?" Lu Qingyi smiled and said, "It's at the passing level. It's definitely not comparable to yours, but it will definitely be a big hit in the world competition. Here." She handed the talent bead back to Shiyu and said, "There's still half a month left." "Is it in time?" "In time," Shiyu smiled. In the last half a month, Shiyu decided to continue to improve his telepathic talent. This required the help of the talent bead. In addition, Shiyu also planned to use the talent bead to help 11 adapt to his new body. So, he took back the talent bead that was temporarily given to the senior to practice telekinesis. Now, Lu Qingyi's strength should be far more than the level of the 5th sequence. After using a legendary resource from the Tingxiang Natural Ruins and a legendary resource from the sequence ranking reward, she added a new overlord pet. 3 overlords. Coupled with the telekinesis enhancement technique, Shiyu felt that senior sister Lu's current combat power, not counting himself, should be able to steadily rank among the top 3 players in this session. Second only to Yixing and Shen Ling. As for these two, senior sister Lu certainly can compare. After all, before they had any news about the World Championship, they already had 2 overlords. At present, not to mention the full overlord, I'm afraid it's not much different. For their status, the channels to obtain legendary resources are obviously more. Of course, they are definitely not as fast as Shiyu in obtaining legendary resources. In Shiyu's hand, Chong Chong has 2 legendary resources, Shen Bao Bao has 1, Chi Tong has 2, and Su Su has 1, and this is after using a lot. Unfortunately, due to the level, Shiyu can only look at the resources in Cry, and can't let them be Krypton like 11. For the World Championship nearly a month later, Shiyu is in seclusion again at this time to perfect the incomplete mythical form that 11 controls. In addition to Shiyu and 11, other pets are also practicing hard to welcome the next World Championship. After all, Shiyu told them that whether they could have a quasi-divine skills and how many quasi-divine skills they could have depended on whether they could win the World Championship. After winning the championship and getting the blessing of the World Tree, once the skill fusion function was turned on, it would be easy to have as many quasi-divine skills as possible. Shiyu felt that the mythical level should also be graded. Just like the Overlord race, 2 super-level skills are for low-level overlords, and 3 are for medium-level overlords. So in theory, the mythical race should also be the same. 1 divine skill is for low-level mythical races, and 2 are for medium-level mythical races. So, Shiyu naturally has to stack the race level of 11 and others to above the high-level mythical race through the number of skills. Skill fusion is the key. 1 week later, Pingcheng, Legend Ruin Space. Shiyu stood on the ground, looking at 11 opposite him, and was slightly silent. Opposite him was a huge iron-eating beast that was 10 meters tall, and it was no different from ordinary iron-eating beasts. However, Shiyu understood that it was not as simple as 11's giantization to this size. The body's control of the talent bead is more valuable than he thought. Shiyu originally thought that 11 would have to wait until the totem level before he could gradually optimize his race and adapt to the myth race. But he didn't expect that with the help of the body-controlled talent beads, they only took a week to completely stabilize the myth form. At this time, even after entering the myth normal state, 11's power was completely restrained, just like an ordinary panda. It was impossible to tell the strength at all. The form surrounded by the chaotic sea of thunder was completely controlled. Even at this time, 11 could control whether it was white lightning or black lightning that was lingering on his body. The control of power was much stronger than when he just evolved. Among them, the yin-yang grinding wheel in 11's hand was used by himself without the assistance of Shiyu. Condensed in his hand, the entire legendary ruins vibrated again. However, in terms of power, it was much weaker than when Shiyu assisted. This time, the ruins did not have the risk of collapse. Ao, the giant 11 looked at Shiyu with excitement. Is it invincible? 11 has been struggling. What if the quasi-god skills need Shiyu's assistance and cannot be used in the team competition? But now, it feels that it may rule the world for several versions in the future. The question now is, am I still a human? Shiyu scratched his head. After 11 completely controlled the body of the lower mythological race, Shiyu could clearly feel that he had received physical and mental feedback again. He was silent for a moment, and activated his telepathic talent. No, now Shiyu has given the second developed telepathic talent a name, spiritual field. At this time, the yin-yang millstone in Eleven's hand had dissipated, but Shiyu's pupils still turned black and white. As the sound of rules vibrated, Shiyu himself materialized a Tai Chi field covering a huge area. In the black and white world, the earth and the sky are yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. In the Tai Chi diagram, it spins wildly, and the black and white yin-yang fish in the pattern even materialize and swim, swirling around Eleven. At this moment, Eleven felt that the light and dark yin and yang power in his body had been enhanced to an epic level. Eleven waved his hands, and the yin-yang fish also swam with him as if in the seawater, which made Eleven feel particularly interesting. Just when he was about to touch the yin-yang fish, with a snap, the Tai Chi field shattered like a mirror. On the opposite side, Shiyu's face was pale. Damn, has his telepathic ability also been upgraded to a quasi-divine skill? How come it also has the sound of rules, mind field, Tai Chi field, can generate corresponding rules to strengthen Eleven's quasi-divine skills? And even, without doing anything, the Tai Chi field can suppress all forces within the field. This change made Shiyu feel a little bit of a pain in the ass, and it felt like the mythical resource, immortal fruit, was causing trouble again. Never mind. Shiyu ignored these changes and continued to practice until, half a month after the time came to the time when he was about to set off for glory, the eyes of the Seven Nations Alliance all looked at Anadara. Chapter 418, Mechanical Legend Awakens. Pingcheng. Legendary Ruins. A white research institute, wrapped in a starry sky. Recently, Lin has been working hard to study the power of the starry sky. The power of the starry sky is a vast subject. Basically, people call the power system outside the blue star the power of the starry sky. Including the power of the sun and the power of the moonlight, they are all the power of the starry sky. Therefore, the power system of the entire blue star must be like a drop in the ocean compared to the power of the starry sky. Therefore, it is also very difficult to study. However, whether it is hatching starry sky pet eggs or the evolution of insects, it seems that they cannot do without the power of the starry sky. Shiyu and his team can only spend energy to open new projects. For this reason, Shiyu even handed over the 4-symbol star array to the insects, not missing any channel to study the power of the starry sky. After a study, the biggest gain of Shiyu and his team was the purple water group summoned in Tinxiang, and its role gradually became clear. This thing turned out to be a growing resource. It can devour other waters containing the power of the starry sky and then grow on its own. The upper limit of growth is a legendary level, but the premise is that it swallows enough starry sky water. After that, using this purple water group can get more effects. For example, it swallowed the water that strengthened the water and light power. After using it, its function is also to strengthen the water and light power. It is a resource that can integrate and amplify the effect of water resources. At the same time, after using it, the user will be more friendly with the power of the starry sky. Fortunately, the starry sky water that Shiyu and his friends obtained had swallowed enough starry sky water before it came, and it was not far from its upper limit of the legendary level. Otherwise, its vision would not be so obvious at that time. However, although it has been figured out what this purple water group is, Shiyu and his friends still don't know whether it is the nutrient required by the starry sky pet egg. Even Lin has not studied anything yet. I am afraid that he will have to go to Rongguang to see the last starlight power to confirm it. But it doesn't matter. Shiyu doesn't plan to give this purple water to the starry sky pet egg. Love will not disappear, but it will transfer. Even if it is really the nutrition required by the starry sky pet egg, it has to be based on first come first served. He plans to give this purple water ball to Chong Chong. A long time ago, in order to help An Chang's dragon carp evolve, Shen Bao Bao and Chong Chong jointly made a dragon fruit. Of course, although it has the same name as the dragon fruit in Longgong City, it is definitely not a legendary resource. At present, Shiyu has the legendary resource dragon fruit in his hand, which is a dual-element evolution resource of dragon and wood, representing vitality. Therefore, Shiyu is thinking, can we use starry sky water and dragon fruit as evolutionary resources to assist Chong Chong in evolution? Among them, The legendary Starry Sky water is responsible for enhancing Chong Chong's affinity with the starry sky, and its internal nature of the myriad things can also enhance Chong Chong's fantasy power. Coupled with the Azure Dragon vision hidden in the depths of his spiritual soul, you can try it. These days, Susu's task is to constantly summon water and help the Starry Sky water complete the final upgrade. Lin's task is to constantly analyze and study, and finally, Lin came to a conclusion. It can allow Chong Chong to break through and evolve before the world game. It is the conclusion it draws based on Shiyu's physique, current level, and the current level of Chong Chong and Shen Baobao. Before the World Championship, you can try to break through the second Overlord and cross-level contract with 2 Overlords. After careful calculations and considering various situations, after Chong Chong evolves, the feedback of special attributes can 100% allow Shiyu to bear the cost of contracting 2 Overlords. Even if you can't break through level 7, the enhanced beast control space will not be at risk of collapse. At the same time, the feedback of mental power can also allow Shiyu to better resist consumption. Of course, only Chong Chong breaks through. If Shen Baobao breaks through, with only vitality and recovery feedback, Shiyu can better withstand the cross-level contract, but the beast control space will definitely not be able to bear it. Therefore, Lin's suggestion is to let Chong Chong evolve and break through, and then in the last period of time, in terms of adding points, mainly improve Shen Baobao's planned control to enhance its nourishing effect. Therefore, in the last half-month, Shiyu and his team studied around Chong Chong's evolution. Since Lin said it was no problem, Shiyu was naturally willing to have one more Overlord before the World Championship. For a level 6 Beastmaster of Totem Country, it was already very remarkable to cross the level and contract with 1 Overlord. But here, he wanted to cross the level and contract with 2 Overlords as a level 6 Beastmaster. It was even more exploitative of Beastmasters than Totem Country. For a more stable and sure victory, Shiyu endured it. What is a humanoid beast? But the final problem is that there is no suitable breakthrough environment. Lin thinks that if possible, it is best to evolve in the starry sky. With the power of Chong Chong's imagination, it can ensure that the maximum evolution will match the form of Azure Dragon. The environment for evolution is also an evolutionary resource. Evolving in the starry sky, Lin would make it difficult for Shiyu. Even if they are strong now, they don't have the ability to break through the blue star. But Shiyu himself doesn't have it, Dong Huang does. Shiyu quickly thought of Dong Huang's spacecraft and rockets. As early as decades ago, Dong Huang had successfully explored the moon and gained the ability to reach the starry sky. Even a base was established on the moon, and later, it was explored several times. However, since each exploration of the starry sky costs a lot, which is equivalent to burning several legendary resources, after not getting enough positive feedback in the starry sky, each country basically stopped exploring. In the starry sky, there is nothing strange except that the various starry sky forces are countless times richer than those of the blue star. But it just so happens that what Shiyu needs is the starry sky force environment. It is best for him to go to the starry sky to help the bugs evolve, and Dong Huang has the ability to go to the starry sky. Thinking of this, Shiyu remembered what President Lin said at a meeting. The association will assist the World Championship players in the final sprint. Any conditions can be mentioned casually, as long as they are reasonable enough, even if legendary resources are taken out. In this case, Shiyu was not polite. After Lin came to the conclusion, in order not to waste time, he immediately chatted with President Lin privately. He expressed the hope that before the start of the World Championship, he could go to the starry sky with the assistance of Dong Huang and help the fantasy butterfly turn into a dragon. The significance of doing this is naturally to win the World Championship. After that meeting, President Lin did receive many requests from people. For example, Zhou Ming hoped that the country could give him a chance and pity him and give him some legendary resources because he was a legendary. For example, Gozhuan hoped that in the last period of time, he could have top-level mechanical intelligence to fully assist him in transforming his pet. President Lin would consider the actual situation and rationality of these proposals and give a reply. However, among them, Shiyu's request was the most outrageous. Want to go to the starry sky environment to help his fantasy butterfly evolve and break through the Overlord? And the significance of doing so is to hope to use the power of the fantasy butterfly after the breakthrough and evolution to drive his own breakthrough, or increase the combat power of an Overlord to more steadily win the World Championship? President Lin's first thought was that Shiyu was crazy. He knew that Shi Yu was very strong, and even with the combination of the baby's skills, he could severely damage ordinary totems and destroy the invincible overlord. But there is only one time in a period of time, and there are more than one enemy in the World Championship. He also knew that Shi Yu's normal combat power was not weak, and it should be easy to defeat ordinary overlords. His strength was much stronger than Zhou Ming and other legends, but the problem was that this was still not enough. However, Shi Yu was categorical and said that there was no problem. He said that he could let President Lin come to personally test his strength and let everyone PK. President Lin was silent and did not accept the challenge. He did not have the time to PK with Shi Yu. Moreover, he could not make the decision on this matter. It was not something he could decide. Going to the Starry Sky, the level was similar to using the forbidden weapon of the divine forbidden type, and that person had to nod. In this matter, even he could not help Shi Yu. He might have to awaken the mechanical legend. Only this person could guarantee 100% safety and assist Shi Yu to reach the Starry Sky. Therefore, President Lin's reply was that he would awaken the mechanical legend, and the subsequent matters would be decided by the mechanical legend God Source. The mechanical legend also awakened once when the world tree awakened, and when the world competition started, it would awaken and descend to Anatolia, so this awakening was not entirely for Shi Yu. In short, with the help of the mechanical legend, Shi Yu can reach the Starry Sky, but if not, it will be difficult. Shi Yu waited for a long time, and even when he was about to leave for glory, there was no news from President Lin, which made Shi Yu think that he was out of luck, and he was afraid that the remaining time was not enough. Until the day before leaving for glory. Shi Yu, Senior Shen Yuan has awakened. It took him some time to wake up. Next, you come to the imperial capital. After that, he will go to glory in Anatolia with us. He wants to talk to you in person about your matter. After waiting for a long time, Shi Yu finally received a call from President Lin. Okay, in Pingchen, Shi Yu took a deep breath and was a little scared. This mechanical legend. He actually didn't want to see it. It was mainly because when he discussed the mechanical legend with the Dragon King of the Sea, the Dragon King of the Sea said a lot of bad things about the mechanical legend. In the description of the Dragon King of the Sea, Shen Yuan was an old man with a bad temper and unreasonable. Mechanical legend is the founder of the modern Donghuang kingdom. He is a complete hawk. After the Totem War ended and Donghuang came to recuperate, he always wanted to expand the territory of Donghuang and start a war again. He was evaluated as the same as the Emperor Wu in history, wanting to completely destroy the Totem Kingdom of the Eastern Land. However, at this time, a dove legend appeared in Donghuang, advocating a soft and gentle attitude and means to deal with diplomatic and military issues. This person is the evolution legend Lin Feng. At that time, Donghuang, with two legendary beastmasters and the ally Longgong City, can be said to be at its peak. But it is said that Shenitun wanted to go to war, and Lin Feng did not want to go to war, so there was a conflict between the two, and even a big battle between them. Although they did not take ruthless actions, the contradiction had obviously arisen. No one knows the result of the battle, but in the end, Donghuang continued to develop peacefully, followed by Lin Feng's disappearance, and Shenitun's incarnation of a machine fell into deep sleep to protect Donghuang. Regarding these two legends, Shi Yu is not easy to comment, and feels that both sides have reasons. It is fine for the legend of divine origin to completely eliminate the threat, but it is absolutely impossible to completely eliminate it. As long as there are enough interests, there will be civil strife between the 7 countries and the internal strife of Donghuang. It is impossible to completely eliminate the unstable factors. As for the legend of Lin Feng, Shi Yu analyzed through various clues that Lin Feng did not want to go to war, not because he loved peace, but mostly because he had confidence in the 7 countries and many totem countries, and it would be difficult to end the war. The reason why Shi Yu did not want to see the legend of divine origin was not because he, like Lin Feng, had left romantic debts in various places, but because he was lazy. He was afraid that the legend of divine origin would pull him and give him some tasks to unify the world in the future. But now, it doesn't matter. In order to go to the Starry Sky, I have to ask the legend of machinery for help. As long as he can help me, he is a good person. What's more, after the battle with Lin Feng, maybe some of the ideas of the legend of machinery have changed. Imperial Capital. After the legend of machinery woke up, the divine origin transferred his consciousness to the machinery. President Lin Xiao looked at the legend of machinery in front of him and was speechless. This is a spherical silver mechanical life form with metal limbs and a red one eye, flying in the sky. In terms of size, it is the size of a football. Very cute. Like a children's remote control toy in a mechanical store. Senior Shin'in, your shape. The red one eye of the silver robot glanced at Lin Xiao and said, the mechanical materials that can accommodate my consciousness are in short supply. It is not easy to make such a body, I see. By the way, Senior Shin'in, what do you think of the things I transmitted to you before? As early as a few days ago, President Lin transmitted the matter that Yu wanted to go to the starry sky to evolve the pet to the half-sleeping mechanical legend. However, he never received a reply until Shin'in finally woke up and President Lin asked again. The young man who researched the mechanical fantasy beasts, the silver robot's red eye flickered, and it said, he is currently the #1 person under the Donghuang legend. The iron-eating beast is the inheritance of the martial emperor. The butterfly of imagination has mastered the prototype of the rules of creation, and he has the ginseng baby with top-level time skills. He is recognized by the spirits of ancient generals and has a contract with a reincarnation of the Kanghe elf. He has also eaten the mythical mortal fruit. It seems that in this generation, Donghuang has another talented beastmaster, and he is a beastmaster with legendary qualifications. Yes, President Lin nodded. Shin'in said, it's a pity that the growth time is too short. He has grown to this point in less than 3 years. He must have a huge opportunity, perhaps no less than the recognition of the mythical ruins of the Dragon Emperor. If he is given more time, Donghuang's hope of winning the world championship may be greater. Did he say that he hopes Donghuang will help him go to the starry sky to evolve his pet to increase his chances of winning the world championship? President Lin nodded. That's what he said. Shin'in said, it seems that this young man is very confident in his own strength, just like Lin Feng back then. What do you think of his strength now? What stage has it reached? President Lin said, that ginseng baby has mastered the combination of the fruit of time, resurrection and self-destruction, and has a record of using the power of legendary resources to kill a weak totem that has been sealed for 1,000 years. From the perspective of power evaluation, it is a bit difficult to kill a normal totem, but under the totem, no life can take it. Even those lives that are invincible in the Overlord field will be destroyed in an instant, but this move can only be used once in a period of time, and can only be used as a trump card, but not as the main means of attack. In addition, his other pets are also quite good. After communicating with the new guardian God Ying, they have all fought against 3 overlords, 2 ordinary overlords and 1 top overlord. They fought reluctantly at that time, but now a few months have passed, their strength should have been greatly improved. Yu has many legendary resources in his hands, and his strength will not be slow, but since he wants the fantasy butterfly to break through, there should be no overlord level in the team at present. If nothing unexpected happens, Yu's current strength should be close to Shenling or not much different from Shenling, slightly worse than Yizing, and he can deal with 3 top overlords at the same time. It should be no problem for him to become a level overlord. Plus, he has the tactic of self-detonating to kill the invincible overlord, so it is normal for him to compete for the championship position after he creates his own contract overlord. Even I think what he said makes sense. If he contracts a overlord level fantasy butterfly, even if he does not break through to level 7, his strength will change dramatically. It's a pity that Donghuang can't find any high-level space training resources to help the Beastmaster break through the legend. Otherwise, he can just give him the resources directly. This kind of resources has always been in short supply. Otherwise, geniuses from various countries would not go to the World Championship to find opportunities. Shin Chuan said, a 6th-level Beastmaster, all of whom are kings, can deal with 3 top overlords at the same time, and even kill the invincible overlord. It's really terrible, but this world competition is different from the past. Yes, there will definitely be totem-level pets in this world competition, and there may be more than one. If it is a beast pet, it's okay, but if it is an elemental, undead or even a space-type pet, even Shiyu's self-destruction tactics will be difficult to compete with, so under normal circumstances, the championship position can only be expected from Yizing. His trump card has been strengthened by 3 legendary resources before and after, and has reached the level of invincible overlord. It has totem background, and with other pets and beast control talents, it has initially possessed the strength of title legend. If it weren't for the title of world legend, he would have wanted to challenge other titles in the country a few months ago. In the past year of preparing for the world competition, it was not only Shiyu who was madly improving his strength. These genius second generations who were originally extremely powerful were also madly improving their strength in their own way, with the help of the power of the state machine. Wait for this Shiyu. If his strength satisfies me, I can take him to the starry sky, Shen Chuan said, who can stop a young man from pursuing his dream of becoming a champion. Besides, the information about the mythical era he provided may help Donghuang harvest a mythical resource. President Lin said. Yes, after Shiyu arrived at the imperial capital, he came to the agreed place with President Lin. This place is located in the suburbs and is the hometown of Shen Chuan. At this time, it is rare to wake up and transfer consciousness to the machine for a short time. Shen chose to look around. Xiao Lin, your strength has not improved at all compared to before. Accompanying Shen Chuan, Lin Xiao, the president of Donghuang, became a bit faceless and was always scolded by Shen. It seems a bit difficult to rely on you to become the new legend of Donghuang. Compared to Lin Feng, you are not even a little bit inferior. Lin Xiao kept smiling bitterly and said, Senior Shen, my talent is limited. After using so many resources, I am still only an 8th level Beastmaster. I can't see the hope of a breakthrough. It's my fault. Oh, the legend of Shen sighed. However, Lin Xiao has a bunch of totem level lives to help him. Although he is not a legend, he is not comparable to other titled legends. At that time, he and Lin Feng fought, and both sides took a step back. He chose to give up the war. And Lin Feng was willing to devote all his efforts to cultivate and evolve a team of totem level second team pets to become the guardian of Donghuang, in exchange for Donghuang's thousands of years of peaceful development. Later, Lin Feng's most talented descendant Lin Xiao inherited the command of these totems. Therefore, when President Lin Xiao created the Donghuang 13th Bureau, the first bureau he thought of was the Totem PY Bureau. I don't know who will be the next legend of Donghuang. I hope he won't be born in troubled times again. The legend of Shen also knows that legends are not so easy to become. If legends can still rely on the grace of ancestors, then legends, even the son of legends, are not so easy. From the current point of view, Shiyu has the highest possibility, but his beast-controlling talent cannot add combat power. With only the telekinesis he developed with the help of the talent beads, even if he becomes a legend, it is difficult for him to match the demigods like the legends of the past generations. At the same time, Yixing, Shenling and others are still a little worse, and the possibility is even smaller than Shiyu. However, if they have a chance in the world competition, it is not certain. In the final analysis, let's take it one step at a time. Okay, he's coming. In the mountains, the legend of the source of the gods flying in the air looked up at the sky. President Lin's eyes also followed. I saw a young man in blue casual clothes, who was wrapped in telekinesis, flying in the sky by himself, flying towards them. President Lin, after Shiyu found the person, he slowly descended, and then said, it took me so much effort to find it. This, he looked at the silver robot. Name, attribute, mechanical, energy value, totem level small robot? Shiyu was stunned, and President Lin immediately said, Shiyu, this is Senior Shen. His consciousness is temporarily attached to this robot. Legend of Shen. Shiyu was shocked and looked at this round, silver, one-eyed robot. He was quite shocked. What a taste. Senior Shen. Shiyu immediately greeted him obediently. Yet, the little robot legend of Shen observed Shiyu. Shiyu, I know you. The mechanical fantasy beast system you developed has opened a new chapter in the mechanical department. It's hard to imagine that you are an archaeologist and have only been in contact with the mechanical department for a short time. Shiyu smiled and said, thanks to the pets, it is their power that combines with each other, and by chance, such a miracle has been created. Do you want to go to the starry sky? Want to go to the starry sky to help the fantasy butterfly, which plays a key role in the mechanical fantasy beast system, evolve and break through? Yes, Shiyu nodded. Why do we have to go to the starry sky? Shiyu said, because its skill, the Dragon of Imagination, is a dragon transformation skill, which can decide the direction of evolution by itself. We also obtained the legendary resource, the Azure Sky God Blue Dragon Ball, in Dragon Palace City. The owner of the Dragon Ball is a demigod of Dragon Palace City who is evolving towards the Azure Dragon as a template, so we also decided to evolve towards the Azure Dragon as a template. The Azure Dragon is one of the 4 spirits of the sky and a star god, so the evolution effect in the starry sky will be better than on the blue planet. In addition to the Azure Sky God Blue Dragon Ball, we have also prepared other evolutionary resources, which are already fully prepared. Azure Sky God Blue Dragon Dragon Ball? President Lin did not know that Shiyu had obtained this resource from Long Ma. Although he did not know what other resources Shiyu had prepared, with this Dragon Ball, it was indeed possible to maximize the value of resources by evolving towards the Azure Dragon as a template. Insects turning into butterflies, butterflies turning into dragons, Shin'en Chuan said. The Azure Dragon evolution route is a path that no Beastmaster has ever been able to complete, even the legendary Beastmasters. Many dragon gods in Longgong City have tried, but all have failed. Do you know what marks the success of evolving towards the Azure Dragon as a template? Shiyu said, faith skills. All lives born out of faith have mastered faith skills. For example, the Kanghei spirit, its Kanghei contract is actually a faith skill. Its believers are the entire ocean, so it can use the power of the entire ocean. If the level of the Kanghei contract is high enough, it can even use the power of other creatures in the ocean who believe in it through the power of faith. The dragons who evolved towards the Azure Dragon actually wanted to get the faith power of the Azure Dragon totem for free and cultivate faith skills, but unfortunately, none of them succeeded. If there is no faith skill, it may not be the best choice to proceed in this direction. The Azure Sky God Kanglong also failed, and all the Beastmasters in history have failed. This is an extremely difficult path to achieve. Are you sure you still want to try? Shin'en Chuan asked. Shiyu nodded and said with certainty, I still want to try. If there were only Dragon Balls, Dragon Fruit, Starry Sky Water, and Starry Sky Environment, Shiyu would not be very sure. However, deep in his soul, the Azure Dragon mural vision brought by his previous life was imprinted, which was Shiyu's greatest expectation. You know, the previous yin-yang fish vision had helped 11 master the quasi-divine skills and evolve into a mythical race. Then, it is not impossible for this Azure Dragon vision to help Chong Chong take a different path. Moreover, even if it fails, there is the perfect dragon as a spare tire, and the strength will not be weak. At most, it will not have the faith skill. At worst, wait for the next stage of evolution. As expected, Shin'en Legend knew that Shiyu would answer like this, but it didn't matter. Are you so confident that it can help you win the World Championship after evolution? Shin'en Legend asked. You know, you are not the only one who has a cross-level contract. By then, there may be more than one Beastmaster who has a cross-level contract totem. Shiyu was startled and said, you misunderstood. I want to evolve the fantasy butterfly just to increase the success rate of winning the championship. Even now, even if it fails to evolve, my goal is to win the championship. If it can evolve, then my chance of winning the championship will be more than 99%. Shin'en Legend and President Lin Xiao were both startled when they heard Shiyu's words. At their age, they really can't keep up with the thinking of young people. Should we say that Shiyu is confident or arrogant? It has been made clear that there may even be totem-level combat power in the world competition. In the end, Shiyu is still confident? You have great confidence, but you are only a level 6 Beastmaster now. How can you be sure of fighting your way out among a group of legendary geniuses? Even if your pet is superior, other demigod forces are not easy to deal with. Prove it to me. As long as I can see where your confidence comes from, I can do my best to help you. Shiyu was waiting for this sentence. He said, okay, Senior Shin'en, President Lin, in this case, I will summon my pet. After he finished speaking, purple mental power waves lingered around him, and a purple summoning diagram was formed immediately. A black and white figure of a 1-meter-tall iron-eating beast cub slowly emerged. Seeing that Shiyu first summoned his initial pet, Shin'en Legend and President Lin were not surprised. But soon, their expressions were stunned. Because the aura of this iron-eating beast was clearly at the Overlord level. Senior Shin'en, President Lin, I have already contracted an Overlord above my level, and let the iron-eating beast make a breakthrough. This is where my confidence comes from. And the fantasy butterfly is the second pet I plan to contract above my level. At this time, Shin'en Legend and President Lin had no time to care about what Shiyu said. They were all shocked by the data in front of them. Name, Iron-Eating Beast. Energy value? Undetectable. The energy value is so huge that it is unimaginable. Limited by the equipment and technology level, the top detectors in the country can only detect the energy value of 99,999,999 at most. If the energy value exceeds 100 million, it will be undetectable. Even the detection equipment worn by Mechanical Legend and President Lin is the same. At this time, they saw the energy level of this iron-eating beast. and their hearts were shocked and they couldn't understand it. Iron-eating beast with an energy value of more than 100 million? Totem level, 100 million, it has reached the threshold of the totem level. Of course, a totem with an energy value of 100 million may be harder to find than a totem with an energy value of 10 billion. Let a green cotton worm eat the immortal fruit and then commit suicide immediately. When it is just born, it may only have this energy value. Otherwise, basically no totem is stuck at this level. In any case, the energy value of the iron-eating beast is definitely more than 100 million. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shiyu is only a 6th level beast master, how could he contract a totem? Overlord? An invincible overlord whose energy value reaches the totem threshold? But the two bosses recalled what Shiyu said just now. He has contracted an overlord across levels, allowing the iron-eating beast to break through. It is really an overlord. But how could the data be so high? Judging from Shiyu's experience, it will definitely not take too long for this pet to break through. The Mechanical Legend's red single eye was filled with disbelief, and he said, "What's going on with it? You have already contracted an overlord of a higher level, and you want to contract a second one of a higher level?" Shiyu said, "Yes, 11, so, it is because of it that I have the confidence to compete with those legends. As for why it is so strong, it may be because it consumes too many resources." Shiyu scratched his head with a smile, and said, "President Lin, I asked 11 to eat all the 11 pieces of meteorite fragments and the 2 pieces of legendary resources Aurora magnetic gold applied for from the association. Then, it became like this." The Divine Source Legend and President Lin were quite silent. As for why I want to contract a second overlord after I have already crossed the level, it is because after it breaks through and evolves, the physical feedback it brings to me is still very strong. Evolution, President Lin said, has it evolved into the ace of the Wu Emperor in history, the demon god Iron Eater? Shiyu shook his head and said, "No, we have developed a new evolutionary route based on the Wu Emperor's Iron Eater. Through the Aurora magnetic gold and meteorite fragments, it has completed the light and dark evolution. In addition to comprehending the body of the demon god, after fully adapting to the new form, it has also transformed the Bile skill into racial skill. In addition, it has awakened, which is the biggest trump card for us to fight in the World Championship. New evolutionary route. Light and dark evolution." Shinyun Legend and President Lin, who knew the information of the Wu Emperor Iron Eater, were obviously stunned. I didn't expect that Shiyu would develop a new evolutionary route with such a mature template as the Wu Emperor's ace. And buzz! The sound of rules permeated. The invisible aura enveloped the mountains. At this time, as 11 stretched out his palm, a black and white metal grinding wheel surrounded by lightning was formed, and the surrounding space was instantly shaken. On the opposite side, the Mechanical Legend and President Lin both had their pupils shrink. At this moment, several pets in President Lin's beast control space were even awakened at the same time, showing shocked expressions, and felt an extremely terrifying threat. It was as if the gods had descended. This, the red one-eyed Mechanical Legend, who had turned into a round robot, was extremely shocked. He looked at the yin and yang grinding wheel in 11's hand in disbelief, and also felt a suppression from the rules. The two big guys looked at the iron-eating beast in front of Shiyu in comprehension. Mythical race, quasi-divine skills. Shiyu's newly developed evolution route evolved the pet into a mythical race. At this moment, President Lin, who knew the divine source of the evolution legend Lin Feng and the descendant of Lin Feng, was shocked for a moment when he saw Shiyu, who had achieved something that Lin Feng had not achieved. With the strength of an invincible overlord and quasi-divine skills, Senior Shinnun, President Lin, do you think that with this strength, you are confident enough to compete for the World Championship? It doesn't matter if it's not enough, Shiyu said, and continued to summon Lin. Under the purple diagram, the wind wave lingered, and Lin appeared in the outside world in the form of a wind unicorn. It is currently the only pet that is not suppressed by 11's quasi-divine skills. Although its level is not as good as 11, it is also a mythical race. Wind Unicorn Fantasy Beast. At this time, seeing Lin, Shinyun Legend and President Lin, their expressions changed again. Energy value 21.16 million, but, the sound of rules permeated again. A wind of luck lingered around Lin. Since the myth revival point reached the perfect level, Lin can initially control the blessing of wind, and can wrap it around himself to make the effect better. However, he cannot bless others at present, and can only let others take advantage of his luck through fusion. There is no doubt that at this time, Lin, who actively evolved into the mythical state and used quasi-divine skills, was also a mythical race, and also triggered the sound of rules. Boom. The two sounds of rules collided with each other, and the surrounding space was instantly torn apart. With a loud noise, the sky suddenly darkened, as if the world was about to end, and the shocking thunder roared in the sky. Rin, who has revived into a mechanical fantasy beast through the wind unicorn fossil, also successfully evolved into a mythical race after subsequent upgrades. Although it is only a king level now, it is not impossible to defeat the top overlord in the mythical state with the help of quasi-divine skills. The quasi-divine skill of Wind Blessing is a skill of luck. It may bring some unexpected gains in the world game, so if the fantasy butterfly can evolve and break through again, I think that no matter who the opponent is in the world game, it should not be able to stop us. At this moment, Shin'in Legend felt that he had not woken up yet and was still sleeping. Two mythical races? What a joke. Could it be? Is the mythical era really coming again? Otherwise, how could the mythical races appear one after another like the ones that are everywhere on the street? He looked at President Lin. Is this what you said? Maybe it's not inferior to Shenling, but Zhao Yexing is a little bit behind? Xing Kong, go to hell, what's wrong with that? President Lin, oh Abba Abba. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, The Strongest Foundation of the World Championship. Two pets with quasi-divine skills, what does that mean? It means that as long as the growth level is raised to the totem level, and with quasi-divine skills, they will definitely be equal to the combat power of a demigod. Normally, a legendary beastmaster can contract a totem-level pet. However, even if it is a legend, the contracted totem will not be a totem demigod at the top of the life of Blue Star. Basically, it is an ordinary totem or a top-level totem. At most, it is to rely on the blessing of the beastmaster's talent and the advantage of the number of pets to obtain the strength comparable to that of a demigod. Limited by resources, talent, and lifespan, it is too difficult for human beastmasters to cultivate the combat power of a demigod by themselves. However, Shiyu has the foundation of 3 demigods. How could the legend of Shin'in and President Lin not be shocked? It's okay for the Kanghe elf, but this is the reincarnation of a demigod. It's Shiyu's good luck to recognize Shiyu. But, didn't Shiyu buy the iron-eating beast with a loan at the breeding base? Did Shiyu research the mechanical fantasy beast himself? Can this also cultivate quasi-divine skills? The key is that they are not even 5 years old. For a moment, even the well-informed Shin'in legend, who had even killed a demigod with a forbidden weapon, was stunned by Shiyu's luxurious lineup. It was because he had killed the demigod who threatened Donghuang that he understood how rare and terrifying the demigod's combat power was, and how much it would cost to kill it. At this moment, Shin'in legend and President Lin remembered the content of the conversation just now. Even if Shiyu entered the legend, because of his talent in controlling beasts, it would be difficult for him to compete with the demigods like other legends. Now, they wanted to slap themselves in the face. Even if the unstable factor of the Kanghe elf is not counted, Shiyu also has 2 pets that will definitely become demigods. What? Worried that Shiyu can't reach level 9, and worried that the pets can't reach the totem level? Pointless worry. At this moment, even Shin'in legend, seeing Shiyu's 2 pets, thought that Shiyu was very likely to win the world championship. After being blessed by the world tree, even if he doesn't level up as fast as Lin Feng legend, he will definitely not have a problem with the growth of the mythical race pet. There is no need to worry about the growth of the pet. For the sake of the demigod, Donghuang will invest resources even if it uses up all its national strength. A living demigod is more threatening than a forbidden weapon. 2 quasi-divine skills, 2 quasi-divine skills. Shin'in legend was silent for a moment, but couldn't help asking, how did you do it? It's not as simple as relying on evolutionary resources alone. Shiyu said it simply, but Shin'in knew that the truth was definitely not that easy. It is impossible to pile up quasi-divine skills with resources alone. Otherwise, which legend in history is not a brilliant person? Which legend can't access legendary resources, or even mythical resources? Even so, there are legend bosses who use mythical resources to evolve pets. But even so, There have never been quasi-divine skills. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, Shin'yu legend said. 11 was able to cultivate quasi-divine skills and evolve into a mythical race. Rather than evolving materials. I think it is more likely because I redeveloped my telepathic talent through the talent pearl, then, through the new skill of the mind field, it assisted the quasi-divine skills it mastered, but I feel that this path is difficult for others to copy, because even if they have the same talent pearl, their talent cannot be the same as mine. Because I ate the immortal fruit, my physical talent has become somewhat special, which is the main reason why I deeply developed my talent, Shiyu told part of the truth. Of course, the biggest reason why others cannot copy is that they are not time travelers. In addition to the immortal fruit and telepathy, the power brought by the previous life is also very important. In the previous life, Shiyu explored hundreds of ruins, if not 1,000. Among them, after crossing through the memory droplets, there are 2 ruins that left a very deep impression on Shiyu. One is a ruin with a mural of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish, and the other is a ruin with a mural of the blue dragon. These 2 ruins are not simple ordinary ruins, but ruins containing extraordinary rules. Shiyu didn't notice it at the time, but now recalling it, the extraordinary divine essence he saw was clearly imprinted in his heart. Moreover, these extraordinary divine powers can be blessed on pets. Shiyu felt it was a pity. It would have been better if he had come into contact with more relics containing divine essence at that time. For example, there was another Suzaku divine essence or something. At present, the Tai Chi diagram and King Long diagram in his mind are only enough for 11 and Chong Chong to contact. It's too little. There is not enough for the pets. If other pets want to enjoy the same treatment, I'm afraid they will have to wait for his subsequent research. For example, let Chi Tong and Su Su enjoy the bonus of Tai Chi Yin and Yang power when they are in the fusion state. After all, they are also one Yin and one Yang. I don't know if the relics of this world can have similar situations. Otherwise, he really wants to go back to Earth and spend a few days to look through the relics of Earth. Shin'yu legend and President Lin were slightly stunned. Through the talent beads, the telepathic talent was developed again. You succeeded? Shiyu naturally reported the fact that he obtained the legendary Yu talent pearl of the human race in the totem era and plundered the legendary Beichuan's talent for controlling beasts. Shiyu's idea at the time was to try to deeply develop his telepathic talent through the talent pearl. However, in the end, Shiyu only researched the skill of mental telekinesis. It can't be said to be bad. For a beast master, it is also very rare to master an extraordinary power. President Lin thought that even if Shiyu could develop his telepathic talent for the second time, it would take a long time. Even if it was successfully developed, in terms of combat power, it would be the same as other combat talents, such as fire enhancement talents and water enhancement talents, and normal bonuses would be given to pets. But who would have thought that in Shiyu's mouth, the successfully developed telepathic talent would become the key to assisting pets to master quasi-divine skills. In an instant, President Lin Xiao was jealous and envious of the telepathic talent. He even felt that it was right for Shiyu to eat the immortal fruit. The immortal fruit transforms the body's talent. And the talent bead controls the talent to develop talent. Shiyu has completely exploited the value of the resources he has harvested to the maximum. Can I take a look? President Shin'yu was numb. He found that the information about Shiyu he learned from President Lin was seriously outdated. That's right, a genius like Shiyu is making progress all the time. Shiyu has not spent much time growing up to now. It is indeed impossible to synchronize intelligence all the time. Yet, Shiyu nodded. At this time, 11 had removed the yin-yang grinding wheel and yawned. Lin also removed the blessing of the wind and returned to the Rubik's Cube, half closing his eyes. And in their center, as Shiyu nodded, he began to show his spiritual realm to Shin'yu legend and President Lin. Boom. As Shiyu activated the spiritual realm, the air around him began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. The nearly materialized spiritual fluctuations formed black and white ripples around him. Wrapped in black and white energy fluctuations, Shiyu's eye pattern also changed rapidly, directly turning into a rotating Tai Chi diagram. The vast and profound power bloomed from Shiyu, and for a moment, Shin'yu legend and President Lin once again felt a strong suppression. Buzz! The sound of rules permeated. The two opened their mouths wide. Wait, isn't this the sound of rules that can only be triggered by the prototype of divine skills? How can you, a human? As Shiyu's mind pupil rotated, a strong wave bloomed from him, and with him as the center, a field covering the heaven and earth was quickly formed. In an instant, a huge and unmatched rotating Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky and the earth. The whole world turned black and white. At the edge of the sky, there was a star with the same pattern as Shiyu's eyes, which replaced the sun and the moon in this field. It was also a black and white quasi-circular star, which was like the embodiment of Shiyu's mind pupil, hanging at the edge of the field, watching everything. Under its gaze, the Tai Chi diagram rotating between the sky and the ground became increasingly blurred. The pattern seemed to have turned into two yin and yang fish, emerging in the dynamics, slowly swimming and entwining around Shiyu. At this moment, Shiyu's every move seemed to be able to trigger the rules. What is this? Shinu Legend and President Lin were completely dumbfounded. You call this a telepathic talent? Ah. After Shiyu died after eating the immortal fruit, he was reincarnated. He was not a human being, but a supernatural life of the dead spirit. They could accept it. But isn't Shiyu still alive now? Why do you look like I have become a god? Shinu Legend and President Lin are undoubtedly the top figures on Blue Star, but they have never seen such an outrageous beast-controlling talent. The level of this rule power is the highest I have ever seen. However, what shocked Shinu Legend the most was that Shiyu and his power were not just some random rule power. The rule power is also divided into levels. And there is no doubt that the rule power carried by Shiyu and 11 is the strongest type. Chaos gave birth to Wuji. Wuji gave birth to Taiji. Taiji gave birth to Liangai. Liangai gave birth to Six Yang. This is the process of all things from nothing to something. The power in them has already traced back to the origin of the rules. Even if it is just a glimpse of the door now, the level is incomparably high. At present, because Shiyu and his team have not studied deeply, they can only know the most basic rules of the Taiji field. The Taiji diagram is also called the map of heaven and earth nature. So it is similar to the forbidden magic field. It can suppress all natural forces, including space forces. But it is more perfect than the perfect forbidden magic field of Chong Chong. In addition to being able to suppress, in this field, the effect of 11 mobilizing natural forces will be better, and the power of the yin and yang millstone will be strengthened. It has achieved a real field, and I am the only one. Even Shiyu suspected that after he opened his talent, he could PK the weaker overlord with his bare hands. Once the natural force is suppressed, with his physique and spirit, cough, humanoid overlord. Huh? After Shiyu finished showing his weak and dispersing domain, he said under the incredible gazes of Shinu Legend and President Lin, at the beginning, 11's quasi-divine skills could only be completed with the assistance of this spiritual domain. However, with the in-depth development of the talent beads, now it and I can both complete the skill independently, but the combination of the two is the strongest state. After I open my talent, it will use quasi-divine skills, and its power will double. Of course, in theory, a combination of divine skills can only be used once in a long time, and the consumption is extremely large. And the consumed mental energy is difficult to replenish with external objects. That state is considered a combination of divine skills formed by two quasi-divine skills, a combination of two quasi-divine skills. After Shiyu finished speaking, Shinu Legend and President Lin were even more sluggish. Just be a person. The so-called totem demigod, with a quasi-divine skill, can stand at the pinnacle of life. And those who have two quasi-divine skills that can be combined with each other, such as the Kanghae elf, are the pinnacle among demigods. After all, the Kanghae elf is the original ocean totem born at the beginning of the totem era. Now you say that you and Iron Eater have also completed the combination of two quasi-divine skills? Originally, Shinu Legend believed that if Iron Eater had a quasi-divine skill, other World Championship players would have no chance. But now Shiyu said that he and Iron Eater can cooperate to use quasi-divine skills combination skills? Even so, do we still need to go to the starry sky to evolve the fantasy butterfly? Shinu Legend said. Be steady, Shiyu said, don't be careless, don't be careless, don't be careless. The corner of the Legend of the Divine Origin's mouth twitched, and he said, I understand. I will protect you as you go to the starry sky, and help it complete its evolution in the last minute, and what you have to do is to fight with all your strength in the world competition, crush all enemies, obtain the blessing of the world tree, and achieve legend in the shortest time. I have to say, Shiyu, you gave me an unparalleled surprise, and fright. I have lived for so long, and this is the first time I have seen a beast master like you. It's also fortunate that you were born in Donghuang, President Lin said. Yes, Don't worry about the ruins exploration mission over there, just leave it to Lu Qingyi. With your current strength, you can definitely compete for the championship. It's better to concentrate on competing for the championship. If you insist that exploring ruins is an unstable thing, it is definitely the blessing of the world tree that is more fragrant for Donghuang. There was no way before, but now. Shiyu? Damn, why are you still jumping sideways? Why don't you explore the ruins? Can't he have them all? The things discovered from the ruins may not be useful. On the contrary, your current qualifications will definitely be recognized by the world tree, and you can get a lot of important information from it, Shen Chuan said. Lin Feng got a very important piece of information from the world tree. What? Shiyu was stunned and said, by the way, didn't I get some information about the destruction of the mythological era from Feng Qiling's dream? I guess that blue star might face some kind of enemy from outer space. Didn't Senior Lin Feng know about this from the world tree? As the incarnation of the planets will, the world tree can't be unaware of this. Shen Chuan shook his head and said, no, at least Lin Feng didn't say it. Even the two subsequent Beastmasters who received the blessing of the World Tree didn't get similar information. Maybe the World Tree has other ideas, or the World Tree doesn't know when the foreign enemies will come again. There is no need to mention the invasion of Blue Star too early. After all, it has been so long since the end of the mythological era. If the World Tree announces this news too early, will the major Blue Star forces still care as time goes by? Not to mention the disaster countless years later. Even if it is a disaster 100 years later, how many creatures now will pay attention to it? If it is announced, it may not give rise to the resistance, but to the racial forces that are willing to face the external enemies. In the face of power, interests and the threat of death, protecting the homeland is not something that all lives can stick to. But it is undeniable that this is an extremely important piece of information, and it will definitely be able to obtain a mythological resource at the archaeological conference, Shin'an Legend said. What information did Senior Lin Feng get from the World Tree? Shiyu asked. The Legend of Divine Origin said, the information he obtained is actually similar to the information you obtained. Your information said that Blue Star is recuperating. Lin Feng also mentioned this. The World Tree told him that the reason why the life on Blue Star cannot break through to the mythical level is because Blue Star has not yet recuperated. It cannot support a demigod level life on Blue Star to cultivate complete divine skills, and cannot support the legendary Beastmaster to upgrade the legendary Beastmaster space to the mythical Beastmaster space. It's not because the talents of these legends and demigods in history are not enough, but the environment does not allow it. If these legends and demigods who achieved legends and demigods in the Totem era and the Beastmaster era are strong people, when they come to the mythical era, they can almost step into the mythical realm steadily. In other words, from the end of the mythical era, Blue Star has entered the end of the law era with incomplete rules. But according to the World Tree, Blue Star is about to recover, and even some independent mythical secret realms have the conditions to break through the mythical level. That is why Lin Feng, after becoming a legend, actively explored various ruins and secret realms, trying to find the opportunity to break through the myth. It's just that I don't know where he went during this exploration. But from my understanding of him, he shouldn't die so easily. The end of the law era. The opportunity of myth. Shiyu was slightly startled, as expected. Shiyu, it seems that Lin Xiao has completely underestimated you. Your talent and fate are among the best in the East for millions of years. You are fully capable of becoming the next legend of Donghuang, so you must get the championship of the World Tree. Shin'an Legend said. He originally had no confidence that Jizing and Shenling could win the World Championship unless they had another chance in the World Championship. But Shiyu suddenly appeared and brought hope to Donghuang. Perhaps, this time, Donghuang can win the World Championship for the second time. Return to the peak era when the Seven Nations Alliance was just established. Even Shen Yuan and President Lin had to admit that with the disappearance of Lin Feng and the successive blessings of the World Tree for Zuan and Shenfeng, Donghuang, even with the ally of Longgang City, is likely to no longer be the #1 country it once was. But if Shiyu wins this World Championship, it will be completely different. I will, Shiyu nodded and said, but Senior Shin'an, I will show my quasi-divine skills in the world competition, which may be regarded as a threat by many totem forces. When you go there, please bring more forbidden weapons, Shin'an Legend. Of course, whoever dares to attack Donghuang's genius, I will deal with all the forbidden weapons in Donghuang. But then again, except for this iron-eating beast, it can master quasi-divine skills. which should be inherited from the power of mythical fossils. Shin'in legend looked at the mechanical unicorn. It must be admitted that Shiyu, a young man, has completely surpassed him in the field of machinery. At least, even he can research the mechanical beasts of mythical races. Yet, Shiyu nodded. Shin'in legend said, the blessing of the wind, the skill of luck, this is a sign of auspiciousness for the prosperity of Donghuang. This awakening is indeed correct. I was originally worried about the future of Donghuang, but now it seems that I can rest assured, in addition to these two pets, your other pets are probably not weak at this time. Shiyu said, well, the heroic spirit of General Mu Huan has completely digested the power of the legendary resource bone sword of Gudu University, and mastered the skill of resurrection of the dead with a high level of proficiency. Although it is only at the king level, it can already control the overlord level dead spirit puppet. At present, it has mastered 3 overlord level dead spirit puppets, and it is easy for 4 dead spirits to fight a top overlord together. Shin'in and President Lin Feng were silent again. And this, in fact, Shiyu has not said it all. In fact, the most amazing thing about Qitong at present is that it has perfected the perfect level dead spirit resurrection and scapegoat into a combination skill. In addition to the 2 scapegoats it made, it can also let the dead spirit puppet it controls be used as a scapegoat to bear the loss of injuries. With a perfect level demon sword curse and the secret of the return of 10,000 swords. And then possessing the current quasi-overlord physique, quasi-overlord spirit, and overlord level soul of Shiyu, with a full burst of power, I am afraid that he can suppress the top overlord in fight, and another invincible overlord combat power. The baby ginseng is stable, and its normal strength is not bad. Now that the time mark is ready, it is not impossible to self-destruct and severely damage the totem when necessary. In addition, its time fruit is a skill that can transform potential. Now 11 and Lin are both mythical races. They will have a better effect if they eat the time fruit. The upper limit is no longer the overlord level. Within the acceptable range, they may be able to exert totem-level combat power for a short time. Even if the opponent has a cross-level contract totem, we are not afraid. President Lin gurgled and swallowed his saliva. I finally understand why Shiyu came to challenge me to verify my strength a few days ago. This guy's current strength? Although President Lin himself is not weak, if you don't count the totems left by Lin Feng's ancestors, his invincible overlords will definitely suffer a great loss at the hands of Shiyu if they are careless. Fortunately, I didn't pay attention to Shiyu because of my busy affairs. Otherwise, the legend of Shin'in is also quite silent. Shiyu's pets are simply top-notch. Animals, plants, machines, and undeads are obviously classified in a messy way, but their combined tactics are more perfect than those beastmasters who specialize in a certain category. This is the powerful advantage of race. Even the legend of divine origin feels that Shiyu's trip to the starry sky to evolve is completely unnecessary. Judging from the current lineup, although there is only one overlord and the rest are all kings, and Shiyu himself is a level 6 beastmaster, why does he feel like he can kill indiscriminately in the world competition and is going to play in the baby cup? Also, the reincarnation of the sea elf has already obtained part of the sea elf's inheritance and advanced through the method of catching bugs. The race has been transformed into the sea elf, and it has the foundation of the strongest demigod. It has learned the sea contract and the spirit of the pure sea. Although it is currently at the king level, it should be easy to deal with the top overlord. If the enemy is a poisonous life, then due to the attribute restrained, the combat power it can exert may be even stronger. I think, since the quasi-god skills have been used, it should be okay to let it use the sea elf's signature skills at that time. Anyway, it will attract enough hatred by then, and it doesn't matter if there is one more. What's more, the sea elf has favors for many ocean totem forces. If its identity is made public in the World Championship, what it gains may not necessarily be enemies, but totem allies like Dragon Palace City, Legend of Shin'in, President Lin? Damn. You don't know until you ask, and you'll be shocked when you ask. The two widened their eyes and felt that Shiyu's lineup was more and more outrageous. What? The sea spirit has also accepted the inheritance. Moreover, after accepting the inheritance, it is still by Shiyu's side? They were stunned for a moment. Although they didn't know why, they just felt that Shiyu would ruin this world competition. The fantasy butterfly is actually quite powerful. It is the pet that best matches my telekinesis skills. Before, we had defeated the void mantis, the second pet of the Sky Emperor, who broke through to the overlord. After its breakthrough, Its weakest strength must be the top overlord. If my mental power increase is taken into account, it will be even stronger." President Lin and others were silent. "Are you sure to cross the level to contract the second overlord?" Mechanical legend God Source only felt that his throat was dry, although it is now a machine and has no throat. Yes, Shiyu nodded, and believed in Lin very much. So far, Lin has been very stable. Except for the slow research speed, it has not made any mistakes. If it says it is 100% fine, then it is 100% fine. Then go and prepare, Xiao Lin. I will take Shiyu to the starry sky, and you take the others to Rongguang first. When the time comes, I will drop from the starry sky to Rongguang with Shiyu to find you. I will go all out this time, and we will be back soon, and it won't take too much time." President Lin Xiao still had a numb face at this time, and nodded to show that he understood. "We are going to completely crush the hopes of other countries to win the championship. A level 6 Beastmaster, a leapfrog contract with 2 overlords, and these 2 overlords are probably not simple." President Lin Xiao didn't believe that Shiyu, who had evolved 11 in Stern, would fail to evolve the fantasy butterfly. Even if he couldn't become a blue dragon, it should be no problem to become a perfect dragon. It is definitely another ridiculously strong overlord. He seemed to have seen the face of the totem country who had lost his parents. One day later, Shiyu is ready to set off for the starry sky with the legendary resources, Blue Sky God Azure Dragon Dragon Ball, and Dragon Fruit, as well as Starry Sky Strange Water, which has finally become a legendary resource after Susu's hard work for half a month. Although Chong Chong's evolution does not have the luxurious super level skills like 11, it has 3 legendary resources, and Starry Sky Environment, as well as the same spiritual field. Shiyu is very much looking forward to how far Chong Chong's evolution can reach. He does not require a mythical race or quasi-divine skills. After Chong Chong's fantasy dragon reaches superb skills, it can evolve again. But giving Susu a belief skill like Susu, a Azure Dragon belief skill, is not too much. At that time, at the World Championship, when many totem countries and even the 7 countries see Chong Chong use the absolutely impossible Azure Dragon belief skill, will they mistakenly think that he has contracted the Azure Dragon Holy Beast? Li. Chapter 420 Evolution in the Starry Sky. President, where's Shiyu? It's the day before they set off for glory. The Donghuang Archaeological Group participating in the Archaeological Conference and the Donghuang sequences participating in the World Championship have all gathered. Their relatives and friends, such as President Feng of Gudu University, Gemcat, and the Legend of the Sea Fish, are also in the team. However, someone saw that Shiyu was not among the assembled members and couldn't help asking. Shiyu, President Lin looked at the questioner and said, "He has something to do, and will go to glory by himself later." "Go by yourself? Is it okay?" Shen Ling frowned. "Inatara will be opened in 10 days. Now not only Donghuang, but other totem countries are also making moves. It is the most chaotic time in the world. At this time, Shiyu is not with a group, but running around everywhere. It doesn't look like he wants them to protect him." "No problem," President Lin smiled slightly. "Your ancestor is personally protecting Shiyu. Fortunately, the legend of Shinitun has no interest in arranging the fate of future generations, otherwise, you and Shiyu will definitely be matched." At this time, the mechanical legend who originally planned to focus on Yizing and Shen Ling might have been attracted by Shiyu. All the energy was placed on Shiyu. When Shiyu and the mechanical legend came back from the starry sky, Shen Ling and others would probably know how outrageous Shiyu's true strength was. In the future world competitions, I'm afraid it will be Shiyu who will protect them. At the same time, somewhere in Donghuang, Shiyu looked at the huge spaceship in front of him. Name, energy value? Obviously, a totem-level spaceship mechanical life. This is a huge silver-round spaceship supported by 4 mechanical legs, which looks like it can accommodate a lot of people. From the appearance, it is very similar to the current mechanical body of the mechanical legend. "Come in." Mechanical legend Shinun was flying in the air. As he spoke, the door of the spaceship opened automatically. He said, "This time, we are going to the most famous silver ring star belt near the moon. That is the area in the solar system recognized by the 3 countries of Xinfeng, Snowfield and Donghuang. The starry sky radiation power is the most concentrated and complex. At present, time is short, and we can only go here, regardless of whether it is the best choice." Shiyu nodded. Any starry sky environment will do. Anyway, the constellations that form the Blue Dragon pattern are impossible to do with the current level of Dong Huang's mechanical department, so there's nothing to choose. Home at this time, Chong Chong and the others had already been summoned by Shi Yu. They looked at the spaceship with joy. After all, it was the first time to leave the blue planet, and Shi Yu naturally wanted everyone to see it together. Travel. After Shi Yu was thrown a silver-white spacesuit by Shin'il Legend planned to set off immediately. Time is tight and there is no time to delay. Before leaving, he glanced at Chong Chong, name, fantasy butterfly, attributes, spirit, space, energy value. This normal energy value of 7.67 million is already very rare and precious for an insect life. What's more, it also possesses an excellent transformation evolution skill, fantasy dragon. The legend of Shin'il is also looking forward to what this green cotton worm, which has completed its evolution with a half-god Mirage Dragon Ball, can achieve with another Dragon God Dragon Ball. In the past, every exploration of the starry sky was a major event of national concern and a competition among countries to compete in scientific and technological strength. However, with the improvement of the level of mechanical fields in various countries, few people have paid attention to the starry sky. Less than 5 people knew that Shi Yu and his team were leaving this time. After the spacecraft set sail, it passed through the atmosphere. Inside the spacecraft, Shi Yu and his team had no pressure at all, as if they were sitting in their own home, watching the scenery outside the window change. The speed of this spacecraft was very fast, and it felt to Shi Yu that they had left the blue planet in just a short moment. The silver ring belt is composed of a group of floating silver asteroids. When the time comes, the spacecraft will dock nearby. There is extremely strong star radiation there, and the environment is harsh. You can move in the starry sky for a short time in this spacesuit. As for you, the fantasy butterfly, with its ability, as long as the time is not long, there should be no problem with short-term activities. Okay, Shi Yu nodded. In fact, the bugs had already trained by simulating the starry sky environment with the fantasy field. Although it is impossible to move in the starry sky for a long time, it has indeed tempered a certain resistance. However, if it can evolve into Blue Dragon, it should have the ability to shuttle in the universe and the starry sky, right? In the future, Shi Yu can of course let Lin study a spaceship or even a space battleship, but Shi Yu feels that riding a bug in the form of a blue dragon through the atmosphere and coming to the starry sky feels more powerful. At this time, 11 and the others were lying by the window, looking down with shining eyes. It was dark and quiet all around, and suddenly, the entire blue star appeared in front of Shi Yu and the others. Blue star is particularly beautiful in the starry sky. The vast blue ocean, the dense green forest, the white snow that never melts all year round, and the large yellow desert can all be seen clearly here. Ning, Su lay on 11's head and groaned. It is indeed the ocean it protects. It is indeed beautiful. Even blue star is named after this. It looked at the bugs next to it angrily, hoping that the bugs would be more powerful this time. After all, the Starry Sky Water Group is the result of its hard work for half a month. It does not require much, as long as the bugs can manifest a perfect Milky Way and star sea after evolution for it to experience. Well, the bug looked at Susu gratefully. It said that next time when the fantasy training environment is imagined, it will give Susu a small stove, enhance Susu's training environment, and make Susu's training environment more cruel, so that it can better improve its strength. The sword spirit Chitong's focus was not on the blue star, but on the sun. It had a hunch that its perfect spiritual solution, or its superb spiritual solution, must have a form related to the sun. At this time, the most excited one was Shen Baobao. It felt that it was getting closer and closer to the moon. If it exploded here, the power seemed to be much greater than that on the blue star. I really want to pack up the moon and take it back. Not only the whole team of Team 1, but Shi Yu also summoned all the members of Team 2. Roar, Zioji, who is like a giant earth dragon, and Yuya, the reincarnation of the abyss demon duck, looked at the blue star with emotion. At this moment, they suddenly felt that the ocean and land of the blue star were a little small. But soon, they became more sad and angry. They couldn't conquer such a small ocean and land, let alone conquer the starry sky. In short, Team 1 is better. According to their understanding, the big sister Susu in Team 1 has already set her sights on the position of Lord of the Star Sea. Too awesome, Ki, who is also wearing a silver spacesuit, also leaned on the window and looked at the outside world excitedly. She naturally knew the purpose of this trip, to help the bugs evolve. She had stayed in the Tinxiang Palace before, and she could never imagine that someone would come to the starry sky to help pets evolve. "Your pets are really strange," Mechanical Legend commented on Shiyu in his heart. Shiyu's pet style is completely different from any legend in history. Some people commented on the pets of each legend like this: the Time Emperor and the Sky Emperor are mysterious because of their attributes, the Martial Emperor is domineering because of their style, the Empress and the Dragon Emperor are noble because of their race, and Shiyu here. Except for the mechanical fantasy beast formed by the combination of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the mechanical dragon, which has a bit of a strong demeanor, the others, the mechanical legend feels that they do not look like strong people. It feels very harmless. Of course, the mechanical legend knows that this is all an illusion. For example, the silly duck is actually the reincarnation of the Abyss Sea demigod. The legend of God Source thinks that others will definitely not think of it. That's why he said that Shiyu's style is very special. As time went by, Shiyu and his companions were getting closer and closer to the silver ring star belt. In Shiyu's sight, he could gradually see a silver ring-shaped area in the vast starry sky. Behind it was the bright moon. It is said that there are still several mythical relics on the moon, which were built by many mythical beasts from the mythical era. It can be known that as early as the mythical era, those mythical beasts had acquired the ability to leave the blue planet and live in the starry sky. No wonder the dragon god said that every mythical level has the ability to transcend the blue planet. Senior Shinun, we are almost there. Shiyu has begun to look forward to it. Wu Chong Chong also began to look forward to it. However, at this time, the red one-eyed Shinun legend was filled with strange eyes. He said, "Some problems have occurred." "Oh, what's wrong?" Shiyu's heart jumped and he asked nervously. "Don't let the spacecraft malfunction and can't go back. They don't want to wander in the starry sky." "Nothing, but I didn't expect that besides us, there are also people who came to the Silver Ring Star Belt during this time period," Shinun legend said. "Are there other people here?" Shiyu was stunned. Shinun Chuan said, "They should be from Shinpu or Zuiyuan. Among them, the probability of being from Zuiyuan is higher. No, or it is Zuiyuan. But don't worry, we are doing our own things and won't interfere with each other, okay?" Shiyu nodded and asked at the same time, "They appeared here, wouldn't they also use the power of the starry sky to practice?" Shinun Chuan said, "This possibility cannot be ruled out. They obviously came a long time ago. If the time is not too short, if we also bring Yizing here this time, he can also have a huge harvest. After all, his talent is related to Xingqian. Zuiyuan may also have a beast master with similar talent, Silver Ring Star Belt. On a small silver star. There is also a spaceship docked here. At the same time, there are several humans wearing spacesuits near the spaceship. And around them, there are pets of different forms." They did not realize that in addition to themselves, another group of people have also approached the Silver Ring Star Belt. The entire Silver Ring Star Belt is still very huge. Besides, if the mechanical legend is so easy to be discovered, he is not a mechanical legend. After a while, the spaceship that Shiyu and his companions were riding on jumped to another silver celestial body. Shiyu, wearing a silver spacesuit, came out excitedly and stood on this asteroid. With telekinesis, he can easily overcome the harsh environment in this place without gravity, and will not be affected too much. As for the bugs that followed, there is no problem. Wow, as soon as it came out, the bugs did feel a strong starry sky radiation. If it were Zyoji or Yuria, they would definitely have genetic mutations and die immediately. So scary. It hurriedly said that it would call out the ginseng baby too. It's a rare trip, collect more starry sky mutation power, and make some mutant starry sky fruits. Like Shiyu, he is an old capitalist. He doesn't let the ginseng baby rest even when he comes out for a trip. Will the effect of summoning strange water here be better? Shiyu also said. Regardless of the priority, we should seize every moment and evolve quickly. Their deadline is not the World Championship in 10 days. After evolving, they have to go back immediately. After all, Shiyu still has to rush to Rongguang to attend the archaeological conference and get his own mythological resources. Time is very tight. Then, Senior Shinun, let's start, Shiyu said to Shinun Chuan, who also followed him. Well, go ahead, I'm by your side, don't worry about evolving, Shinun Chuan said. Full of security. Chong Chong flew to the height of the starry sky under the radiation of the starry sky and the shining of the moonlight. Its evolution is not as troublesome as 11. For 11 to evolve, it must first break through to the Overlord level perfectly, and then use the foundation of the Overlord level to digest the fragments of the meteorite and evolve into the demon god iron-eating beast. Then, with the help of super alloys, the subsequent evolution is completed. But here, Chong Chong can directly absorb the power of the Blue Sky God Blue Dragon Dragon Ball, Starry Sky Strange Water, and Dragon Fruit, in the space pocket, without any steps. Then, with the power of the 3 legendary resources, as well as the power of the perfect fantasy realm, Fantasy Dragon, Overlord Will, and Spiritual Realm, he dreamed of perfecting his Azure Dragon body and completing the evolution. This process is continuous, but it may take longer to evolve than other pets. After all, the 3 legendary resources can generally allow pets with outstanding qualifications to break through to the totem level. Absorbing such a huge amount of power at once and converting them into racial potential is not a trivial project for the insects of the medium-level Overlord race. Name, Bug, Race, Fantasy Butterfly, Attributes, Spirit, Space, Race Level, Intermediate Overlord, Growth Level, King Level, Race Skills, No Level, Insect Silk, Skills Beyond the Tau, Low Level, Telekinesis, Skills Beyond the Tau, High Level, Dream Stealing, Skills Beyond the Tau, Space Pocket, Skills Beyond the Tau, Super Level, Fantasy Domain, Perfect, Fantasy Dragon, Perfect, Professor Skills, Intermediate Level, High Speed Healing, Superb, Clairvoyance, Superb, Critical Hit, Superb, High Level, Absolute Sleep, Superb, Virtual and Real Illusion, Superb, Deterrence, Skills Beyond the Tau, Space Shackles, Superb, Instant Teleport, Superb, Invisibility, Superb, Multiplication, Skills Beyond the Tau, Swarm Command, Superb, Clone, Skills Beyond the Tau, 4 Elephant Star Array, Superb, Superclass, Space Control, Perfect, Forbidden Magic Field, Perfect, Ultimate Absorption, Perfect, Normal Energy Value. 7 million plus, Will Level, Advanced, Overlord Will. Although Chong Chong's background is not as rich as 11, and he does not have as many racial skills as 11, but unlike 11, Chong Chong's evolutionary skills are racial skills, which are far more suitable for him than 11's super alloys and variants of Ginseng Baby. After checking Chong Chong's data, Shiyu said, "Come on." Shiyu gave an order, and Chong Chong, who had a gorgeous body, also took a last look at himself with nostalgia. From its aesthetic point of view, it is still more pleasing to the eye. However, in order to become stronger, it will not be a worm. The current change is just for a better future. Anyway, when the Fantasy Dragon reaches the superb level and even the Tau, it can evolve again. At that time, it will transform itself into the most desired and perfect race. As for now, let's just use the dragon form. Chong Chong's eyes gradually became firm, and then he closed his eyes, entered the dream state, and began to daydream. First, through the fantasy realm, the power of the surrounding stars was mobilized to form a perfect evolutionary environment. According to the various legends on the blue star, soon, the first light appeared in the starry sky. It seemed to be a star or a constellation in the dark and deep universe. Then, the second light emerged. The second, third, fourth. The 7 lights that emerged connected to each other to form a field, which attracted the huge power of the surrounding stars and turned into the prototype of the eastern 7 stars in the 28 constellations. Jiao-su, Kang-su, Di-su, Fang-su, Zin-su, Wei-su, Ji-su. Before ascending to the starry sky, Chong Chong and his friends put in a lot of effort. Soon, a 10,000-meter star field shaped like a dragon was condensed by Chong Chong through the fantasy realm and the power of the stars. Of course, the current 7 stars are just in shape, and can only be regarded as preparations for preparations. Chong Chong is in it, just like the eyes of the Azure Dragon constellation, and it seems to have used its own combination of mysteries to add the finishing touch. Interesting, Shin'un Xuanqi was standing nearby, watching Shiyu and the others making preparations, concentrating his mind. It seemed that Shiyu and the others had made a lot of preparations to evolve into the Azure Dragon form. Tired to death, at this time. After the preparations were completed, Chong Chong began to absorb the Azure Sky God Azure Dragon Dragon Ball that had been in the space pocket for a long time, as well as the Dragon Palace City Dragon Fruit, and the power of the Starry Sky Strange Water. It had been greedy for a long time. Among them, the dragon fruit can optimize Changchong's physique, and the Dragon Ball can enhance Changchong's fantasy power, using the fantasy power to simulate the Azure Dragon. As for the Starry Sky Strange Water, it can enhance Changchong's affinity for the power of the Starry Sky, allowing it to absorb as much of the vast Starry Sky power as possible. So full, although the outside world could not see anything, Changchong was about to explode at this time. It had to immediately activate its own foundation and make a breakthrough. Boom. Driven by the will of the Overlord and the race skills, its aura began to rise steadily. At the same time, it connected the power of the three legendary resources with a utopian Azure Dragon. In the cosmic storm that swept across the starry sky, the light was dazzling. Soon, the huge evolutionary light enveloped the Azure Dragon constellation of 10,000 meters, and also wrapped up the insects in it. The gathered starry sky power all became nutrients to form this new body. At this time, although it was still in the process of evolution, the insect race had begun to rapidly improve under the preparation of various evolutionary work. Energy value: 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million, 60 million, 70 million. Even if it is an insect, it is difficult not to become a top overlord under the continuous strengthening of the three legendary resources. What's more, the insect evolved with the help of the utopian dragon will no longer be an insect. The dragon attribute will become its new attribute, which comes with it in normal state. Not bad, very impressive, it was worth the trip. I didn't expect this little guy to have the will to dominate. It seems that after the breakthrough, there will be at least 80 million energy points, and at the same time, the physique will not be inferior to the real quasi-mythical dragon race. Add to that the space system, the power of fantasy, and she used telekinesis resonance, and another invincible overlord will be born. On the side, Shin'en Legend nodded silently. At an old age, he suddenly had an idea. It is already conceivable that Shi Yu will represent Donghuang in the world competition and fight fiercely. Shi Yu stood on the asteroid with a burning gaze, looking at the 10,000-meter blue dragon constellation in the starry sky, communicating with telepathy all the time, trying to touch the blue dragon's magic. When evolving 11, Shi Yu came to a conclusion. Only when the pet has the corresponding fit can it resonate with the corresponding magic in the memory of the mind. 11 was originally not in harmony with the Tai Chi field, but with the light and dark evolution of 11, after mastering the corresponding yin and yang power, it immediately gained a certain degree of fit with the Tai Chi field. So, in theory, it should be the same for Changchong. In the state of fantasy butterfly. In the normal state of fantasy dragon, it may not have any degree of fit with the Azure Dragon domain. However, at this time, through the power of the stars, through the wood dragon fruit, through the Dragon Ball left by the Azure Sky God Azure Dragon that is evolving towards the Azure Dragon, and through the power of fantasy, the insects that almost perfectly simulate the form of the Azure Dragon should have a certain degree of fit with the Azure Dragon domain, right? Shi Yu knew that the momentum of the insect's evolution was not weak at the moment. After evolution, the initial energy value would probably not be less than 70 or 80 million. However, the legend of the source of the gods satisfied it, but it could not satisfy Shi Yu. This level is far from the real Azure Dragon. The real Azure Dragon is a god, not a dragon. It is the power of astrological faith that has transformed into the form of a dragon. It is a god, not a dragon. If it exists, it must be at the same level as the Kanghae elves. Not enough. Not enough. The huge power of the stars, under the entanglement of the Cyan evolutionary light, has already outlined the shape of a dragon. The whole body is slowly being perfected. However, Shi Yu is still constantly communicating with the Azure Dragon realm, trying to assist the evolution of the insects. Finally, with the perfection of the Azure Dragon's body, the hard work pays off. Boom. A terrifying dragon power also erupted from Shi Yu's body. His black eyes directly turned into golden pupils, filled with supreme majesty. What's wrong? The sudden change in Shi Yu startled the mechanical legend next to him. It was seen that Shi Yu, who was still normal just now, was directly filled with cyan gold fluctuations at this moment, and the shot golden pupils of the soul were even more present in the starry sky here. The mechanical legend was slightly stunned. Shi Yu's form was a bit like the spiritual realm shown before. But at that time, didn't Shi Yu say that the developed spiritual realm could only increase the iron-eating beast? The spiritual realm of one yin and one yang is indeed not in line with the fantasy butterfly that is currently evolving towards the azure dragon. No. What Shiyu showed at this time was not the spiritual realm of one yin and one yang at all, but another one. Senior Shinidan, I seem to have realized something, and my telepathy seems to have broken through, Shinidan? After Shiyu finished speaking, there was a bang, and his domain expanded again, merging with the azure dragon domain imagined by Chong Chong. The entire azure dragon constellation became more dazzling and magical. Shinidan opened his mouth slightly, although it has no mouth in its current robot form. He just didn't understand, is the telepathic talent really so magical? At this time, he could indeed sense that the power in Shiyu's body was all materialized by the fluctuations of the mind, but what was going on with this incomparable and vast power? Huh? At this moment, in the dark memory world, Shiyu saw a star palace, the azure dragon mural connected by a constellation, which exuded a mysterious magic and touched Shiyu's heart. Immediately, Shiyu's spiritual power directly connected with Chong Chong, and Chong Chong, who was evolving, also suddenly saw this mysterious mural. The extraordinary power on the mural, like the faint starlight, and the starry sky power in the silver ring star belt at this time, constantly gathered towards its body. At this moment, Chong Chong, who had originally felt that his strength was becoming more and more terrifying, had a feeling that he was several times stronger than before. Boom. The 10,000-meter blue dragon constellation, Chong Chong added the finishing touch. The eyes of the blue dragon constellation first opened the same golden devil pupils as Shiyu, like the eyes of the gods hovering in the ancient starry sky, staring at the tiny planet. It's not over yet. Chong Chong and Shiyu felt that this was not the end of evolution at all. At this moment, Chong Chong had a magical feeling. In addition to the starry sky power floating in the starry sky, in addition to the void power and natural power that filled everywhere, it could also feel another magical spiritual energy. This pure spiritual energy, vast and boundless, dotted on the blue star in the distance, resonated with Chong Chong. In just a short moment, Chong Chong realized what this was. It had actually sensed this power in the Sky Fox country. This power had appeared on those fox statues. The power of faith. That was the power of faith of all living beings who believed in the Azure Dragon, in the Azure Dragon Totem and the Azure Dragon Sacred Beast. Chong Chong felt that even though he had absorbed the power of the Starry Sky, the Dragon Fruit, the Azure Sky God Azure Dragon Dragon Pearl, and had borrowed the spiritual power of Shiyu, it was not considered to have completed the complete Azure Dragon evolution. Only by receiving the power of faith could he truly complete what many legends and demigods had not done. Become a true Azure Dragon. I need your power, I need your power. The spiritual connection across space was transmitted to the distant blue star. On the blue star, Donghuang, Azure Dragon Village. This was a small village under a third-tier city, and it was unremarkable. In the village, the strongest beastmaster was only at the professional level. However, this village did have a high-end and atmospheric name, Azure Dragon Village. The reason is very simple. In ancient times, natural disasters ravaged several villages around Qinglong Village, and crops failed to produce any crops, and people were living in poverty. In order to survive, people nearby began to worship the gods. What they chose was the Qinglong Totem invented by the older people. The Qinglong Totem is known as the god who protects the East. It has the extraordinary ability to make all things full of vitality. Although this ability is very common in many extraordinary creatures, it is not so easy for ordinary people with weak abilities to access it. Since you have to believe, you naturally have to believe in the strongest. Coincidentally, under the worship of the villagers of Qinglong Village, the surrounding area really began to have good weather and good harvests, and all things revived. The entire Qinglong Village was therefore able to survive various disasters. Therefore, the custom of believing in the Qinglong Totem was preserved here, and it has been passed down for hundreds of years, and the name of the village was changed. Since the Qinglong Totem is a fictional totem, Donghuang has not cracked down on the tribes that believe in Qinglong since entering the modern era. So many tribes that believe in Qinglong have been preserved and live in various places in Donghuang. At this time, in Qinglong Village, in the Qinglong Temple, the country girl who was responsible for cleaning the Qinglong statue stared with her big watery eyes. She looked at the Qinglong statue, which was filled with light for the first time in thousands of years, and immediately ran out in shock. The Qinglong statue has appeared. The Qinglong statue has appeared. This kind of thing has happened in many rural villages, But the most shocked group is still those big cities, those knowledgeable beastmasters. The capital of the gods, the Qinglong Museum. This is a museum that collects ancient objects related to the belief in the Qinglong god. The owner is a 6th-level dragon master. He looked at the empty Qinglong Museum, one after another, and the Qinglong god's belief objects flashed with light. He opened his mouth in shock and looked around, wondering if some senior was joking with him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is a top master. Even if he is a hegemon, don't think of playing tricks in front of him. What's going on? In a luxurious villa in the ancient capital. A curly-haired lady who was sleeping on the sofa in front of a TV suddenly woke up from her dream, looking dazed. What's wrong, wife? Did you have a nightmare when you fell asleep? What's wrong, mom? Yushu said. A father and son who were chatting next to them looked at the woman happily. It's not a nightmare, I just dreamed of the Azure Dragon God, saying that he wanted to borrow my power. It's weird, Yushu's mother, a top dragon tamer, cursed and lit a cigarette. You just didn't rest enough, Yushu said. He knew that his family believed in the Azure Dragon God, so it was not strange for his mother to have such a dream. But it feels real, Yushu's mother said strangely. This kind of thing happened in various places in Donghuang and even abroad. In the Kidao area, there are also groups that believe in the Azure Dragon Totem. At this time, in the Azure Dragon Shrine, the priestesses were also looking at the Azure Dragon statue that appeared in a daze and shock. Calling the legendary god. Totem Country, Dragon Empire. The surrounding totem countries are not unfamiliar with the ruler of the Dragon Empire, the Tyrannosaurus King. This tyrant, who claims to be the orthodox Azure Dragon, has also evolved towards the Azure Dragon as a template. However, his form is the Azure Dragon humanoid, so he also requires the people in the country, whether they are humans or extraordinary creatures, to believe in himself and the Azure Dragon. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus King, who is known as the most likely to become a demigod in the Eastern Land, burst out with a terrifying aura in anger. He felt that his power of faith was being contested. His dragon eyes were filled with indescribable shock, and he looked at the starry sky without knowing why. At the same time, in just a short while, the hot topic of the Azure Dragon God's appearance rushed to the top of the Donghuang network's hot search, causing national-level discussion. If it was just an individual case, it would not cause such a big reaction. However, the belief accumulated by the Azure Dragon Totem over millions of years has allowed its believers to be distributed to all walks of life. Although it is not as vast and long-lasting as the real Kanghae elves, it is also a force that cannot be underestimated, otherwise it is difficult for many totem demigods to covet it. Of course, this situation also occurred in the huge dragon power of Longgong City. What happened? Don't tell me that the Azure Dragon was really born because of the power of faith. In Longgong City, the Sea Dragon King received the report from Prime Minister Turtle, and his eyes were full of doubt. Should we notify the Dragon God? No one knew that all these changes came from the starry sky. In the starry sky, the spiritual faith fluctuations in the sky came across space and gathered on the body of the Azure Dragon constellation. Next to him, the eyes of the mechanical legend God Source were already sluggish and dumbfounded. He looked at the gathered power of faith incomprehensible, with a face full of shock and confusion. Just like seeing Shiyu's pet master the quasi-god skills, he was extremely sluggish. From the beginning, the legend of the divine source did not think that Shiyu's insects could evolve into Azure Dragons. How could it be so easy? He did not refuse, thinking that even if the evolution failed, as long as the evolution was completed, the strength would not be weak. Did those dragon totem demigods also evolve towards Azure Dragons and fail, but are they weak? Not necessarily. Therefore, with the idea that he would not lose money anyway, he took Shiyu to the starry sky. However, what made the mechanical legend unable to remain calm was that at this time, the fantasy butterfly in the process of evolution was actually absorbing the power of faith from an unknown source. How could this be possible? Roar, finally, the gathering of the power of faith perfected the final body of the Azure Dragon constellation. With a dragon roar that resounded through the starry sky, its body was completely formed under the cyan gold evolutionary light. Its body was 10,000 meters long, hovering in the starry sky, shaped like a dragon, with golden horns on its head, green scales on its body, and its size and tail seemed to be burning with a golden fire of spiritual faith, and its image was extremely shocking. After the evolution of the times and the migration of history, the image of the Azure Dragon was different. but the Azure Dragon that Chong Chong finally transformed into would not be inferior to any other Azure Dragon. After all, in addition to the shape of the Azure Dragon, Chong Chong also integrated the concept of the perfect dragon optimized from various dragon statues into it. At this time, Shiyu's heart was extremely excited, and his heart was pounding. Next to him, the legend of the Source of God was still in shock. Name, attributes, spirit, space, dragon, energy value? What happened? Legend of the God Source looked at the energy data in front of him. Another one that could not be detected. He said in shock, Shiyu. Don't tell me that it really evolved successfully. It really evolved into a blue dragon that can receive the power of faith of the blue dragon. Boom. Roar. With a blue dragon chant, the earth-shaking power of the insect swept across the starry sky. With a blessing of the power of faith from the blue star, its vision broke through the shield of the mechanical legend and lingered in the entire silver ring star belt. What's going on? On the other side of the star ring star belt, a group of Snowfield Beastmasters who had completed the corresponding tasks and were about to return to the blue star suddenly looked into the distance. With an incredible expression, they responded to the shocking fluctuations transmitted from afar. Beep. Beep, energy value? The huge energy fluctuations were sensed by them even across a long distance. At this moment, this group of Snowfield Beastmasters who originally planned to return to their country exchanged glances, and in an instant, with the help of the spacecraft, they also flew back into the starry sky and looked into the distance. Then, they saw a shocking picture, and heard a shocking dragon roar that could resound across the vast distance even in the starry sky. It was a 10,000-meter-long blue dragon, swirling in the silver ring star belt, reflected under the moon palace, and its body was extremely shocking. Facing its dragon roar, even the dominant pets and totem guardians around this group of Snowfield Beastmasters were shocked and felt incredible. Oh no, what is that? Oh my god, how can a dragon appear in the universe? What's going on? Record it quickly and send it back to Blue Star. At this moment, this group of Snowfield Beastmasters was also extremely shocked. Of course, Shiyu and the others had no time to care about this group of people. If they saw it, they saw it. Anyway, it was not something to hide. At this moment, Shiyu was looking at this blue dragon and looking at each other. Inside the spaceship, Xiaoji and the others also looked at Chong Chong eagerly, holding their heads in disbelief. Roar, we are both dragons, why are you so handsome? Yes, Senior Shinuden, we succeeded. Shiyu's telepathy resounded throughout the place. It made Shinuden legend even more sluggish. To be precise, it is half successful. Because its strength is not enough and it has not fulfilled the true obligations of the Azure Dragon, it has not received much faith power and is not a true Azure Dragon. However, it can already be called the creature closest to the Azure Dragon. It has truly surpassed other imitators and has the ability to initially mobilize the Azure Dragon's faith power. Shiyu looked at the giant Chong Chong and was very satisfied and incomparably happy. Chong Chong's golden eyes stared at Shiyu and nodded. This image made it difficult for Shiyu to recognize that it was still the tool worm. It's not easy. Skills. At this time, Shinuden legend had no longer the reservedness of a legend. Shiyu said, it's a pity that it doesn't have a quasi-divine skills, but like the Kanghei elf, it has two relative faith skills. I feel that it is difficult for faith skills to become quasi-divine skills. It is still difficult to touch the rules by faith, but when these faith skills are cultivated into quasi-divine skills, it will definitely be the strongest demigod like Su Su. While Shiyu was speaking, he had already controlled himself with telekinesis and flew towards the Azure Dragon bug in the form of fantasy giants, wanting to try the feeling of riding the Azure Dragon. At the same time, he did not hide it from the legend of Shinuden, and said, it has awakened 3 skills in total, namely the super level skill, Azure Dragon Song, super level faith skills, Dragon Raising Head, and Dragon Star Group. Senior Shinuden, thank you very much. Their effects are, name, Azure Dragon Song, attribute, Dragon, Spirit, level, super level, introduction, deterrent skill, which can strengthen its own deterrent skills and offset all deterrents that has an adverse effect on itself. Name, Dragon Head Raising, attributes, Dragon, Spirit, Wood, Water, level. Superclass, introduction, after dying or dying, you can recover or reincarnate with the power of faith. Faith is immortal and you are eternal. Name, Dragon Star Group, attributes, Dragon, Spirit, Space, level, Superclass, introduction, Summon dragon-shaped meteorites from the universe to attack. Meteors are formed by the combination of the power of faith and the power of the starry sky. The stronger the power of faith, the greater the power. After the evolution, Chong Chong directly gained 3 powerful superclass skills. The first one can make its deterrence counter the deterrence of gods like 11. The second one is a skill that can be called immortal like the Mark of Time. I am afraid that it will be able to do the same thing as Susu in the future and reincarnate infinitely. The third one, just thinking about the power of meteorites, you can imagine how terrible the destructive power of the Dragon Star group can cause. The most important thing is that at this moment, you can clearly sense that Chong Chong's vitality, energy value, and physique, which were originally his weaknesses, are no longer weaknesses, but have become his strengths. Just the huge energy value that has broken through the limit of the Overlord level, just like 11, proves how terrifying it is now. Its physique has also surpassed a group of quasi-mythical races, the Shenlong and the Giant Dragon, becoming the strongest, close to 11, and becoming the second strongest in the team. In addition, it has now gained the ability to survive unscrupulously in the starry sky. It can survive in the starry sky by itself. At this moment, Shiyu was already riding on Chong Chong's head, and it had also returned to its normal 100-meter normal state, still domineering. Roar, Chong Chong, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally felt that he had completely risen this time. Under the shut eyes of Shin'en legend, it began to fly with Shiyu in the starry sky, and both sides were extremely happy. Chong Chong, crush it. At this time, Shiyu, who was wearing a spacesuit, patted Chong Chong's head gently, looked at a huge gray meteorite floating in the distance, and said, "Roar, okay." The next moment, Chong Chong strengthened his body through the power of fantasy, and gained unparalleled speed and strength in the posture of a perfect dragon. Relying on the power of his physical body alone, it seemed to turn into blue-gold light, carrying Shiyu, like a meteor, rushing towards the small meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters. Boom! A blue-gold meteor passed by. Bang! The huge meteorite was directly penetrated and exploded into powder. This scene was seen by the snowfield beast tamers who were attracted by the huge noise. They were extremely shocked. Although they didn't know why the 10,000-meter blue dragon became smaller, at this moment, they were looking at the mysterious human in a spacesuit squatting on the upper half of the blue dragon's head and supporting the blue dragon's head, and they were stunned. Actually, someone is riding that creature. Who is it? Who is it? How is it possible? A legendary beastmaster. Shiyu and Chong Chong had naturally discovered them a long time ago, but since they were allies of the Seven Nations Alliance, forget it. These people didn't have any sense of security. They dared to come directly with such a big noise. Shiyu smiled slightly and ignored them. He and Chong Chong's body turned into a blue-gold meteor again, stirring in the universe. My name is Shen Yuan. I am a legendary beastmaster specializing in mechanical department. Now I am confused. After I woke up, I couldn't understand the changes in this world. At the same time, those who didn't understand were the dozen or so space elites in the Snowfield National Space Agency. In addition to training the world competition players, the Zuum flying team also went on an archaeological mission. However, the people here never expected that the team that went to the starry sky would send back a shocking picture when they were about to return. It was a short video of a blue dragon smashing a meteorite in the dazzling silver ring star belt. If it was just that, the key is that on the head of the blue dragon, there was a mysterious human beastmaster wearing a spacesuit. Judging from the clothing, this is not a beastmaster from the snowfield at all, and at the end of the video, there is also a mysterious beastmaster riding a blue dragon in the starry sky, whose identity is unknown. Thanks to the leaders of Gakobra, Shixu, and Xiaoxia Oxialu. Chapter 421 Azure Dragon Cultivation Plan. Irina. A legendary beastmaster of the Snow Country, one of the players in the world competition, with good strength. Her trump card is the Star God Bear. It is a new race bred by the Snow Country after exploring the starry sky, and is known as the strongest bear. Irina's Star God Bear is the offspring of the first generation of Star God Bear, the second Star God Bear in the world. Because it is a mixed blood, its talent and potential are even better than its parents. As one of the members of the Snow Country's exploration of the starry sky, after discovering the Azure Dragon anomaly, she quickly went to investigate with her companions. However, what she couldn't accept was that she and the Star God Bear couldn't even get close to each other. Roar, a huge dragon roar came out, and the Azure Dragon's deterrence swept across the starry sky. Her star god bear, which was known as the strongest bear, couldn't even move at this time, and her pupils were filled with fear. Bang, bang, bang. Irina could hear the heartbeat of the white star god bear wearing aerospace equipment and with a moon symbol on his forehead clearly. Totem level, and a legendary beastmaster, she looked shocked. Who is it? Let's go back. Next to Irina was the guardian god of the snow country, the top totem, the first generation star god bear. It also looked very solemn at this time, with cold sweat running down its face. It looked at the Azure Dragon with fear. After hearing the other party's dragon roar, even it felt a palpitation, feeling that it was completely crushed at the blood level. Even in the bottom of its heart, there was a trace of fear. Name, Star God Bear, attribute, light, racial level, high overlord, quasi-mythology, growth level, overlord level, energy value. 80.21 million. Although Shi Yu and Chong Chong ignored this group of snow country beast masters, they were always paying attention to their movements. After all, there was more than one totem level life in it, and there were many powerful top overlords and legendary beast masters. However, what made Shi Yu happy at this time was that those pets below the totem level were so scared that they were unable to move just by hearing the Azure Dragon's roar. Even the totem level life was shocked by the deterrence and dared not act rashly. Chong Chong sighed. These bears are so good, they are far from the leader. The snow country believes in the bear tribe. After the world game, they will not beg the iron-eating beast of Donghuang, right? Not bad. Shi Yu could sense the power of Chong Chong's deterrence now. Its current full-level deterrence, with a blessing of King Glongayan, should be called the strongest deterrence, at the same level. Perhaps there is no need to do anything at all. Just relying on the deterrence wrapped around the body is enough to kill the top overlord in seconds. One claw can make other lives feel unstoppable fear. Chong Chong's current deterrence gave Shi Yu the feeling that even if Shen Bao Bao and Chi Tong responded, they would be killed in an instant. At the same level, even the demon god iron-eating beast before the light and dark evolution would be suppressed, but now, 11 relies on the power of the mythical race and the power of the yin-yang millstone to eliminate, and is not afraid of any deterrence. But at the same time, Chong Chong does not have to worry about the pressure of rules brought by 11's mythical race and quasi-divine skills. Although it is not a god yet, it already has the capital to compete with gods. You kid, that's enough. Shin'an Legend quickly called Shi Yu back with a complicated look. And Shi Yu in the spacesuit was naturally very obedient. He rode the Azure Dragon and flew around and returned to the starting point. How is your beast control space? Shin'an Legend asked. The evolution of the fantasy butterfly exceeded his imagination, and he immediately asked about the situation of Shi Yu's beast control space. Has it been promoted? Shi Yu shook his head and said, it's a little uncomfortable. The bonus is smaller than I thought. The feedback attribute is evenly distributed to all aspects of vitality, mental strength, physique, and beast control space. Although the space has been strengthened, it may take some time to meditate to break through. Shin'an Legend was stunned, but soon said, forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, with your current situation, whether you break through or not is the same result. You don't have to worry. You are only 20 years old. The next 10 years are a period of rapid growth. Your body can still bear it, Shi Yu said. It can bear it. The feedback has been improved comprehensively. Although it is several times more burdensome than before, it is still within an acceptable range. That's good. Shin'an Legend then looked at the green dragon under Shi Yu, which was ignited with the fire of faith, and his mouth was dry, although it is now a machine. What name are you going to give it? Wu Chongchang was silent, waiting for Shi Yu to name it. As powerful as it is, it also began to be afraid. After the wonton panda, will it be a green pepper and pork dragon? It hates green peppers and green dragons. Shi Yu smiled and said, although it is not a Azure Dragon yet, let's just call it Azure Dragon for now. Senior Shin'an, I have an idea. Name, bug, race, Azure Dragon, evolving, attributes, spirit, space, dragon, wood, water mixed dragon system, race level, high overlord, quasi-mythology. Go on, Shin'an said. Although the Azure Dragon legend has a long history, many people know that the Azure Dragon is just fictional. Although the fictional introduction of it is powerful, the people who believe in the Azure Dragon itself are very scattered. Not only are there other totems competing for faith, but 3 of the 4 sacred beasts alone are competing with it for people. Although the belief in the Azure Dragon is enough to crush any totem country that relies on faith to become a country today, it is still a certain distance compared to ancient demigods like the Kanghae elves. Although the Azure Dragon is magical, it is basically exaggerated at present. There is not enough faith support, and the Azure Dragon has never done anything for believers. This is impossible. The limit for those who believe in becoming gods is to reach the level of the Kanghae elf. So I wonder if some policies can be introduced in Donghuang to cultivate Chongchong into a true guardian god of the East, so that it can gain more power of faith. The fantasy dragon skill will have 2 more stages of evolution in the future. With a blessing of stronger power of faith, next time, maybe it can evolve into a real mythical race of Azure Dragon, rather than the current Azure Dragon prototype. If you want to have the same godlike abilities as the Azure Dragon in myths and legends, you must have more power of faith. Mechanical legend Shinitun was silent. Shiyu wanted to cultivate believers in the ancient country of Donghuang. When he founded the country, he immediately defeated the totem tribe and all the forces that believed in totems were solved. Is this going to reverse history? Such a belief system is very different from the current operating system of Donghuang. What do you want to do? Shinitun legend asked. Shiyu said, it doesn't have to be too strict. Just set up a new traditional festival in Donghuang, called Qinglong Festival, dragon raising its head, to promote Qinglong culture, mainly among ordinary people, especially in the large number of farming villages under the 3rd-tier cities. They are the main force of faith. In Donghuang, there are definitely more ordinary people than beastmasters. And the meaning of the dragon raising its head is to eliminate disasters and have good weather and good harvests, etc. Chongchong was excited. Am I going to be a big star? Being a dragon is also good? And on this fixed day, I will let it fly all over Donghuang. With the help of fantasy, it will really help ordinary people eliminate disasters and so that the areas of faith will have good weather and good harvests, continue for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, so that faith continues. It can protect Donghuang forever. Chongchong. Lei. Fortunately there are clones and ginseng babies. The legend of Shinitun was silent again. Donghuang currently has many guardian gods, such as Lin Feng, who left many guardian gods. However, most of these guardian gods eat, drink and sleep. Unless Donghuang encounters a disaster, they will basically not do these trivial things. Although it is for the power of faith, is Shiyu ready to take real action? I will consider it. If someone else made such a suggestion, Shinitun legend would definitely ignore it. Since entering the modern era, there are very few areas in Donghuang where people cannot get food. After all, it is not the backward ancient times. So the Qinglong festival is not very meaningful. However, he had to consider Shiyu's suggestion. Because Shiyu is a beastmaster with legendary qualifications in the true sense, this bug has done something unimaginable and really took the right step towards the Qinglong god. If Donghuang can maintain the status quo, it doesn't matter if there is one more or one less guardian god, but the problem is that there is no power that can be passed down continuously, and he must consider it in the long run. Then, maintaining the belief in Qinglong can become an immortal trump card of Donghuang, just like the mechanical fantasy beast plan. At this time, Shiyu is looking forward to it. Now he just hopes that the power of faith of the bugs will be as much as possible. The Qinglong festival, formerly known as the Dragon Head Raising Festival, is actually a traditional festival in China on Earth. It is held on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month and is also a festival centered on the belief in the beautiful dragon god. The main belief in this festival is the Qinglong celestial phenomenon. However, on this blue planet, due to the many wars in the totem era, few traditional festivals have been preserved. Although there is a belief in the Qinglong, there is no large-scale, serious traditional festival related to the Qinglong. In this way, the belief in the fictitious Qinglong is actually very easy to break. The Kanghae elf suffered a similar loss. Shiyu plans to copy the activities of this festival at that time, combine it with the national conditions of Donghuang, and then show it to the legend of Shinitun. If Donghuang does not allow it, then he can only liberate the territory of Donghuang since ancient times and do it in other places. For example, the Dragon Empire. After all, Chongchong has 2 skills at this time, which are related to the power of faith, and he can't do it without asking for it. There are not many gods who are willing to do practical things, so believe in it a little more. He really intends to let Chongchong fulfill the obligations of the Qinglong. After all, if he doesn't do this, Chong Chong can't evolve into a real king long. Senior Shinun, you said, can the world competition be broadcast live, Shinun? What do you mean, if it can be broadcast live, so that more people can see the might of Azure Dragon, wouldn't its believers be very excited, and wouldn't it gain more faith? Except for Donghuang, its believers should be distributed all over the world, so when you go to Anatara, can you propose to the world tree to follow the trend and broadcast the competition live, Shinun? Bastard, are you going to the competition or to promote the goods? Let me see its faith skills first, Shinun said. Shiyu said he understood. He also wanted to see Chong Chong's Dragon Star group. Roar, Chong Chong's eyes were full of invincibility. In its dragon pupils, golden faith fire flowed, dyeing the pupils golden. Under the condensation of the power of the starry sky and the power of faith, in the cold and dark starry sky, soon, a huge meteorite condensed from nothing. From a diameter of 1 meter, to a diameter of 10 meters, to a diameter of 100 meters, the azure gold meteorite continued to grow, and the energy contained in it became more and more huge, floating in the starry sky, watching the mechanical legend gradually become frightened. Soon, the meteorite reached a diameter of 1,000 meters. It became a huge asteroid, which was extremely shocking. The energy contained in it was far beyond the level of the Overlord. Wait a minute, Shinun Legend hurriedly stopped and asked, if it is on Blue Star, can it still condense this move? Shiyu said, yes. It's just that time is slower, but it doesn't matter, because it can be condensed at any time, and the condensation of this move mainly relies on the power of faith and the power of the starry sky. Whether it is condensed or mobilized, it will not consume too much energy, just like relying on the power of nature. Even in non-combat moments, it can also condense a meteorite on Blue Star when it is bored, condense a group of meteorites, and summon the meteorites when it needs to fight. As for power, as long as the power of faith is enough, although it is now at the Overlord level, it can cause more destructive power than the demigod level. If there is no defense facility, it can easily destroy a country with the power of meteorites. A small country like Xianhu country, even the current insects can destroy it without any effort. Shiyu is willing to call this move the strongest attack method in the team. As good as Susu's combined faith skills. At the current stage, Shen Baobao's self-explosion and Shiai's quasi-god skill yin-yang grinding wheel have to stand aside. The destructive power and self-explosion are not as good as the Dragon Star group. The yin-yang grinding wheel is the same at present. It can only win in the functionality of erasing everything. This move is actually similar to using the power of nature. It is not the power of the insect itself, but the power of the Azure Dragon belief, so it easily gives it a means of destruction beyond the Overlord level. From this moment on, Shiyu can be said to be truly not inferior to any totem force. Want to be his enemy? He directly asked the insect to pull 10 meteorites to hit this totem country to see who can't stand it first. It's just a bit inhumane. It is destined not to be a skill that can be used casually in peacetime. It can be said that this is a skill comparable to a forbidden weapon. Forbidden move. Must be banned. Whether inside or outside the team, it cannot be used easily. Otherwise, cities like Bingaon and Wuling may turn into nothingness in an instant, and the city will be destroyed in one blow. If the surface strength and space strength of Blue Star were not strong enough, Shiyu would suspect that this move, if practiced to the extreme, could destroy an era and cause large-scale biological extinction. He can now say that he is increasingly looking forward to Chong Chong perfecting the Azure Dragon form and evolving into a god, so he has to collect the power of faith anyway. After all, condensing meteorites consumes the power of faith. This thing is used a little bit at a time. Although it is enough now, if it is not replenished for a long time, the faith skill will be useless. It is equivalent to the drying up of the Sea of Blue Star, and Susu's King High contract will have no place to use. In addition, Chong Chong's immortal body and infinite reincarnation also require the power of faith. Are you serious? At this moment, hearing that Chong Chong can condense meteorites at any time and hang them in the starry sky as a taboo arsenal, Shinun Legend directly crashed. Do you call this a super-level skill? Even if it is a quasi-divine skill, it can't achieve such an effect. You should not use this move in the world competition, right? Shinun Legend said. If it uses this move, it is afraid that the island where the World Tree lives will sink. Although the World Tree will definitely defend, but after it is confirmed that it is used, will Donghuang not be banned by the World Tree? The blessing of the World Tree. The curse of the World Tree is almost the same. After all, It consumes the power of faith that is difficult to regenerate. If the faith skills are not stronger, it is not worth a crazy of those dragon demigods. Shiyu smiled. But I think the world tree should not ban any skills. After all, it is the world tree. About the incident where I forced the referee to leave the court and stop the game with one skill, in his opinion, the shock given to him by super-level skills such as the Kanghei contract and the Dragon Star group is greater than that of Lin's blessing of the wind. No wonder those totems like to make faith into gods. Some faith skills are not necessarily weaker than the quasi-god skills of rules. Moreover, when the faith skills are cultivated to the extreme, they can also touch the rules and strengthen them. It would be great if the world game could be broadcast live. By then, the status of the panda as the national treasure of Donghuang will be completely unshakable. Maybe 11 will also have a faith skill in the future. There is nothing to say about the legend of the source of the gods. With a renewable forbidden weapon in hand, he couldn't find a reason to stop the bugs from collecting the power of faith. Imagine if there were thousands of meteorites with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, or even larger, hanging in the starry sky of the universe. Judging from the current world situation, as long as the myth is not revived, which country would dare to start a war against Donghuang? After some communication, Shin'un legend experienced extremely complex emotional changes and began to take Shiyu back to Blue Star. The surrounding Snow Country Beastmasters, isolated by the mechanical legend, also returned to Blue Star in disgrace. At the moment, if Shin'un legend hadn't persuaded Shiyu would even want to ride on the Azure Dragon bug, or even a piece of meteorite condensed by the bugs just now. At this time, the most confused person was President Lin. At this moment, President Lin and the Donghuang group had arrived in Rongguang. However, not long after arriving in Rongguang, President Lin received an important report from the Domestic Intelligence Bureau through special communication means. President Lin, it's bad. Not long ago, more than 10,000 religious objects related to the Azure Dragon totem in the country were filled with light. That feeling is like a resonance of faith. We have even received news that it is not only in Donghuang, but also in the Seven Islands, Dragon Palace City and even the Totem Country. I know, don't worry about it. President Lin hung up the phone in silence, calm and composed. Then, he looked at the starry sky. He looked at the legend of the divine source and the direction where Shiyu was heading to evolve the Azure Dragon. President Lin, Oba Abba Abba. Chapter 422, The Land of Glory. Snowfield Country. Since the video of the Azure Dragon in the starry sky was transmitted back, the video was immediately studied by several legends. Since the energy value of the Azure Dragon could not be detected, both the witnesses and the Beastmasters in the Snowfield Country subconsciously determined that this was a totem level life. After all, the Overlord level with an energy value of over 100 million is too rare. In comparison, the totem level is not so rare. Moreover, it is impossible for a hegemon to ascend to the starry sky. Why did a blue dragon appear in the starry sky? Who is the mysterious Beastmaster who controls it? Now, the Snowfield Country is full of doubts, and even the Snowfield legends are alarmed. Lord Vader, at the Snowfield Space Agency, dozens of aerospace elites gathered together and looked solemnly at the picture transmitted from the starry sky. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing animal skin armor and with a majestic expression entered here, followed by the director of the space agency. When the aerospace elites saw this person, they immediately looked up and greeted him respectfully, and their hearts began to beat. Vader, the legendary god of war in the Snowfield, was born as a grassroots soldier, rose in the Totem War, fought all the way to the end of the war, achieved legend, and became the pillar of the entire Snowfield. Have our people come back. On the way back, the Snowfield god of war, the legendary Beastmaster Wade looked at the Azure Dragon in the video with deep eyes and said, "Is this what you want me to see, Lord Wade?" The legendary four spirits of heaven, the god who guards the east, and is also the fictional god of astrology, the director of the space agency said, "In history, countless creatures have evolved towards this legend, and countless Beastmasters have evolved their pets towards this form, all in order to gain the power of faith in the Azure Dragon. When our astronauts took this picture in the starry sky, according to intelligence personnel from all over the world, objects of faith in the Azure Dragon have produced magical reactions all over the world. No matter how you look at it, this is not a coincidence," the Snowfield legend said. "You mean, someone succeeded and evolved their pet into Azure Dragon?" The Azure Dragon is no stranger to the Snowfield legend. He once conquered the Eastern Land and had a good chat with the Donghuang mechanical legend and the evolution legend. As a figure standing at the legendary level, he naturally knows a lot about this not-so-secret rumor. It is said that the legends of the past dynasties of Donghuang, such as the Emperor of Time, the Emperor of Martial Arts, the Empress, the Dragon Emperor, the Sky Emperor, and Lin Feng, have all tried to evolve their pets into the four heavenly spirits, but none of them succeeded. What Wei did not expect was that at this time, his subordinates actually sent intelligence saying that someone was suspected of having successfully evolved the Azure Dragon. Yes, it should be the Beastmaster from Donghuang. Our people don't know anyone has come to the starry sky. Only Donghuang and Shenfeng have this ability. Compared with Shenfeng, Donghuang's obsession with the Azure Dragon is deeper, so we judge that the Beastmaster who evolved the Azure Dragon and rode the Azure Dragon should be from Donghuang, but her identity is still unknown. If this Azure Dragon is of totem level and a contract has been made with it, is it possible that this is the new legend of Donghuang? Who is it? Could it be President Lin of Donghuang? After all, he is the descendant of the legendary Lin Feng, or is this Azure Dragon an uncontracted creature? The snow-filled god of war looked at the screen and said, the old man Shenun must know something. He must have planned it. After a slight silence, Wade said, has it achieved something that no previous Donghuang legend has achieved? I don't know how powerful the dragon is. It seems that I have to ask the old man Shenun in person about the situation. Let's go to Rongguang. Outside the blue star, a spaceship is entering the blue star from the starry sky. Inside the spaceship, Shiyu sits on the carpet, meditating with his eyes closed, consolidating the feedback from Chong's evolutionary breakthrough. In his legendary ruins, Chong has returned to his position as a dragon god. Chong's body after evolution is still a bit big. In order not to waste too much physical energy, it still shrinks to the size of a water bottle when it is not in combat. It is like a mutant green cotton worm, lying on the ground complacently. It took out the icy white tiger, the mountain turtle, the green scale dragon, and the black meteorite yak puppets from its space pocket. After the breakthrough evolution, Chong immediately felt that these things were boring and took up a lot of space. These puppets are indeed useless to Chong. Even the puppet of the black meteorite yak, whether it can withstand a blow from Chong without collapsing, is still a question. It was basically eliminated after being used a few times. Now, even legendary equipment is of little use to Chong. Nothing is as useful as the power of faith. Therefore, Shiyu suggested that these puppets should be purified by Su, packed up and taken to Longgong City, and barbecued by the Sea Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King. Just consider it as a thank you for the dragon fruit. Ying, everyone pointed at the evolved Chong, such as 11, who stood on the ground with a round body, his eyes full of curiosity, and wanted to grab Chong, but was dodged by the dragon tail. Ying, can you still spit silk now? 11 shook his hands and questioned his soul. Chong, gee, now each dragon whisker is the strongest silk with thousands of changes, even the void and hardening can be cut. Chong looked invincible, and he felt that his current strength was not much worse than the leader. If the power of faith is not consumed, it is now immortal. It is useless even if the mythical race comes. 11 looked suspicious and condensed a huge metal sword for Chong to cut. Chong wanted to prove himself decisively, so he condensed a strand of silk and cut through it, but the next second, the silk only left a white mark on the black sword, which made Chong stunned. Then, he was angry and said that he couldn't afford to play with 11. This is not a low-level skill hardening. This is clearly a fusion hardening that uses super alloys to superimpose countless hardenings. Using super-level skills at the level of perfection to bully a non-level skill, isn't it worth it? At present, 11 skills, even the quasi-god skill yin-yang grinding wheel, are all born based on super-level superalloys. Without this skill, it would definitely not be able to achieve quasi-god skills in mythical races. So Chong was immediately angry. Damn it, if its evolutionary skills were also at the level of perfection, maybe it could become a mythical race. Hey, 11 said that Chong couldn't do it. When you have time, come and PK with your physical strength. For King Long, would it be better to use the fantasy field to create an environment suitable for plant growth? Shen Bao also questioned his soul. Its proficiency in controlling plants has been improved to above perfection, and it is heading for perfection. With the improvement of its ability, Shen Bao has more and more ideas recently. If it can have a King Long, the god of gardeners. As an assistant, it will definitely make rapid progress. Chuang Chuang? Can you ask some normal questions? King Long is not a gardener. Chong Chong turned his head and looked at Chitan, Su Su, and Lin. Shai and Shen Bao Bao were too unfriendly. Gee, at this time, it patted its chest to express that it would thank Su Su and Lin. After all, these two helped it a lot in the matter of evolution. It will try to help condense Su Su's star sea and galaxy field. On Lin's side, it will also work hard with stronger abilities to assist in the research of the mechanical fantasy beast system. Ning, Yak, Su Su and Lin both nodded with satisfaction. Chi, however, at this time, Chong Chong found that Chi Tong's expression was a little depressed. It was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but comfort him. Chi, by the way, when my power of faith increases, and the proficiency of the dragon head raising skill is improved, and I can be perfectly reincarnated, can you also make me into blue dragon undead through the resurrection of the undead? At that time, the blue dragon undead plus the reincarnated original body will be invincible. I am not as timid as Shen Bao Bao, Shen Bao Bao? So you are still thinking about using the time mark to create an undead Shen Bao Bao, right? In addition, is the faith reincarnation skill meant to make you get stuck with a bug? Your believers will cry to death. Mimi, Chi Tuang was worried, because it calculated that it seemed that it was the only one in the team who had never evolved. The spirit unlocking skill is essentially to unlock the power of blood, like atavism, not evolution. It was thinking, when can it have an evolution like 11, Chong Chong? Plus, woo woo woo. Thinking about it, Chi Tong shed tears. It was so difficult, it was so bitter. Of course, at this moment, Chi Tong basically could not be shaken by such a small matter. It was just that after seeing the invincible evolution of 11, Chong Chong and even Shen Bao Bao, Chi Tong was a little envious. At the moment, it was purely a show for Shi Yu to see, with a drama queen look, pretending to be pitiful. Shi Yu, who is meditating, I know, I'll arrange it after the world game, Shi Yu promised. Me, great, Shi Yu sighed. It was a pity that he had not explored any Suzaku ruins or Phoenix ruins with extraordinary power in his previous life, otherwise he would also like to help Chi Tong evolve. Shi Yu knew that the success of 11 and Chong Chong's evolution was all due to the spiritual realm. If they were separated from this, it might be an ordinary race optimization, and there would not be too great an improvement. There would be no quasi-god skills or faith skills. However, in theory, Chi Tong's interlaced swords also have a chance to penetrate the power of yin and yang. After all, everything has both yin and yang. In fact, compared with a phoenix and Suzaku, Shi Yu still prefers the image of sword. After all, he can use it after being possessed. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't have waved a wooden sword randomly during the professional assessment. So if there is a chance to help Chi Tong evolve in the future, Shi Yu plans to focus on the concept of sword rather than the race of the Sun Phoenix. With a successful case of 11 and Chong Chong, his ideas have become bolder. What Suzaku sword, Zuanetun sword, just bet on it. Directly use the skill fusion to bet, fuse quasi-god skills, and directly jump to the mythical race. Glory, a country that believes in the light system. In addition to the Beastmaster Association, under the alliance system, Glory also has two major combat organizations, and together with the association, it is called the three major combat organizations of Glory. These three major organizations are the Beastmaster Association, Glory Knights, and Church of Light. The latter two are all related to the light system. At present, Glory can be said to be very lively. As the country closest to Anatolia, before the start of the World Championship, the Beastmasters from the other 6 countries came here one after another. Shi Yu and his team were no exception. After completing their evolution in the starry sky, their direct destination for returning home was Glory. I saw a spaceship descending from the starry sky and rapidly descending outside Glory. Even with the technological power of Glory, it did not detect that this uninvited guest from outer space was approaching their country at a high speed. Glory, the legendary Hall, Glory Hero King, is currently receiving several legendary Beastmasters such as Tixiang Elf Queen, 7 Island Valkyries, and Mingho Death God. With the World Championship approaching, legends from various countries have been born one after another, and now they are gathered together in Glory. The next 7 legends will also supervise the archaeological conference. The 2 myths and multiple legendary resources in the alliance can only be allocated if they nod. Although Rongguang's technological means did not detect a terrifying spaceship descending from the sky, it still did not hide the perception of the Rongguang Hero King. This man, who looked a little old but was extremely burly and wearing white armor, immediately looked at the horizon. "Everyone, the legend of Donghuang has also arrived. Do you want to go and see him together?" Rongguang Hero King suggested. "The source of the gods has arrived, but this old man actually used a spaceship to travel," the queen of the elfin Xiang said speechlessly. Donghuang, the Seven Island Valkyries, who was wearing a combat kimono, had long black hair and a little coldness in her eyes, spoke in a bad tone. She was blackmailed by Donghuang and Longgong City. Since she woke up, she has not been very happy. Her face is not inferior to that of the elf queen, and she is full of hostility. As a robot, her appearance is the youngest among the legends. The only thing missing is Zhuyin and Shenfeng, the old man with silver curly hair, wearing special purple clothes, hunched over, and with white bandages tied around some parts of his clothes, said in a dead voice. "Forget it." Seeing that none of these guys wanted to go to meet the legend of Donghuang, the Hero King of Glory shook his head. In that case, he would not go either, and would just call the legend of Donghuang to come here. "Oh, did you notice me?" At this time, in the spaceship that was still rapidly descending, the legend of Shenun said to himself. He had received a voice transmission from the Hero King of Glory across the void, inviting him to go over directly for a chat. "What's wrong, Senior Shenun?" In the spaceship, after a meditation rest, Shiyu, who was ready to step into the Kingdom of Glory, was studying the parchment. After arriving in Glory, the first thing he did was to run to the hatching altar left by the Sky Emperor in Glory to assist Lin in studying the last starlight. "Nothing. I was originally thinking of stopping outside the border of Rongguang country and entering normally, but now I have been discovered by the legend of Rongguang. He invited me to go directly to the capital. In this case, let's go there directly." "Okay, then let's go directly and meet with President Lin and the others," Shiyu said expectantly. In general, the legend of Shenun still doesn't care about it. The matter of collecting the power of faith still needs to fool President Lin. The legend of Shenun nodded. Not long after, Shiyu and the others crossed the void and landed in a sparsely populated suburb of Rongguang capital. The huge spaceship disappeared, and Shiyu descended from it. The red one-eyed legend of Shenun, in the form of a round robot, looked into the distance. "Next, you contact President Lin and the others. I want to meet the legend of Rongguang." "Okay," Shiyu nodded. At this time, the legend of Shenun was in a good mood. The meeting of the legends of the 7 countries was like a parent-teacher meeting. At the moment, the legend of Shenun had already judged that his child was very likely to get first place in the exam, so his mood would naturally be a little settled. He was already looking forward to the shocked expressions of the other 6 legends when they saw a super genius like Shiyu appear in Donghuang. Then, the legend of Shenun disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Shiyu sighing on the spot. They really didn't worry that he would be in danger. "Let's go." Shiyu hummed a nursery rhyme twice, took out the communicator, and went to meet with President Lin, Principal Feng and others in a very happy mood. Rongguang capital. President Lin was discussing the archaeological conference in 2 days with the president of Rongguang Association and the president of multinational associations. Although he wanted to communicate with Shiyu as soon as possible, he couldn't get away. After Shiyu learned about it, he decisively went to find Principal Feng, Senior Sister Lu and others first. The buildings in Rongguang capital are mainly white, and the temporary address of Donghui Group has also been arranged in a white building complex with beautiful mountains and rivers. "You're finally here." Principal Feng didn't know what Shiyu was doing. Anyway, Shiyu liked to run around for a long time. When he saw Shiyu, Principal Feng immediately said, "How are the preparations for the archaeological conference going?" "Almost. Just participate when the time comes, and try to get a mythical resource." Shiyu smiled and said, "Principal Feng, where is Senior Sister Lu?" "She went to Rongguang to visit everywhere. She must have gone to eat with Teacher Ying." Shiyu looked suspicious. "In that case, I won't waste time. I'll go directly to the Starry Sky hatching altar," Shiyu said immediately after greeting Principal Feng. Principal Feng had a headache. Shiyu was really a busy man, but it was also a good thing. Okay, Rongguang has been a mixed bag recently. There are no less than 100 legendary beastmasters gathered in the capital of Rongguang. You should be quiet and don't cause any trouble. How could that be? I'm such an honest person, Shiyu said seriously. If you were an honest man, there wouldn't be so many ruins cracked. The Hall of Glory legends. Invited by the hero King of Glory, the mechanical legend SYNOPSIS arrived here as soon as possible. After his arrival, the legends present also looked at SYNOPSIS' temporary body in silence. However, no matter what this person has become, the many legends present dare not underestimate him. SYNOPSIS, along with the legend of SYNOPSIS, there was also the legend of Snowfield. He pushed the door open and walked in, not paying attention to the other legends in the room, and said, "The one in the starry sky? It turns out to be your Donghurong's Beastmaster." "What starry sky?" Inside the room, the elf queen smiled slightly and said, "You went to explore the starry sky again? I was wondering how SYNOPSIS drove a spaceship here," the Snowfield war god said. "Then you have to ask SYNOPSIS. They Donghurong just made a big fuss in the Silver Ring Star Belt." "You are well informed," SYNOPSIS said indifferently. "What happened in the starry sky?" the hero King of Glory asked. "Our Beastmasters were on a mission in the Silver Ring Star Belt and found a Beastmaster wearing a spacesuit controlling a blue dragon in the starry sky." "Blue dragon? The blue dragon you mentioned, do you mean a blue dragon, or the Seven-Island Valkyrie?" glanced at him. "The blue dragon of the four spirits of heaven, that creature in myth and legend. If nothing unexpected happens, you Donghurong should have cultivated a creature very similar to the blue dragon, and it can even mobilize the power of faith related to the blue dragon." "What?" The Seven-Island Valkyrie's face changed. "If you want to say which two countries in the seven countries know the most about the blue dragon, it must be Donghurong and the Seven Islands, which are most influenced by Donghurong culture." At this time, when she heard that Donghurong had even evolved a concept beast like the blue dragon, the Seven-Island Valkyrie was stunned. If it can mobilize the power of faith of the blue dragon, then from the perspective of potential, the weakest is also demigod level. No wonder the Snowfield legend is so excited. There are also many Beastmasters in the Seven Islands, and many extraordinary creatures have tried to evolve the blue dragon, but they have undoubtedly failed. How did Donghurong do it? How did it mobilize the power of faith of the conceptual gods? Many legends instantly looked at SYNOPSIS. "It's not that exaggerated. It's just closer to King Long," SYNOPSIS legend said lightly. "It's just a quasi-mythical race that can casually summon a few meteorites. It's not worth caring about. After all, that guy has two mythical races in his team, as well as the Kanghae elf who is not inferior to King Long. Stay calm." "Is it true?" The elf queen was stunned, and then she felt depressed. "How lucky are you Donghurong?" She thought of Shiyu who contracted the mythical race Fenquilin. "Who is it?" Wade asked. Legends such as the hero King of Glory and the death god of Minghua all looked at the Donghurong mechanical legend, wanting to ask who it was, which Beastmaster's pet it was, or a member of the Dragon Palace City, or was it cultivated by SYNOPSIS himself. This is an achievement that no legend of Donghurong has ever achieved. In this generation, someone actually did it. However, SYNOPSIS was too lazy to tell them directly, and instead said to the Snowfield war god, "By the way, what are you doing in the starry sky again?" The Snowfield war god sat on the sofa and said, "Stop changing the subject, it goes without saying that it's either archaeology or training," SYNOPSIS said. "Both, but archaeology in the starry sky? It seems that you, the Snowfield, are determined to get the mythical resources of the Alliance," the mummy-like short old man said with a smile. Which one did the Snowfield take a fancy to? There are only 3 mythical resources left in the Alliance, right? At that time, we will choose 2 out of 3, isn't this? "Whoever chooses first will get the advantage," the elf queen said. "Mythical resources. It's amazing, but it's not amazing. If the legendary resources are 100% cultivated into overlords and 10% cultivated into totems, then the mythical resources are 99% cultivated into totem level. However, as the remaining mythical resources left in the Alliance, they are definitely not the top-grade mythical resources such as the immortal fruit. Otherwise, they would have been calculated away by the countries at that time. What is left are some mythological resources with more stringent conditions for use. Name, Heart of Everfreeze. Attribute, Ice. Introduction, an ice heart containing the power of ice rules can freeze the passage of life, but it cannot be revived from the Everfreeze before the ice rules are understood. This is a mythological resource that can make people almost immortal. Through the Heart of Everfreeze, one can put oneself in a state of Everfreeze. In this state, life will not be lost, which is equivalent to another kind of immortality. In this process, one can understand the rules of ice and become an ice demigod. It seems to be a very top mythological resource, but the conditions for use are extremely harsh, because if the rules of ice cannot be understood, It is equivalent to complete death and cannot be broken. This is not a unique mythological resource. It comes from the snow in the far north 2,000 years ago. A top totem used another heart of Everfreeze. Unfortunately, until now, that top ice totem has not been broken. Its tribe has become extinct, and the times have changed, but it can only sleep in the ice. It can be said that using this resource requires great patience, which is equivalent to sleeping for thousands of years and waking up to see the sea transformed into mulberry fields. Name, Soul Orb, Attribute, Dead Spirit, Introduction, a soul from the mythical era, in deep sleep, with an energy level of 10 mythical levels to date. The second resource is even more deceptive than the first mythical resource. The first at least gives the user hope of becoming a demigod, but this one is pure deception. First of all, it is unknown whether the remaining soul in the orb is an enemy or a friend. Even if it is purely regarded as a resource and is prepared to devour the soul with huge soul power and use it as a strengthening resource, it is also necessary to guard against the counterattack of the residual soul inside whose life and death is unknown. It can be said to be extremely dangerous. Although it is basically no problem to achieve the totem level by devouring such a huge soul power, there is also the risk of being counterpossessed. Name, World Tree Fruit, Attribute, Wood, Introduction. The fruit of the world tree increases comprehension. Among the three resources, the only one that is not a scam is the world tree fruit. This is a gift from the world tree to the Seven Nations Alliance in the last World Championship, and it has been preserved to this day. It has a similar effect to the blessing of the world tree. It can increase the comprehension of pets and allow a pet to train a super-level skill to a superb proficiency in a very short time. It can be said that eating this fruit can also achieve a totem, and it is a totem that is purely cultivated by oneself, and the combat power will be very strong. Not surprisingly, if the 7 countries can choose resources, they will definitely want the world tree fruit. After all, this is the most stable and has a wide range of applications. Similarly, the legendary resources stored in the Alliance are more or less problematic, otherwise, they would not have been kept until now. However, although there are some problems, they are at least mythical and legendary resources. As long as they don't pay a huge price, no one doesn't want them. It's in the capital, Alice, although it's also in the suburbs. At this time, Shiyu didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He had already arrived near the designated location for hatching the blueprint. Among the 4 countries of Rongguang, Xianhu, Qidao and Tinxiang, the hatching sites of Tinxiang and Qidao are in the deserted land, sparsely populated, and can be easily visited. The Xianhu is in the lair of the overlord-level creature, which is very difficult to deal with. The Rongguang one is in the capital of Rongguang, which is probably even more difficult to deal with. Shiyu and his companions landed in the east of Rongguang's capital. Shiyu shuttled through the center of the capital and came to the westernmost part. Soon, Shiyu came to the outside of the huge family garden called White Rose Family. The map told him that the last hatching altar for hatching the starry sky pet eggs might be inside. Damn. However, after a brief investigation outside the garden, Shiyu surprisingly discovered that this legendary White Rose family was really not simple, and it was inherited thousands of years ago. The White Rose family, the family talent is White Thunder. Hundreds of years ago, the princess of the family fell in love with the Emperor of the East Wang, married him and became the 19th concubine of the Emperor of the East Wang. Over the past hundreds of years, the White Rose family has experienced decline and glory. Until now, it is still a giant that can produce several legends. It turned out to be a family that had an alliance with the Emperor of the East Wang in ancient times. The Emperor of the East Wang must have built a starry sky altar here at that time. Forget it, just visit directly and get straight to the point. As long as the altar is still there, there must be a way to use it. If the altar is gone, then it's gone. Anyway, the altar in Tinxiang is gone, and at most Lin's research task will be a little heavier, that is. White Thunder talent? It refers to the White Thunder skill. Why does Shiyu feel that it sounds so familiar? Has he met a beastmaster with similar talent somewhere? His expression gradually became strange. Who are you? Just when Shiyu thought of a possibility, a female voice came from behind. He turned around and saw a man and a woman walking over there. The woman was in her 20s, with long golden hair combed into a ponytail. She was wearing a white knight's uniform with golden patterns on it and a knight's sword on her waist. The man was about 20 years old, also wearing a similar knight's uniform. Shiyu was not unfamiliar with this uniform. It was the combat uniform of the Glory Knights. The Glory Knights were similar to the beast taming corps of Donghuang, but the organization was more loose. At this time, seeing this man and woman, Shiyu sighed in his heart. As expected. You. At this time, the short-haired young man, who was about 20 years old, looked at Shiyu, who was wearing a white casual suit with an iron-eating beast pattern, and his eyes widened. You are Fu Endi, Shiyu said. He said why Bailei's talent sounded so familiar. Isn't this the beast-taming talent of the Glory Beast Tamer who went to Gudu University to challenge the club a year ago? The other party's father was a member of the last Donghuang World Championship, but because his wife was from Glory, she settled here. It was rare for Fu Endi to follow his father back to Donghuang, but before he could even start shopping, he was beaten up by Shiyu and Shai. When a friend comes from afar, he must first make his heart suffer. No, my name is Fu Dian, the short-haired young man said angrily. Don't just remember other people's names wrongly. Is it someone you know? The tall woman in the knight's uniform looked at him. Cousin, this person is Shiyu, the one who defeated me at Gudu University. He is also the first person under the legend of Donghuang now, and one of the players in the Donghuang World Championship. Fu Dian had a complicated expression. Since returning to China, he has been practicing hard, hoping to defeat Shiyu one day. However, Fu Dian thought that he might have to wait until he reached a legendary level before he could go to Donghuang. But to his surprise, with the advent of the World Championship, exchanges between the 7 countries became more frequent, and he once again got the opportunity to follow the Glory Exchange Group to Donghuang. But this time, he heard a lot of bad news. Does anyone know the complicated feelings of him, who was still a master at the time, when he heard that Shiyu defeated the second pet of the Sky Emperor and became the first person under the legend of Donghuang? Does anyone know the complicated feelings he had when he learned that Shiyu had researched the epic-making green worm cocoon system and the mechanical fantasy beast system? Although he had also broken through to the master level, Fu Dian suddenly felt that his efforts for so long had all been eaten by dogs. He was smart not to challenge the ancient capital university again to avoid asking for trouble. However, Shiyu came to the door at this time. Are you Shiyu? The night costume woman with a golden ponytail said quite unexpectedly. My name is Lucille. A player in the Glory World Championship, a legendary beastmaster, and Fu Dian's cousin. She had also heard from her elders about this Shiyu, who was very talented and had outstanding strength. At the age of just over 20, he became the first person under the legend of Donghuang without age limit. I'm afraid it's not impossible to defeat the Overlord level head-on. Hello, there was an acquaintance. That was easy to say. Fu Dian's legendary father was from Donghuang after all, so it shouldn't be a problem to entertain him warmly. Thinking of this, Shiyu smiled slightly, and was about to say something, when suddenly, there was a boom in the distant sky, and a huge black vortex condensed. This change directly changed the expressions of Lucille and Fu Dian. They turned their heads quickly to look. What's going on? Shiyu also frowned and looked over, only to feel a huge energy fluctuation surging from that side. This situation was as if the secret realm of the ruins had descended, but it was not completely like that. Soon, he realized it. Demon country, Lucille murmured, and her words made Shiyu more certain. The next second, Lucille summoned a sacred lightning beast and flew over there. Seeing this, Fu Dian did not hesitate, summoned his own lightning beast and followed. Shiyu scratched his head. The geographical location of Rongguang country is very special. They are in the same space as the enemy country, the demon country, and the reverse space of Rongguang country is the demon country. The demon country can be regarded as a super totem country that is in the same geographical location as Rongguang country, but in a different space. Therefore, whether it is Rongguang invading the demon country or the demon country invading Rongguang, it is very easy. Because of this, in Rongguang country, ordinary people are often bewitched by demons and fall into darkness. Damn it, Shiyu muttered. He had just found a guide, and something went wrong. The demon country was also an invited country for the World Championship, and it should have signed a ceasefire agreement. It is impossible for it to come and make trouble during this period. You know, during this period, Rongguang gathered a lot of legends from the 7 countries. The other party should not be so bold. However, if the demon country wants to come to this space, it must come to Rongguang. Maybe it is passing by? It should be fine. Shiyu sighed and chose to follow Fu Dian and the others. Rongguang capital, suburban sky. Accompanied by the Black Cloud Cave, A pale and handsome humanoid creature with gray hair and a pair of huge black wings descended into the sky. He was filled with an unparalleled dark aura, and the oppressive feeling instantly withered the flowers and plants outside, making the sky gloomy and dark. His pupils were filled with abyssal magic, as if he was the purest incarnation of darkness. Fallen angel, Aldrich, the creature's arrival made a lot of noise. Not only did Shiyu and his team notice it, but the Glory Knights and Beast Tamer station nearby also rushed to the scene as soon as possible, looking at this evil humanoid life in horror. Aldrich, what are you doing here? Lucille rode the Overlord Race Overlord level Holy Unicorn and rushed to the scene as soon as possible. She looked at the other party with hostility, but she was very nervous in her heart. Although she knew that the Demon Kingdom would not mess around during this period of time, the strong sense of oppression from the other party still made Lucille, a legend, breathless. She was a legend, not to mention other Beastmasters. The fallen angel, Aldrich, the great prince of the Demon Kingdom, the invincible overlord, was born by the Demon Kingdom's demigod and a human 20 years ago. When he was born, a strange phenomenon fell from the sky, and the entire glory lost its light for a whole day. It is rumored that Aldrich has two souls in one body. He is both a human and a fallen angel. He is a hybrid life that masters the beast control space, beast control talent and top-level extraordinary power. Because of this, Rongwang wanted to eliminate this threat at all costs. Even if it faced the risk of war, it was unwilling to let this fallen angel grow up. Until later, the Seven Nations Alliance determined that Aldrich's beast control space could only be contracted with itself, so it gave up. The fallen angel Aldrich ignored the Beastmasters of Rongwang country below and looked into the distance. He came out this time for other things, not to cause trouble for Rongwang, so he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to this group of people. What's more, in his opinion, these people are too weak and not worth paying attention to. Even humans who sweat profusely just looking at him are not at the same level as him. Weak guys, the fallen angel Aldrich exudes a strong aura, and a deep voice comes out of his mouth. At this time, more than a dozen Glory Knights and dozens of civilian Beastmasters have arrived at the scene. Their strengths vary. The weak ones are only at the professional level. The strongest ones, in addition to legendary Beastmasters like Lucille, are also Fu Dian's father who quickly came from the White Rose family. However, even this veteran legend is sweating profusely when facing the ridicule of the fallen angel Aldrich. The superb royal deterrence wrapped around the opponent's body is too strong to look directly at. Aldrich, however, although Aldrich is very powerful, this is the territory of humans after all. Fu Chuanqi subconsciously prepared to fight back strongly. In terms of language, he planned to expel this guy from the Glory Kingdom first. But at this moment, no one expected that the fallen angel Aldrich, who was full of arrogance and invincibility just now, suddenly changed his face and looked in one direction. As if it was the intuition of a beast, the fallen angel Aldrich's eyes fell on Shiyu, who was wearing panda casual clothes and came leisurely, and then sweated profusely. Roar, facing Shiyu's golden eyes, the fallen angel Aldrich seemed to see a blue dragon hovering in the starry sky roaring in his spiritual world. At this moment, with a click, the fallen angel Aldrich was extremely shocked. In just a moment, his spiritual world seemed to be in danger of breaking. A huge fear rose in his heart out of thin air. The extremely strong mental power told the fallen angel Aldrich that the life in front of him was extremely dangerous, far more vicious than any ordinary totem in the Demon Kingdom. If he became an enemy of it, he would definitely be threatened with death. How could it be possible? The fallen angel Aldrich looked at this ordinary human in shock. His whole body was stiff, and he didn't understand what was wrong, and why he saw the other person, so scared. What are you looking at? Shiyu, who arrived late, looked at the fallen angel in the sky who was looking at him. This was the first time he saw an angel, but it was not a mother angel, and the dark aura was too strong, which was a bad review. The angel of the light system, probably only the Glory Light God Church can contract and summon it. In Shiyu's eyes, this fallen angel was undoubtedly more pretentious than himself. He actually wrapped deterrence around him all the time. Although the opponent's deterrence level was indeed high, it was very impolite. In order to defend against the opponent's indiscriminate sense of oppression, Shiyu could only connect with Chong Chong's spirit. It was this move that directly broke Aldrich's defense. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? At this time, many Glory Beastmasters were almost dumbfounded looking at Shiyu who spoke to the fallen angel Aldrich. They didn't know where this kid came from. However, What made them even more incredible was that at this time Aldrich had no longer the previous arrogance, but looked at Shiyu with a serious face. Who are you? Who are you? Can you take back your deterrence? It affects the environment, Shiyu said. At this time, Aldrich was silent, and was quite afraid of Shiyu. He didn't express anything, put away the deterrent wave, and then turned around and left. On the spot, Shiyu looked at this strange guy and shook his head. Name, Aldrich, race, fallen angel, attribute, dark, race level, high overlord, quasi-mythology, growth level, overlord level, energy value. 98.38 million, introduction, the prince of the demon kingdom, one body with two souls, extremely dangerous, suspected to be one of the participants in this world competition. This guy is really good, much better than the heirs of the Dragon Empire and the Dark Knight Forest. However, if the trump card of the Totem Kingdom is only at this level, I am really stable. It feels like a bug can sweep everything. When facing the heirs of the Dragon Empire and the Dark Knight Forest, I still have to be careful, but now, I am invincible. At this moment, if the Glory Beast Masters present didn't know that Aldrich was very afraid of the young man in front of him, they would have no business to mess around. Including Lucille and Fudine, they all looked at Shiyu in disbelief, not understanding why Shiyu could make Aldrich so afraid and make him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. Are you? Shiyu? At this time, Fu Chuanqi, who also came to the scene, suddenly recognized Shiyu and said incredulously, "It's impossible, even if he is a titled legend, it's impossible for Aldrich to be so afraid." He recognized this instantly, and at the same time beat up his son and Yin Chuanqi's son, the culprit who made them form the Father-Sorrow alliance before. Chapter 423, The Spirit of Time. After the fallen angel was frightened away, many eyes fell on Shiyu, on this young man who came out of nowhere. Judging from their appearance, there is still a big difference between the Donghuang people and the Rongguang people. With the example of Fu Chuanqi, everyone present quickly judged that Shiyu might be an Oriental person. Fu Chuanqi, Shiyu did not pay too much attention to Aldrich, but looked at Fu Chuanqi, who had black hair and black pupils. Although he was not young, he was still handsome. Sure enough, if you want to marry well, your strength and appearance cannot be too bad. Don't you need to chase that birdman, Shiyu said. Fu Chuanqi was silent for a while, and said, "No need, we have already raised the alert just now, and now the title legend and mechanical guardian of the capital have locked it." "That's fine," Shiyu nodded. After he finished speaking, Lucille next to him was still a little stunned. She looked at Shiyu and said, "Was Aldrich very afraid of you just now? It is not impossible for an invincible overlord like Aldrich, who has two souls in one body, to compete with a totem above his level." Just now, facing Shiyu in front of him, he was sweating and nervous. "Why?" Shiyu smiled and said, "I am also very curious, why does he look at me like that, believe you?" After Shiyu finished speaking, everyone looked at him and felt that it was outrageous. "If you didn't know, how dare you talk to the invincible overlord of the totem country like that?" Aldrich was very afraid of Shiyu. There was only one possibility, that is, he felt a threat from Shiyu, and this threat could come from Shiyu himself or from external forces. Thinking of this, Fu Chuanqi was very silent. In fact, he was very reluctant to believe that Shiyu, who was still a freshman a year ago, could have the strength to threaten the invincible overlord a year later, even though Shiyu was currently the first person under Donghuang legend. He would rather believe that Shiyu, as an important researcher of Donghuang, was strictly protected and even had a trump card that was enough to threaten the totem, which made Aldrich feel it. This was more in line with common sense. Of course, without evidence, he couldn't judge what it was. "Miss Lucille, I was just halfway through my words. This time I came here to visit the White Rose family. Are you free now?" Shiyu said. Legendary conference. It didn't take long for the news that the Demon Kingdom's great Prince Aldrich had come to glory to be passed here. This guy, the Glory Hero King, had a bad expression and said, "It's getting more and more arrogant. I don't know how arrogant it will be after it enters the totem. We should have killed it at the beginning, but then again, Shiyu, Shinin, you should know him. My men said that he just looked at the fallen angel and scared him away. Did you give him any mechanical equipment? This genius who researched the mechanical fantasy beast is well protected by you." Oh, Shinin legend was stunned. How could Shiyu, this kid, be related to Aldrich again? As for mechanical equipment, he had this idea at the time. However, Thinking of Shiyu's two overlord-level pets with energy values exceeding 100 million, the cubs of divine beasts with their own luck and quasi-divine skills, and the relic space that can be teleported at will on Blue Star, Shinigami felt that unless he could send a forbidden weapon of the divine type, otherwise, no equipment would be of any use to Shiyu. As long as Shiyu didn't go to the demigod's territory, there would be basically no problem. Although Aldrich was strong and was known as the creature closest to the mythical race, he was still a little bit worse than Shiyu. Such a young man who is courting death should be well protected. I hope he won't come to the Seven Islands again. Hearing the name Shiyu, the Seven Islands Valkyrie said coldly and looked at the legend of Shinigami. The culprit of the Seven Islands incident was this Shiyu, and the Seven Islands Valkyrie knew it clearly. Although Shiyu changed his vest, it was not difficult for a legendary strongman like her who is proficient in the power of time and space to investigate the cause and effect. Don't be so flattering all day long. At this time, the Elf Queen smiled at the Seven Islands Valkyrie and comforted her, but her smile looked very disdainful. Besides, don't think about bullying Shiyu, he has signed a contract with our Tinxiang elves. The Seven Island Valkyries didn't say anything yet, ignoring the Elf Queen. The legend of Shinigami wanted to complain about the Elf Queen, who took advantage of his sleep to tie Shiyu to the Tinxiang chariot. Lin Xiao, this kid, didn't know how to look at Shiyu. What can be contracted with elves? It's better to contract one more mechanical fantasy beast. At this time, the hero king of Rongguang, the god of war of the snowfield, and the death god of Minghu saw that the first person under the Donghuang legend was remembered by so many legends, and they couldn't help but get interested. They might not know who Yizing and Shenling are, but Shiyu, who recently developed a mechanical fantasy beast, is undoubtedly a newcomer who can make these legends remember. Next, Shiyu got what he wanted and came to the White Rose family under the reception of Fu Chuanqi, Lucille, and Fu Din. There was nothing strange about Shiyu coming to Rongguang. After all, the World Championship and the Archaeological Conference were imminent, and Shiyu had to come to Rongguang first no matter which one he participated in. But, what was Shiyu doing visiting their White Rose family? In an elegant reception room, Shiyu looked at the steaming tea leaves in front of him and said straight to the point, "Senior Fu, the White Rose family should have had a close relationship with the Sky Emperor hundreds of years ago. Yes, a little princess of the White Rose family was once the concubine of Senior Sky Emperor," Fu Chuanqi said after a pause. "This is recorded in the White Rose family." Why did Shiyu ask this? "I want to know if Senior Kongdi left a special altar in the White Rose family." Fu Chuanqi, Lucille and Fu Din looked at each other in surprise. Fu Chuanqi said, "Dr. Shiyu, how did you know? There is indeed a special altar passed down from ancient times in the White Rose family. It's just, no one knows the specific function of this altar now. It's just that it's easier to sense the power of the starry sky near the altar." Shiyu smiled happily and said, "It really exists, that's right. This altar is actually an altar that assists in absorbing specific starry sky power. It was built by Senior Kongdi to hatch a certain starry sky pet. As for why I know it, it's because when I was exploring the ruins of Kongdi, Senior Kongdi's pet, the Void Mantis, not only entrusted the pet egg to me to hatch, but also told me the location, so the purpose of my coming is to hope to use the starry sky altar of the White Rose family. I wonder if it's possible, this." Fu Chuanqi never thought that the dusty altar of the White Rose family was actually used to hatch pets. He said without hesitation, "Of course, this is also something left by Senior Kongdi. Shiyu's friendship is more valuable than the starry sky altar." Soon, Fu Chuanqi came to this conclusion in his heart, so he made a decision without discussing it with the family. "Thank you very much, it was as smooth as Shiyu imagined." He immediately said, "Then Senior Fu, can you take me to see the starry sky altar now?" "Okay," Fu Chuanqi nodded. "It seems that he is doing well in the White Rose family and has a lot of say." "That's right, he is a powerful legend after all. Being a legendary player in the Donghuang World Championship 20 years ago, his talent and strength must be worthy of recognition." Soon, under the leadership of Fu Chuanqi, Shiyu came to the back mountain of the White Rose family and came to the dusty starry sky altar. Seeing the last starry sky altar, Shiyu was particularly happy. "I don't know how long it will take to hatch pet eggs with this altar," Fu Chuanqi asked. "It will take about 1 to 2 days, and I can't be sure of the specific time," Shiyu said. "Then why don't you stay here for the next 2 days, Dr. Shiyu? I'll let Dean arrange accommodation for you." Fu Chuanqi looked at Fu Din and said, "It's just right for my useless child to learn from you." Next to him, Fu Din had a dark face. Damn it. When he was beaten up at Gudu University, this father didn't have this face. Fu Chuanqi at that time, after working hard to get back on your feet, you won't lose to anyone. How come Shiyu has become a role model for learning now? Thank you, Shiyu nodded. Since Fu Chuanqi was so polite, he naturally had no problem. But I can just stay here at the altar. I have a relic space with me and can live there, Fu Chuanqi said. Okay, in that case, if you have any needs, just call Dean or Lucille. Shiyu nodded again. Then, he looked at the Starry Sky altar. He took out the long-sealed Starry Sky pettig out of thin air and put it on. The next moment, the Starry Sky hatching altar was activated. The dazzling light connected the Starry Sky and the altar. The pet egg with purple patterns on a white background absorbed nutrients to its heart's content. Seeing this, Fu Chuanqi and the others all showed surprised expressions. This altar was actually a hatching altar. Their eyes were carefully locked on the pet egg. The pet egg left by the Sky Emperor. This legend had taken great pains to select a hatching site abroad. What kind of creature will be hatched? Rin, I'll leave this to you. Please take care of the hatching process of the pet egg. Shiyu also summoned Rin, who looked like a magic cube. Under the purple summoning diagram, Rin's image gradually appeared. This time, absorbing starlight is actually a small matter. The most important thing is to let Rin further speculate on the different nutrients needed for the hatching of the pet egg. At this time, as Shiyu summoned Rin, Lucille and the others were slightly startled. A 6th-level Beastmaster. Shiyu is indeed not a legend. Such strength reduces the possibility that the fallen angel was scared away by Shiyu just now. However, as a Knight of Glory, Lucille was wearing a detection device. At this moment, she silently looked at the energy value of the mechanical cube in front of her. Energy value: 22.71 million king-level mechanical life. This energy value should be the burst state after the skill amplification. It can't be the normal state. Okay, Master. After receiving the order, Lin immediately looked at the pet egg. Dr. Shiyu, at this time, looking at Lin and Shiyu, the Knight of Glory Lucille, who had just encountered the fallen angel Aldrich, said, "I wonder when you have free time, Dr. Shiyu, can you spar with me?" Lucille, who had a long golden ponytail and was wearing a white knight's uniform, said that she really cared about the situation just now. Lucille wanted to verify whether Shiyu scared away the fallen angel Aldrich by his own strength or external force. She has always been very curious, and this time is no exception. Cousin, beside him, Fu Dian was shocked. "Ah, you? This is not a big loss." Deng Huang publicized Shiyu as a level 6 Beastmaster, the first person under the legend. "You are a legend. Whether you win or lose, it is meaningless." "No problem, but wait until the pet egg absorbs the nutrients." Shiyu smiled slightly. "Okay," Lucille nodded and said, "then I'll wait." Seeing this, Fu Chuanqi did not stop him. He also wanted to see Shiyu's strength. Just now, was it relying on external force, or Shiyu himself? Bringing Shiyu here, Fu Chuanqi and others did not disturb Shiyu too much. After a while, only Shiyu and Lin were left at the Starry Sky altar. Research is the most boring thing. Shiyu is definitely not going to do research here with Lin. He immediately wandered and looked at the inside of the legendary ruins. When they came back from the Starry Sky, because of the excessive pressure, Xiaoji, and Qi of the second team fell asleep and rested, but after sleeping for a while on the special fragrant bed of Shenbao, the 3 pets also woke up. At present, both the small machine and the duck are still at the commander level. Due to the large number of tasks, Lin has no time to conduct research on the small machine, so its strength has not improved significantly. As for the duck, it should be able to make good progress after a while. The main reason is that the plant control of the baby ginseng has been upgraded to the perfect level. If it can reach the superb level, the effect of the reincarnation fruit it makes will definitely be better. At that time, maybe the duck can rely on the reincarnation fruit to complete the evolution and return to the abyss demon duck. Now because of the world game, Shiyu has no time to take care of them for the time being. As for after the world game, Shiyu plans to stop adding points for a while, pay more attention to the second team, and take a rest. He has been exhausted recently. After all, the second team does not need to add points. With them playing, he can take more time to meditate and practice, or even slack off. At this time, Shiyu's eyes were on Ki. After waking up, Ki changed into the Thor suit again and ran to the Sky Thunder Zone for special training. After Ki joined the team, Shiyu upgraded his time umbrella to better train Ki. With the help of a team of 6 pets, he spent 1 billion to buy various materials. They created 6 sets of armor to replace the previous weapons and equipment. At present, Ki is wearing the purple Thunder God suit, which consists of a light metal armor and a purple blade sword. When in this state, Ki will enter the 11th Thunder Armor state, gaining powerful strength, speed and lightning resistance. At the same time, the sword in his hand can allow him to summon the power of natural thunder. In order to train Ki's control over the power of nature and his will, the weapon's spirit was temporarily removed by Chong Chong. The originally powerful combat equipment instantly became a deadly training device. After each training, Ki felt that his body did not belong to him. In addition to the Thor suit, there are also Gravity suit, Sun God suit, Mechanical suit, and so on. Sword skills, Thunder Cut. If it weren't for the nutritional supplements and medicines of Shin Bao Bao, Ki didn't even know if he could stick to such a hard training. Sizzle. Thunder area. An area with strong lightning energy. Ki, wearing the Thunder God armor suit and holding the Thunder God sword, looked at the sky with burning eyes. As she led, the black thunder cloud in the sky instantly split a thick thunderbolt, and the thunderbolt came like a dragon. Under the strong wind, Ki's eyes were tenacious, and she made a sword-drawing gesture. When the thunderbolt fell, her pink hair exploded instantly, and her whole body was also surrounded by thunderbolts. The sword in her hand swung towards the thunderbolt in an unclear posture. Swish! The lightning sword light collided with the thunderbolt instantly, and the thunderbolt was immediately cut into a small part, but the next moment, it was a terrifying thunderbolt that swallowed Ki in an instant, and boom blasted her dozens of meters away. Ki, it's so numb. If it weren't for the Thunder God armor, Ki would have lost consciousness at this time. After returning from the starry sky, the will level has finally reached low. Shiyu looked at Ki's situation at this time and smiled. This will level has caught up with the participating babies before the national competition. It seems that Ki is still talented. Ki's will level has broken through, which means that Shiyu is ready to let her learn myth revival. Of course, not through direct teaching. Otherwise, even with the spirit of the pure sea, the low-level will is still too reluctant. Instead, she learned through the memory drops containing the entry-level myth revival experience prepared by Shiyu, Lin, and Susu in advance. Combined with the spirit of the pure sea left by Susu's purification of the poisonous dragon, it should not be difficult to master the myth revival even with a low-level will. It may just take a little longer. At present, Ki has not mastered any extraordinary skills and can only rely on equipment. But it is not a big problem. After learning myth revival, the foundation is more solid, and some divine powers are awakened. Shiyu will prepare to feed her the legendary resource natural fruit brought from Tinxiang. At that time, with the power of nature and 6 sets of weapons, even if the divine power is not awakened, she can have a good combat power. Shiyu entered the ruined space and came to Ki, who was lying on the ground and had not yet recovered from paralysis. Ki couldn't speak clearly at this time, as if he had eaten 10 kilograms of peppercorns, and his pink hair trembled. Shiyu sighed and said, "Stop training, switch to the life suit." Upon hearing this, Ki's body immediately flashed with white light, and the purple Thor light armor turned into a white dress with azure lace. And the white pantyhose with water drop patterns on the lower body changed into a priest dress. The so-called life suit is a life-saving suit. The whole set of clothes was made by Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Su, and Lin. It contains healing and life power and can be temporarily transformed into an auxiliary nurse. Through the staff that comes with a life suit, after a while, under the effect of healing and purification, Ki slowly recovered, as if he had been reborn. If you have rested well, get ready. Today we will learn new skills. This is the key to activating your blood power. New skills. Ki's pink hair that was blown up by lightning moved, revealing a happy expression. Yet, Shiyu said with a smile, "It will be painful, but Susu will help you, Ki. Pain doesn't matter anymore, she's used to it." After dozens of days, who knows what she's been through. Outside, Lin is studying the starry sky pet egg. Inside the ruins, Shiyu has called Susu and taken out the prepared memory drops. Shiyu's team has used memory drops to learn skills countless times. This is the only channel that allows the pets in Shiyu's team to quickly practice non-racial skills to the point of being close to the Tao. It's equivalent to each pet passing on skills to each other, teaching their own skills to teammates. And now, Ki is about to accept the power transfer from Lin. Myth Revival. This skill, only the two of them can learn it in the team. Even 11 of the myth race can't do it. After all, 11 is the first generation of gods, and there is no ancestor to return to, so there is naturally no myth revival. What awaits it is only infinite divine evolution. Then I'll start. In the life suit state, Ki sipped the crystal memory droplets and began to close her eyes. At the same time, Susu's pure sea spirit also possessed her body, trying to prevent her from getting lost when she was looking for the power of God and receiving super-level skill experience. How long will it take? Shiyu looked at Ki, touching his chin, with a look of anticipation. Ning. Susu's experience showed that Ki would not be able to receive all the experience of memory drops in less than 10 days or half a month. By then, the world competition would probably have been played. Don't worry, this is just the beginning, Shiyu said. If Lin wants to master the blessing of the wind initially, he must use the perfect level myth revival. If Ki wants to master time and space shuttle, it is estimated that there is no myth revival above the superb level that cannot be done. It is destined to be a big project. It must be used together with a reincarnation fruit. At present, ordinary reincarnation fruit is useless to Ki. I don't know if it will be useful after the ginseng baby is upgraded. Shiyu's thoughts drifted away. I don't know if she would be willing to come back if she had the opportunity to bring the dragon god to the Dragon Emperor era. If he doesn't come back, the dragon god position in Ryugu City will be vacant anyway. If Chang Chang goes up, he can also collect the Azure Dragon Faith in the ocean. Cough cough cough, he is dreaming. Huh? Just as Shiyu was imagining how to use the magical skill of time travel, Ki had used the memory drop for less than 2 minutes when something strange happened. A strong breath permeated from Ki. Next to him, Shiyu and Susu almost immediately changed their colors. This breath was right. Absolutely right. It was the racial oppression from the mythical race that could only be experienced by 11 and Ren. What's going on? Just after using the memory drop with the experience of mythical revival, it reacted? Or is it that the reincarnation of the time spirit is different from the situation of Rin and Senior Lu's pets? As the breath on Ki became stronger, other pets in the legendary ruins began to be attracted. 11 and the others had extremely serious expressions. After swallowing the memory drop and trying to contact the power of mythical revival, Ki felt that he was beginning to have a very long dream. She dreamed that she seemed to have turned into another creature. The Time Elf. Born in the mythological era, it was born at the mythical level. It was the darling of the power of the rules of heaven and earth and mastered the power of time and space travel. It is the most unique and blessed existence among many mythological creatures. Although it does not have a strong combat power, because it masters the power of time and space travel, even the strongest life in the mythological era cannot pose a threat to the Time Elf. It is precisely because of this ability that the Time Elf has developed a playful, lazy, and carefree character. After all, its ability is invincible and can support it to do anything. The Time Elf is such a special existence in the mythological era. Even the divine beast standing at the top can't do anything to this rule elf. The Time Elf can go to the past and future time and space according to his mood. This ability is simply unsolvable. Unless you master similar rules, there is no way to punish this guy. The Time Elf originally lived a carefree life in the mythological era. He would go to various mythological tribes to play pranks whenever he had nothing to do, and his life was very relaxed and leisurely. But one day, the Blue Star was invaded by foreign enemies, and the Time Elf was the first to be hit. As a precious rule elf, it was regarded as the primary hunting target. In the mythical war, in order to avoid danger, the Time Elf was forced to travel through time and space and flee to the future. But who knows that the rules of the future Blue Star are incomplete and time and space are unstable, which makes the Time Elf, as a rule elf, unable to adapt to the current environment, and its power gradually dissipates. Under pressure, the Time Elf can only choose to reincarnate continuously and wait for the time and space rules to recover. The reincarnated life it chose is the natural elf tribe, because this race lives in the forest, is not in conflict with the world, is carefree, and free. Usually, they plant flowers and grass, and reproduce themselves, which is in line with her lazy character. At the same time, It also avoids its reincarnated body from encountering too much setbacks and hardships. In addition, the physique of the natural elf tribe is also in line with the power of natural rules, which facilitates its recovery as soon as possible. Next, most of the time, it does spend its life naturally in the forest. The time elf was revived through mythology, and constantly received her own memories, the memories of the time elf, and the memories of their reincarnated bodies. These memories are all very beautiful. If she continues like this, as long as she slacks off for a few dozen or 100 years, and waits for the power of the rules of the blue star to recover, she can regain her strength and memory and become the time elf. But the time elf never expected that there would be a big problem with this reincarnation. It was not that the civil strife of the elves led to the extinction of the natural elves. This was not important. Although the reincarnation this time could not live carefree in the forest because of the civil strife of the elves, it was not bad to be reincarnated as a little princess of the royal family. Although she was a bit useless, at least she could do whatever she wanted and had no worries about food and clothing. Originally, it was a good choice to spend her life like this. As long as this generation of reincarnated bodies quickly recognized the reality and became a rice bug, there would be no problem. It would also be a very happy life. However, the time elf never expected it. At this time, a big villain appeared. First, he tricked his reincarnated body out of the palace, and then he started a devilish special training for it. The physical body passed through the blizzard, carried the thunder, jogged in the sea of fire, and even when sleeping, he had to train in his dreams. In just a few dozen days, the time elf felt that the pain he suffered was more than all the hardships since he was born. Even when the mythological era was destroyed, it did not suffer any grievances. It was hard for the time elf to imagine that in just a few dozen days, his mind and spirit would be so severely damaged. What is the difference between this and falling into the hands of the enemy and being tortured? And the purpose of all this seems to be that the other party wants to awaken his consciousness in advance? Angry, aggrieved, dissatisfied, it can directly regain the power of the rules of time and space travel when the power of rules is restored. Why did this guy use such a brutal way to wake himself up? After receiving the memory and figuring out the cause and effect, the time elf Key opened her cherry blossom-colored eyes and looked at Shiyu with angry eyes. She remembered this grudge. Shiyu? At this moment, Shiyu was confused. What happened? Why was Key looking at him so angrily? Where was that well-behaved elf? He had obtained the power of God. Shouldn't you be happy? Chapter 424 Living Myth History. I am the elf of time. Facing Shiyu's gaze, Key's eyes were full of grievances. What a loss. She finally understood what Shiyu meant by her having great potential. Mythical level, rule life, elf of time. As long as she can awaken her power, she will be the most unsolvable mythical creature. However, there is an easier way to awaken, but she chose the most difficult one. Although she knew that Shiyu was doing it for her own good, Key still felt very uncomfortable. After all, the pain she had suffered since birth was not as much as these few dozen days. The deep painful memory, compared with a memory of slacking off, left Key with a huge psychological trauma. At this moment, Key was completely at an age that she shouldn't be, and was under pressure that she shouldn't have. It was like studying hard for more than 10 years, working hard for several years to save up the down payment for a house, but suddenly found out that she was a billionaire. She sat on the ground, like a confused little shark. Key, have you awakened your memory? At that moment, Shiyu also noticed Key's abnormality and was slightly startled. Key looked at Shiyu. I've awakened, and I know that as long as I wait for the right time, I can immediately get my original power. Key had no desire to live. Dozens of days of hard work, in vain, damn. Shiyu was silent, and looked at each other with 11 and the others. Why is this salty fish tone so similar to that of the gym cat? He seemed to know why Key was still very low in willpower at the beginning, even though he was a reincarnated body. I'm afraid he was also a slacker when he was the time spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such deep resentment after just a few days of simple training. The right time means that the rules of the world will be restored, Shen Bao asked with emerald green eyes. And the power of the space-time dragon vein will be restored, Key said. She immediately showed a resolute expression, looked at Shiyu and said, Master Shiyu, I apply to stop training. Let's go find the space-time dragon vein. Although her strength has not yet recovered, she no longer wants to practice hard, it's too painful. Now the most urgent task is to find a powerful person to take her to the space-time dragon vein to recuperate and wait for full recovery. Qi looked at Shiyu with sparkling eyes. Although Shiyu was a bit cruel, she still recognized Shiyu very much. She recognized her at a glance and helped her awaken her memory in advance. She was more powerful than those demigods. In addition, there were 2 mythical races in Shiyu's team. Even in the mythical era, Shiyu was very powerful. The most important thing was that she only knew Shiyu as a strong man now, and she was not familiar with the Elf Queen. Grandma Green was right. This Shiyu was so mysterious. Ying, at that time, can I restore to the time elf? 11 asked expectantly. Qi nodded again and again. Ying, then you can take us on a time travel. 11 wanted to go back to the Woody era to see the Iron-Eating Beast Legion, beg for some inscription medals, and add the remaining skills. After all, skills can be fused later, and 11 wants the more race skills, the better. Meow, Qi Tong wanted to go to the shitty era to see Mu Huayan. It should be possible. As long as everyone does not reach the mythical level, I can take everyone through time and space together, Qi said. Its ability is limited. Although it can carry other lives through, it is limited to those below the mythical level. The stronger the strength, the greater the consumption, including itself. It is precisely because of this limitation that the time elf itself has no combat power. This is to better adapt to the rules of time and space travel. Can we go to the mythical age? Shiyu's eyes flashed. No, Qi immediately looked terrified and said, I don't want to go back. Is it because the mythical age was invaded by alien creatures? Shiyu suddenly found that Qi, who had awakened the memory of the time elf, seemed to be the living mythical history at this time. Damn, wouldn't it be better to ask her directly about the mythical age? Yes, Qi opened his eyes wide and said, and they all wanted to catch me. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been caught. At this point, Qi immediately became angry again. It remembered this grudge. Shiyu was speechless and said, you still need to change your mentality. It seems that training still needs to continue. You can't go directly to the dragon vein to recover, Qi. Even if you don't go to the mythological era, according to our speculation, the end of the mythological era is not the end of the war. In the future, when the mythology is about to revive, Blue Star will definitely encounter disasters. At that time, the guys who want to catch you will come back again. Will you still be forced to flee? There is no end. You have to learn to face it. Qi's expression was slightly dull. Still coming? So continue training, Shiyu said. Try to achieve that whether you return to the mythological era or the enemies come in the future, you can have the strength to defeat them personally, so that you don't have to flee all the time. The most important thing is that you have been training for dozens of days and have suffered so much. If you give up halfway, wouldn't it be a big loss? Just go all out, turn grief and anger into motivation. Shiyu's words were like the devil's temptation, constantly echoing in Qi's ears. The experience of working hard in the Tinxiang Palace and being devastated by Shiyu made Qi feel more and more at a loss and more angry. It seemed that the long escape was all thanks to the group of alien beasts. But, Qi said, the stronger I am, the greater the load of using time and space shuttle, so before this, I can only weakly mobilize the power of nature, and I have no combat power, Shiyu said. We have analyzed it. So far, the illustration still shows that Qi cannot be taught any skills. It seems that this is the characteristic of the time elves. However, it seems that there is no big problem. Shiyu pointed to the clothes on Qi's body and said, then carrying dead props through should not be so consuming. What if you can control the weapons and can match the combat suit of the gods, then it is considered to have a strong combat power. Qi was slightly startled and looked at the priest's dress he was wearing. He remembered his progress in the past few days. From an elf with no power to tie a chicken, with a set of equipment, he can split the wind and snow, thunder and lightning. This is... Qi was stunned. Oh, is it still possible? It seems. It really works. Qi's eyes suddenly sparkled. Then, continue training. Qi suddenly felt that after so many days of hard training, he persisted and it didn't seem that difficult. At least compared to the training of 11 and the others, my training was easy enough. That's right, Shiyu's mouth curled up. However, soon, Qi had another question. She asked eagerly, is it really possible to have a combat suit comparable to that of the gods? Before Shiyu could answer, 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao started to call out like wolves and tigers. It's simple. As long as their bodies have the strength to crush the divine beasts, then it's not a problem to work together to make a combat suit comparable to that of the gods. Believe in them. Even, you cannot believe in them, but you must believe in the addition points. If it really doesn't work, go and copy a bunch of skills to make equipment. This is possible. Shiyu also nodded. It's simple. With Key's time and space shuttle, there are no resources you want. With it, the whole team can become stronger. At that time, the whole team becomes stronger, which means Key becomes stronger. Then continue to train. Key's heart was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. He didn't even notice how much his personality had changed in just a few dozen days. Buzz! Key changed back into the Thor suit, holding a sword, and planned to continue training, but soon, he was grabbed by Shiyu. Wait, don't be in a hurry, tell me more about the mythical era first. Shiyu remembered, damn, there will be an archaeological conference later. The more explosive the information obtained, the more resources there will be. There are a total of 2 mythical items and 10 legendary items. Originally, Shiyu only had the Wind Key Rin mechanical fantasy beast and the reason for the end of the mythical era. These 2 archaeological discoveries that can be presented at this archaeological conference, but now, Shiyu looked at Key with shaking hair, and suddenly realized that this living mythical history might be a mythical archaeological cheat. Mythical era, things, Key said. Well, for example, what did the creatures that invaded the blue planet look like? Key suddenly became nervous and said, at that time, I only remember 3 races. One is a giant beast that can devour the rules of the planet, and there is a group of strange insects that can devour life to complete infinite evolution and master the rules of devouring, and there is a group of monsters that like to spread pollution sources. Giant beast, insect race, pollution source? Shiyu's expression was solemn. The race that likes to spread pollution sources, is it the Western Abyss Sea or the Meteorite tribe? Or do they belong to a force, including the guys who polluted the life mother tree of the elves? They are all a force. A group of strange bugs that can devour life to complete infinite evolution? Could it be the monster that hunted Fakelin? Devouring life, infinite evolution, devouring rules. It made Shiyu think of the skill of infinite devouring. Even, what kind of monster is the one that devours the rules of the planet? Suddenly, Shiyu felt that the enemies encountered in the mythological era seemed a little tricky. It sounded like they were not the type that was easy to deal with. But soon, his thoughts came to him. Forget it, it's still far away. There is still time to develop. Maybe when I die, the disaster has not arrived yet. Don't be afraid. Shiyu put his hand on Key's head, rubbed it, and felt a feeling of touching the head of a mythical creature. It is indeed more charming than stroking a panda or a slime. No fear. Key's eyes were filled with lightning, holding a sword, and said, I really want to gain powerful combat power now, and then travel back to the mythological era. When those guys invade Blue Star, I will defeat them with one sword, and then shock everyone who knows me. Shiyu. You are not right. I just want to motivate you. Why are you more serious than 11? Are you reliable? After President Lin finished his work, he immediately contacted Shiyu, wanting to know what happened to the Azure Dragon in Donghuang. In the back mountain of the White Rose family, Shiyu sat on a stone chair and said, it's nothing, it's just a success. The quasi-myth race has 2 faith skills, so I mobilized the power of faith. President Lin, oh, it's done, it's done. You call the evolution that caused the change of Azure Dragon faith objects worldwide a success? Where are you now? President Lin shouted with his eyes wide open on the other side of the screen. Surprisingly, it really worked? Now, he can't understand Shiyu's team configuration. Pandas and unicorns of mythical races, blue dragons and sea elves with faith skills, ginseng babies that can self-destruct to revive totems, plus an ancient general spirit that can control several overlord undead spirits and possess the Beastmaster to greatly increase the Beastmaster's combat power. To be honest, when President Lin saw Shiyu participating in the national competition, he thought that Shiyu's team was luxurious enough at that time. Who knew that in less than a year, the team had completed an epic evolution? I'm here with the White Rose family, using the Starry Sky altar to hatch the Pedig, White Rose family. President Lin was startled and said, is there enough time? Don't delay the archaeological conference. Shiyu smiled, don't worry, it won't be delayed, and there will be a big surprise. He has learned a lot of secrets of the mythological era from Key. It is definitely shocking and explosive enough to shock the 7 countries. At that time, all of them will be pushed into Lin's memory, saying that they were newly glimpsed in the fossil dream. I don't know how many resources I can get. At the same time, the White Rose family learned of Shiyu's arrival. Fu Chuanqi's wife, Lucille Chuanqi's father, and 2 more legends returned to the family. 4 legends in one family can be said to be quite luxurious. No wonder it is a super family of glory. That night, Shiyu was invited to the White Rose family's dinner. Although he was a little lazy to go, he couldn't refuse the other party's hospitality, so Shiyu had to go and enjoy the feast of glory. Ha ha ha, Dr. Shiyu, cheers, the patriarch of the White Rose family, Lucille's legendary father, said happily, it's true that heroes emerge from youth. I heard that Dr. Shiyu did not change his expression when facing Aldrich from the demon country today, and even scared him away. Dr. Shiyu, are you really only a level 6 Beastmaster? Shiyu smiled and said, it's not that exaggerated, it's just that this is Rongguang's territory, and the fallen angel doesn't want to cause trouble. It must be that Dr. Shiyu's strength is outstanding. Fu Dian's mother, a beautiful woman with brown hair, smiled and said, I heard that Lucille, this girl, also made an appointment with you, Dr. Shiyu. Shiyu looked at the golden ponytail woman who was also looking at him. If Shiyu remembered correctly, the other party's pet at that time, the Holy Thunder Beast, is a kind of unicorn. Name, Holy Thunder Beast. Attributes, Light, Thunder. Racial level, Medium Overlord. Growth level, Overlord. Energy value, 68.12 million, barely even the strength of the top Overlord. A level that is neither strong nor weak. Yes, Shiyu nodded and said, is tomorrow afternoon okay? It is expected that the pet beast eggs will be hatched tomorrow afternoon. Let's fight before leaving, otherwise if the winner is still staying in someone else's house, Shiyu will feel uncomfortable. No problem, Lucille said. Dr. Shiyu, the rules are up to you. Shiyu smiled and said, then let's play 1 versus 1, use each other's strongest pet beasts to fight. Okay, Lucille had no problem, and then recalled the information she knew about Shiyu. Shiyu's strongest pet beast, which one is it? Fu Dian, hit that iron-eating beast, that iron-eating beast, that iron-eating beast. In a flash, it was the next day. Shiyu did not sleep all night, meditating and accompanying Lin in studying the Starry Sky pet beast eggs. At this moment, Lin has completely determined the 3 kinds of starlight nutrients needed for the Starry Sky pet beast eggs, and the hatching progress of the pet beast eggs is about to approach 3/4. If it is still difficult to infer what the remaining nutrients need from the previous 2/4, then it is relatively easier for Lin to infer from 3/4. Lin, do you think that the one hatched from this egg will not be one of the 3 monsters that Qi mentioned? It is unlikely that the giant beast that devours the rules of the planet is hatched. According to Qi's description, this giant beast is larger than any other mythical beast. When it appears, it covers the sky and the sun, and it may be able to destroy a country with just 1 step. It is impossible to hatch from such a small pet egg. The Zerg that also masters the power of devouring? There is indeed this possibility. Considering that the Sky Emperor asked the Void Mantis to look after the eggs, the possibility is not small. In addition, there is a mysterious group that may be related to the Abyss Sea, the Meteorite, and the Dark Mother Tree. This group is good at pollution, mainly poison and dark. Considering that the purple pattern of the pet egg is very consistent with the poison system, it seems that this is not impossible, but if this is the case, Susu should be furious. She wasted so much effort on hatching, and it is better to listen to the cat's omelette. These possibilities are not ruled out, but it is also possible that it is not one of the 3, Lin said. After all, the starlight power it absorbs is very mild, and it is difficult to associate it with these 3 creatures. Okay, if you have studied it, prepare for a battle later, Lin. Why is it my master? The white-haired girl in the magic cube was stunned for a moment. She knew that Shiyu and Lucille had made an appointment for a battle, but she never expected that Shiyu would let a working girl who had spent a whole night studying to fight. Even capitalists are not so black-hearted. Shiyu was startled and said, isn't this because I like you, Lin? She was speechless. Are you sure it's not because you are too lazy to notify and summon the new pet beast, and it's more convenient to see me next to you? Okay, Lin accepted her fate. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after the Starry Sky pet beast egg absorbed the starlight, Shiyu called Lucille and asked her to come over. Soon, Lucille, wearing a white knight uniform with golden patterns, came to the back mountain with full energy. She looked at Shiyu angrily and said, Dr. Shiyu, have you finished your work here? Yes, Then let's go to the family duel field. There can be activated the defense facilities of the Overlord rules. As a legendary family, a duel field that can withstand Overlord-level battles is a must. Shiyu smiled and said, "Sorry, I suddenly have something urgent to do and I have to attend the archaeological conference tomorrow. If you don't mind, how about fighting in my relic space? Mine is a high-level relic space, which can also withstand Overlord-level battles." "Why don't we do it here?" Lucille was stunned. Originally, the family told her that they must be called when fighting. But seeing Shiyu's appearance, he was in a hurry. Lucille hesitated for a while. Shiyu didn't even give the girl time to react. He directly opened the transmission channel of the legendary ruins and motioned Lucille to come in. Inside the legendary ruins, Lucille, who had come in inexplicably, had a headache. Forget it. After the battle is over, she will review it for her father and the others. Standing in the flat legendary ruins, Lucille looked around and judged that this was a very advanced ruin space. She couldn't help but sigh at Shiyu's background. Dr. Shiyu, the pet I want to use for battle is this one. Lucille directly sent out her trump card pet, the Holy Thunder Beast. Under the flickering light around, a pet shaped like a white horse, with a spiral horn on its forehead, wings, and white thunder patterns on its huge body appeared. Its eyes were shining and looked at Shiyu. "My pet is this one." Shiyu indicated that Rin, who was floating next to him, was his opponent. At this time, Lucille's expression was silent and she observed Rin. The energy value was still more than 20 million. A day ago, she observed this mechanical life, and the energy value was more than 20 million, and now, it is still this value. If this burst state, she felt a little unreasonable. Which pet can maintain a state of bursting combat power all the time? The burden is too great. So don't tell her that this energy value that reaches the level of the Overlord is just its normal state. It seems that this Dr. Shiyu has researched a mechanical fantasy beast. With the support of Donghuang, it must be the strongest in the mechanical system. This pet, with a normal energy value of more than 20 million at the king level, must be Shiyu's trump card. It seems that this Dr. Shiyu did not choose to cross the level of the Overlord with a 6th level body like the Beastmaster of the Totem Kingdom, but chose to strengthen a king comparable to the Overlord, so that there is almost no burden on the body. Lucille kept analyzing in her heart. However, if it was just like this, how could Shiyu scare off the fallen angel? Lucille was at a loss. Although the king level with a normal energy value of 20 million is extremely rare, and she has seen it for the first time, but at this level, let alone scaring off the fallen angel, it is even a question whether he can defeat her. Could it be that Shiyu was the fallen angel who was frightened away by other external forces? But before Lucille could think too much, her face suddenly changed. Because the Rubik's Cube-like mechanical life suddenly turned into a whirlwind and entangled Shiyu's arm. Then, a huge sniper rifle nearly 2 meters long appeared in Shiyu's hand. High-level mechanical skills, load. Arm. Beep beep. At this moment, Lucille's face changed drastically, because the mechanical life that had a normal energy value of more than 20 million just now, with a possession of Shiyu, suddenly, the energy value increased to 73 million. This increase, she suddenly looked at Shiyu. This move is similar to possession and fusion talents. The increase depends on the skill proficiency and the physique of the Beastmaster. But no matter what, it suddenly raised the energy value of the king-level pet to the top Overlord level, which was still a bit unacceptable to Lucille. "Let's fight." Shiyu had already pointed his gun at the sacred unicorn. It was already enough to let him off the hook. It was just a fusion. Rin hadn't used the myth to revive him yet. His physique was indeed a little stronger. After all, he had experienced the feedback of the power of the mythical races, the Iron-Eating Beast and the Azure Dragon, when he reached his limit. At this time, the muzzle of the huge sniper rifle condensed a dazzling light. In addition to cyan, this light also had orange-red, azure blue, and golden yellow. There were 4 forces: wind, fire, water, and thunder. In addition to his own wind power, Rin also transformed and upgraded himself when he was studying the fusion mecha. He had the ability to carry other attributes in his body, although not as strong as the wind power. 4 elements. At this time, seeing Shiyu madly controlling the power of 4 elements at the same time, Lucille suddenly felt threatened. She immediately looked very serious and said, "White Thunder, boom." The Holy Thunder Beast, which originally mastered the power of White Thunder, merged with Lucille's White Thunder power, which immediately raised the strength of the Holy Unicorn's White Thunder to a higher level, and took a few steps forward on the road from perfection to superb proficiency. The destructive power added by the White Lightning alone is even stronger than the thunder-strengthening talent. A White Lightning Sword condensed on the horn of the Holy Lightning Beast. Holy Lightning Sword. It should be enough to deal with it, at this time, Lucille thought. However, the next moment, her expression changed again. At this time, seeing the power of the Holy Lightning Sword, Shiyu and the others actually ignored the stability of the moves. Under the fusion of the Wind Spirit Pearl, the four attribute forces were overloaded by Lin's combination, and it seemed that the barrel was about to explode. Even though she was far away, Lucille could feel the violent, chaotic, and rampant energy fluctuations from the muzzle of the mechanical sniper rifle. How could this energy fluctuation be controlled? In fact, Shiyu and Lin wanted this effect. Boom. Lin used top-level intelligence to calculate that within the tolerable range, the fusion of the four forces did explode, but it did not hurt Shiyu and the others at all. Instead, through the skill of turning danger into fortune, the damage they suffered was converted into stronger attack power and reflected to the opponent. This is an attack method with top-level intelligence as the core tactic. Boom. Originally, Lucille was still trying to determine whether this attack would cause the machine to explode, but the next moment, a larger energy wave than before came, which made Lucille dumbfounded for a moment. The four-color light column collided directly with a Holy Lightning Sword that was struck. Two violent shock waves lingered in an instant, stirring up a tide of energy that swallowed both sides. At this time, the aftermath of the collision of the moves alone allowed the Holy Lightning Beast to quickly condense a light curtain to protect itself, and Lucille also instantly entered the virtual state to avoid damage. However, during this process, what Lucille, who was in the virtual state, could not understand was that the figure of Shiyu on the opposite side directly bore the impact of the aftermath and raised the sniper rifle again. Shoot it, Rin. As Shiyu finished speaking, the entire sniper rifle's barrel, at an incredible speed, continued to extend and lengthen in response to the shock wave. Soon, this mechanical sniper rifle, while Lucille was in the process of virtualization and unable to move, turned into a sniper rifle that was several dozen meters long. The muzzle was directly against Lucille's forehead in the virtual state. For Shiyu and Rin, who had such a physique and mastered the ability to turn danger into safety, avoiding damage was the greatest disrespect to this skill. Moreover, using a critical hit, supervision, and top intelligence, Rin could also quickly analyze the weakest point of the move's aftermath and launch an assault. Throughout the entire battle, Rin made careful calculations, including the firing angle and power of the first hit, in order to let the Holy Thunder Beast bear the most important aftermath and have no time to take care of the Beast Tamer. Taking advantage of this gap, they could snipe the Beast Tamer himself in the easiest way and end the battle. You lose. Its bullets are enough to penetrate the void. At this time, holding a sniper rifle of several dozen meters, Shiyu spoke to the female knight in the opposite state with a frozen face. At this time, Lucille felt that she had lost the whole game for no reason. She looked at the muzzle in front of her and shivered all over. Beside her, the Holy Thunder Beast was also shocked and looked at the Beastmaster and the enemy, at a loss. Miss Lucille, although you are strong, you have less combat experience. You may encounter great danger in the world competition. Please protect yourself next time. Shiyu smiled slightly, and the super long sniper rifle turned into a breeze and dissipated. However, the enemies in the world competition may not have the reaction speed and control of the situation like Lin. However, it was rare for the opponent to let him use the Starry Sky Altar, so Shiyu still emphasized to remind him, maybe he could make the opponent more careful and avoid a disaster. You guys, Lucille's heart was still beating. She looked at the calm Shiyu opposite her, and suddenly understood the feelings of the fallen angel Aldrich. Her woman's intuition told her that the real Shiyu was 10,000 times more terrifying than what she was facing at this moment. Although he was only level 6, the other party could not be just a level 6 Beastmaster. She had never seen a level 6 Beastmaster so calm and relaxed in the face of a legendary level. It was as if the other party was standing at a higher level. Enough to dominate the life and death of the totem, looking down below. Chapter 425 Shiyu Tells Myths. After the fight, Shiyu slipped away. The bewildered Rongwon World Championship player was left alone in the back mountain. At the same time, at Ronghuang's residence, Shiyu, who had a caterpillar or a dragon in his pocket, was teleported back to his residence. Rongwang arranged single-family villas for personnel from each country according to the list provided by each country, and Shi Yu was no exception. After arriving at the destination, Chong Chong was released by Shi Yu. Chong Chong was in a hurry. It had an arm wrestling match with a leader. Just as it was about to start, Shi Yu called it to be the driver. It consumed a lot of physical strength. If it loses, it must be because it is not in peak condition. Hey, you are finally back. When Shi Yu came back, he didn't expect the gem cat to be here. It seemed that it was waiting for him at his residence. Teacher Ying, long time no see, Shi Yu smiled. Gem cat was startled, frowned, and said, looks like he has bad intentions. No way. In fact, Shi Yu just wanted to know whether the current 11 and Chong Chong could be teacher cat. Gem cat didn't seem to know that 11 and Chong Chong had evolved. I just want to ask you, do you eat turtle meat, tiger meat, dragon meat, and beef? Gem cat was startled. Why did it sound so familiar? Those puppets. Gem cat had a black line on his face. You have been using them for so long, they are not fresh anymore. What can I eat? If it was at the overlord level, it would say that it would try it, but it is already at the totem level. Gem cat is not going to wrong itself. No, crawl, crawl, crawl. No, I have something else to do. I heard that when you came here yesterday, you had friction with the great prince of the demon kingdom. I also heard that you scared the other party away with just a look. Is it true? Is it so exaggerated? Gem cat muttered and looked at Shi Yu. It asked, the invincible overlord. The limit is close to the totem. At least it has the power of the second cat when it was at the overlord level. That birdman is real, Teacher Ying. Do you want to know why? Shi Yu said with a chuckle. Do you want to fight? The gem cat was stunned. What does that mean? You are floating, Shi Gu. The gem cat's impression of Shi Yu still remains in the Battle of Xianhu Kingdom. However, seeing Shi Yu's proud look at this time, the gem cat's heart trembled, and realized that Shi Yu might have made great progress again. At this time, Shi Yu opened the door of the legendary ruins. The gem cat was stunned for a moment and got in. This time, the expression was extremely surprised. I saw that in the legendary ruins, a 10,000-meter green dragon was hovering in the sky. It had golden horns on its head and green scales on its body. Its eyes and tail were burning with golden spiritual faith fires. The image was extremely shocking. At this time, the huge dragon stretched out its claws and collided with another giant beast on the opposite side. It was an iron-eating beast, which was over a kilometer tall. It also exuded a terrifying aura all over its body. It stretched out its bare paws and pressed together with the opponent's dragon claws. There were no fancy skills, just a pure collision of physical strength. Under the collision, the entire legendary ruin space was constantly shaking. The gem cat was familiar with this legendary ruin space, the one with Ji Mengzhu, the one where Shen Baobao self-exploded. However, at this time, the gem cat was shocked to find that the two giants only collided with physical strength, and the entire ruin space had a vibration close to that self-explosion. Boom. In fact, to be precise, it's not that the two have no skills at all, but these skills have been normalized and transformed into physical strength. 11 is a variety of bodybuilding skills and physical skills, while Chong Chong has integrated the concepts of perfect dragon and blue dragon into his new body through evolution, which is equivalent to the normal state of the fantasy dragon's extreme strengthening of the body. Boom. At this time, the two pets almost shook the space with their physical strength alone. With a crack, the gem cat also heard a bone fracture sound along with the air shock. The claws of the huge blue dragon seemed to be broken at once. Then, Chong Chong's huge body was directly shaken away by the panda opposite with a palm wind that squeezed the air. Roar! Chong Chong was extremely indignant. Damn it, relying on physical strength alone, he almost beat the leader. Roar! 11 roared excitedly. Come again. This, looking at the collision of the two giants, the gem cat next to him was slightly stunned. It was hard to imagine that this was just pure physical strength. The physique was like this. If the skills such as Thunder Palm and Air Shock that combined physique and energy were used, how terrible the destructive power would be? That's 11, and Chong Chong, the gem cat said unacceptably. What's going on? How come 11 and Chong Chong have become like this after not seeing each other for a while? Overlord level. There is no doubt that the two pets have reached the overlord level. It looked at Shi Yu, and never expected that after returning from Tinxiang, Shiyu actually crossed the level to contract 2 overlords. Moreover, the gem cat opened its azure gem eyes and could clearly judge that the energy levels of 11 and Changchang were already a few times of its own, definitely exceeding the 100 million level. In terms of physical strength, it has surpassed itself, especially 11. Except for those totem-level people who specialize in physical training, such as the prison god elephant of the divine elephant kingdom. Otherwise, even among the totem level, it is probably difficult to find an object comparable to it. For the world game, I have worked hard for a while and have made some progress. Teacher Ying, do you want to give them a temporary intensive training before the world game, Gemcat? I have something else to do, and I have to help Chengyi train her mental strength. I'm leaving. The Gemcat went straight out of the door and left the legendary ruins. Feeling indignant, I don't understand why it just ran with Lu Chengyi to explore a circle of ruins and began to fall behind the version. It saw that Shiyu, this kid, wanted to use it as a whetstone, and it would not be fooled. Hey, Shiyu was startled. Why are you running? He was serious. He really wanted to know how far 11 and Changchang were from the real totem. Forget it, let's continue to prepare for the archaeological conference. Time is running out, and he has one last important thing to do. At this time, archaeologists from the 7 countries are preparing for tomorrow's archaeological conference. In fact, there is nothing to prepare for. Just think about how to show your archaeological results tomorrow. The most important thing is to let the judges judge that the archaeological results are true. This is the most important thing, otherwise everyone will brag. As one of the Donghuang preparation personnel, Shiyu was not disturbed by President Lin and others. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. The so-called World Archaeological Conference is actually a non-public discussion meeting, and only a few elites from the 7 countries can participate. The judges on the surface are the presidents of the 7 Kingdoms Beast Taming Association, such as President Lin Xiao of Donghuang and President Aolin of Tinxiang. In secret, it is actually the legends of the 7 countries who make the final decision and decide the distribution rights of the 12 mythological resources. In addition to these 14 heavyweight judges, there were no other outsiders. The scene was full of archaeologists from various countries, who were the elites in the field of archaeology in various countries. On the day of the archaeological conference, the archaeological teams of the 7 countries took their seats one after another. In fact, all the people added together were only a few dozen people. Among them, the members of the 11th Bureau were naturally from Donghuang, including Shiyu, Principal Feng, and Lu Chengyi. As for the elites in the archaeological circles of other countries, Shiyu had never met any of them except the legendary Xiao Yuan from Kidao, who had met him once at the Phoenix Ruins. Of course, this was Shiyu's perspective. On the side of the snowfield country, there were 2 old men in archaeological clothes who looked solemnly at the Donghuang side. At that time, they were also in the starry sky and saw the strange phenomenon of the insects just evolved. However, at this time, these 2 snowfield archaeologists still didn't know where the blue dragon came from. The legends should be here too. Shiyu sat on the chair and inexplicably felt a sense of oppression. He took a deep breath to adjust himself. Looking at the surrounding void, possessing an amazing beast instinct that far exceeds that of ordinary legends. This kid seems to be able to sense us, Elf Queen Sylphura said with a smile. In another space, at this time, each of the 7 legends was looking at the archaeological conference site from different directions across a space. This is also a part of the intelligence exchange among the 7 countries. As the real rulers of the 7 countries, they will naturally not be absent. Is he Shiyu, Z, the mechanical legend of the Kingdom of the Divine Wind and the creator of the mechanical system in history, spoke slowly. He was like a robot, with a humanoid armor of 2 meters high, blue, red and white. In other words, this is his current body. In the most recent Totem War, 4 mechanical geniuses rose one after another, from 4 different countries. Among them, the geniuses of the Divine Wind and Donghuang became legendary mechanics. The mechanical genius of the Snowfield was the first to develop a mechanical life that could ascend to the stars, and the genius doctor of the 7 islands, she developed a cyborg with the potential of a demigod. As a title-level mechanic, she is now the mother of the 7 islands Valkyrie. At this moment, the mechanical legend of the Divine Wind looked at Shiyu with burning eyes. He was very displeased with this unauthentic kid and unauthentic Donghuang. It would be fine if they had researched out mechanical phantom beasts, but they actually bought out all the ancient fossils of the divine wind. However, the mechanical legend of the divine wind kingdom himself did not care about the mechanical phantom beasts. After all, although the mechanical phantom beasts were good, he found that they had many flaws after in-depth research. In addition to using fossils, the energy for revival is also a huge expense. Although it is much more affordable than the normal reproduction of high-race pets, the upper limit of the lifespan of mechanical phantom beasts is also much lower than other mechanical life forms and normal flesh and blood life forms. For the divine wind mechanical legend, who stood at a certain height and even transformed a semigod level mechanical life form, the mechanical phantom beast was worthy of the divine wind's attention, but it was not worthy of the divine wind giving up other major fields and fully researching. Unless, as SYNOPSIS at the mechanical conference, the mythical fossils can be revived, but the divine wind's mechanical legend knows that this is impossible. Standing at the height of the legend, it has tried to touch the realm of God through various scientific and technological means 100 years ago, including studying mythical fossils, but all failed. He concluded that in this world with incomplete rules, the road of science and technology cannot lead to God, otherwise, he must have been a mythical mechanic. Restrain yourself. Do you have any opinion about Shiyu? At this time, seeing that the legend of the wind was staring at Shiyu and exuding a faint depression, the legend of the source frowned. Looked at Shiyu and understood what he meant. At this time, Shiyu's face was pale, and getting paler. The legend of the mechanical wind said, "What does it have to do with me? It's his own problem. This kid has crossed the level of the contract overlord. It's the same as those beast masters in the totem country, Su. He would not release pressure on a kid who is not even a fraction of his age." The other party's face was pale, not because of him at all. The elf queen and other legends smiled and said nothing, naturally knowing that the source was deliberately against the legend of the wind. These two people have never gotten along. "Shiyu, you look so bad today." On the Donghuang seat, seeing that Shiyu looked like he was going to die on such an important occasion today, Lu Chengyu said speechlessly. "Obviously, Shiyu's physique is very strong, but why? It's like this every time." Shiyu was helpless. "Isn't this for the ultimate kill of the archaeological conference? I've been working hard these 2 days. Including yesterday, I stayed up late again. Originally, the insects evolved, and Shiyu recovered quickly, but it seems that it's fake, all fake. I am completely strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and I can't stay up late to work overtime like before. If I'm not careful, I will die suddenly. Next, whether it's the telekinesis connection technique or the spiritual field, I can't use it casually, I can only use it as a trump card. Otherwise, unless I eat the ginseng baby, it will be difficult to nurse back." Shiyu sucked the sachet and didn't want to stay in the archaeological conference any longer. He was going to be the first to appear and leave immediately after the work was done. It seems that everyone is here. At this time, the 7 association presidents were sitting in the judges' seats, and the void was torn apart. A burly man in golden armor came out of the different space and looked at the many archaeological elites present. He looked majestic and had a demeanor of a king. Legend of Glory, Hero King. In the Glory area, the main enemy of the last totem war was the Demon Kingdom. At that time, Rongguang was purely a colony of the Demon Country. In that chaotic era, Rongguang gave birth to many heroic figures. Among them, the meaning of the Hero King was the king of all heroes. It was he who led many heroes to end the chaos in the Rongguang area and established a kingdom of glory. Welcome everyone to Rongguang, I am the Hero King, Dylan. The significance and purpose of this World Archaeological Conference is to hope that the 7 Nations Alliance will learn from history. The history of the Blue Star human race is a history of disasters. Only by understanding the laws of history can we better open up the future. So I hope that everyone can communicate freely in the future. For archaeologists who have found intelligence results that are beneficial to the 7 nations, the 7 Nations Alliance will reward resources according to the importance of the intelligence. There are no restrictions on this exchange conference. You can go on stage by yourself, but only one person at a time. This mode is known to everyone in advance. Under this rule, it is necessary to communicate first. The reason is very simple. If the archaeological results collide, it is necessary to talk about the first-come first-served distribution of resources. Shiyu had already stood up at this time, but someone was faster than him, which made Shiyu's mouth twitch. It was an archaeologist from Zuian. An old man in an archaeological suit. He was obviously old, but he had the speed of a single man for decades. At this time, the King of Glory had left and returned to the alien space. On the judge's seat, President Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry, let this archaeologist from Zuiden come to share his archaeological results first." The archaeologist from Zuiden glanced at Shiyu, smiled, and then walked onto the booth. It's Gufu, an archaeologist from Zuiden, a 6th-level master, who has climbed the starry sky with the help of Zuiden many times and mainly studies the remains of the starry sky, Principal Fangs said next to Shiyu. At this moment, the presidents of the 7 countries' associations all looked at Shiyu, who had sat down again, and Gufu, who had just come on stage. They were not unfamiliar with Shiyu and Gufu. The presidents and archaeologists of associations in other countries had already guessed most of the archaeological results that Shiyu wanted to show. Most of them were obtained through the fossil archaeological machine. Some secrets about the totem era. As for Gufu's archaeological results, except for the legend of Zuiden and the president, others could only judge that it was related to the starry sky. After the old man Gufu came on stage, he coughed 3 times. He looked a little unwell, but his face was very excited. He said, "I am Gufu. Just half a month ago, I climbed into the starry sky again. We have cracked a legendary relic built on the moon. It is numbered as 12 by our 7 Nations Alliance." After Gufu finished speaking, except for the archaeologists of Zuiden, the whole audience was in an uproar. Shiyu was no exception. He was slightly stunned. There are a total of 13 relics on the moon. Since humans landed on the moon, they have only successfully cracked 1 empty shell relic. The others have not been cracked. Did Zuiden successfully crack another one? Gufu said excitedly, "This is a legendary relic, a relic left by a demigod-level life from the totem era millions of years ago. After it reached the totem level, it has been evolving itself into a starry sky life. After becoming a demigod, it finally gained the ability to survive and travel freely in the starry sky, and is called a star beast. This will be the earliest known post-era life to land on the moon after the end of the mythology era. After our deciphering, according to the information it left in the ruins, there is a very important message. Everyone should know that the world champions who have been blessed in the past have received a piece of information when communicating with the world tree. At present, the rules of the blue star are incomplete, and it is difficult to break through to the myth, even with its blessing. And we have found another way to break through to the myth in this relic. The farther you are from the blue star, the farther you fly to. The deeper you go into the universe, the easier it is to touch the power of rules and get rid of the constraints of the incomplete rules of the blue planet. This is the message left by the demigod. It spent 500 years exploring the starry sky and came to this conclusion. However, it was a pity that it failed to break through to the myth in the end and reach the limit of its lifespan. If it is given another 100 years, it may really have a chance. So, it is not wrong for us to explore the starry sky. Developing technology and reaching the depths of the starry sky is the foundation for us to set foot in the myth. So I think that the 7 Nations Alliance will work together to develop the space fleet and attack the starry sky. This is the future of the beast-controlling era, and it can even open up a new era of starry sky pets. Gufu's words stirred up 1,000 waves. People's imagination is infinite. In fact, what he said has been supplemented by archaeologists and scientists. They believe that the outer space is the key to breaking through the myth, but there is no evidence. And now, with the excavation of the starry sky ruins from the totem era millions of years ago, there is a demigod-level life that has been exploring the starry sky for 500 years. The confirmation undoubtedly adds a bit of authenticity to this statement. Gufu used the technological equipment on the communication platform to simultaneously display the data they had discovered in the starry sky ruins as evidence. Even if it is true, Master Gufu, do you know how much resources are needed to build a warship that can continuously shuttle in the universe and reach the depths of the starry sky? Do you know how much money is needed to support its voyage? With such resources, plus a life that may break through the mythical level, plus hundreds of years of time, isn't the investment too unstable? Said a divine archaeologist. But this is also a way, isn't it? Master Gufu looked over. In the alien space, many legends do not say that this is indeed a way. But at least their generation can't wait. Breaking through the depths of the starry sky has actually been rumored among the legends, but this time, Zuiden has produced more definite evidence through archaeological means. Around this topic, many archaeologists and presidents of various associations present immediately talked about it and argued endlessly. Among them, Shiyu was concerned about the star beast demigod of this totem era. It was really amazing. It actually broke through the restrictions of the blue star at the totem level and went to explore the depths of the starry sky. I just don't know how many lives there are besides it. It should be the native life of blue star that came back after exploring the starry sky. Are there any that will never come back? Or even, lost? I don't know how long it took, President Oran said. This topic ends here. After the conference, the jury will analyze and collect evidence for the research results. Next, please invite the next archaeological master who wants to communicate the results to come on stage. After President Oran finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Shiyu, who had not participated in the discussion just now and was sitting next to him. Shiyu really didn't have the energy to discuss. He had just squinted his eyes and was resting, so tired. After it was finally his turn, Shiyu cheered up, put on a white research suit, and walked onto the venue calmly. After he walked onto the venue, he looked around like the big boss. I actually agree with what Senior Gufu said just now. The future of the Beastmaster is in the starry sky. After Shiyu finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Master Gufu, who had just gone down, looked at this young man from Donghuang in surprise. However, Shiyu's next sentence made his mouth twitch. However, within 1,000 years, we humans do not need to explore the starry sky. This is not the only way to break through the myth. I am Shiyu. Shiyu grinned and said, according to my judgment, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be about 7 years before the rules of Blue Star will be completely perfected. By then, the myth will be revived, and Blue Star will no longer have the limitation of being unable to break through the myth level. What? After Shiyu finished speaking, all the archaeologists in the audience were dumbfounded. The 7 presidents sitting in the judges' seats and the legendary strongmen sitting in the different space were all stunned. Even President Lin and the legend of Shinidan were very surprised. Where did Shiyu get this statement from? Didn't we agree to talk about the disaster that ended the myth era? As a result, you came up and predicted the time of the myth revival, and it was accurate to the specific year. Dr. Shiyu, you are not kidding. Do you have any evidence? The person asking the question was the president of the Kamikaze Association. The white-bearded old man looked at Shiyu with a scrutinizing look. Shiyu also looked at him. Qi actually told him this time. Before Qi's power completely dissipated, he speculated on the specific time for the power of rules to recover. It would be 7 years from now. At that time, the rules will be revived, the world will change dramatically, the main body of Blue Star will wake up, and the natural energy will be more abundant. Originally, she would awaken her memory at that time. Shiyu is very upset now. He thought he still had time. Later, he talked with Qi and found out that the myth would be revived in only 7 years. He didn't know what strength he could reach before that. Legendary level, all demigods. It should be no problem, but it's not mythical, which makes me a little uneasy. However, 7 years is only the time for the myth of Blue Star to revive. There may not be a mythical foreign enemy coming immediately, so there is no need to worry too much. As the loser of the Battle of Blue Star, the alien forces may have paid a heavier price. Of course, it is also possible that it will come on that day, such as the giant beast that devours the rules of the planet. If a planet does not have the power of complete rules, what will it devour? Maybe, when the world rules are restored, it will come again. In short, it is best to break through the myth within 7 years, and have the top myth combat power. Shiyu set a small goal for himself. Otherwise, it is not safe. At present, Shiyu naturally cannot confess. There is no definite evidence. However, you can talk nonsense. President Logan, do you still remember the fossil revival device I developed? Shiyu said. President Logan's face changed slightly. At that time, I said that the ancient fossils of the totem era can be revived, so the fossils of mythical creatures in the mythological era may not be unable to be revived. Although there are no successful cases now, I believe that as long as we invest funds and continue to study, it is not impossible to revive the mythical beasts and materialize the mythical creatures in the beast-controlling era and revive them in mechanical form. And now, you mean President Logan looked shocked. The presidents of other national associations, the archaeologists on site, and other legends in the alien space, except for the Elf Queen and the legend of the God Source, all had some changes in their expressions. In front of Shiyu, a purple summoning diagram appeared. As he was summoned, the white research coat he was wearing fluttered in the wind. Yes, I did it. I successfully used a fossil from the mythological era to revive the mythical phantom in the form of a mechanical phantom god to the modern era. The specific time of the mythical revival is what it sensed and analyzed. On the purple diagram, a creature with a white body like a deer and a light and slender body slowly appeared. On its body, there were blue patterns condensed into cloud-like hair, reflecting the image of the wind. The whole body was like the incarnation of the wind, and the head was petite and soft, elegant and beautiful. This creature is the Killen clan of the mythological era, the Killen clan Fenkillen, which is known as the three major mythological clans in the East together with the dragon and the phoenix. At this time, after seeing this creature, most people on the scene opened their mouths wide. I couldn't believe my eyes. Did it? Shiyu said he did it? At the Donghuang seat, Principal Feng, Lu Chengyi and others were excited, especially Principal Feng, who shouted in his heart, "See, this is the archaeologist of Donghuang. It's outrageous. How is it possible?" The mechanical legend of the divine wind, Z, was the first one who didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that the fossil resurrection device could even revive the mythical beast. The mechanical legend of the divine wind was so anxious that he directly tore the space apart and descended on the scene like the glorious hero king just now, observing the wind unicorn solemnly. "You said it was revived from a mythical fossil, so what is its current race level?" The divine wind's mechanical legend stared at the wind unicorn with a burning gaze. The energy value of more than 20 million should be the normal level of the monarch level. This energy value would not scare the divine wind's mechanical legend. He could also casually modify a monarch-level mechanical life with a normal energy value of over 20 million. What made him more concerned was the race level of this wind unicorn. At this time, Shiyu had never expected that the mechanical legend of the divine wind would suddenly appear. He was immediately shocked, but then he looked directly at the other party and said, "It's a pity that it is not as good as the complete Fenkillen." When it was revived, the power it inherited was pitifully small, and the skills were seriously lacking. It did not inherit any divine skills at all. However, the specific time of the myth's revival was indeed analyzed and felt by it. Everyone looked at Fenkillen in silence. That should be a race close to the myth, right? Just like the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex was revived, the race level would be reduced. If you want to revive the divine beast, you can revive the divine beast through fossils, and the race power cannot still be a myth. Above the high-level overlord, the quasi-myth race should be about the same. But even so, it is very terrifying. It turned out to be true. The myth was successfully revived. How terrifying is the fossil revival technology? At this time, the archaeologists of the divine wind were regretting their intestines. I don't understand why they don't cherish fossils so much. Shiyu was actually right. Normally, if the fossils of the mythical beasts were revived, the quasi-mythical race would be the best. The reason why Lin was able to evolve and break through to the mythical race was not because of the fossil revival, but because of the special skill of mythical revival. Without the revival of the mythical beasts, there would be no blessing of the wind, and naturally there would be no mythical race. However, there were also people who understood, such as the legend of the divine source, the queen of the elf, President Lin and other few strong people. They knew very well. This is a real mythical race. However, there are many people here, and before knowing the rules of the world competition, this kind of information must be used as a trump card. In the world competition, if Shiyu used the blessing of the wind, they would be shocked, the queen of the elf thought. If Senior Z thinks this cannot be used as evidence, it doesn't matter. When the world games begin, we can further verify it from Lord World Tree. Lord World Tree's awakening this time should be to cope with the upcoming myth revival. Fenkillen can sense it, and the World Tree, as the incarnation of the planet's will, can certainly sense it. 7 years, I think. This time will also be obtained from Lord World Tree. Before getting the verification from the World Tree, you can pretend that I didn't say anything, Shiyu said with a smile. In other words, if it is verified from the World Tree, myth resources cannot be lacking. At this time, seeing Shiyu so confident, the expressions of the legends and the presidents were surprised and doubtful. There are still 7 years for the myth to revive. After 7 years, the demigods and legends will have the opportunity to break through the myth. Sizzle. At the same time, as Shiyu began to talk about the myth, legends tore through the space one after another, came to the scene, and stared at Shiyu. The arrival of the 7 legends made the archaeologists present a little breathless, and their eyes were straight. This information is indeed extraordinary. The glory hero king looked at Shiyu solemnly. and then glanced at the mechanical legend God source, and said, "If it can be verified by the World Tree Lord, the reward of mythical resources must be yours." At this time, the legends have spoken, and the other archaeologists and association presidents naturally dare not say more. At the same time, they curse their own mechanics in their hearts again, why they were so flying. They have been unable to replicate Ronglong's fossil revival technology. It turns out that, even the phantoms of creatures in the mythical era can be revived. The archaeologists present looked at Fenkilin with envy. Looking at this perfect creature. At the same time, looking at this young man in horror, no one expected that the prophecy he made at the Donghuang Mechanical Conference a few months ago was verified in such a short time. If what Shiyu said just now can come true, Shiyu is definitely a name that cannot be avoided in the field of archaeology in the future. However, after being a prophet, Shiyu didn't think about ending yet. He still had something to say. He said, "Then seniors, I will continue to talk." Everyone was stunned. There is still? Shiyu's expression was calm. This was just the beginning. This was just one of the many pieces of information he had gotten from Qi. In addition, he, Chong, and Lin had not yet discussed the reasons for the fall of the mythical era that they had analyzed. And, after Chong evolved into the Azure Dragon, he and Chong worked hard for a day and finally entered the dream of the mysterious fossil. They finally saw the true form of this mythical creature. Through this, they also got some very exciting information. Otherwise, why would he be so weak now? Thanks to the leaders of CLV Orange, half a round-faced fat chicken, drowning without fruit, stupid old man, people under the Wutong tree, Fanky Wutong 626, Cheyenne's Law, Drifting Melbourne, Against the Wind's Blue Tears, May, Good Things Happen, Zioyu, Luabozai, etc. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.